Chapter 1 Ding. Discourage others from using the elevator. The office hours had long since concluded in the pitch-black corridor. Only the office of the beautiful supervisor remained illuminated. Moreover, this was the 24th floor. Su Family Real Estate Service Company, Design Department. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder jolted Zhang Yu, who had been sound asleep. Is it raining? He opened his bloodshot eyes, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and gradually regained consciousness, only to realize that his bladder felt as if it were about to burst. Grabbing his phone from the desk, he glanced at it. Damn, it's already 8:30. Filled with frustration, Zhang Yu propped himself up and made his way to the restroom. Looking around, he noticed that aside from the light still shining at his workstation, the expansive southern office area was completely deserted. Damn it, I just wanted a 10-minute nap, and here I am, sleeping for so long. Sigh, I really need to change that alarm after hearing it so many times. It's become numbing. As a newcomer, every task assigned during his internship was a rare opportunity to demonstrate his worth. Thus, when Zhang Yu was instructed to develop a design proposal for the distinctive rooms of the renowned chain hotel Si Jia within 2 days, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. He had stayed up all night since yesterday, pushing through until the end of the workday today, and finally felt that his ideas were nearing maturity, with the blueprints gradually taking shape. He intended to rest for just 10 minutes before wrapping things up, but he never expected to sleep for this long. Now, his direct supervisor, Manager Li Tong, had already left for the day. If he were to complete the design, it might very well be 11 o'clock by then. As a newcomer, how could he dare disturb his superior's rest? Yet, without Manager Li's confirmation, how would he know if there were any oversights in his design? The deadline for submission was set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. This was a major predicament. Even as he stood by the urinal, finally relieving himself of the accumulated pressure from the afternoon, his body felt lighter, but Zhang Yu's mood remained heavy and rather despondent. As a design graduate from a modest background, the opportunity to enter an industry leader like Su Family was exceedingly rare. Moreover, he had heard that the retention rate for new interns was less than 1 in 5. Thus, Zhang Yu understood that he would need to exert tenfold, even 100-fold, effort to grasp that faint glimmer of a chance for permanent employment. Forget it. Let's just head home first. Fortunately, tomorrow is Saturday, so he wouldn't have to worry about work and could spend the entire night at home completing his tasks. Boom! Zhang Yu fastened his pants and reached for the phone he had left on the restroom windowsill, only to be startled by a flash of lightning striking the night sky. Before he could react, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Following that, a magnetic mechanical voice declared, "System locking host, installation complete. Congratulations, host, for receiving a novice task." As the voice introduced the task, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in Zhang Yu's consciousness, displaying several lines of text. Novice task name: discourage others from using the elevator. Task difficulty: 1 star. Task reward: basic heart reading technique. What is happening? Zhang Yu stood there in a daze by the window, taking a moment to process, instinctively reaching for his pants, only to realize they were already fastened. A system? A task? Could it be? Could it be that I've stumbled upon a life-faltering system akin to those in web novels? After digesting this revelation for a full minute, an ecstatic expression spread across Zhang Yu's face. Oh heavens, I must give you a thumbs up. But speaking of which, what kind of task is discouraging others from using the elevator? There's no time limit or penalty for failing the task. Has the system become so lax in its rigor these days? But never mind that I should first find a way to test this. The question is, at this hour, is there anyone left in the Campanino, in the entire building? Do security guards count? Realizing the importance of the matter, Zhang Yu suddenly felt anxious, skipping washing his hands as he hurriedly dashed out of the restroom, his eyes fervently scanning the office area on the opposite side of the corridor. He had already noted that the southern section was devoid of any presence aside from himself. He decided to check the northern section. If that failed, he would explore other floors. He refused to believe that in this entire building there weren't a few diligent souls still working overtime. Zhang Yu charged towards the northern section, mentally prepared for a challenging endeavor, only to discover, after just a few steps, a cozy light glowing from an office ahead. Is that Su Zong's office? Zhang Yu was taken aback. a familiar image flashing in his mind of a long-haired beauty in a crisp white suit, exuding an air of urban elite. Su Ying, female, 28 years old, the superior of Zhang Yu's direct manager, the design director of the company, renowned in the industry as a genius designer. It was said that 7 years ago, while still in training at Li Bai, she had already garnered several international awards. In Zhang Yu's imagination, someone like Su Ying, adorned with such a halo, was typically an unattainable figure, akin to a celestial being. However, after a single encounter, his only interaction during the 2-month internship, Zhang Yu had developed a fondness for her. That was during an internal design competition held during the newcomer training, where Su Ying, as the chief judge, had not criticized or mocked Zhang Yu for his wildly off-topic design submission, nor had she given him a 0. Instead, she had highlighted the creativity contained within his work. For someone just starting out, feeling apprehensive about everything, the encouragement from a high-ranking leader was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation, helping him build his confidence. Is Su Zong still at work this late? Zhang Yu's mind raced as he approached Su Ying's office door, hesitating whether to knock or not, when suddenly he heard a man's voice from within. Haha, I say, Miss Su, you've been at the company for 5 years now. How come you're still so oblivious? With the restructuring of the design department, without my help, how do you plan to compete with Zhang Bowen for the position of design department manager? Shouldn't you weigh this carefully? I remember you just took out a loan for a house and a car not long ago. Living a bourgeois lifestyle is fine. But if you lose those hefty bonuses and are left with just your base salary, will it be enough to cover the loans? I have no interest in the general manager position. That's none of your business. Get out. You need to leave right now. Following, there was a woman's furious voice, and Zhang Yu immediately recognized it. Su Ying's voice was distinctive, crisp, yet laced with a hint of magnetism that was a delight to the ears. No interest? How naive. Do you think the rumors swirling around you these past years came from nowhere? Once that envious old coot takes charge, do you think you'll have any good fortune left? If I don't leave, what can you do about it? If you won't leave, then I will. What's the rush to leave? I suggest that rather than being toyed with later, you might as well be my woman at least. During the day, you'll still be that cold and noble queen. Shameless. You and Zhang Bowen, both of you, please step aside. I'm off work. What do you mean? Step aside. Hearing the increasingly troubling exchange from within, even a newcomer like Zhang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. It was late at night, and a man dared to speak so brazenly in Su Ying's office. Who was this person? Off work? He, my dear designer Su. The VP is here accompanying you for overtime. How could you dare leave first? I say, what a marvelous fate it is to have thunder and rain at this hour. Why don't we just find a nearby hotel to rest? Qian Neng, if you keep pestering me, they'll call the police. So is Qian Neng. Zhang Yu, eavesdropping outside, couldn't help but gasp. Even as an intern, he had heard of Qian Neng's name, the son of the esteemed vice president of Su family. No wonder he spoke so audaciously. Su Ying was not without her admirers at the company. She received various floral gifts almost every week. As for whether Qian Neng was among her suitors, Zhang Yu couldn't be sure, but judging by the current dialogue in the office, it seemed far from a mere pursuit. This was blatant workplace harassment. What to do? Zhang Yu felt hesitant, to be frank. He was merely an intern, yet to secure a permanent position, such matters among company leaders were hardly his concern. However, in a sense, Su Ying could be considered a benefactor to him. If he pretended to see and hear nothing, could he truly reconcile that with his conscience? With that thought, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, cautiously stepped back a few paces, then deliberately made his footsteps loud as he strode to Su Ying's office door, knocking firmly and calling out, "Is Su Zong in? I am Zhang Yu from the design department." As soon as Zhang Yu's words fell, he heard Su Ying's signature voice, filled with relief, emanating from within. "Zhang Yu, come in." Gathering his courage, Zhang Yu turned the doorknob and immediately spotted Su Ying standing between the office desk and the filing cabinet. This evening, she donned a white fitted skirt that accentuated her delicate waist and alluring long legs, complemented by a black strapless top that elegantly embraced her perfectly proportioned 34D figure, draped with a white shawl. This ensemble of office attire flawlessly melded her exquisite physique with an air of sophistication. Such a scene would undoubtedly set any man's heart racing, and it seemed that Qianneng was also caught off guard. President Su, regarding the design project for the unique rooms at Jia Hotel, I have prepared 2 proposals. Considering that they are due by 10 o'clock tomorrow, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Certainly. Without hesitation, Su-Ying nodded. Do share your thoughts. Then, as if recalling something, she turned her head and casually inquired of Qianneng. Do you have anything else to discuss? Nothing more, Qianneng replied coolly, making his way toward the door. As he passed by Zhang Yu, the latter promptly stepped aside to make way. From Qianneng's dark expression and his imposing demeanor, Zhang Yu sensed that he had likely offended this privileged young man quite severely. But what did it matter? He was a man with a system. The system. Suddenly, Zhang Yu was jolted to attention, remembering the task at hand. He rushed to call out to Qianneng, who had just stepped out of the office. President Qian, it seems that the recent thunder may have struck the power distribution box in the server room. You might want to avoid taking the elevator down. Idiot! If I don't take the elevator, should I jump from the 24th floor? Qianneng retorted without looking back. Zhang Yu felt embarrassed by the rebuke, yet he paid it no mind, as his attention was captivated by the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. You have acquired the basic heart reading technique. A high-tech virtual panel reappeared in his mind. Skill description. Heart reading is a soul-penetrating technique that allows one to forcibly inquire into another's heart, obtaining truthful answers. At the current beginner level, it can be used 3 times a day, with each inquiry yielding only yes or no responses. Special reminder, exercise caution when using this technique on individuals with strong mental fortitude, as it may result in backlash. What the hell? Is it really that simple? Zhang Yu was elated, never expecting that a casual, reckless fib could suffice to complete the task. As for whether Qianneng would genuinely believe him and refrain from taking the elevator, he couldn't care less. Thank you, Zhang Yu. Su-Ying's voice suddenly interrupted Zhang Yu's train of thought. President Su, actually I was just... Zhang Yu stammered, trying to cover up. You needn't explain, I understand. A hint of gratitude and admiration graced Su-Ying's lovely face. If you weren't genuinely trying to help me, you wouldn't have bothered to knock and come in. As long as you confirmed that I was still in the office, you could have simply emailed me for guidance, rather than coming in so abruptly and raising your voice. Zhang Yu was left speechless. What a clever woman, no wonder so many men pursued her. But why had she not chosen any of them over the years? Could it be that she was a beautiful lily, untouched? A thought struck Zhang Yu as he surreptitiously employed the heart-reading technique on Su-Ying. Are you a lesbian? No. A voice resonated in Zhang Yu's mind, sending him into a frenzy of joy. He was certain that the voice did not originate from Su-Ying's lips. Is this the heart-reading technique? Indeed, it was remarkably wondrous. Zhang Yu could easily ascertain that with this ability, he would be able to grasp the true thoughts of others, no longer falling prey to those who spoke one way and acted another in critical matters. Yet if Su-Ying was not a lily, then could it be? Unfortunately, before Zhang Yu could formulate a suitable question, Su-Ying had already approached her desk, tidying up her belongings as she remarked, "It's getting late, let's finish up for the day and have dinner together." Rumble, rumble. Crash! Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and with a swift flicker, the office lights extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. Could it truly be that the thunder struck the power distribution box? Zhang Yu found it both amusing and disconcerting. My crow's mouth is spot on. He quickly fished out his phone, utilizing its flashlight feature to illuminate the way for Su-Ying, and together they exited the office, only to find the elevator lights completely dark, forcing them to take the stairs. Their floor was the 24th, and navigating down the steps in complete darkness proved quite a challenge. When they finally reached the landing on the 11th floor, Zhang Yu, leading the way, suddenly heard a crack behind him. Turning around, he witnessed Su-Ying tumbling from the stairs, exclaiming in pain, Zhang Yu rushed to catch her. But the momentum of her fall was swift as his hand made contact with her. He was propelled backward, stumbling 2 steps before colliding against the wall. Steady yourself. The surroundings are enveloped in darkness. Su-Ying's phone has fallen to the ground, extinguishing its light, while Zhang Yu clutches his own phone in his right hand, though it is obscured. In his left hand. He unknowingly cradles something soft to the touch. Zhang Yu can barely make out the face opposite him, but he is acutely aware of the rapid breaths that spray across his face. Su-Ying exhales delicately, her breath, though hurried, carries a fragrant allure that is intoxicating in the shadows. Zhang Yu feels her arms tightly wrapped around his shoulders, the tremor in her embrace palpable. "You!" Su-Ying suddenly exclaims with a sharp reprimand. Releasing her hold on Zhang Yu's shoulders and sitting upright, she cries out in pain as she inadvertently falls back against him. Her hands instinctively grasp his shoulders once more, and Zhang Yu's left hand, which he had not yet retracted, finds itself resting on the same soft surface. This touch feels even more vivid this time, prompting him to hastily withdraw his hand to his side as he stammers. Su, are you all right?" Su-Ying takes a few rapid breaths to regain her composure. "It's nothing, just a broken heel. At this moment, the light from Zhang Yu's phone separates him from Su-Ying's form. In its glow, he observes the flush on her cheeks, glistening with perspiration, reminiscent of ripe peaches exuding their nectar. Typically radiant, Su-Ying's allure is magnified in this intimate setting, rendering Zhang Yu momentarily entranced. "What are you staring at?" "Nothing. I was just checking your foot." Zhang Yu snaps back to reality, crouching down, his heart racing even faster than before. "Oh, I seem a bit too unceremonious." Su-Ying's right heel is indeed broken, but there are no signs of bruising on her ankle, as she is not wearing socks. Zhang Yu retrieves the broken heel and her fallen phone, standing up to hand them to her. Their eyes meet once more, and upon gazing into Su-Ying's eyes, Zhang Yu feels a surge of nervousness and quickly averts his gaze. Right? Your heel is broken, and your foot is sprained. You might not be able to walk down. How about I carry you?" Su-Ying can clearly perceive Zhang Yu's tension and awkwardness, yet she is equally flustered. Regaining her composure, she replies, "There's no need. I can walk on my own." With that, she attempts to take a step. But as soon as her right foot touches the ground, she instinctively reaches for Zhang Yu. However, after raising her arm, she stubbornly retracts it. Observing this, Zhang Yu thinks to himself, "How can you walk like this? Not only is your foot sprained, but your heel is broken, making it impossible for you to descend on your own. Is she truly unwilling for me to carry her? Or is it merely lip service?" Zhang Yu muses, grappling with the ambiguity of the situation. Suddenly, he steps in front of Su-Ying, employing a sense of determination. "May I carry you?" "Okay." Su-Ying's voice resonates in Zhang Yu's mind. Upon receiving her consent, Zhang Yu reflects, women truly are creatures of contradiction, outwardly resistant, yet inwardly willing. Understanding her sentiments, he refrains from further chatter, pockets his phone, bends down, and hooks his hands under Su-Ying's knees. "Climb on. I will carry you." "No need. I can manage," Su-Ying protests, but under Zhang Yu's insistence, she finds herself on his back. "Just be careful and watch your step as you help me down." Zhang Yu can feel one of Su-Ying's arms draped around his neck, their bodies pressed closely together. This marks Zhang Yu's first experience carrying a woman, and not just any woman, but the captivating Su-Ying. His hands support the smooth underside of her thighs, unlike the slender figures of others. Su-Ying possesses a more voluptuous form, her skin irresistibly soft and slightly cool to the touch. At this moment, Zhang Yu feels elated. For so long, he had struggled to attract women, often branded as a typical straight man who could not fathom the complexities of a woman's heart. Now, with this newfound confidence, he silently vows that no one will dare to make such claims again. Bang, bang, bang. "Is anyone there? Somebody, please." Inside the elevator, Qianning, holding his phone for illumination, kicks the door while cursing vehemently. After what feels like an eternity, his efforts yield no response, leaving him panting in frustration. What a wretched elevator. The emergency phone is useless. Once I get out, I will surely file a complaint, and this SOS on my phone. What a joke. Having exhausted all his options, Qianning discovers that the emergency phone in the elevator is nothing but a FAAD, and the SOS feature on his phone is futile without signal. He attempts to pry the elevator doors apart, but upon glimpsing the darkness outside, he hesitates, fearing what lies beyond, and reluctantly closes the doors again. Bang, bang, bang. With renewed vigor, Qianning kicks the elevator doors 3 more times. Utterly drained, he collapses onto the floor. What a day of bad luck. Zhang Yu. You dare to ruin my plans. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Suddenly, he recalls something. This scoundrel had previously warned him against taking the elevator. Could you not have dissuaded me more? Carnival Apartment stands as a luxurious hotel-style residence, boasting amenities such as a swimming pool, fitness center, and rooftop garden. Unsurprisingly, the prices are steep, reaching 30,000 yuan per square meter. Zhang Yu carries Su-Ying into room 1703, Immediately greeted by a subtle fragrance that soothes the senses. As they pass through the entryway, Zhang Yu succumbs to the designer's common flaw, surveying the surroundings with awe. The apartment, spanning 50 square meters, manages to be both spacious and aesthetically pleasing while maintaining functionality, a testament to the designer's prowess. The predominant soft pink hues create a warm and inviting atmosphere. Zhang Yu was taken aback. His impression of Su Ying had been that of a serious professional, devoid of lightheartedness. He never expected her home to be decorated in such a charming manner. Is there really no distinction between a strong woman and a youthful girl? I assumed she would prefer cooler tones. What are you thinking? I warn you, the style of my home is not to be disclosed. No, wait. It's your presence in my home that must remain confidential. Su Ying, perched on Zhang Yu's back, seems to have read his thoughts, suddenly adopting a tone of warning. I understand, Zhang Yu replies hastily. Gently setting her down before the sofa, he picks up the bag resting beside Su Ying, containing medicinal patches and ice packs he had purchased along the way, despite her initial protests. Setting the ice pack on the armrest of the sofa, Zhang Yu squats down to help Su Ying remove her shoes. Her delicate feet are flawlessly pale with a hint of pink, nearly perfect. Once her shoes are off, Zhang Yu cradles her calf with one arm, guiding her foot toward the ice pack on the sofa. Su Ying cooperatively adjusts herself as he secures her ankle on the cold surface. She then reclines back, her expression neutral yet calm as she softly says, "Thank you. No need," Zhang Yu responds, glancing down at the side of her lying gracefully before him. At that moment, he feels somewhat out of place, with just the two of them present, even if he desired to linger. He finds little justification for doing so. Realizing he is hungry, he muses that Su Ying must be as well. Sujia, are you hungry too? Is there anything to eat at home? I can cook. There is rice, but not much else. Just instant noodles. Shall we have that? Zhang Yu enters the kitchen, quickly discovering a sparse selection, a few cucumbers, some eggs, and the instant noodles. He boils water and prepares the noodles. In less than 20 minutes, he has a steaming bowl of egg noodles ready. Emerging from the kitchen, Zhang Yu finds Su Ying still reclining on the sofa, ice pack in place, her expression pensive as if lost in thought. He surmises it is likely due to the earlier incident with Qianneng. Setting the bowl on the table, he addresses her. "Sujia, are you worried about Qianneng? That guy is too arrogant. Relying on his father. Can't we report him to the higher-ups? I can be a witness." Su Ying shakes her head with a wry smile. "You've only just arrived and are unaware of the situation at the company. Xianjia is part of the Xiaoding group. The big boss is currently too preoccupied with real estate to pay attention to this side. Qin Zhongyan, the vice president, essentially holds all the power here. Many of the mid-level managers and key personnel in the company are closely associated with his father. Even if the big boss is aware of this, it is unlikely that he would take her side." At this point, Su Ying shifted the topic, noting that the dish was ready and smelled quite fragrant. Zhang Yu now understood. No wonder Qianneng felt emboldened to act so outrageously, having offended him tonight. It seemed he would no longer have a place in the company. Yet, Zhang Yu felt no concern whatsoever and smiled, saying, "Come, try my culinary skills." He helped Su Ying to a seat at the dining table, then fetched a cup of hot water from the kitchen and placed the sanchi slices beside it. These were minor gestures, yet they did not go unnoticed by Su Ying. Only after Zhang Yu sat down did Su Ying pick up her chopsticks. After tasting a few bites, she praised, "The instant noodles you cooked are quite delightful, far superior to the ones I simply soaked in hot water. You wouldn't be living off instant noodles, would you?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "You guessed it right," Su Ying replied with a playful pout, continuing to eat. Her smile was indeed a rare sight. She seldom smiled at the office, but tonight, she finally bore a semblance of a smile. The fact that a bowl of instant noodles could elicit such a smile from a beautiful woman filled Zhang Yu with a sense of accomplishment. He couldn't help but think that after being dismissed from the company, it would be quite challenging to see Su Ying again. With the external support he had, Zhang Yu was indifferent to being let go. He only hoped to complete a few more tasks and earn additional rewards. Although he knew Su Ying's address, he felt it inappropriate to visit uninvited, fearing she might misconstrue his intentions, thinking he was like a toad yearning for a swan's flesh, no different from Qianneng. "No, I must find a way to leave a better impression," Zhang Yu pondered while eating. Regarding his personal life, it seemed he couldn't leave Su Ying with any favorable impression. Once he finished his noodles, he would have to leave. As for work, suddenly, Zhang Yu recalled that he had yet to complete the design for the specialty rooms at the hotel. As someone on the brink of being dismissed, what was the point of working diligently under the knowledge that he wouldn't last much longer? It would be foolish, and he might even be perceived as such, right? Perhaps I could ask Su Ying. Zhang Yu thought. Stealing a glance at Su Ying, he employed a technique to inquire within himself. If I diligently complete my work before being dismissed, will it leave a good impression? Yes. Su Ying's voice resonated in his mind. With this affirmative response, Zhang Yu felt more assured. After finishing his noodles, he entered the kitchen to wash the dishes. Once everything was tidied up, he emerged and said, "Manager Su, the water on the table has cooled down. It's about time for your medication. It's getting late, and I should head home. I still need to finish the design for the hotel before dawn." Although he wouldn't be around for long, he felt it imperative to fulfill his responsibilities diligently. "All right," Su Ying replied casually, then paused, her expression contemplative. "Then goodbye. Once I finish, I'll send you the designs for your review," Zhang Yu said, heading toward the door. As he put on his shoes at the entrance, Su Ying glanced at her watch. It was almost 11 at night. The rain outside was pouring heavily, and Zhang Yu had not brought an umbrella. The apartment was situated in a somewhat remote area, making it unlikely to catch a taxi in such weather. Realizing this, she quickly called out, "Wait a moment. What is it?" Zhang Yu turned his head while bending to put on his shoes. Su Ying asked, "What time did Li Tong ask you to submit the designs?" Zhang Yu replied, "Before 10 tomorrow morning. I can definitely finish tonight. Before 10 tomorrow morning, given the time. How about this? I have a computer and all the necessary materials here. You can complete the designs right here. If you have any uncertainties, I can assist you on the spot," Su Ying said earnestly. The prospect of working at her place excited Zhang Yu. Originally, he intended only to leave a good impression on Su Ying, but he hadn't anticipated that she would actually invite him to stay. He was eager to agree, but felt a bit bashful. Su Ying, noticing his embarrassment, said straightforwardly, "Stop hesitating. Work is important. Don't let it delay." "All right," Zhang Yu replied, hastening to the computer desk to sit down and power on the machine. He recognized the design software on the desktop and, after opening it, began his work. Su Ying took her medication and hopped on one leg over to Zhang Yu. Just as he was about to assist her, she firmly stated, "Just sit there. Have you decided on the name for this specialty room?" she inquired. Zhang Yu responded, "It's called Warm Melody." Su Ying pulled a chair beside her and asked, "What are the color schemes and design themes you're aiming for?" Zhang Yu explained, "I plan to use a light pink palette, focusing on the bed and aroma within the room. I intend to hang pink drapes around the bed, complemented by a soothing fragrance, creating an atmosphere of tranquility upon entering. Those who stay in such rooms are generally young couples, so it would be ideal to add an oval-shaped massage bathtub in the bathroom." As Zhang Yu laid out his design concept, Su Ying nodded slightly but then surveyed the surroundings, silently remarking that it resembled her own home. Zhang Yu quickly realized that it did bear some resemblance to Su Ying's house. Though he was uncertain about the bathroom's design, why did his ideas align so closely with her home style? He instinctively turned to look at Su Ying, who shot him a sharp glance, saying, "Focus on the computer. Why are you looking at me?" "Yes." Zhang Yu quickly turned back. Noticing Zhang Yu's sheepish retreat, Su Ying nearly laughed. Zhang Yu caught a glimpse of her expression and turned back. Their eyes met briefly, prompting Su Ying to immediately adopt a stern demeanor, feigning irritation. "What are you staring at? Get back to your work." Zhang Yu dared not look again and hurriedly continued with his designs. His academic background ensured a solid foundation in his work. After observing for a while and finding no faults, Su Ying, feeling somewhat fatigued from the evening's exertions, dozed off, saying, "Continue your work. I'm going to bed. Once you're done, remember to email it to me. My home is small, so you'll have to make do on the sofa for the night." With that, she stood up and hopped toward her bed. In a 50-square-meter apartment, achieving a separation of bathroom and kitchen while maintaining a spacious living room, dining area, and study room inevitably meant sacrificing wall space in the bedroom. Su Ying's home was designed as an open concept, with only a drape separating the bed from the living area. As she passed through the drape and laid down, she felt slightly awkward still wearing her outer clothes and fitted skirt. Especially in the summer, it was uncomfortable to sleep in such attire. She wished to change into something more comfortable as she usually did, but Zhang Yu was just outside the drape. Even though she knew he likely wouldn't dare to enter, she still felt embarrassed, particularly since she was wearing a bra, which she found especially uncomfortable to sleep in. Even if she had to endure wearing clothes for the night, she had to remove it. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable. As Su Ying contemplated this, she began to sit up to unfasten her bra, but before she could rise, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the drape. Su Ying's heart raced. Fortunately, the footsteps were not approaching her but headed toward the bathroom. She exhaled in relief but soon felt anxious again, remembering that the underwear she had washed yesterday was still hanging in the bathroom. Even though Zhang Yu was hidden behind the drape, Su Ying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She realized that today had truly been a mortifying experience. She couldn't help but wonder how Zhang Yu would perceive her if he saw the underwear. Would he think it was intentional? Su-Ying was anxious, but soon the sound of running water echoed as Zhang Yu returned to the computer desk, and then there was silence. At that moment, Su-Ying found it even more difficult to unfasten her bra and could only settle for a vague sleep. She was unaware of when she finally drifted off. The night passed without incident. And as dawn broke the following day, Su-Ying slowly opened her eyes, roused entirely by the pressing need to relieve herself. The individual abruptly sat up, preparing to rise from the bed, just as the curtain was drawn back. A thought of another person at home crossed their mind. This fellow, presumably already asleep at this hour, made it imperative for me to tread lightly to avoid waking him. I in such a predicament. Su-Ying inevitably felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, one cannot suppress such urges indefinitely. Who could endure that? She gently placed her feet on the ground, bracing herself against the bed, and stood on one leg. After testing the tip of her right foot against the floor to ensure it was bearable, she cautiously padded her way towards the bathroom. The house was modestly sized, and as she passed the sofa, she couldn't help but glance over to confirm whether Zhang Yu was indeed asleep. To her astonishment, he was not reclining on the sofa. Where could he be? Perhaps in the bathroom. The thought of Zhang Yu possibly being there reminded Su-Ying of the undergarments she had left hanging inside, causing her heart to race in her urgent state. After a brief moment, she steadied her breathing and called out, "Zhang Yu?" Yet, there was no response. This silence piqued her curiosity as she scanned the area. She noticed bowls and plates set upon the dining table. Her memory served her that Zhang Yu had tidied up after dinner the previous night. What could have transpired since then? With her bladder pressing against her, Su-Ying approached the table, drawing nearer to inspect. Upon closer observation, she saw 2 plates and a bowl. One plate held a fried egg, the other a cucumber salad, while the bowl contained congee. Beneath the bowl lay a piece of paper. Breakfast had been prepared. How industrious! But what was the purpose of that paper? As she stood beside the table, she immediately discerned writing on the paper. Pulling it free, she read, "Suzong, the drawings are all completed and sent to your email. I noticed the rain has ceased, so I decided not to linger and prepared breakfast before I left. You can eat upon waking. No need to fuss. I am uncertain of your foot's condition. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Zhang Yu." The handwriting was mediocre, and the prose was unremarkable. Yet to Su-Ying's eyes, it radiated warmth. This reflection brought to mind the events of the previous evening. Qian Nang's unreasonable behavior, Zhang Yu's timely arrival, and her own sprained ankle, which resulted in Zhang Yu carrying her home. As a newly minted intern, Zhang Yu had only recently joined the company. Su-Ying's understanding of him was shallow, merely noting his enthusiastic demeanor and slight shyness. However, his willingness to carry her without a second thought was a pleasant surprise, showcasing a remarkable assertiveness. Although she had claimed she could walk, the truth was she could hardly manage without his assistance. Moreover, Zhang Yu, fully aware of the potential repercussions of offending Qian Nang, still prioritized completing the blueprints, demonstrating an admirable sense of responsibility. Particularly noteworthy was his intervention during the door-knocking incident, revealing that he had overheard her exchange with Qian Nang. The courage and cleverness displayed by an intern were indeed commendable. The internal machinations of the company, exacerbated by Qian Nang's shamelessness, left Su-Ying feeling somewhat disillusioned. With her own capabilities, securing employment would be straightforward. However, what of Zhang Yu? The field of home decoration design was fiercely competitive, making it exceedingly difficult for newcomers to stand out. Starting at Xianjia was undoubtedly a fortunate opportunity, yet if this incident were to escalate, it would not only undermine a novice's confidence but also diminish their potential earnings at any subsequent employment. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu had not exhibited a hint of despair throughout the night, which was unexpected and garnered Su-Ying's admiration. He had returned home after an all-nighter and still managed to prepare breakfast for her. If she were to be discharged due to her circumstances, would that not be a disservice to him? With urgency mounting, Su-Ying hurriedly tiptoed towards the bathroom. What on earth is happening? Is that from Xianjia? Why is he in the elevator? He can't be dead. Can he? Please don't scare me. Xianpin Tower housed the Xianjia Real Estate Service Company, occupying the 24th, 25th, and 26th floors, while numerous other companies occupied the remaining levels. In the elevator, Qian Nung was abruptly awakened by the commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all pointing and whispering, "Why are you still sleeping in the elevator? What happened? Did someone knock you out after hours?" One concerned voice inquired. "If anything's wrong, you should report it." Qian Nang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, followed by a sneeze. Rising to his feet, he strode towards the exit, pushing through the crowd without waiting for them to part. grumbling, I'm fine. I'm fine. Mind your own business." Witnessing his demeanor, many in the crowd rolled their eyes, muttering, "Good deeds go unrewarded. Serves him right." Ignoring the murmurs, Qianning rushed towards the security office. Two guards stood at the entrance. And as he approached, he demanded, "What happened with the elevator last night?" The lightning struck the transformer, causing a power outage throughout the building. "It was only repaired this morning," Guard A explained. "Didn't you think to check for anyone trapped in the elevator? And why was the emergency phone inoperative?" Qianning shouted. "Regarding the emergency phone, you'll need to contact the elevator repair service. We security personnel aren't privy to such matters. Moreover, the night shift has already gone home." "I just started my shift and have no knowledge of the situation," Guard replied innocently. "You?" Qianning pointed accusingly at the guard, his eyes bulging with indignation. Achoo. He sneezed twice more but conceded that the guard had a point. Being new to the day shift, he wouldn't know what had transpired overnight. Yet, Qianning was not one to apologize to a security guard. He spat out angrily. "Just you wait." He hastened out of the building, still cursing under his breath. This time, his ire was directed not at the guard, but rather at Su Ying and Zhang Yu. "That Zhang Yu fellow dares to make trouble in front of me. He truly must not wish to remain at the company. And Su Ying, you've certainly overstepped. Just wait until I set things straight with you." Meanwhile, Zhang Yu lay soundly asleep in his bed. Having returned home after a sleepless night around 7 in the morning, he certainly needed to catch up on rest. Time slipped away without his notice until he was roused by a call. Chao Gu. Zhang Yu opened his eyes to find his roommate, Peng Guang, standing at the door, who was also his college mate. "Why are you babbling so early?" "I was sleeping quite soundly." Peng Guang, a portly fellow known as Xiong during their university days, had come to wake him. Zhang Yu was affectionately dubbed Chao Gu due to his superior looks compared to their roommates. "Didn't we agree to go to the clothing expo together today? Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten." Zhang Yu rose from his bed, freshened up, and left with Peng Guang, heading to the Baihui commercial city for the clothing expo. According to Peng Guang, the expo featured a vast array of clothing, both seasonal and off-season. It was a sale event. There were substantial discounts. Simply bringing a flyer would grant a 50% reduction on all items, plus additional discounts from vendors, making it particularly enticing. This piqued Zhang Yu's interest, as he rarely bought clothes, but considered purchasing a couple of items. Upon arriving at Baihui Commercial City, they were greeted by a dazzling array of fashion. And despite the prevalence of online shopping, the place was bustling with people. The prominent displays showcased summer attire at varying price points, with some items costing only a few dozen yuan after discounts, while others remained in the hundreds. Men typically approached clothing shopping differently than women, often making quick decisions after selecting an item. However, Zhang Yu was taken aback when Peng Guang deviated from the plan and gravitated towards the women's clothing section. Browsing intently. "What are you doing over here?" Peng Guang grinned. "Isn't Wang Yan's birthday coming up? I thought I'd buy her a dress." "Why are you so eager, planning this 2 days in advance?" Zhang Yu scoffed. "I figured I'd get your opinion on styles. I'm not too sure what she likes," Peng Guang replied. Peng Guang furrowed his brows and spoke. Wang Yan had always been plain. Apart from her school uniform, Zhang Yu also frowned, remarking that he seemed to have never seen her wear any other style of clothing. "How could you not have seen it? Your memory must be poor." Peng Guang hastily reminded him. "Last weekend, we went to the park, and she was wearing a white shirt and jeans." Zhang Yu wanted to retort, thinking it was redundant to mention, since they had already graduated. Surely she wouldn't still be donning a school uniform. However, Zhang Yu held a rather favorable impression of Wang Yan. Although the girl appeared frail, she possessed a strong sense of self-respect, never taking advantage of others, and refrained from heavy makeup. When dining at the school cafeteria with Peng Guang, the two shared a meal card and could keep a tab, which meant that during moments of financial crisis at the end of the month, Peng Guang often came to the rescue to ensure everyone's sustenance. As they wandered, the two unknowingly arrived at a first stall. There were cashmere coats, mink coats, and rabbit fur coats. Peng Guang approached the rack of mink coats, where the vendor, a charming woman in her 30s, was seated. She wore black boots paired with black shorts and a tiny black tank top that exposed her midriff, with an oval face and slightly plump lips adorned with a deep crimson gloss. She was quite alluring. Her naturally enchanting eyes only enhanced her allure. The charming woman, with a radiant smile, sidled up to Peng Guang, complimenting his discerning eye while boasting about her high-end furs, stating that this time she was merely selling at a loss for publicity. Whoever purchased them would benefit immensely. Mink coats had long been labeled as outdated, yet their prices remained anything but appealing. The coat in Pang Guang's hands was priced at 30,000 yuan, and after a discount, it still amounted to 13,000 yuan. Zhang Yu found himself in disbelief. Was he contemplating buying a mink coat for Wang Yin? Their relationship had developed, but did Pang Guang possess the financial means for such a purchase? Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Pang Guang reluctantly signaled to Zhang Yu that it was time to leave. Noticing Pang Guang's unusual demeanor, Zhang Yu quietly inquired after they had walked a short distance. Does Wang Yin like minks? No. Pang Guang shook his head. Then what is the matter? You seem rather dispirited after looking at it. Zhang Yu asked, intrigued. It's Wang Yan's dream to buy her mother a mink coat. Pang Guang's tone turned somber. What kind of dream is that? Zhang Yu thought of saying it was merely a ploy. However, recalling Wang Yan's character, he quickly swallowed his words and instead asked, how do you know this? Last winter break, we were handing out flyers on the street. Wang Yin gave one to a woman wearing a mink coat, but the woman tossed it in the trash just a few steps away. Wang Yin hurriedly retrieved it, and when she returned, her eyes were red. I thought she was upset because the woman discarded the flyer, and I kept comforting her, only to find out she was crying over a past sorrow. When she was a child, her father had passed away early, and she had been living with her mother. During the new year, while playing at her grandfather's house, she accidentally bumped into her aunt, snagging her aunt's mink coat. Her aunt was relentless, shouting and scolding, and in the end, it was Wang Yan's mother who had to pay 3,000 yuan of their household living expenses to settle the matter. At this point, Pang Guang's tears began to flow. If it were any other woman recounting such a bitter tale, Zhang Yu would have been skeptical, but when it came from Wang Yan, he believed it wholeheartedly. Suddenly, a mechanical voice chimed in, announcing the task item of a mink coat. In Zhang Yu's consciousness, a technologically advanced virtual panel appeared. Task name: gift a mink coat priced at 30,000 yuan to a friend. Task description: acquire the mink coat without borrowing money or soliciting funds from anyone, and present it to a friend. Task difficulty: 2 stars. Task reward: 5 blessings plate. What kind of task is this? Zhang Yu was astonished, initially focused on completing the task to earn more rewards, not expecting to receive such a task here. Buying a mink coat for Pang Guang should not be a difficult task. However, the problem lay in the fact that Zhang Yu's entire savings amounted to only 4,000 yuan. Not to mention that this sum included next month's rent and food expenses. How could he possibly justify buying a coat priced at a minimum of 13,000 yuan? He couldn't resort to theft. Not only would Pang Guang refuse, but he would likely be apprehended within moments. It must be said that sometimes a mere penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes. While he was deep in thought, Pang Guang queried, what are you pondering? Nothing. I just feel a bit unsettled seeing you cry. Can't you at least act a bit more like a man and wash your face? I'll go wash up, Pang Guang replied, wiping his tears and quickly heading to the restroom. Once Pang Guang's figure disappeared, Zhang Yu steeled himself and turned back towards the first stall, regardless of the circumstances. The task must be fulfilled. Approaching the fur counter, he found the alluring middle-aged woman engrossed in her phone. Zhang Yu stepped in front of the mink coat rack, contemplating how he could possibly acquire the coat. Hey, handsome, back again. Where's your friend? The charming woman rose and sauntered over to Zhang Yu, her eyes sparkling. My friend went to check out another stall. I think your mink is quite nice, so I came back to take another look. Zhang Yu replied, mustering his courage. Of course, my minks are undoubtedly the best here. Just look at the quality, the craftsmanship. The alluring woman began to extol the virtues of her merchandise. That's not just the case. Not only are the minks exquisite, but you, dear lady, are also quite beautiful, Zhang Yu boldly complimented, his confidence growing. Sister, I'm genuinely interested in this coat. Could you possibly lower the price a bit? The beautiful woman immediately donned a look of distress, saying, sweetheart, everything here is clearly priced. This is already the lowest I can go. Yet, she quickly brightened, casting a flirtatious glance at Zhang Yu. But since you have such good taste, how about I let it go for 12,500? I can't go any lower. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to my boss, as that would come out of my commission. Zhang Yu had initially thought it would be impossible to negotiate a lower price. So he was surprised when she actually agreed to drop it by 500. This sparked a glimmer of hope within him, and he looked at the enchanting woman, employing a strategy of inquiry. Is there any chance the price could go lower? Yes. Receiving this answer filled Zhang Yu with excitement. He pressed on with his questioning. Could it be sold for 4,000? Yes. Good heavens, how much profit is there in this coat? Zhang Yu inwardly cursed, yet the information was undoubtedly a boon. Since the coat could be sold for 4,000, could it also be available for 3,000? He considered using his final inquiry, but quickly recalled he could only use it 3 times a day. If he spent the last one now, what if something else came up? Given that 4,000 was within his means, it would be wiser to negotiate further. Beautiful sister, this price is still a bit high. I am just a freshly graduated student and can hardly afford it. Could you possibly lower it a bit more? I truly cannot lower it further. I'm just an employee, and I'm already selling at a loss. It is only because of a promotional event that the mall is compensating us that we're even able to sell it at this price. I only earn 600 per sale. If I drop the price any further, I want to be able to justify it. Otherwise, you could check other stalls. The alluring woman lamented. What kind of scheme is this? Zhang Yu was slightly bewildered. If 4,000 yuan could buy the coat, why was she saying otherwise? Fortunately, he understood that bargaining wasn't easy. Even if one knew the bottom line, the seller wouldn't simply divulge it. Additionally, Zhang Yu was an expert in furs, so he couldn't pinpoint the coat's flaws or issues. Feigning a frown, he continued to haggle, while the charming woman persistently lamented about losses, refusing to budge on the price. After nearly 2 minutes of stalemate, Zhang Yu realized he couldn't negotiate any further and decided to play his trump card. I truly can't afford this price. I think I'll check out other stalls. In truth, he really did like this coat. He turned to leave, having taken only 5 or 6 steps from the stall when the charming woman rushed out after him, grabbing his arm. Sweetheart, I can tell you genuinely want to buy it. What price do you have in mind? Indeed, Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment before stating 4,000. He had initially intended to propose a lower figure to save some money, but worried that if he revealed a price too low, she might refuse to sell altogether. Thus, everything is based on the completion of the task first. As for the money, we can discuss that later. However, upon hearing the price, the enchanting woman's expression immediately darkened. She released Zhang Yu's arm and said, "Are you joking with me?" With that, she turned and walked back to her stall. Seeing her retreat, Zhang Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The answer from his intuition indicated that the item could be sold for 4,000, undoubtedly correct. So why did it turn out this way? No, there must be an issue here. Zhang Yu's mind raced as he pondered where the problem lay. Soon, he realized that transactions are indeed a form of competition. This method of haggling must be somewhat ruthless. If the seller agrees, it would lead the buyer to think there is a significant discrepancy in the price, likely prompting them to further reduce their offer or even walk away entirely. Even if the item could be sold, it must be presented as if the seller had suffered immense losses while the buyer reaped substantial benefits. Having grasped this, Zhang Yu mustered his courage to return to the stall. The enchanting woman had resumed her seat, engrossed in her phone, and did not even acknowledge Zhang Yu's return. "Beauty, I know you must think I'm not genuinely interested in buying," he began. The enchanting woman glanced up at him with a melancholic look and replied, "As for whether you are genuinely buying, I cannot say, but your haggling is clearly intended to bring me to my knees. If I dare sell it to you, my boss would certainly hold me accountable." Were it not for his intuition, Zhang Yu might have been swayed by the woman's seemingly pitiful demeanor, adopting a similar tactic. He pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Dear sister, I understand that I am putting you in a difficult position, but I only have 4,000 on me. I never intended to buy such fine clothing. It is solely because of my friend. His mother has a lingering heartache. His father passed away early, and when he was playing at his grandfather's house, he accidentally damaged his aunt's mink coat. As a result, his aunt was relentless, and eventually, his mother had to compensate her with the family's sole living expense of 3,000. Thus, my friend resolved to buy his mother a mink coat when he grows up. We are just recent graduates, truly low on funds. I've just started working and haven't even completed my probation period. I'm merely trying to fulfill this wish for him. I'm so sorry." Sister. After expressing this, Zhang Yu turned away, leaving with a heavy heart. Wait. Just as he took 2 steps, the enchanting woman's voice rang out. "Sister, what's the matter?" Zhang Yu turned back. The enchanting woman feigned a look of sorrow and said, "Hearing you say that makes me quite upset. How about this? I'll make a call to discuss with my boss to see if he can lower the price for you." "Thank you." "Sister," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. The enchanting woman pretended to dial a number, and after a few words, her frown deepened. After hanging up, she hesitantly said, "I conveyed your situation, but it truly is a loss. Could you possibly increase your offer?" "Sister, I am not exaggerating," Zhang Yu replied, pulling out his mobile phone to show his bank balance, revealing a total of 3,800, with only 200 left on him. He then took out his wallet, which contained a mere 216. "How about this? If someone admires this coat and asks where you bought it, just tell them it was from me. and bring me a returning customer. The enchanting woman observed that Zhang Yu genuinely had no more than that. Pouting slightly, one might mistake her for someone who had suffered great injustice. No problem, Zhang Yu readily agreed. You also cannot tell anyone that I bought it for 4,000. Say it was 13,000. Understood. Understood. Thank you. Sister. Most of Zhang Yu's South clothing came from street vendors, and haggling was not new to him. However, he had only ever managed to lower prices by 10 or 20 at most. He could hardly fathom that a garment originally priced at 30,000 could still allow for such significant negotiation after being halved. It seemed that this so-called discount exhibition was merely a facade. Nevertheless, the enchanting woman's performance was quite convincing. After receiving the payment, she began explaining how to care for the mink coat and packaged it in the most luxurious manner. Leaving on the glaring 30,000 price tag, Pang Guang followed the directional signs towards the restroom. Just as he approached, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing outside, clad in blue jeans, a white shirt, and sporting a long ponytail. It was none other than his girlfriend, Wang Yin. Pang Guang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter Wang Yin here, and she appeared to be waiting for someone. Pang Guang. Upon seeing him, Wang Yin waved and called out, Yin Yin, what are you doing here? Pang Guang hurried over to her. I'm waiting for my mom. I just got paid a couple of days ago, and I brought her to buy a couple of outfits. What about you? Why are you here alone? I came with Chowga. I just needed to use the restroom. He.S. waiting for me. She replied. Your mom is here too? Pang Guang felt a surge of excitement and nervousness. He had yet to meet Wang Yin's mother. Just then, a middle-aged woman emerged from the restroom. The woman was slender, resembling Wang Yin closely, dressed in a floral dress, and her face bore the marks of weariness. It was evident that she wore little to no makeup. Xiao Yin, she greeted. Upon hearing her speak, Pang Guang promptly greeted her politely. Hello, Auntie. You must be Pang Guang, the middle-aged woman stated without needing Wang Yin to introduce him. You know me? Pang Guang was taken aback. Xiao Yin has mentioned you numerous times. I asked her to bring you over for dinner, but she was too shy. Wang Yin's mother, Ma Dongmei, said kindly. Mom. Wang Yin's face flushed with embarrassment. You silly girl. Pang Guang is here. Just right for you two to shop together. I'm heading back to buy groceries now. We'll have dinner together tonight. Ma Dongmei smiled warmly at Pang Guang before preparing to leave. Seeing her mother about to depart, Wang Yin quickly interjected, Don't go yet. We agreed to shop together and buy you clothes. We have clothes at home already. What is the need to buy more? Ma Dongmei asserted, taking on a motherly tone that effectively silenced Wang Yan. At that moment, a disdainful voice rang out from a nearby middle-aged woman. Yes, there are clothes to wear, but I've seen you in that dress 5 years ago. It's still not thrown away. Upon hearing the voice, the three turned to see 3 individuals approaching from a diagonal angle. The one in the center was a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman with heavy makeup. To her right stood a slightly plump young woman with a pointed face, whose features suggested she had undergone numerous cosmetic procedures. Adorned in revealing attire and wide-net stockings, she exuded a provocative air. To the left of the middle-aged woman was a young man with slick-back hair, carrying 2 shopping bags. It was evident that the one who spoke was the heavily made-up middle-aged woman. Wang Yin's aunt, Wang Cheng, greeted her with a semblance of politeness, though her body involuntarily shivered. Wang Yin, are you out shopping with your boyfriend? Why are your hands empty? Surely, you didn't buy nothing. Given your mother's tone, it seems you were being picky. Your boyfriend doesn't seem capable. Just look at our Wei's boyfriend, who bought us 2 outfits without hesitation. Whether we bought anything or not is none of your business. Wang Yin retorted, as Pang Guang sensed the tension rise. Let us go, Ma Dongmei, she urged, pulling her daughter away. Pang Guang had heard Wang Yin speak of her aunt, who often bullied her mother. To encounter her here was quite an experience. While it was not his place to intervene in family matters, he could not stand idly by while Wang Yin and her mother were mistreated. That would be unmanly. Excuse me, Annie, Yin, we came here to shop for clothes. How can we leave without buying anything? Let us continue browsing, he suggested. Exactly. Hurry and buy a couple of new outfits. A dress can be worn for 10 or 8 years. It's embarrassing for the Wang family. Wang Cheng retorted sarcastically. Pang Guang was truly taken aback. He could hardly believe someone could be so cutting with their words. They were all relatives. Did it necessitate such treatment? It is utterly more detestable than what Wang Yinshu had initially described. No wonder it brings her to tears at the mere thought. In this moment, both Ma Dongmei and Wang Yin appeared deathly pale. Seeing this, Pang Guang felt a surge of compassion, silently resolving to ensure that Wang Yin would shine brightly in the future. Even today, he was determined to give it his all. Ear Xiong Wang Yin. What a coincidence. A voice resonated from behind Wang Chang and the others. Pang Guang and Wang Yin immediately recognized it as Zhang Yu's voice. Wang Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Pang Guang greeted him. Chao Ge, where have you been? Zhang Yu approached Pang Guang, fully sensing the unusual atmosphere. These are all my acquaintances, Zhang Yu. This is my mother. This is my aunt, and that is my cousin. The one over there seems to be my cousin's boyfriend, Wang Yin introduced. Upon learning their identities, Zhang Yu vaguely realized that this aunt was likely the one Pang Guang had mentioned earlier. He had overheard Pang Guang and Wang Chang's conversation upon his arrival. It appeared that this aunt's character was indeed questionable. Zhang Yu first greeted Wang Yan's mother, calling her auntie, before handing the fur coat he held to Pang Guang, deliberately stating, Guang Ge, this is the mink you bought. It took quite a while to package it up. Is it convenient for you now? Pang Guang paused in confusion, wondering when he had purchased a mink coat. However, he knew this wasn't the time for inquiries. It was best to regain face first. He accepted the coat and replied, all set. I'll treat you to lobster tonight. Then, he transferred the fur coat into Wang Yan's hands, saying, Yin Yin, your birthday is coming up in a couple of days, and I didn't know what Annie likes, but I happened to see this mink coat here, so I bought it. I hope Annie likes it. Today is New Year's Day, and I sincerely wish everyone a happy new year and prosperity in the year of the ox. Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback. She was far more innocent than Pang Guang, and couldn't help but worry whether he had taken money from home. Feeling somewhat guilty, she stammered, why did you spend so much money? Yesterday, I assisted in designing a major KS project, and my boss was very satisfied, directly giving me a raise that I'm now earning 10,000 a month. Spending over 10,000 on a mink coat is nothing, as long as you like it, Pang Guang boasted, deliberately casting a dismissive glance toward Wang Chang. What does a monthly income of 10,000 signify? My cousin Wei Wei's boyfriend earns 50,000 a month, Wang Chang proclaimed, lifting her chin proudly. Her daughter Lu Wei chimed in, exactly. Who still wears mink these days? It's like being a country bumpkin. Haven't you heard the saying, the poor wear mink, the rich wear cotton? Zhang Yu observed the demeanor of this mother-daughter duo closely. They were relatives, yet the disparity in their character was striking. While he felt disdain for their behavior, he found himself puzzled about the reward for completing his task. Last night, when he completed the task, the reward had come promptly, and he had followed the system's instructions to give the mink coat to Pang Guang. Why hadn't the system given him any notification? Surely it wouldn't have been embezzled, right? Was there something else at play here? Zhang Yu was perplexed, yet the arrogant attitude from across the way irked him. He remarked, I'm not certain whether the wealthy wear mink or not, but the poor certainly wouldn't splurge on buying one. If I look at the clothes you're carrying, they probably don't even add up to the cost of this mink coat. I don't care for such tacky things, Lu Wei shot back defiantly. Hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a flicker of realization. Women often speak in reverse. The more they disparage something, the more they might actually desire it. To confirm his suspicion, Zhang Yu directed his thoughts toward Lu Wei's heart. Using his mind-reading ability, are you thinking of buying a mink coat to save face? Yes, Lu Wei's voice echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. I knew it. Zhang Yu chuckled inwardly, coming up with a plan. When he purchased the mink earlier, he had noted that women were quite discerning, but if he could manage the business well, it might not be a bad idea. He stated earnestly, generally speaking, those who cannot afford something often say such things. Much like I would say I can't afford a Bentley. Who says I can't afford it? Lu Wei retorted loudly. Right, your boyfriend earns 50,000 a month. Why not have him buy you one? I wonder if he would be willing, Zhang Yu said, deliberately glancing at the young man beside Ma Dongmei. The young man's expression shifted instantly, as if filled with concern. Zhao Ming, buy me a mink coat, Lu Wei demanded boldly. Zhao Ming stammered. Oh, I just remembered. I have some work at the company. I need to head back quickly. He hastily moved in front of Lu Wei, offering her the bag he was holding. What do you mean by that? Lu Wei glared at him. There is an important meeting at the company at 2:30. Zhao Ming seemed hesitant to linger. And seeing Lu Wei not taking the bag, he simply placed it at her feet and quickly departed. It was evident that the young man had been intimidated and dared not stay any longer. Lu Wei, she called after him repeatedly, but he disappeared into the crowd without looking back. Pang Guang perked up, smirking. Wow. One mink coat scared him away. It seems this friendship can flip at any moment. Zhang Yu chuckled lightly. You can't put it that way. He truly had urgent matters to attend to. What as just a mink coat? Your aunt's family has plenty of money, so it's not a big deal to buy one. Let that young man make a show of himself. Originally priced at 30,000, it's down to 13,000 after the discount. For wealthy people, that's mere pocket change. Exactly. if I want to buy it. I will, Mom. Let's go buy a mink coat, Lu Wei exclaimed, grabbing the bag off the ground, her teeth clenched in determination. Wang Chang's expression changed slightly, but she quickly nodded, saying, since my daughter likes it, let us buy it. What's just a mink coat? It's nothing. I have several myself. With that, she turned and walked away. Lu Wei shot a fierce glance at Zhang Yu and the others before following her mother. Zhang Yu, however, would not allow them to leave so easily. The fur seller is just ahead. I'll take you there. The coat Pang Guang bought may be a bit pricey, but it is the best here. Over 10,000 for a mink coat is considered expensive. My mother's minks are all over 30,000. Lu Wei retorted irritably. Anyone can claim that. I could say my car is a Bentley. And you can afford a Bentley. If you can afford a Bentley, I'll marry you tomorrow. Huh. If I had a Bentley, I wouldn't marry you anyway, even if I didn't have a Bentley. I wouldn't want you. Zhang Yu quickly led them to the fur seller's stall. He pointed at the fur coats hanging there. Look, these minks are all several tens of thousands, even after discounts. There is still over 10,000. Not just anyone can afford them, only our Guang Good is generous enough to buy one for Wang Yin. When the alluring woman at the stall noticed Zhang Yu and the others approaching, she felt a bit perplexed, unsure of their intentions. Did they perhaps find the 4,000 yuan coat appealing and plan to make a bulk purchase? Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, she realized it was not the case. A seller always has the upper hand. If she could sell it for 4,000, she must be making a profit. Saying she wanted to attract repeat customers was merely a polite gesture. She never truly expected anyone to return for another purchase. Thus, she suspected Zhang Yu was simply trying to show off. She put on a smiling face, greeting them. Welcome back. Rest assured, the furs here are of the finest quality. At this price point, you won't find comparable quality elsewhere. Our boss is acquainted with major celebrities like Li Riba. They all purchase furs from us. Zhang Yu mused to himself. You really have some audacity. Lu Wei, on the other hand, boldly asked, which one is the most expensive here? The alluring woman slowly picked up a purple mink coat, stating, this purple mink is the most expensive we have. Originally priced at 100,000, it's down to 40,000 after all discounts. I'll take this one, Lu Wei declared, turning to Wang Chang beside her. Wang Chang frowned, glanced at Ma Dongmei, Wang Yin, and the others, and then said, all right, let us use the card. She retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to the alluring woman at the checkout. The enchanting woman appeared somewhat taken aback, yet maintained an air of composure as she effortlessly processed the payment. She then carefully wrapped the exquisite and expensive sable coat, taking a moment to explain the maintenance procedures for fur. Lu Wei, resembling a victorious rooster, disdainfully glanced at Wang Yin and remarked, did you see that? When I say buy, I buy, and it's merely a sable, nothing to fuss about in our household. Today, I've truly witnessed the affluent. Guang Gu, you still have a long way to go before reaching a monthly income of 50,000. Zhang Yu intentionally interjected. I know, Pang Guang nodded repeatedly, aware that he could never compete financially. Since Zhang Yu had graciously offered him an out, he decided against puffing himself up unnecessarily, especially considering he only had 3,000 yuan in his pocket, an amount far too meager to splurge. That's good to know, Lu Wei exclaimed, lifting the large shopping bag. Casting a haughty glance at Wang Yin and the others, Ma Dongmei remained silent, and Wang Yin lowered her head, seemingly too intimidated to meet Lu Wei's gaze. Observing their dejection, Wang Chang arrogantly declared, you think you can compare with me? You impoverished souls are utterly outclassed, purchasing a sable coat for over 10,000, and you think you're impressive? Now you've seen the truth. With a dismissive look at Ma Dongmei and Zhang Yu, she turned on her heel and departed. Lu Wei, brimming with pride, strutted away with her newly acquired sable coat alongside her mother, utterly exhilarated. Just as they approached the mall's exit, Wang Chang abruptly turned to her daughter and coldly stated, your allowance for the past 2 months is gone. What do you mean? Lu Wei protested. What do I mean? 40,000. Your father and I barely earn that much in a month. You just swiped a credit card. Don't you have to pay it back? We agreed that your new boyfriend would take us shopping. Yet he fled. What kind of character is that? I'm telling you, be cautious about your friendships. Avoid such stingy men, Wang Chang admonished. Zhao Ming, that bastard. I'll block him right away, Lu Wei fumed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Pang Guang remained at the first stall, with their backs to it. Unable to see Wang Chang and her daughter, he had allowed the enchanting woman to fleece the other party handsomely, yet the reward for his task had not yet arrived. Feeling disgruntled, Zhang Yu glanced at Pang Guang, preparing to leave. Just then, the alluring woman at the stall spoke softly, brother, you've come back so soon to help me with my business. Didn't I promise my sister? Zhang Yu replied, turning around with a smile. Are they with you? The captivating woman deliberately directed her gaze at Pang Guang and the others. Indeed, Zhang Yu nodded. The alluring woman beckoned Zhang Yu to come closer. Step inside. Confused, he complied. However, the enchanting woman merely flashed a coy smile and said, "Wait here for a moment." With that, she slipped behind a curtain into another room. After a couple of minutes, she emerged, holding a stylish leather jacket. Returning to Zhang Yu, she asked, "Do you like it? It looks quite nice, but I really have no money left." Zhang Yu replied candidly. "What money are we talking about?" The alluring woman said with a charming smile. "It's a gift for you. Try it on." She handed the jacket to Zhang Yu, who understood the implication. It was likely a reward for bringing her customers to her. Deciding not to be polite, he put it on. It fit perfectly, though he noticed the left chest pocket felt somewhat bulky. When he reached in, he discovered a stack of cash inside, easily identifiable by its thickness. Zhang Yu paused momentarily. And at that instant, the enchanting woman pressed her hand against his left chest and winked, whispering in a voice as soft as a whisper, "You're quite the rogue, aren't you? But I like that." At this moment, Zhang Yu comprehended that the pocket indeed contained money, deliberately placed there for him. The coat itself was merely a trivial gesture. The cash was the true reward. He recalled that the sable coat he had just bought had earned the woman 4,000 yuan, while the one Wang Chang had purchased had cost her a staggering 40,000. It was evident that the alluring woman had discerned his earlier taunt towards Wang Chang about her sable coat. And it was clear to anyone that she had swiped the card for the sake of her pride. "Thank you, beautiful sister," Zhang Yu said with a grin. The enchanting woman shot him a flirtatious glance, turned, and fetched a bag to pack the leather jacket for him. Everything was understood without the need for words. They exchanged a knowing nod, and Zhang Yu left with the bag in hand. Just a few steps away from the stall, a voice echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received the 5 blessings compass." A high-tech virtual panel appeared in his mind. 5 blessings compass. One of the feng shui compasses. The 5 blessings represent fortune, rank, longevity, happiness, and wealth. When the compass needle aligns with the corresponding markers, the direction indicated represents the position of the 5 blessings. Engaging in beneficial adjustments and layouts in this position can enhance one's fortune. Conversely, neglecting it can weaken or suppress the 5 blessings. The feng shui compass. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. As an interior designer, he understood the significance of feng shui in home design. However, few truly grasped its importance, while many were merely superficial. Now that he possessed the 5 blessings compass, he had stepped into the realm of feng shui. He could follow the compass's directions to create layouts, aspiring to become a high-end feng shui designer in no time. But where is the 5 blessings compass? Zhang Yu pondered. Almost immediately, he felt that the bag in his hand was noticeably heavier than before. Could it be inside? A thought struck him. Just as he was about to check, he noticed Pang Guang, Wang Yin, and Ma Dongmei nearby. If he were to pull out a compass from the bag out of the blue, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Though anxious, he decided to wait until he got home. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he walked ahead with Pang Guang, still puzzled as to why the system hadn't alerted him about completing the task earlier. What could this mean? Zhang Yu then considered the cash in the leather jacket. Judging by its thickness, it surely couldn't be just a few hundred yuan. It should amount to 3,000 or 4,000. Suddenly, clarity washed over him as he realized where the issue lay. The task required him to acquire a sable coat without borrowing or soliciting funds and to gift it to a friend. However, the cash in his pocket was all he had. After purchasing the sable coat, he would need to borrow money for rent and living expenses, which likely did not fulfill the task's requirements. Expecting Pang Guang to repay him would hardly qualify as a gift. Thus, the sable coat gifted to Pang Guang would only count as completed if it was entirely free. Luckily, the system's instructions hadn't been so explicit. Otherwise, Zhang Yu might have overthought the task and failed to stumble upon a solution. Is this what a 2-star task entails? If a 3-star or 4-star task is this convoluted, wouldn't it be a death sentence? Bro, does that beautiful owner have a crush on you? She just gifted you a leather jacket, Pang Guang remarked, filled with envy after they had distanced themselves from the first stall. Wang Yin, curious from earlier, chimed in. She just gave you a leather jacket out of the blue. She must have some feelings for you. I think she is quite pretty. You should have added her on WeChat when you had the chance. You could still do it now. Feelings. Zhang Yu internally mused. Whether she had feelings or not was unclear, but it was certain she had made a handsome profit. The incident regarding the 4,000 yuan sable coat was something he couldn't divulge, as the price could drastically affect someone's mindset. Plus, having claimed it was Pang Guang's purchase made it even more imperative not to expose the truth. Zhang Yu chuckled. Why would she take an interest in me? This leather jacket is merely a result of my association with Xiao. While waiting for her to package it, I offered to help promote her business, suggesting that if anyone wanted to buy, I would bring them in.it just happened to coincide with the customer. Upon hearing this, Pang Guang felt a twinge of apprehension. According to Zhang Yu's narrative, he was still considered the buyer of the sable coat. If he didn't expose the truth, it was likely that the sable coat would ultimately be gifted to Wang Yan. Accomplishing Wang Yan's desires was certainly a good thing, but was a 13,000 yuan garment not a bit excessive? Pang Guang resolved to take a step forward and see how things unfolded. If it proved unmanageable, he would simply repay Zhang Yu in installments. You clearly intended to provoke my aunt into purchasing a fur coat with her credit card, he remarked. I could see her face turn pale. She must be regretting it now. Wang Yan, not one to be fooled, also discerned Zhang Yu's intentions. What she was oblivious to was the depth of the deception. Had she known just how severely Wang Chang had been taken advantage of, she would likely feel even more vindicated. Pang Guang jested. This is what one calls reaping what one sows. Who told her to be so pretentious? Boasting that her daughter's boyfriend earns 50,000 a month, while simultaneously scaring him off with demands for a fur coat. The image of the young man fleeing brought a chuckle to his lips. Wang Yan appeared to recall that scene as well, unable to stifle her laughter. All right, enough laughter for now. Everyone is coming over for dinner today. I'll prepare a couple of my signature dishes, Ma Dongmei announced. Zhang Yu, anxious to return home and check the 5 blessings plate, felt it inappropriate to accompany Pang Guang on his first visit to Wang Yan's home. Thus, he made an excuse that he still had work to finish and needed to head back to catch up. Naturally, Ma Dongmei and Wang Yan insisted he stay, but under Zhang Yu's insistence, they could only concede to his departure, promising that he would come over for dinner another day after leaving the shopping mall. Zhang Yu took the subway back to his residence. His apartment, though merely 50 square meters, was laid out with 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The partitions between the 3 bedrooms were not made of brick walls but rather a single layer of wooden boards, meaning even the slightest noise could be heard clearly. The bedroom itself was small, containing only a single bed, a computer desk, and a simple wardrobe. Zhang Yu retrieved the 5 blessings plate from his bag and lay on the bed to examine it. The compass, made of rosewood, possessed an ancient charm, with a carved rune on its back. In the center of the front was a circular indentation housing a pointer, surprisingly without a glass cover. The wooden outer circle featured 5 brass buttons arranged according to the positions of a pentagram, each corresponding to the words fortune, prosperity, longevity, joy, and wealth. Within the inner circle of these 5 characters were 2 brass rings, inscribed with words. The inner ring indicated the strength of one's fortune, while the outer ring categorized the blessings of fortune. Prosperity, longevity, joy, and wealth.it appeared remarkably intuitive. As Zhang Yu pressed the brass button corresponding to fortune, the pointer, which had previously remained still, began to rotate, along with the 2 circular rings. However, the movement was slow, ultimately pointing towards the entrance yet failing to align with the character for fortune on the compass. According to the system's explanation, only when the pointer aligned with the character would it indicate the location of the fortune position. Curious to determine the location of the fortune in his dwellings, he got out of bed and exited the room. Once outside, the pointer began to rotate again, and Zhang Yu's body followed suit. After some effort, the pointer finally settled on the character for fortune. To his surprise, the fortune position was located at the intersection of the dining area and the bathroom. The 2 corresponding rings also came to a halt. The outer ring indicated a character for seduction, while the inner ring showed weak. So this is the fortune position, which evidently represents a rather weak form of seduction, Zhang Yu murmured, grasping the general idea, and began to search for other positions. The prosperity position was at the main door of the bathroom, indicating a weak form of martial prosperity. The longevity position faced Pang Guang's bedroom door, signifying a weak form of healthy longevity. The joy position was on the balcony, also serving as the small kitchen, denoting a moderate form of wedding joy. The wealth position remained elusive, despite Zhang Yu's extensive efforts, leading him to suspect that perhaps this apartment lacked a wealth position altogether, which would explain the financial difficulties faced by his friends. Through his research on the 5 blessings plate, Zhang Yu had gained a considerable understanding of its use.at. This moment, he felt an urge to put his newfound knowledge to the test, eagerly anticipating a project at work that would allow him to showcase his skills. However, as he thought of work, it dawned on him that his tenure at Xian's company might not last long. He wondered if he would receive a termination notice upon returning on Monday. Lost in thought, a knock echoed from the door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound did not seem to come from a hand, but rather a foot gently kicking the door. Who is it? Zhang Yu called out, "It's me." "Chao Gu, open the door," came the voice of a young man from outside. Zhang Yu recognized the voice of his other roommate, Wang Kainan, who was also a fellow university classmate. "You forgot your key?" Zhang Yu asked as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a hefty figure carrying several plastic bags filled with meat, vegetables, and a bit of seafood in his left hand, while a box of beer rested on his right shoulder. "Xiong, why are you back so early with so much stuff? Did you get paid today?" Zhang Yu inquired as he helped Wang Kainan with the bags. Walking towards the kitchen. "It's still early. It's only 7. By the way, if we don't get paid, we can't improve our meals. Tonight, we're having hot pot and some drinks," Wang Kainan replied boisterously. Zhang Yu suddenly realized the time. Lost in his research and with the longer summer evenings, he had failed to notice that it was already 7 o'clock. He placed the groceries on the dining table while Wang Kainan set the beer down beneath it. Soon noticing Zhang Yu still holding the compass, Wang Kainan, intrigued, asked, "Chao Gu, what are you holding? It looks like a compass. This is a feng shui compass. Aren't we in the home design business? We need to keep up with the times. We can't just focus on design, but also research feng shui to become high-end design talents," Zhang Yu explained, opting for a plausible excuse rather than revealing the system and the 5 blessings plate. "You thought of that. Working at a big company really makes a difference," Wang Kainan said, his face breaking into a grin. "Chao Gu, could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" Zhang Yu responded. "You know I'm at a small company, but we have a decent reputation. Recently, an old client referred a job to our boss, a 130 square meter house, and the owner plans to spend 400,000 on renovations, which is a big deal for us. However, we've submitted 6 design drafts, and the client remains unsatisfied, even willing to forfeit the 1,000 yuan deposit. Our boss managed to negotiate one last chance, allowing each of us 3 designers to submit another draft. If we secure the deal, there's an additional 2,000 yuan bonus. Since you work at a big company, you've surely seen a lot. Could you give me some advice?" Wang Kainan's face was filled with hope. His chubby demeanor oddly endearing. "Oh, that's why you're suddenly so generous. There's a purpose behind it. All right, show me your design drafts," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "Chao Gu, you're the most righteous," Wang Kainan exclaimed, quickly pulling out a USB drive filled with the design files. "Take a look. I'll go wash the vegetables. By the way, where's Xiong? Weren't you two supposed to go to the fashion exhibition together?" "I ran into his future mother-in-law at the exhibition and ended up having dinner with her," Zhang Yu replied, taking the USB drive and retreating to his room. He set the 5 blessings plate aside, booted up his computer, and plugged in the USB to review the design drafts. After examining them, Zhang Yu found them quite well executed, without any significant flaws. Since they were classmates, their skills were relatively comparable. It was merely Zhang Yu's good fortune that he had been accepted for an internship at a larger company. The difference in perspective was minimal, especially after just 2 months. It doesn't seem like there's much to improve. Zhang Yu called out, "Xiong, has the client seen your design?" "Yes." "What did they find unsatisfactory?" "They didn't specify, just said it felt awkward." "What kind of feedback is that?" Zhang Yu scoffed. "That's the thing. You wouldn't typically encounter such comments at a large company. But at our smaller firms, we get all sorts." "Chao Gu, how do you think I could improve this?" Wang Kainan asked, his expression earnest. "Well," Zhang Yu hesitated, "to be honest, it's hard to pinpoint any major issues. Perhaps only someone with expertise like Su Ying could provide substantial improvements. But asking Su Ying for help is a bit awkward for me." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yu proposed, "Could you take me to see the house?" "That shouldn't be a problem. Our boss can call the client. I'll ask him now," Wang Kainan replied, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. He promptly dialed the boss, without mentioning Zhang Yu's intention to visit, simply stating he wanted to take a closer look for quality assurance. In a matter of moments, Wang Kainan returned to Zhang Yu's room. "Our boss said he would contact the homeowner right away. This is a big deal. We should hear back soon." After waiting for 5 minutes, he received a call from his boss, arranging a meeting with the homeowner for 10 o'clock the following morning, and he reminded Wang Kainan not to be late. If possible, he should arrive early rather than late. That evening, Peng Guang had dinner plans, while Zhang Yu and Wang Kainan enjoyed hot pot and beer together. As time ticked away, by 9 o'clock, the sound of the door opening echoed, and Peng Guang walked in. "What the heck? Do you two have no conscience? You actually took the opportunity to sneak in and eat hot pot while I was away," Wang Kainan retorted. "You went to your mother-in-law's for a feast, and you don't allow us 2 single young men to improve our diet." Peng Guang, grinning, approached Zhang Yu from behind, resting his hands on Zhang Yu's shoulders and giving him a massage. Witnessing this gesture, Wang Kainan couldn't help but exclaim, with such flattery, "Are you up to something?" Chao Gu is undoubtedly my great benefactor. Today, to help me save face, you really outdid yourself. However, regarding that mink coat, I don't have that much money on hand. Can I pay you back slowly? Pang Guang expressed gratefully. What's the deal with the mink coat? Wang Canon inquired, curious. You don't know. While out shopping today, I unexpectedly ran into Wang Yin's aunt. That aunt is truly insufferable. Immediately, Pang Guang recounted the events that transpired at the clothing expo. No way. Wang Canon's expression turned exaggerated as he widened his eyes at Zhang Yu. Chao Gu, aren't you interning at Xian's place? How much do you earn in a month? Just casually buying a mink coat worth 13,000 without a second thought. Are you missing a pendant for your leg? Zhang Yu smiled faintly and replied. I just swiped my card. It's no big deal. Yi or Xiong. Don't feel pressured. Between brothers, such talk is unnecessary. Let's sit down and enjoy a drink together. Pang Guang didn't sit down immediately, but instead picked up a can of beer, stating, Chao Gu, I genuinely don't know how to thank you. In the future, if there is anything I can do for you, just say the word. Let me toast to you first. I'll drink. He downed a can of beer in one go and sat down, excitedly adding, I went to Wang Yin's house for dinner, and her mother told me that she doesn't oppose our relationship. If there are no issues on our side, the parents can meet to settle everything. As for the bride price, it doesn't matter. If we don't have a marriage house, we can just take a joint loan to buy one. Wang Yin and I have always thought this way. Two people taking a loan to buy a house and start a family. I must say, her mother is truly wonderful. Zhang Yu remarked, you're really throwing dog food around here unexpectedly. Wang Canon chimed in, who says otherwise? It's making it difficult for single dogs to enjoy life. He grabbed a beer can, and the three clinked their drinks together. That night, they consumed an entire case of beer. And with the joyous atmosphere, Pang Guang even went downstairs to fetch another case, continuing until they were thoroughly satisfied before retreating to their rooms for rest. The next morning at 8, Zhang Yu and Pang Guang were roused by Wang Canon for breakfast. It must be said, Wang Canon was quite enthusiastic, having risen early to buy tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and chive boxes. During breakfast, Pang Guang said, Chao Gu, today I've arranged to go to Camel Mountain with Wang Yin. You should come along. Zhang Yu replied. You two are going up the mountain, and I'm supposed to be the third wheel. Pang Guang responded, ISNT at the same when Xiong went to view houses. It's nothing serious, just a stroll. Who knows, you might have a romantic encounter. Zhang Yu retorted, romantic encounter? My foot. I see you're just looking for someone to take pictures for you. You'll find out soon enough. Pang Guang replied with a mysterious smile. After breakfast, Zhang Yu went to his room to pack the wufu pan and also took the binoculars along. Leaving their residence with Wang Canon, the two took the subway to Yonghua community. Yonghua is a relatively upscale community in Wunan, with pleasing landscaping. They arrived before 10 o'clock, and Wang Canon rang the doorbell, only to find that the homeowner had already arrived. The apartment was on the 7th floor, with a 1-unit per lift design, and upon taking the elevator up, they could see the door ajar. The homeowner was a gentleman in his 50s, appearing quite amiable, and Wang Canon addressed him as Uncle Zhao. The apartment featured a layout of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, precisely matching the design blueprint Wang Canon had drawn. After surveying the place, Zhang Yu concluded that Wang Canon's design was flawless, with nothing requiring modification. De Xiang mentioned that Uncle Zhao hadn't pointed out any issues, merely stating that something felt off. Zhang Yu pondered this and slowly returned to Uncle Zhao's side. Stealing a glance at Uncle Zhao's heart, he employed his questioning technique. Are you merely trying to extract the design blueprint? No. Uncle Zhao's voice resonated in Zhang Yu's mind. Not so. Zhang Yu was taken aback, initially believing that Uncle Zhao's discomfort might not stem from the design, but rather from the lack of intention to hire a renovation company, merely seeking to exploit the design plans. Upon receiving the answer, Zhang Yu realized his assumption might have been incorrect. To further confirm, he utilized his questioning technique again. Are you certain that it's just an uneasy feeling, and that you can't pinpoint any particular issue? Yes. This left Zhang Yu in a bit of a quandary, for such a situation was indeed unusual. How about trying the wufu pan? Upon recalling the wufu pan, Zhang Yu decided to employ his questioning technique for the 3rd time. Do you believe in feng shui? Yes. With the answer in hand, Zhang Yu took off his backpack and retrieved the wufu pan. Wang Canon, being Zhang Yu's classmate, was naturally aware of Zhang Yu's background. He presumed Zhang Yu's notion of feng shui was probably trivial. Yet when Zhang Yu presented the compass, he felt compelled to speak highly of it. Uncle Zhao, this is a feng shui compass, an heirloom from my senior brother's family. It combines feng shui with renovation, guaranteed to enhance your fortune, and I assure you, the design will certainly meet your satisfaction. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Uncle Zhao hadn't inquired much, thinking he was merely a colleague of Wang Kainan. Now, hearing Wang Kainan say this, Uncle Zhao couldn't help but frown, not believing that such a young person could possess knowledge of feng shui, suspecting it was merely a ruse. Let us take a look then. Uncle Zhao said blandly. Zhang Yu disregarded their remarks and began his work. He sequentially pressed the bronze button for the character fu, searching for the location of fortune. Soon, Zhang Yu located the fortune position in the master bedroom. However, the fortune here was related to food, indicating a strong fortune. While food fortune is indeed a type of blessing, the issue was that this was not a restaurant. It was likely that once settled in, Uncle Zhao would frequently indulge in culinary delights. The position for prosperity was at the entrance, representing a weak form of prosperity, seemingly incongruent with the homeowner. Zhang Yu then pressed the button for longevity, which was conveniently located on the wall of the living room, representing a moderate form of longevity. The position for joy was in the small room adjacent to the master bedroom, indicating a moderate form of the joy of offspring. The wealth position was in the kitchen, representing a weak form of legitimate wealth. Having determined the positions of the 5 blessings, Zhang Yu contemplated how to design the space to enhance the apartment as fortune. Instinctively, he recalled Wang Kainan's design while scanning the area. Zhang Yu noticed something amiss. He was currently standing opposite the wealth position in the kitchen. According to the design, the stove hood and range hood were also opposite, directly overlapping with the wealth position. With the range hood in place, wouldn't it siphon away the wealth from that position, thus negatively impacting the fortune? He decided to rearrange things, switch the cupboard to the wealth position, and move the range hood to the other side. Though he wasn't sure if it would be effective, from a design perspective, it seemed reasonable. With this idea in mind, Zhang Yu proceeded to the grand living room, examining the location of longevity. In the design blueprint, a vase was to be placed here. Not good. Zhang Yu immediately dismissed this notion in his mind. Vases are fragile items, and placing one at the longevity position would suggest fragility in life. Let us replace it with something sturdier. Zhang Yu had a plan and turned to Uncle Zhao and Wang Kainan nearby. Uncle Zhao, what are your thoughts on keeping green plants at home? I quite like them, but I don't have much time to care for them. How about something easy to maintain, like a conifer? Zhang Yu inquired. That would be fine, Uncle Zhao nodded. Since that was settled, Zhang Yu had no objections. Replacing the vase with a conifer would surely be more auspicious. The fortune position seemed unalterable, and the prosperity position appeared satisfactory as well. Zhang Yu's thoughts then turned to the joy position. Uncle Zhao, have you welcomed any grandchildren yet? Zhang Yu asked cheerfully. Not yet. This young man of mine has been married for 2 years now, yet the couple remains unperturbed, leaving me in a state of great anxiety. Truly, it is said that when the emperor is not anxious, the eunuchs perish. Whenever the topic of grandchildren arises, Uncle Zhao exhibits a hint of displeasure and begins to grumble. Do not fret. The joy of adding to the family often occurs at the right time and place, requiring a touch of fortune as well, Zhang Yu remarked, gesturing towards the room adjacent to the master bedroom. Are you planning to turn this room into a study? Indeed. Uncle Zhao nodded. I believe it would be prudent to convert this room into a guest bedroom. When your son and daughter-in-law visit, they could rest here. The originally designated guest room can then be transformed into a study, Zhang Yu proposed. Uncle Zhao paused momentarily, responding, these 2 rooms are rather close together. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to use one as a guest bedroom? Any noise would be easily heard. While it is indeed not ideal for normal circumstances, this room embodies the essence of joy associated with welcoming a new child. Should it solely serve as a study, it might inadvertently affect the auspicious energy of this joyous space. If it were designated as a guest room, your son and daughter-in-law could frequently visit and stay for a few nights. I assure you, Uncle Zhao, you would soon become a grandfather, Zhang Yu explained with a smile. Upon hearing that he would soon be a grandfather, Uncle Zhao visibly brightened and nodded, saying, in that case, please redesign it for me. I would like to see how it turns out. No problem, Zhang Yu replied. As a designer, such adjustments are quite trivial. After exchanging a few more polite remarks with Uncle Zhao, Zhang Yu bid farewell to Wang Kainan and departed. Downstairs, the curious Wang Kainan could not help but inquire, Brother Chao, do you really think that if Uncle Zhao turns the study into a guest bedroom, he'll become a grandfather soon? Zhang Yu merely smiled faintly, replying, just follow my instructions. Slightly modify the original blueprints. The living room doesn't need to change. Just replace the vase there with a potted evergreen. Move the cupboard and range hood in the kitchen. And that's all. Go back to the office, make the adjustments, and send me a copy. Once I review it and find no issues, you can submit it. That simple. Wang Kainan was left speechless. How difficult could it be? All right, hurry back to the office. I'll meet with their Xiong and Wang Yin. The two parted ways, with Wang Canon heading to the office. The company he worked for was merely a small shop. A far cry from the grandeur of Xian's establishment. Zhang Yu enjoyed weekends off, while Wang Canon adhered to a typical 9-to-6 work schedule. Upon arriving at the office, he found most of his colleagues present. The team was small. The front desk was manned by the young woman Su Lulu, while the foreman Xiao Feng was chatting with salesman Tian Wei. Two designers, Gong Na and Wu Nan Nan, were busy sketching. The boss, Feng Gang, was likely in the manager's office. After greeting everyone, Wang Canon took his seat and began modifying the design according to Zhang Yu's suggestions. Such a simple rearrangement could be completed in half an hour. After sending the revised blueprints to Zhang Yu, he received a reassuring okay in return. However, as he gazed upon the finalized designs, uncertainty crept in. Would this truly satisfy the client, with nothing else to occupy him? He glanced at Gong Na, who was diligently reworking a newly modified design, essentially discarding her previous work. Observing her innovative ideas, Wang Canon felt a pang of embarrassment regarding his own work. Suddenly, the manager's office door swung open with a creak, and Feng Gang emerged. Conversation ceased immediately. Gong Na and Wu Nan continued their tasks, while Wang Canon instinctively turned to look. Their eyes met, and Feng Gang approached him, asking, "Have you visited the property?" "I have," Wang Canon replied. Feng Gang stood behind him, inquiring, "What is your plan for the design? It shouldn't take too long. I've scheduled to review the plans with the homeowner at 4 this afternoon." "I've already made the changes," Wang Canon said. "So soon?" Feng Gang seemed surprised. "Let me see." Wang Canon promptly displayed the revised designs, presenting each page in turn. Once he finished, Feng Gang appeared puzzled, saying, "Is that it? You were joking, right? How does this differ from your last design? You merely swapped the study and guest room, changed the positions of the range hood and cupboard, and replaced the vase with an evergreen. Is this what you meant by striving for excellence?" Feng Gang's tone was less than pleased. Wang Canon felt a bit awkward, thinking to himself that it should meet Uncle Zhao's requirements. "You." Feng Gang could not help but point a finger at Wang Canon's head, adding, "You've completed the revisions. Is there nothing else to do?" It seems there is nothing pressing at the moment," Wang Canon replied, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. "Well, then, perfect timing. You, Xiao Feng, and Tian Wei go distribute flyers at Fenghua Yiping community," Feng Gang said, suppressing his frustration. Typically, designers do not distribute flyers. That task is usually assigned to Xiao Feng, Tian Wei, and Su Lulu. Feng Gang's decision to send Wang Canon indicated just how exasperated he was. Feng Gang then left the office, and as soon as he did, the atmosphere lightened. Gong Na looked at Wang Canon with sympathy. "You really took advantage of the boss's patience. He has been stressed about this project, and you just looked around the house, then turned everything upside down." Winan and added, "Exactly, you've always been quite serious. Why are you openly slacking off this time?" The two girls were understanding, but Xiao Feng, who had previously been chatting on the sofa, now stood up, his expression displeased. "Can't you find something to keep yourself busy? Look at how idle you are. Come on, let us go distribute flyers." Wang Canon felt wronged. "Brother Chao, I've followed your lead. If Uncle Zhao doesn't approve of my design this afternoon, I'll be in trouble. If Uncle Zhao doesn't like it, the business will suffer, and I'm sure the boss will unleash his frustration on me." The Longji Ramen near the subway entrance on 8th Avenue. Zhang Yu, Peng Guang, and Wang Yin sat near the entrance, each with a bottle of soda in front of them, yet they hadn't ordered any noodles. Wang Yin kept her gaze fixed on the entrance. As she had mentioned earlier that a female friend would join them for their trip to Camel Mountain, the girl had indeed thought it through. She didn't want Zhang Yu to feel like a third wheel. Zhang Yu soon realized that Peng Guang's morning remarks about a romantic encounter referred to this situation, which explained his earlier lewd smile. At that moment, a young woman of similar age entered. She appeared to be around 25, donned in a red short-sleeved dress, black tights, and red high heels. Her auburn hair cascaded over her shoulders, her lips painted a striking red, and she carried a small red bag adorned with the letters GG. "Hong Hong, you're here? Come and sit." Wang Yin greeted her upon spotting the girl. The woman swayed her hips as she approached Wang Yin and sat beside her, directly across from Zhang Yu. Wang Yin proceeded with the introductions. The woman's name was Jiang Hong, Wang Yin's longtime neighbor and middle school classmate. Wang Yin then suggested they all order a bowl of ramen. However, Zhang Yu felt perplexed. Weren't they supposed to go hiking today? Jiang Hong's attire seemed ill-suited for such an outing. Sure enough, after only a couple of bites of ramen, Jiang Hong turned her attention to Zhang Yu, stating, "I heard from Wang Yin that you two have a good relationship. May I ask which community you reside in?" I share an apartment with Peng Guang and another classmate. My home isn't in this area. Zhang Yu replied honestly. Where is your home? Jianghong pressed on. In Dongyangzi town, Gulu County, Songchun City. What car do you drive? Jianghong asked again. I usually take the subway. Jianghong turned to Wang Yan. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I want to be able to join you to Camel Mountain. Let us plan to hang out together another time, without waiting for Wang Yan to respond. She stood up and left. Hong Hong, wait, Wang Yan called out as she watched Jiang Hong depart, visibly bewildered. After Jiang Hong exited the ramen shop, Peng Guang remarked, just let it go. She probably never intended to go hiking and just wanted to assess what kind of person you were introducing. But her outfit doesn't align with Brother Chao's taste at all. Doesn't he prefer someone more fashionable and less down-to-earth? I see her social media. She seems quite stylish, Wang Yan pouted. Casting an apologetic glance at Zhang Yu. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Perhaps she truly has something to attend to. It's fine. There is no need to apologize. Just the three of us going to the mountain is perfectly fine, Zhang Yu quickly reassured. Internally, he mused. When did I ever say I liked fashionable people? It seemed that careless remarks had led to misunderstandings, likely stemming from some boastful chatter in the dorm that had reached Wang Yan's ears. Nonetheless, returning to the matter at hand, she looks down upon me, and I, in turn, hold her in little regard as well. After finishing our meal, the trio boarded an inner-city bus bound for Camel Mountain. This renowned attraction, situated on the outskirts of Wunan, is aptly named, as it boasts two prominent peaks, one to the south and the other to the north. Resembling the humps of a camel, the three of them captured photographs as they ascended the mountain, yet upon reaching the northern peak, the unfit Peng Guang could go no further and insisted vehemently on taking a rest. He settled down with Wang Yan in a pavilion, leaving Zhang Yu feeling somewhat superfluous, especially as they noticed the lack of other visitors nearby. Zhang Yu felt quite awkward and suggested, you two rest here while I take a look around. Feel free to contact me if anything arises. All right, you do your exploring, and we shall reconvene at the foot of the mountain. Peng Guang revealed his true nature of prioritizing romance over friendship. As Zhang Yu descended, he donned his binoculars to admire the scenery of the opposite southern peak, searching for wild beauty. When he glanced at a diagonal angle, he clearly spotted, through the lenses, several tombstones scattered across a remote hillside at the northeastern corner of the scenic area, indicating it was a burial site. Zhang Yu held no interest in such sites and was about to lower the binoculars when, in the periphery of his vision, he caught sight of something resting atop one of the graves. Raising the binoculars once more for a closer examination, he was astonished to find a large black travel bag. What fool brings a shoulder bag to a scenic spot? He muttered, incredulous at its apparent weight. With a dismissive remark, Zhang Yu continued his descent. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, upon reaching a new vantage point, he was greeted not by the scenic beauty he anticipated, but rather by an unusual sight. A woman clad in a white t-shirt and ultra-short, alluring athletic shorts, adorned with a sun hat, stood beneath a tree. The woman possessed an impressive stature, appearing nearly 1.7 meters tall despite her choice of athletic footwear. Her long, fair legs were straight and undeniably enticing, rivaling even Suing's, epitomizing the allure of long legs. Although Zhang Yu could not see her face, he felt certain that she was a beauty. Even if her features were less striking, her legs and figure would certainly be captivating. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be quite young. With no one else around, it seemed she might be alone. Could this indeed be a serendipitous encounter? Should he approach her, or would that appear too forward? As a typical man, it was only natural for Zhang Yu to entertain such thoughts upon encountering a stunning woman. His steps were honest as he gradually approached, his gaze unconsciously fixated on her long legs. When he was merely 4 or 5 meters away, the woman suddenly turned her head and met his gaze. In that moment, he beheld her features. She appeared to be in her early 20s. With an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and enchanting eyes that sparkled, her natural beauty evident without any makeup. She appraised him briefly before turning back to admire the scenery. Zhang Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed further. Yet, he reasoned, he was merely here to enjoy the view. This was a public space, not her private domain. He strode forward, though he intentionally maintained a distance of 3 or 4 meters from where the woman stood. Even from this vantage, he could glimpse her appearance, and compared to her perfect long legs, her bosom was akin to that of a dumpling, a far cry from Suing's 34D. Much like Zhang Yu. The woman had a pair of binoculars hanging around her neck. Feeling somewhat bashful about staring, Zhang Yu picked up his binoculars to survey the area ahead. As his gaze shifted, he once again spotted the previously noted burial site. And to his dismay, the black travel bag remained in situ. Why is it still there? Surely the owner isn't just squatting there for so long. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. It had taken him a quarter of an hour to arrive. Yet there was no sign of movement from that direction. What could this mean? Suddenly, various scenarios flooded his mind. Scene 1. The black bag contained the severed head of a pale corpse, the deceased having been wronged. And the son, after avenging his father, delivered the head as an offering. Scene 2. The bag was filled with paper money and ghostly offerings, much like a scene from a film, where a hitman assures his accomplice, "Money is no object. I will burn it for you." Scene 3. Perhaps the bag contained dismembered remains after a crime of passion, carelessly discarded, just as he was lost in these dark musings. A familiar mechanical voice chimed in. Ding. Task item identified. Black travel bag, containing 2 million in gold yuan. 15 tactical officers are lying in wait around the area, prepared to ensnare the kidnappers. A high-tech virtual panel materialized in Zhang Yu's mind. Task name, seizing from the tiger's mouth. Task description, please retrieve the black travel bag before the police and kidnappers arrive. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, basic Eye of Heaven technique. What in the world? After reading the panel, Zhang Yu nearly spat blood in disbelief. He had been waiting for the system to issue a task, but he never expected it to escalate to this level. Kidnappers and tactical officers. Zhang Yu quickly organized his thoughts. The black bag he had seen was likely the ransom demanded by the kidnappers. Having alerted the police, they orchestrated this transaction scene, waiting for the kidnappers to take the bait. If he were to approach the bag, would he be mistaken for a kidnapper and apprehended? If he were arrested for simply picking up the bag, would that count as completing the task? Well, being arrested isn't the end of the world, is it? After all, I'm not a kidnapper. I could simply explain that I found an unclaimed bag and was tempted to pick it up. An even safer excuse might be that I intended to hand it over to the park management. Although this could lead to complications and the risk of being threatened or harmed by the kidnappers. The presence of tactical officers nearby should ensure his safety, right? Most importantly, he needed to act swiftly, retrieving the task item before the kidnappers made their move or the officers decided to call off the sting operation. He resolved to attempt the task first and then assess the situation for his next steps. With his mind made up, Zhang Yu did not descend immediately but continued to observe with his binoculars, seeking out the whereabouts of the 15 tactical officers. He hoped to avoid being intercepted before reaching the bag, which would lead to mission failure. However, after searching for quite some time, he could not discern any signs of hidden personnel. They were exceptionally well concealed. Never mind. Zhang Yu muttered to himself, abandoning his reconnaissance and turning to head down the mountain. While Zhang Yu was preoccupied with his thoughts and observations, the young woman beneath the tree had been discreetly watching him all along. So lost in his own musings was he that he remained entirely oblivious to her gaze. After he had walked a distance of over 20 meters, the young woman turned, scanning her surroundings before slowly raising her wrist to press a button on her watch. Murmuring, "Boss, I just spotted a suspicious individual using binoculars to survey the burial site. I'm not sure if he is the target. He has already descended the mountain. Please advise." A small earpiece nestled in her ear, concealed by her sun hat, rendered it invisible. Soon, a middle-aged man's voice emanated from the earpiece. "Keep eyes on him." "Understood," the young woman replied, pressing the button on her watch before swiftly pursuing the direction Zhang Yu had taken. Burial site. Approximately 70 meters from the grave where the black travel bag lay, concealed within the dense foliage of a large tree, a man in his 30s remained perfectly still, nearly undetectable. Chao Dahua, the captain of the tactical police unit in Wunan City, was known as the Ace Tiger. The kidnappers appeared unusually cautious, having changed the ransom drop-off location at the last minute, preventing them from setting up a more comprehensive operation. However, was this truly the site for the ransom exchange? Although it was a secluded burial site with complex surrounding terrain, if the kidnappers dared to retrieve the ransom, they would have nowhere to escape. Moreover, the suspicious individual mentioned by NINI, could he genuinely be one of the kidnappers? Chao Dahua fixated on a flip-style periscope affixed to a tree trunk, watching the tranquil scene surrounding the black travel bag on a small screen beneath the lens. Even though the kidnappers were pressed for time, the tactical police had arrived in haste. Yet he remained confident that as long as the kidnappers dared to approach the grave to retrieve the bag, they would not escape his grasp. "Boss, the suspicious individual has ascended the mountain. It seems his trajectory aligns with the ransom drop-off location." Suddenly, the young woman's voice crackled through Chao Dahua's earpiece. He was jolted into alertness. "He truly dares to come. Everyone, Remain vigilant and concealed in I. Immediately report the characteristics of the target individual. The target stands at approximately 1 m, clad in a blue checkered casual shirt, exuding an appearance reminiscent of a student, seemingly not exceeding the age of 25, that a military binocular dangles from his chest, and he carries an ultra-slim sports backpack. Damn, have kidnappers begun to masquerade as students? After voicing his frustration, Chao Dahua promptly whispered instructions. Attention all units, a suspicious individual has been spotted. Do not alert the target. Teams 1 and 2, monitor the suspect. Teams 3 and 4, continue surveillance of the surroundings. Everyone, follow my orders. Before long, the figure of the suspicious target appeared on the small screen of the observation mirror. Chao Dahua pressed his eyes closer to the lens and beheld a rather unremarkable young man, exuding an air of studiousness, hastily making his way towards the ransom. Though he appeared youthful, it was shocking that someone so young had resorted to kidnapping. The state of society had indeed deteriorated. Fortunately, the youth's impatience betrayed him, believing that no one was lying in wait, merely because he was observing through binoculars, was rather naive. Soon, the young man reached the grave, and without scanning his surroundings, simply grabbed the travel bag and turned to leave. What the hell? It was that simple. Hidden in the shadows, Chao Dahua was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging out upon witnessing the young man seize the bag. After meticulously planning numerous contingencies, he had never anticipated that the process of collecting the ransom would be so brazenly straightforward. Had the kidnappers underestimated the complexity of the abduction? Yet, this might be advantageous. The less sophisticated the kidnapping tactics, the greater the likelihood of the victim's survival. Chao Dahua shook off his astonishment, ready to assign the next course of action when suddenly, his brow furrowed. He observed through the viewing mirror that the suspect, after barely moving 5 meters away with the travel bag, came to a halt, placed it back down, and turned to leave. What sort of maneuver is this? Had the kidnapper discovered our presence? Or was he attempting some new trick? Boss, the kidnapper has called Sister Chang. A man's voice crackled through Chao Dahua's earpiece. He quickly lowered his voice and inquired. What did he say? The kidnapper altered the ransom drop-off location, instructing Sister Chang to bring the money to the Inghan platform, situated in the upper right of the graveyard, within 20 minutes. Damn it. I knew this wouldn't be the final meeting place. Yet, sending someone ahead is just a trivial matter. Chao Dahua gazed at the departing young man, feeling somewhat perplexed, but decisively commanded, all units, maintain concealment and proceed to ambush near the Inghan platform. Sister Ching, hurry up with the money. Nini, continue to follow that young man and monitor his every move. Nini, a senior officer of the SWAT team, possessed long, alluring legs. Upon joining the force, she was seen merely as a pretty face, or rather, a flower of the police. However, after 3 years and over 20 solved cases, she had earned the respect befitting her rank. No longer was she underestimated by her peers. Earlier, Nini had been observing from the opposite hillside, tracking the suspicious young man with remarkable stealth, rendering her undetectable. Every action he took unfolded beneath her vigilant gaze. Now, with the situation rapidly changing, she felt a wave of confusion. Understood. Nini responded affirmatively through her wristwatch, then stealthily followed the young man. Initially, he had moved with urgency, as if he were in a hurry, but now he ambled leisurely, almost as if he were merely enjoying a stroll. What sights could one possibly admire in a graveyard? Raising further suspicion, the young man in question was none other than Zhang Yu. Earlier, he had rushed to complete his task, heedless of caution, and had directly approached the travel bag, grabbing it without a glance inside. He turned to make his escape. This moment, his heart raced, anxious that the SWAT team might emerge unexpectedly and apprehend him. After taking just a few steps, Zhang Yu's mind suddenly echoed with an electronic voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and obtained the basic Heavenly Eye technique. Basic Heavenly Eye technique. Summon an invisible eye visible only to the host, providing a bird's eye view of the Earth. The range, duration, and visual magnification increase with the host's mental strength. Currently, the maximum altitude of the host's eye is 50 meters, with a maximum viewing range of 5 kilometers and a maximum visual magnification of 5 times. Zhang Yu had not anticipated that this 2-star task would be significantly easier than the previous days. Fortunately, he did not let the exhilaration of completion cloud his judgment. He was aware that the bag he held contained ransom money, and that over 10 SWAT officers lay in wait nearby. Since the task had been accomplished, there was no need to carry the bag away. He quickly turned around, returned to the grave, and placed the bag back down. Seeing that the SWAT officers did not emerge, Zhang Yu exhaled a tentative sigh of relief. However, he believed he could not descend immediately, as that would raise suspicion. He couldn't possibly explain that his sole purpose was merely to retrieve a bag. He then proceeded to walk toward the upper right, initially moving quickly, but soon realized that if he was to appear as if he were enjoying the scenery, he ought to maintain the facade. Unfortunately, there was little of interest to behold, coupled with a burgeoning curiosity about the newfound ability, which led him to explore further. Following the system's instructions, he looked upward, witnessing a ripple of air currents materializing above his head, within which a golden eye emerged. Its shape and characteristics resembled that of an eagle's eye, albeit larger. In his mind's eye, a vivid image unfolded, an expanse of trees and graves, now viewed from a greater distance and with exquisite clarity. This sensation felt akin to using binoculars, yet at a higher angle, as though he were gazing down from several meters above. He adjusted the height and angle, and as the golden eye peered down from its maximum height of 50 meters, Zhang Yu experienced a thrilling sense of omniscience, able to discern even the minutest details behind the trees. Holy moly, how astonishing! Could this truly be the legendary goddess perspective? As he walked, he adjusted various angles and heights, growing familiar with this extraordinary enhancement. After a while, he suddenly noticed a figure appearing within the view of his celestial eye. The figure seemed cautious, consistently opting to move alongside the trees, maintaining a low profile. Upon recognizing the individual, Zhang Yu froze. Was this the tall, stunning woman he had encountered earlier on the opposite hillside? What was she doing here? It appeared she was tailing him, to his left and right. About 30 meters away, he spotted other figures hidden among the graves and trees, moving stealthily, with a practiced precision that suggested they were well-versed in the art of concealment. Without his goddess perspective, he would never have detected their presence. Kidnappers, SWAT officers, surely, they couldn't be kidnappers with such a sizable number. These had to be members of the SWAT team. The realization of their identity doused Zhang Yu's previous excitement, and his heart began to race once more. What should I do? I can't run. That would only imply guilt. If I were caught, would they believe my claims? God help me, let the kidnappers take the bait, and may the SWAT team apprehend them, rescuing the hostage and proving my innocence. Ding! Just as he was lost in anxious thoughts, an electronic voice resounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. Task name: rescue the hostage. Task description: the host must rescue the hostage within 12 hours. Task difficulty: 2 stars. Task reward: Chi gathering pill formula. Damn it. I knew this would not be simple. But what in the world does it mean to trigger an active task? How does one rescue a hostage? The bag. The bag. Zhang Yu's reflexes kicked in as he swiftly recalled the pivotal clue. Adjusting his celestial perspective to focus on the grave where he had placed the bag was nowhere to be seen, but he spotted a middle-aged woman hastily approaching, carrying that familiar black travel bag. She didn't seem like a kidnapper. Could she be a family member of the hostage? This suggested an unexpected turn of events. He needed to investigate further. Gradually, Zhang Yu observed that the middle-aged woman appeared to be making her way toward him. Struggling under the weight of the heavy travel bag, she moved with determination, her pace decidedly brisk. With just a hint, it becomes evident that she is undoubtedly a devoted mother. The distance between the two individuals shrinks, as Zhang Yu discerns the woman's presence merely a few meters behind him through the sound of her heavy footsteps and labored breathing. From his vantage point, Zhang Yu seems to possess an omniscient perspective. Observing the middle-aged woman as she intends to circumvent him from his left side, he deliberately turns his body, adopting a posture of gazing into the distance, causing the woman's travel bag to collide with his thigh. Oh! The weary woman, fatigued from her journey, stumbles at the mere contact, her bag slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. I'm sorry, ma'am. Are you all right? Nothing much, the woman gasps, bending down to retrieve her bag. Zhang Yu, swift to act, lifts the bag for her, exclaiming, Auntie, this bag is quite heavy. It looks vaguely familiar, as if I've seen it before at a grave. Oh, it belongs to you. Where are you headed? Allow me to assist you. The middle-aged woman is momentarily taken aback, clearly unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice of Chao Dahua emanates from her earphones, instructing her to proceed to Yinghun Terrace. I must go to Yinghun Terrace, she quickly replies. Not far ahead looms a small hill, modest in height, perhaps equivalent to the stature of a dozen individuals. At its base stands an archway inscribed with the words Yinghun Terrace. Beyond the archway lies an ascending staircase. Zhang Yu, with one hand grasping the bag and the other supporting the middle-aged woman, ascends while adjusting his perspective to gaze ahead towards the hilltop. The Yinghun Terrace is not particularly expansive. It is enclosed by railings, with a towering monument positioned centrally, devoid of any other features in terms of human presence. There is not a soul in sight. There is no one here, he remarks, perplexed, yet he continues to assist the woman upwards. Upon reaching the Yinghun Terrace, Zhang Yu places the bag on the ground. Auntie, we've arrived. Why are you carrying such a heavy bag here? Nothing, just waiting for someone, the middle-aged woman stutters. Then you wait for your companion. I've traveled a long way and could use a rest, Zhang Yu states as he strides towards the monument, simultaneously producing his phone to take a selfie. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the middle-aged woman's phone vibrates in her pocket. She hastily retrieves it to answer. Hello, I've arrived. Take your time counting. I'll be there shortly. With that, she seems to be invigorated, clutching her travel bag and hastening towards the railing ahead. Observing this scene, Zhang Yu pretends to photograph the monument while subtly shifting his gaze to observe the landscape beyond the railing. The middle-aged woman reaches the railing swiftly, glancing down before exclaiming, I'm here. Where is my daughter? After a brief hesitation, she cries out in desperation, I'm throwing it. Without a moment's thought, she raises the black travel bag and hurls it over the precipice. From Zhang Yu's elevated perspective, the scene below becomes crystal clear. At the base of the hill rests a red motorcycle, with a black travel bag secured to its rear. Beside the motorcycle stands a figure clad in a black t-shirt and wearing a helmet. As the bag hits the ground, the figure swiftly retrieves it, but instead of fleeing on the motorcycle, he darts towards a nearby pit, tossing the bag inside before covering it with a piece of turf. Deftly tidying up the area, such meticulousness is a feat only observable from Zhang Yu's vantage point. The middle-aged woman, at the railing, can only see the motorcycle speeding away with her black travel bag in tow. The call has already ended, and witnessing the ransom being taken, the middle-aged woman suddenly exclaims, the motorcycle! The kidnapper has escaped on a motorcycle. In an instant, her body seems to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground as she murmurs, the money has been taken. They should release Ning Ning, right? Andy. Hearing her fall, Zhang Yu rushes to her side. The kidnapper has already vanished into the nearby woods, with Zhang Yu's omniscient perspective hovering above him. Unable to pursue. At this juncture, tracking the kidnapper is evidently impossible. Zhang Yu adjusts his perspective to observe the police's actions. He had previously noted that a tall woman had stealthily followed them, now concealed behind a large tree near the Yinghun Terrace. However, it appears she is not taking any immediate action. Not far from the Yinghun Terrace, 3 individuals are crouched among the bushes, Chao Dahua, accompanied by a man and a woman. Before them lies an advanced piece of equipment, and each wears an earpiece. Chao Dahua remains remarkably composed, instructing, the kidnapper is at the base of the mountain. Teams 3 and 4, mobilize immediately. Execute Plan C. Though he did not follow the middle-aged woman, he had already equipped her phone with a listening device, ensuring he could monitor her whereabouts. He then turns to the male officer beside him, saying, Yang Zi, have we locked onto the call source? We can only confirm it is near the scenic area. Of course it's near the scenic area. It's vast. Chao Dahua responds with irritation. Xiaoxia, where is the tracker located? The tracker has no signal. The female officer Wang Xiaoxia replies, frowning. Chao Dahua, having prepared meticulously for such a kidnapping case, is unperturbed by the ransom being taken, as he had already concealed a tracking device within the bag to pinpoint its exact location. What? No signal? How could there be no signal? He exclaims, flabbergasted. Wang Xiaoxia responds, I'm not sure. Perhaps the kidnapper has deployed a jamming device. Darn it, today's kidnappers are becoming increasingly cunning. Chao Dahua bellows into the walkie-talkie. Teams 3 and 4, cancel Plan C. Descend immediately to apprehend the suspect. Notify the vehicle stationed near the scenic area to mobilize at once, targeting a motorcycle carrying a black travel bag. Finally, he inquires, Nini, what is the status on your end? The target is still at Yinghun Terrace. Chao Dahua replies, I'll inform Sister Ching not to engage too much with that individual. They should descend promptly. Be prepared to apprehend them directly at the base of the Yinghun Terrace. Understood, Chief. At Yinghun Terrace, the middle-aged woman sits despondently at the site where the money was discarded, weeping uncontrollably. For her, the money pales in significance. What truly matters is the safety of her daughter. Auntie, please don't just cry. Who was the person on the motorcycle just now? Zhang Yu inquires with genuine concern. Woo woo woo. The middle-aged woman continues to sob, choking out, it was the kidnapper. They've taken my daughter. Her father passed away early, and it has always been the two of us relying on each other. Woo woo. She mustn't come to any harm. How can I live if anything happens to her? The kidnapper. Zhang Yu feigned surprise, asking, are you implying that your daughter has been abducted? The bag you just discarded contained the ransom. How could you be so naive as to trust the kidnapper's words? Have you reported this to the authorities? Before the middle-aged woman could respond, a faint voice crackles through her earpiece. Just say you didn't dare to report it. Don't engage with him. Get down quickly. I didn't dare to report it. The middle-aged woman sobs. That's unacceptable. How could you not report this? Zhang Yu feigns urgency. There are over 10 officers concealed here, and you claim you haven't reported it. Is there no trust between people anymore? The kidnapper warned me that if I reported it, they would kill my daughter. The kidnapper has already left. I want to go home. The middle-aged woman insists. Attempting to rise. I'll help you, Zhang Yu offers, assisting her to her feet while contemplating how to relay everything he has witnessed to the police. The location where the kidnapper concealed the bag was virtually invisible to the naked eye. It would be absurd to claim I possess a supernatural sight. Yet, how could I approach the police without a means to unravel the case? It seems I might struggle to absolve myself of any association with the kidnapper's accomplices. He supported the middle-aged woman as they descended the steps of the hero's platform. Thanks to the effect of his keen perception, he could discern that the long legs remained hidden in their original position. While behind the tree at the bottom of the steps, 6 individuals lay in wait. The proximity to the armed police heightened his anxiety. Upon reaching the bottom, the mobile phone in the middle-aged woman's right hand vibrated urgently. Buzzing incessantly, she hastily attempted to answer it. But as she lifted it, she seemed to recall something and swiftly withdrew her left arm, previously supported by Zhang Yu, to answer with her left hand. Hello. We have received the money. Your performance has been commendable. We have decided to release your daughter. A man's voice resonated through the line. Thank you. Thank you, the middle-aged woman exclaimed. Overwhelmed with emotion. Don't be too quick to express gratitude. I have more to say. We have quite a few brothers, and it appears that 200,000 isn't sufficient to share, so we need to ask you for another 100,000. Rest assured. This will be the final 100,000. What? I don't have that much money. The 200,000 was incredibly difficult to gather. I implore you to release my daughter. My word holds no weight. You have until tonight to prepare another 100,000 at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Wait for my call at the first floor of Qingdao Plaza. Remember, if you dare to report this or play tricks, don't blame us for taking drastic measures. With that, the call abruptly ended. I have no money left. Hello? Hello? The middle-aged woman continued to plead, only to realize the line had gone dead, leading her to break down in tears once more. Andy, what has happened now? Zhang Yu inquired with concern. The kidnappers called again, demanding another 100,000. I truly have no money left. She wept. Even selling the house wouldn't yield the funds in time. These kidnappers are utterly despicable, Zhang Yu declared indignantly, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if it might be wrenched from its socket. Ouch, he cried out, nearly losing his arm to the force. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and 3 individuals swiftly seized him from behind. It's a misunderstanding. I'm a good person. At Fenglin Decoration Company, General Manager Feng sat in the outer office with 3 female employees. Waiting for Uncle Zhao's arrival, as Wang Kainan put it, a renovation fee of 400,000 would be considered a significant transaction for their small company, which left Feng feeling anxious and uneasy. Fearing the deal might fall through at 3:30 in the afternoon, the store door swung open, and Uncle Zhao entered before the scheduled time. Upon seeing him, Feng immediately stood up and warmly greeted him. Uncle Zhao, you've arrived. After ushering him to a seat, Su Lulu poured tea, while designers Gong Na and Wu Nan'an presented the printed plans for Uncle Zhao's review. As Uncle Zhao examined both designs, he frowned slightly, shaking his head, feeling that something was still amiss. The 2 women were taken aback. They had poured considerable effort into revising the plans, believing they would surely impress the client and earn the 2,000 yuan bonus. Yet, to their dismay, Uncle Zhao's dissatisfaction lingered. There really no sincerity in this. Feng was equally surprised, grinning as he asked, what seems to be the issue? I can't quite pinpoint it. It just feels a bit off. By the way, where are the 2 people who came to my house this morning? Uncle Zhao inquired, scanning the surroundings. Feng realized he referred to Wang Kainan but was puzzled by the mention of 2 individuals. Not wanting to delve into it further, he replied, Kainan stepped out for a moment. I'll call him back right away. Before Feng could retrieve his phone, the door swung open again, and Wang Kainan, Xiao Feng, and Tian Wei entered. Upon seeing Wang Kainan return, Feng seemed to forget the earlier awkwardness and promptly said, Kainan, you're just in time. Quickly print out your revised plans for Uncle Zhao to review. All right. Wang Canon returned precisely to avoid missing Uncle Zhao's visit. He swiftly printed out his modified designs and handed them to Uncle Zhao. Upon reviewing the plans, Feng suddenly realized that Wang Canon's design might actually frustrate the client, potentially ruining their chances of continuing negotiations. However, unexpectedly, Uncle Zhao looked satisfied and remarked, "I must say, with these revisions, it's much more pleasing to the eye. I felt something was off before but couldn't articulate it. It seems the issue lay here. So, does that mean you're satisfied?" Feng asked, his heart racing with excitement. "Yes," Uncle Zhao nodded. "Let us proceed with this version." "Excellent. Please follow me to my office so we can review the contract." Feng restrained his joy and gestured for him to follow. As they entered the manager's office, Su Lulu and the others instinctively turned to Wang Canon. Su Lulu was the first to speak. "Wow, you made a slight adjustment, and it resonated with the client," Gong Na added. "You merely switched the positions, and they were satisfied." Wu Nan inquired, "What exactly was the problem? Why did this version look so much better?" Both Gong Na and Wu Nan, being designers, struggled to grasp the nuances of client preferences. Even Wang Canon was baffled, scratching his head and muttering, "How did Xiao Ge do this? Is it really about feng shui? What's the secret here?" Since the client had not yet departed, the group refrained from bombarding Wang Canon with questions to avoid any negative repercussions that might displease their boss. After about half an hour, the office door opened, and Feng walked out alongside Uncle Zhao, personally escorting him out of the store. When Feng returned inside, he radiated joy, exclaiming, "Canon, well done. Outstanding work. Thank you for your praise, boss." Wang Canon replied with a beaming smile. "I always keep my promises. As agreed, the 2,000 yuan bonus will not be diminished. I'll transfer it to you via M-Signal right now." In his elation, Feng completely forgot that he had earlier asked Wang Canon to distribute flyers. Promptly pulling out his phone to transfer the 2,000 yuan, Wang Canon's face lit up with joy, continuously expressing his gratitude. "Canon, how did you realize that swapping the vase for the flower pot would satisfy the client?" Gong Na couldn't contain her curiosity. Wang Canon was unsure how to articulate the rationale behind it, knowing he couldn't claim to possess knowledge of feng shui, as that would lead to further inquiries he couldn't answer. He also couldn't reveal Zhang Yu's involvement, as it wouldn't showcase his own abilities. Thus, he simply replied, "Previously, the client was satisfied with my design but felt it was visually unappealing without being able to pinpoint the flaw. I thought perhaps it was a matter of detail, so I focused on refining those aspects. I see." Gong Na seemed to grasp the concept, albeit still somewhat confused. Feng interjected, "Canon may appear rough around the edges, but he is quite meticulous. Canon, since you earned a 2,000 yuan bonus today, shouldn't you treat everyone to a meal?" Su Lulu chimed in with a smile. Yes, treat us. Canon, you must celebrate this success with a meal." The enthusiasm in the office was palpable, with everyone eagerly urging Wang Canon to host a feast. However, before Wang Canon could respond, Feng boldly declared, "Canon is new to the company and might not be financially comfortable. I'll cover this meal. Tonight, let us go to La Petillon for hot pot." "Great, it's been ages since I had La Petillon." Cheers of excitement erupted throughout the office. "You claim to be a good person? What business does a good person have in a graveyard? Speak. Where are your accomplices? Where is the hostage?" Under the ethereal glow of the Yinghun platform, the first individual to seize Zhang Yu approached him. His eyes wide with ferocity, resembling a malevolent specter, as though he were intent on devouring Zhang Yu whole. The figure opposite him bore a somewhat intimidating visage, with a complexion slightly more robust than that of a charred pot. Eyes larger than the average, and a physique that exuded strength, unmistakably a practitioner of martial arts. I am not a kidnapper. I merely spotted a package near the graves on the hillside across and thought it might have been inadvertently left behind by someone, prompting me to investigate. However, upon lifting it, I found it quite heavy, leading me to surmise that the owner would not have forgotten such a substantial item, but rather had temporarily set it down before I decided to leave. To my surprise, before I could venture far, this lady approached me with the travel bag in hand. Zhang Yu recounted the fabricated explanation he had prepared beforehand, alongside the subsequent events in their entirety. Of course, he was acutely aware that everything transpiring had certainly not eluded the watchful eyes of the police. While he was narrating, a tall woman descended from above and stood before Zhang Yu. Upon seeing her, he deliberately remarked, "She can attest that I saw her on the hillside. What could I possibly testify to? That you were using binoculars to surveil this area?" And I retorted coldly, "Surveillance? You cannot unjustly accuse me. I simply came to enjoy the scenery. I am with the SWAT team. Here is my identification, and I interjected, extracting her badge and addressing him with a degree of formality. Currently, we are investigating a kidnapping case, and we have reason to believe you are one of the kidnappers. I hope you will be forthcoming. If you cooperate, the police may consider your confession as a mitigating factor. However, should you remain obstinate, your charges will be severe, either life imprisonment or the death penalty. Her tone grew increasingly grave, her gaze penetrating into Zhang Yu's eyes, as if she sought to unravel the truth concealed within his expression. Are you trying to intimidate me? Zhang Yu questioned, his ability to discern truth limited to merely 3 instances per day, all of which he had exhausted today. Otherwise, he would have probed further, since acquiring the cheat. Zhang Yu's confidence had swelled, prompting him to assert, I was merely attempting to do a good deed. What rationale do you have for considering me a kidnapper? Meanwhile, he pondered how he might assist the police in apprehending the true kidnappers and rescuing the hostage. Ni's expression turned cold as she pointed at Zhang Yu, commanding an inspection of his belongings. The SWAT officers promptly complied, some unbuckling Zhang Yu's backpack while others retrieved his phone and wallet. Upon examination, they discovered his identification revealing his name as Zhang Yu. Within the backpack lay an object resembling a compass. This is his phone, one officer noted. They swiftly verified his identity, checking his phone number and contacts. NI issued directives, then, intrigued, glanced at the 5 fortune plate handed to her. What is this? She inquired. Zhang Yu felt a pang of anxiety as the 5 fortune plate fell into the hands of the SWAT officers. But then a spark of inspiration struck him. This is used for fortune-telling and feng shui. Fortune-telling and feng shui. At your age, you possess such skills? Ni asked, her voice icy. I work in renovation design for Xuanjiao Real Estate. But do not underestimate me. My fortune-telling is remarkably accurate. By the way, isn't your daughter the one who has been kidnapped? I can assist in divining her fate. Ni was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting this young man to seize the opportunity to further his narrative, she feigned curiosity and asked, how do you intend to do that? I simply need the person's name and birth date. Zhang Yu replied earnestly. Though Ni was young, she had encountered numerous suspects, yet someone like Zhang Yu was a first. After a brief hesitation, she turned to the middle-aged woman and said, Sister Cheng, please follow his instructions and provide your daughter's name and birth details. I am eager to see what he can uncover. Cheng Yume, having already lost her composure after losing money, immediately replied, my daughter's name is Yang Ning, and her birth date is XX year X month XX date. Ni fixed her gaze on Zhang Yu. Go ahead. Zhang Yu responded, but you must hand me the compass. Ni observed the ancient design of the compass in her hand. It indeed bore an authentic appearance. Although the outer copper rim and the corresponding characters of fortune, prosperity, longevity, happiness, and wealth differed from those seen on television, she stepped forward and returned the compass to Zhang Yu, warning him, do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Zhang Yu remained silent, accepting the 5 fortune plate and pressing the longevity character copper button, causing the central needle to pivot. This was a feng shui compass, inherently unrelated to fortune-telling, yet Zhang Yu had devised a plan and began to twirl in place. All eyes were fixed on him, and after half a minute, he ceased his movements, the needle settling on the direction of longevity. Naturally, during his spinning, the needle had halted multiple times. He had spun several extra circles merely to create an air of mystery. With his back turned to Ni, he proclaimed, a portent of great misfortune. The divination indicates that Yang Ning is destined to face calamity, and she may not survive beyond 6 hours. His assertion was not baseless. The system had mandated that he must rescue the hostage within 12 hours. In his estimation, the hostage would likely only endure for 12 hours before being silenced. Cheng Yume gasped in terror, trembling as she exclaimed, what should we do? We cannot let anything happen to Ning Ning. If she suffers any harm, how shall I endure? By the end of her lamentation, having previously stifled her sobs, she was once again engulfed in tears. Ni hastily reassured her, Sister Cheng, do not heed his alarming words. Young man, are you attempting to intimidate the family of the hostage? Madam, first and foremost, we must clarify the facts. You allege I am one of the kidnappers. What sort of fool would come here to confront the family of a hostage? Akin to walking into a trap? Zhang Yu replied, his expression one of innocence. Kidnappers meticulously craft their plans. Once the ransom is delivered, their success is assured. Why would they risk losing another member? Before Ni could interject, the wide-eyed SWAT officer chimed in. Perhaps you are operating in reverse. You come here to ascertain whether the family has reported the incident. The risks are substantial. Kidnappers fear their accomplices being apprehended and revealing their identities. Even if they secure the ransom, spending it becomes a challenge. As Zhang Yu spoke, he turned to face Nini. Smiled faintly, intrigued. Firstly, what follows after your assertion that I am a good person? Secondly, there certainly is a follow-up, Zhang Yu replied, deliberately elongating his voice. Once you believe in my innocence, we should devise a strategy to unravel this crisis and rescue the hostage. Who granted you that? The SWAT officer exclaimed, irritation evident in his tone. Go. However, before he could finish, Nini raised her hand to silence him, calmly stating, let him continue. How do we resolve this crisis and rescue the hostage? The current divination appears dire, yet it may not be insurmountable. Grant me a little more time to consult the fates, Zhang Yu asserted confidently. Very well. I shall grant you 20 minutes. Is that sufficient? Nini inquired. That should suffice, Zhang Yu replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he pressed the fortune character copper button on the compass once more. The needle began to rotate, and Zhang Yu, with exaggerated seriousness, commenced another round of spinning. This time, he spun for an extended duration, albeit at a slow pace, wary of becoming dizzy. As he circled, he mumbled softly, though the words were unclear even to himself, rendering them incomprehensible to others. After several minutes, a young SWAT officer approached Nini, holding a phone. Nini, this is the identity verification documentation from headquarters. Confirming his details as accurate. He handed the phone to Nini. Taking the device, Nini examined it closely. Several images were displayed, including Zhang Yu's photograph, along with his home address and detailed background information. Upon glimpsing his alma mater, she momentarily froze, her gaze fixated on a line that read, Middle School, Songchun City, Gulu County No. 7 Middle School, Class 3. It is him. Memories of her youth flooded Nini's mind unbidden. She recalled her middle school years, having received countless love letters due to her beauty from both her class and others. Initially, she had read through these letters, but eventually lost interest. However, there was a love letter that she read with great seriousness, and that was from her desk mate, whose name seemed to be Zhang Yu. The reason she examined it so intently was not because she harbored any particular affection for her desk mate, but rather out of curiosity to see what this typically earnest fellow would compose. To her astonishment, she discovered that it contained a few simplistic drawings, some of which were comprehensible, while others were utterly baffling. As a top student at the time, Nini had completed her first year of junior high and advanced to the third year, thus parting ways with Zhang Yu. However, having changed her name and adopted her mother's surname, she assumed that after all these years, Zhang Yu would likely not recognize her. It was truly a twist of fate that today she would unexpectedly encounter the very deskmate who had once sent her a love letter. In her recollection, this deskmate did not seem particularly clever. The mere act of sending simplistic drawings as a love letter was evidence enough. Of course, the only reason he had left an impression on her was indeed due to that letter. Did he really claim to practice fortune-telling and feng shui? Nini's skepticism deepened. Suddenly, the ringing of a mobile phone shattered the tranquility around them. It was his phone. Not far away, the officer holding Zhang Yu's phone approached Nini. While speaking to Nini glanced at the caller ID, which displayed the name Xiong. Stop messing around and tell me. Who is Xiong? Zhang Yu could easily discern the ringtone of his own phone, yet he continued without pausing. Only when Nini spoke did he come to a halt, saying, he is my university roommate. And he is also my current co-tenant. His name is Peng Guang, and Xiong is his nickname. Why is he calling you? Nini inquired. Zhang Yu replied, he and his girlfriend, Wang Yan, are also at Camel Mountain. We three came together. When we met, I was coming down from the peak, and they were resting at a pavilion above. I didn't want to be a third wheel, so he is probably asking where I am now. All right, don't think I don't believe you. You should answer the phone now and let them meet at the entrance of the security office in the scenic area. If they show up, I'll believe you're innocent. If they don't blame us for suspecting you as the kidnapper. After saying this, she handed the phone to Zhang Yu. Without delay, Zhang Yu switched to speaker mode and answered. Hello, Xiong. Graspro, where are you? Why did it take you so long to answer? Peng Guang's voice came through the phone. Zhang Yu responded, I'm at the foot of the mountain. Where are you? Peng Guang replied, Wang Yin and I are heading down. Zhang Yu said, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the security office in the scenic area. Peng Guang acknowledged, okay. After the call ended, Zhang Yu returned the phone to Nini. Nini turned to the officer and instructed, Go. Keep Wu Gu here. The rest of you should head down to the security office and wait for those two. After meeting them, bring them into the security office for questioning to confirm their identities. If they dare to come, they should be of little suspicion, so be cautious. Understood, The 4 officers replied and immediately descended the mountain. Zhang Yu felt helpless. This time, he had inadvertently implicated Peng Guang and Wang Yin. Unfortunately, the timing of the call was too coincidental, and failing to speak the truth could lead to even greater trouble. Zhang Yu reassured her, "Don't worry, we will definitely meet them. I've already stated my innocence. Rest assured, our police will not let a villain escape, nor will we wrong an innocent person. If you can prove your innocence, I will let you go immediately." And I said calmly, "Letting them go is fine, but I'm not in a rush. Didn't we agree to help the hostages first?" Zhang Yu continued, "If it weren't for your interruption, I would have already figured out the next steps." He then began to twirl the 5 fortune plate again. The remaining NI and the 2 officers, Gufugue and Wu Xiangwang, were left in a state of confusion. What? Proving innocence and yet not leaving? What kind of trick is this? Could he really be able to tell? That's impossible. However, on second thought, it seemed unusual for an ordinary person to carry a compass when going out. Cheng Yumei's eyes glimmered with hope, having seemingly regarded Zhang Yu as a lifeline. After turning for about 2 minutes, Zhang Yu finally stopped facing the Yinghun platform. He pointed upward and stated, "The key to unraveling the crisis lies in this direction." "What are you playing at?" Gu Fugue glared at him incredulously. "The divination indicates this." Zhang Yu turned to NI, smiling as he said, "Why don't we give it a try? If you want to try, then let us try." NI replied with composure. NI, "You surely must have some ulterior motive. I suspect he is indeed the kidnapper, stalling for time here." Gu Fugue quickly urged, "If he dares to delay, it will only harm himself. If he intends to flee, we shall see whether his legs are faster than our bullets." NI replied confidently. Zhang Yu cast a glance at Gu Fugue and muttered softly, "What a brash fellow, not even as composed as a woman." "What did you say?" Gu Fugue demanded. "Nothing. Let us go up," Zhang Yu replied as he turned around, carrying the compass towards the Yinghun platform. NI and the others followed closely behind, especially Gu Fugue, who almost pressed against Zhang Yu's back, ready to seize him at the slightest movement. Upon reaching the Yinghun platform, Zhang Yu proceeded to the spot where Cheng Yumei had dropped the money. He looked down at the compass, then turned back and said, "This one do. We need to move forward. I think we should take a detour down." "Are you not finished yet?" Gu Fugue said. "It points in this direction. You can't blame me. Besides, we haven't walked far from below. It shouldn't be exhausting. Given the urgency of the situation, the hostage can only survive for 12 hours. We must not delay," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. "We cannot afford any delays." Cheng Yumei added anxiously. NI scrutinized Zhang Yu once more and said, "Since it has come to this, we shall accompany you to the end. Let us go down." They descended from the Yinghun platform and took a detour toward the mountainside below. This direction happened to be opposite the peak. As it was everyone's first time navigating this path, they stumbled occasionally. Upon reaching the halfway point, NI received a call informing her that the earlier officers had met Peng Guang and Wang Yin outside the security office in the scenic area. After questioning, it was confirmed that they were indeed Zhang Yu's university classmates, and they had inquired about Zhang Yu's background, given that he was a recent graduate who had entered such a large company as Shin-S. The likelihood of him being a kidnapper was exceedingly low, especially since it was Peng Guang and Wang Yin who had brought Zhang Yu to Camel Mountain, not the other way around. Essentially, Zhang Yu's suspicions could be largely dismissed. Of course, it was highly unlikely that all 3 of them were kidnappers. Moreover, during the questioning, they had been asked individually, and no suspicious behavior was detected. After receiving the report, NI said, "Then let them rest at the security office. Do not make things difficult for them." While she still couldn't release them, her perception of Zhang Yu had undeniably improved. The group finally reached the foot of the mountain, arriving at the cliff where the bag had been discarded. This place was indeed quite remote, and it was easy for those unfamiliar with the terrain to overlook it. That moment, 2 officers were conducting a survey, primarily documenting tire tracks and measurements for comparison and evidence. Upon noticing NI and the others' arrival, they exchanged greetings. NI then turned to Zhang Yu and said, "We've arrived. Continue your investigation." Zhang Yu held the compass, pretended to measure for a moment, and said, "This is quite strange." NI replied sternly, "What's strange?" Zhang Yu explained, "According to the compass readings, we need to head back. As soon as he uttered this, Gu Fugue pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Yu, exclaiming in outrage, "You really dare to play us for fools? Do you believe I want to discipline you right now?" NI remained relatively calm, saying, "Bro, don't be hasty. Let him see where he intends to go next." Zhang Yu thought to himself, "This woman is truly remarkable. She can maintain her composure under pressure. He held the 5 fortune plate and walked toward the foot of the cliff, searching for the spot where the grass had been disturbed. Recalling the approximate location he had seen earlier, it must be said that this grass was laid quite expertly. Even upon close inspection, one could hardly discern that it had been recently placed. What is it doing here? Zhang Yu assumed a perplexed expression, lowering his head to feign contemplation. Nini, Gufugue, and Wu Xiangwang formed a triangular formation around him, with Gufugue this time managing to restrain his frustration. After observing the ground for a while, Zhang Yu remarked, "It seems something is amiss here. Let us crouch down and see if there is anything unusual." He was the first to crouch down and began to examine the ground, as it was indeed difficult to discern any discrepancies at first glance. Hard work will not betray those who are diligent. After a brief search, he finally located the patch of turf on the back of the shed. Zhang Yu, along with the wooden planks beneath the turf, pried them up, revealing a pit below. Inside the pit lay a black travel bag. The bag? How did it end up here? Go Fuchio, Wu Xiang, and Nini rushed to Zhang Yu's side, their eyes fixed intently on the travel bag within the pit. Even Chang Yume, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over, and upon witnessing the scene, she was left utterly stunned. What is this bag doing here? I distinctly saw a bag being carried on the kidnapper's motorcycle above. Let's see what is inside. Go Fuchio, ever impatient, crouched down, eager to retrieve the bag. Wait, Zhang Yu interjected. Go Fuchio looked up at Zhang Yu, questioning. What do you mean? Zhang Yu asserted confidently. Since the divination indicates that this is the crucial point for turning the tide and transforming peril into safety, it is evident that this bag must be the one Annie dropped, and naturally, it contains money. The bag on the kidnapper's motorcycle might not contain money at all. How can that be? The kidnapper is insane. After going through so much trouble to obtain the money, why wouldn't he take it? Go Fuchio retorted. If the kidnapper had already taken the money, why is there a bag here? Zhang Yu countered. Go Fuchio had no response to that. Although I am not entirely clear on the specifics, based on what I have observed, it can generally be concluded that this is a classic case of darkness beneath the lamp. If I hadn't calculated the mystery here, you likely would not have discovered the bag hidden in this spot, would you? As for the kidnapper's subsequent call requesting another million, it is nothing more than a ruse to divert your attention to tomorrow's transaction, Zhang Yu stated as he turned to glance at Nini. That moment, Zhang Yu was also pondering the implications of the kidnapper's scheme. As he descended the mountain earlier, he finally grasped the situation. Nini's face was a mask of astonishment. The intricacies of the mechanism here were indeed perplexing. Just as Zhang Yu had said, if it hadn't been for his calculations, the police would have never uncovered this location. Is there truly such a thing as fortune-telling? Nini found it hard to believe, yet the evidence was right before her eyes. Had it not been for his calculations, Zhang Yu would not have been able to see this angle from above. After all, Cheng Yume was present at the top, and if Zhang Yu could see it, so could she. Furthermore, the kidnapper was not a fool. If it were visible from above, he certainly would not have buried the bag there. Naturally, there was another possibility. Zhang Yu could genuinely be an accomplice of the kidnapper. However, what kind of accomplice would be so detrimental to his own team? If the kidnapper were apprehended, would he not reveal everything? Yet Nini understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. She spoke calmly. What a clever trick. Darkness beneath the lamp. The kidnapper must have premeditated this, digging a pit here in advance, waiting for Sister Chang to drop the money, and then directly hiding it in the pit. He feigned escape to attract our attention, intending to return at night to collect the money. Go Fuchio interjected. Isn't that redundant? Check if there is a signal on your phone. Nini suddenly chimed in. Go Fuchio took out his phone and exclaimed, how's there no signal? Nini replied, the kidnapper is indeed cunning. He anticipated that Sister Ching would report to the police. We may have placed a tracking device in the bag containing the money, so they hid a signal jamming device in the pit to deceive us. That's why the kidnapper insisted on having Sister Chung use a black travel bag for the money. The trap was set right here. Those scoundrels, once I get my hands on them, they will not have a good ending. Go Fuchio declared vehemently. Since the kidnapper will come to retrieve the money, we simply need to lay in wait and catch him red-handed. Precisely. Nini nodded in agreement. I will report the situation to the chief right away. Go, Wugu, you two take this guy to the police station. All right, Go Fuchio replied. Wait. Zhang Yu quickly turned to Nini. You can't just recite the scriptures and chase away the monk. Can you? I understand you are innocent. Once we capture the kidnapper, you and your friend will be released. You can rest at the police station. Dinner is on me tonight. Nini said casually. Zhang Yu had a mission to complete. Who knew if his absence from the scene would count as completing it? Moreover, what if something unexpected occurred? Zhang Yu insisted. That may be the case, but the kidnapper is extremely crafty. I believe I can still be of assistance. And I replied. I appreciate your eagerness, but the upcoming operations no longer involve you. Zhang Yu attempted to argue, but I, growing impatient, interrupted. Go, Wu Gu, take him away. Sister Cheng, you should also accompany us to the police station to rest. Upon hearing her mention the victim's family, Zhang Yu's heart stirred. He quickly turned to Cheng Yumei and said, Auntie, you have seen for yourself that I truly have some skills. The kidnapper is exceedingly cunning when it comes to rescuing your daughter. Who knows what might happen? If I assist, we can definitely find her. Time is of the essence. You have less than 10 hours. You must trust me. Cheng Yumei pondered this reasoning. After all, Zhang Yu's predictions had indeed been accurate. Without him, where would they have found the bag? This was something even the SWAT team could not accomplish. Moreover, Zhang Yu was right. What if something unforeseen occurred? After all, she only had one daughter. Cheng Yumei pleaded earnestly. Could you possibly leave him here? He will undoubtedly be of help. I hesitated. Zhang Yu did possess some intriguing insights, and her curiosity was piqued. Perhaps he could indeed provide further assistance, coupled with the request from the victim's family and 2 others already taken to the police station. She nodded. Since Sister Cheng has requested it, I will call the chief to seek his opinion. If there are no objections, we can take him along. 0.8 kilometers from Camel Mountain, there lay a vast expanse of cornfield, beside which rested a motorcycle. At this moment, beside the motorcycle stood Chao Dahua and several SWAT officers who had tracked the kidnapper to this location. Chief, it seems the kidnapper has taken the money into the cornfield. With just the few of us, tracking him down will be quite challenging, Wang Xiaoxia remarked, frowning as she surveyed the cornfield ahead. Challenging or not, we must pursue. Once inside, form pairs and search separately, Chao Dahua commanded. Leading the charge into the cornfield, he paired up with Wang Xiaoxia while the others followed his lead in groups of 2, fanning out to search. After a short while, Chao Dahua's phone rang from his pocket. He pulled it out, glanced at the caller ID, and then answered, Hello, and I. What is the situation? Good, I understand. Let that kid come along. After hanging up, Wang Xiaoxia inquired, Chief, what happened? I was wondering why the tracker wasn't working. It turns out the kidnapper didn't take the money at all but left it at the foot of the mountain, along with the jamming device, Chao Dahua whispered. Wang Xiaoxia gasped in shock. Is that so? What should we do next? Chao Dahua smiled faintly. Next, it will be simple. We will lie in wait at the cliff's edge for the kidnapper to come retrieve the money. You need to call the team. Splitting into 2 groups, one to search the cornfield and the other to lay in ambush at Qianda Plaza. Huh, Wang Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise. Aren't we waiting at the cliff's edge? Chao Dahua replied. We must play the part thoroughly. In the dead of night, across from the foot of Yinghun Mountain lay a vast forest, where 2 motorcycles were parked deep within the woods, each occupied by a man. The man on the left bore a mole on his face, with a shifty appearance that would cause anyone to be wary of him. His name was Wang Chong, a local down-and-out who had come to the city for work. Squandering his earnings on vices, due to his frequent dishonesty at work, he had recently been fired. The man on the right was Zhao Gang, a kindred spirit who shared Wang Chong's ways at this moment. Zhao Gang's face was etched with anxiety as he glanced at the self-assured Wang Chong and whispered, Brother Chong, what if something goes wrong? What could possibly go wrong? If you've watched over 100 detective movies, you would realize that high IQ crimes don't require outlandish methods. Simplicity is key. Wang Chang replied smugly, the police will never suspect that I didn't take the bag at all but merely left it at the cliff's base. Playing a clever trick. I parked the motorcycle outside the cornfield, and the police think I have escaped into it, wasting their efforts. I suspect that everyone has already fallen asleep, and I am merely waiting for tomorrow to lie in ambush at Qianda Plaza. The only relatively serious hobby this fellow possesses is watching detective films, and after indulging in them excessively, he always believes that if he were a cop, he would undoubtedly be a brilliant detective. Even if he were a thief, he feels confident he would never be caught. Zhao Gang, with a face full of admiration, remarked, Changgu is simply extraordinary. In this deal, you take the lion's share, and I and Air Mao can split the rest. Following that, he inquired, shall we proceed to collect the money? Wang Chang smiled faintly, as if concealing both merit and fame, and calmly replied, you go alone. I will follow behind you. This way, we mitigate risks should anything arise. You must immediately jump into the car and flee. I will return to fetch that girl with Air Mao, with a hostage in hand. We have nothing to fear. Zhao Gang grew anxious again. Why are you being so timid? Can't you aspire to achieve something? During the day, I was working right under the watchful eyes of the police. Now, late at night, with no one around, what is there to fear? Wang Chang responded, adopting a tone that fluctuated between firmness and softness. This is merely a precaution. There is certainly no cause for alarm, so rest easy. Very well. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Wang Chang tossed a black travel bag from the back of the car to Zhao Gang, cautioning, we must adhere to our prior agreement. The contents of that bag must not be removed from the pit, lest it contains a tracking device. You merely need to extract the money inside and place it into our bag. Understood. This is not beyond my comprehension. I in the same grove, for individuals lay hidden in the grass. NINI. Zhang Yu, Go Fu Gui, and Wu Xiang Wang. It was a sweltering summer day, and the mosquitoes were plentiful. They had been lying in wait for over 2 hours, becoming a feast for the insects. Go Fu Gui bore the brunt of it, with over 10 welts on his arms, itching unbearably. That moment, they spotted a motorcycle emerging from the woods, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. Here they come, NINI exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement upon seeing that someone was indeed present. Go Fu Gui's eyes sparkled, and he momentarily forgot about the itch, fixating intently on the motorcycle. Zhang Yu, upon witnessing the target's arrival, felt a surge of elation, but he quickly regained his composure and pondered a critical issue. The kidnapper was not only cunning but also exceedingly cautious. It was improbable that he would come alone. It was possible that while one came to collect the money, another would keep watch. More importantly, he was more averse than anyone else to the prospect of a slip-up. They had only 12 hours to rescue the hostage, and 10 of those had already elapsed. Therefore, he immediately employed his heavenly eye, surveying from a godlike perspective. Soon, he discerned another motorcycle concealed within the woods, occupied by an additional individual. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu's keen eyes noticed the guy emerging from the woods had reached the foot of the mountain, dismounted the motorcycle, and was making his way toward the base. Glancing around furtively as he did so, we are about to act, NINI whispered Wu. You keep an eye on this fellow while Go and I encircle him if he dares to pull any tricks. We want he hesitate. Understood, Wu Xiang Wang replied. Wait, Zhang Yu interjected hastily. What are you planning to do? Go Fu Gui retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. The kidnapper cannot possibly be alone. There must be backup. If we act now, the accomplice will undoubtedly flee, putting the hostage in jeopardy. I propose we first take down the supporting kidnapper, Zhang Yu suggested. You are correct, but this forest is vast. Who knows where the accomplice is hiding? What if the kidnapper who just emerged snatches the money and runs? Go Fu Gui countered. Zhang Yu pointed towards the kidnapper at the foot of the mountain, whispering, he emerged from that direction. The backup should be lurking nearby. I advise waiting a moment. If we cannot locate the accomplice and time runs short, we will proceed with the capture. With that, he rose from the ground. Upon witnessing his movement, NINI, Go Fu Gui, and Wu Xiang Wang quickly stood as well. Although finding the kidnapper's accomplice in the expansive woods would be no easy feat, NINI still relayed Zhang Yu's proposal to Chao Dahua, who granted approval. In the thicket, Wang Chang had been keeping a keen eye on Zhao Gang, who had reached the foot of the mountain, crouching down to uncover the pre-prepared patch of grass and withdrawing stacks of cash to place into their bag. His heart raced with exhilaration. This was his first venture into such a field, and under his planning, everything was proceeding smoothly. He sensed that this was undoubtedly a pathway to wealth. If he executed a few more successful operations, he would possess ample capital to embark on a business venture. In the midst of his excitement, he suddenly noticed figures emerging from the concealed areas on either side of Zhao Gang as he collected the money. The silhouette stealthily encircled Zhao Gang. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Chang was taken aback. He dared not utter a warning, for such a move might jeopardize his own safety. In a moment of desperation, disregarding his companion, Wang Chang hurriedly turned the motorcycle to flee. Yet, before he could complete the turn, a shadow sprang from behind a nearby tree, moving with astonishing speed, leaping forward to deliver a powerful kick that struck Wang Chang's head. He felt a ringing in his ears, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he and the motorcycle tumbled to the ground. Before he could rise, indeed, he could not rise, for one of his legs was pinned beneath the motorcycle. Another shadow dashed forth, positioning itself behind him, pressing a knee into his back, executing a reverse hold that elicited a pain scream from him. This maneuver was strikingly similar to one that had nearly dislocated Zhang Yu's arm. Subsequently, the shadow secured Wang Chang with handcuffs. Indeed, the figure who had cuffed Wang Chang was none other than Go Fu Gui, while the one who had delivered the kick was NINI. Who are you? Wang Chang exclaimed in panic. Special police. Go Fu Gui barked. How did you know I was here? Wang Chang, caught off guard, could hardly fathom how his carefulness had been compromised. He had not even perceived the moment the other party approached. At that moment, applause sounded nearby, followed by a young man's voice proclaiming, "Very good, very good." And Go Fu Gue turned to see who was clapping, and it was none other than Zhang Yu, whose applause seemed rather incongruous. "What business do you have here, trying to play the big shot?" And I shot back. "Exactly," Go Fu Gue added. "Without me, would you have captured him?" Zhang Yu scoffed. Upon hearing this, and I was momentarily at a loss for words. To be frank, Zhang Yu's deduction regarding the money being hidden beneath the cliff was already astonishing when he had guided them to find Wang Chang. It felt as if you were navigating with a GPS. Just then, shouts erupted. "Stop, don't run. If you flee, we will shoot." Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted, causing Wang Chang, who lay on the ground, to tremble in fear. I reacted swiftly, rushing to Wang Chang's side and bending down to demand, "Where is the hostage?" "What hostage?" "I don't know," Wang Chang stammered. "Is that so? Your accomplice has already been apprehended. If he spills the beans, you can expect to spend a long time behind bars." And I retorted fiercely. As he recalled Zhao Gang's earlier timorous demeanor, Wang Chang realized that with the special police now firing weapons, it was inevitable that they would capture someone. If Zhao Gang confessed, his own culpability would be greatly magnified. Thinking quickly, he blurted, "I will tell you. The hostage is hidden at an abandoned tractor factory across Shuangshanxi, about 4 kilometers from here. I was merely an accomplice, not the mastermind. Whether you are the principal will be determined later. How many of you are there?" And I demanded sternly. "Point 3, including Ermao, who was watching over the hostage," Wang Chang replied without hesitation. Yet, in his heart, he could not comprehend how his meticulously crafted plan had been discovered. It should not have happened. It absolutely should not have. His crime was flawless. Why had it been exposed? What had gone awry? He was certain he was engaged in high IQ criminal activity. Could it be that the police possessed some extraordinary method in solving cases? Deep within, Wang Chang's mind echoed with incredulity. Meanwhile, I pressed a button on her wristwatch, murmuring, "Boss, we have apprehended the suspect here, and he has confessed. The hostage is hidden in an abandoned tractor factory across Shuangshanxi. Additionally, there is another accomplice responsible for watching over the hostage." Her headphones were suddenly filled with the voice of Chao Dahua. On this side, someone had been shot and lay unconscious, while I was just about to inquire about the situation on your end. Well done. Let us set off now to rescue the hostages. The Shuangshanxi area is essentially the junction between Shijingshan and Luotushan. The terrain is not particularly complex. The abandoned tractor factory is located near the city center, yet it remains hidden from plain sight. If hiding money beneath a cliff can be likened to a dark corner under a lamp, then this place where the hostages are concealed could be considered similarly obscure. The SWAT team drove towards the tractor factory, with Wang Chang being specifically detained, while the injured Zhao Gang was rushed to the hospital. Zhang Yu, and I, Go Fu Gue, and Wu Xiang Wang were seated in one vehicle, with Zhang Yu and I occupying the back seat. At that moment, as they were heading to rescue the hostages, Zhang Yu felt an exhilarating thrill, knowing he was about to accomplish another mission. The tractor factory was not large, containing only 3 workshops, one of which had collapsed. According to Wang Chang's testimony, the workshop concealing the hostages was the one on the right side. Upon entering the yard, the police are known for their tactical approach. They do not resort to brute force without consideration. Especially in situations where hostages are involved, it is better to outsmart than to confront directly. Chao Dahua's plan was straightforward. 2 SWAT officers, built similarly to Wang Chang and Zhao Gang, donned motorcycle helmets and identical uniforms to impersonate them. The 2 officers, carrying black duffel bags, pretended to have successfully returned, waiting for the opportune moment to apprehend the kidnapper. Ermao. Others were positioned outside, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Of course, Chao Dahua believed that no unforeseen events would occur. Zhang Yu, and I, Go Fu Gue, and Wu Xiang Wang waited outside the courtyard, and Zhang Yu was eager to enter, as he was determined to fulfill his mission. However, at this moment, Chao Dahua would not permit him entry, so he could only wait patiently outside. He hoped that when the hostages were brought out, the system would notify him of the mission's completion. In the stillness of the night, it was quiet, and the 2 SWAT officers impersonating the kidnappers had presumably already entered the warehouse. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a cry, "Boss, boss, something's gone wrong. A person is dead." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart sank, nearly leaping from his throat. What does that mean? The hostage is dead. If that were true, would all their efforts have been in vain? He was not the only one in a state of anxiety. Chao Dahua, also outside, rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, "What is going on? Has the kidnapper executed the hostages? The hostages are fine, they're merely unconscious." "The kidnapper is dead," shouted the officer in the courtyard. "The kidnapper is dead? How did that happen?" Chao Dahua asked in astonishment. "We don't know. The person is lying on the ground, and upon inspection, he has no pulse. Let us go in and take a look," Chao Dahua commanded as he hurried towards the workshop. The officers at the entrance followed suit, while NI and the others, curious, rushed into the workshop alongside Zhang Yu. Upon hearing that the hostage was not the one deceased, Zhang Yu sighed in relief. It is curiosity about the kidnapper's death grew. Upon entering the workshop, a few candles flickered in the dim light, casting an eerie glow. The space was largely empty, devoid of equipment, save for the pillars supporting the ceiling, a few chairs, and bedding. One SWAT officer, having removed his motorcycle helmet, crouched beneath a pillar, next to a motionless man and woman. The officer was pinching the girl as philtrum. Zhang Yu rushed over with the others, and as he approached, the girl suddenly moaned, opening her eyes and exclaiming, "Ah, don't be afraid. We are SWAT officers here to rescue you. You must be Yang Ning," Chao Dahua said gently as he squatted down. "Are you really SWAT officers?" the girl asked, trembling. "Of course, we are here to save you. Dear, soon, you'll be able to return home and see your mother," Chao Dahua reassured her warmly. Upon hearing the mention of her mother, Yang Ning burst into tears. Chao Dahua glanced at the motionless man beside her, reached out to check for a pulse, and confirmed he was lifeless. "Chief, he was already dead when we entered," one officer reported, glancing at the sobbing Yang Ning. "What happened?" Chao Dahua inquired softly. Her pants were pulled down to her knees. "I helped pull them up," the officer explained in a hushed tone. "What?" Chao Dahua's eyes widened as he glared at the deceased man, then asked in a low voice, "How did he die? I haven't done a thorough check yet." "But at first glance, there are no visible external injuries," the officer replied. Chao Dahua looked at Yang Ning and said, I entrust the child to you. Take her back to the car and head to the Luotushan police station. The rest of you, commence a search on the spot. Have the officers guarding Wang Chong interrogate him directly. Call the team that took Zhao Gang to the hospital as soon as he regains consciousness. Interrogate him. The officers sprang into action, while NI picked up Yang Ning, taking her hand as they exited the workshop. Zhang Yu was also escorted away by Go Fu Gue and Wu Xiang Wang. Still pondering why, despite successfully rescuing the hostage, he had yet to be informed that the mission was complete. It wasn't until they exited the courtyard that the much-anticipated notification echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task within the stipulated time and receiving the formula for the Gathering Chi Pill. Gathering Chi Pill, a basic elixir for practitioners. It possesses the ability to condense true energy and enhance vital energy, serving as an intimate companion for novice cultivators. Formula: 3 qian of ginseng, 2 qian of astragalus, 2 qian of white atractylodes, 2 qian of licorice, 2 qian of jiagulin, 3 qian of yam, 2 qian of eukamia, and 5 qian of goji berries. Add the ingredients to the alchemy furnace in groups of 4, increasing one group every quarter of an hour, first refining with gentle heat for 2 hours. Then using intense heat for half an hour. The elixir will be complete. The finished pill will be dark brown and have a fragrant aroma. The entire explanation felt as though it were imprinted in Zhang Yu's mind. Where on earth am I supposed to find an alchemy furnace? And what about all those medicinal herbs? Some I've never even heard of. Why would you provide a formula for something that requires hands-on preparation? Couldn't you just give me a finished pill? Can you be any more deceitful? Zhang Yu couldn't help but grumble. But just as he voiced his frustrations, the mechanical voice chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for actively triggering a new task. Task name: refine the Gathering Chi Pill. Task description: the host must refine the Gathering Chi Pill within 3 days. Task difficulty: 2 stars. Task reward: basic talisman diagram. No, I didn't intend to refine pills immediately. I was just making a casual remark. You want me to refine pills? You have to give me some time to prepare. 3 days is likely insufficient. Can you retract this task? However, the system ignored Zhang Yu. In the Luotushan Scenic Area Police Station, the lounge boasted a fairly pleasant environment, furnished with large sofas and a coffee table. Peng Guang and Wang Yin sat on the sofa, with 3 clean meal boxes placed on the table. Glancing at the wall clock, they noted it was already 2 in the morning. At this hour, the two would typically be sound asleep, yet they felt no trace of drowsiness. What does this mean? It's already past midnight, and they neither continue to question us nor allow us to leave. How is Brother Chao doing? I wonder. Wang Yin expressed her concerns. Pang Guang replied. He shouldn't be in any trouble. From what I know about Brother Chow, he wouldn't dare commit murder or arson. He is not that kind of person. That's why it's puzzling. Brother Chow said he would wait for us at the police station entrance, but upon our arrival, he was taken in for questioning. Do you think they might still be interrogating him? Could they be using some sort of torture as mentioned online? Wang Yin asked anxiously. Pang Guang quickly reassured her, don't think too much into it. I reckon if it were a significant case, they wouldn't allow us to meet. That would make it easy to collude. He is probably fine. If he is fine, why haven't we seen Brother Chow yet? Where could he be? Pang Guang and Wang Yin were both worried about Zhang Yu, while Pang Guang verbally comforted Wang Yin. He was secretly anxious for Zhang Yu, fearing something might have gone awry at that moment. Zhang Yu was seated in an interrogation room designed for questioning witnesses, thus the conditions were relatively decent. He felt utterly dejected, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, overwhelmingly fatigued. As a male interior designer, staying up late was a common occurrence, but tonight he felt particularly exhausted, his eyelids beginning to droop. Fortunately, Zhang Yu understood that this fatigue was likely a side effect of using his heavenly eye. The longer it was employed, the more energy it drained. To speak candidly, he nearly dozed off during the ride back. Gofu Gue and Wu Xiang Wang sat opposite Zhang Yu, both exuding an air of utmost politeness. Even though Gofu Gue feigned a stern expression, which was a stark contrast to his demeanor earlier at the Ying Han Tai, with the kidnapping case resolved, Zhang Yu's suspicions had been entirely exonerated. He calmly completed his statement, the only query revolving around the bag hidden beneath the cliff. Surely he could not claim it was merely a deduction. Wu Xiang Wang, with a slight mental effort, devised a plausible explanation. Zhang Yu had no objections to this. Subsequently, Gofu Gue inquired, what became of the kidnapper who was guarding the hostage, known as Ermao Lu Zi? Zhang Yu paused momentarily before responding. You ask me, but who am I to ask? Gofu Gue, taken aback by Zhang Yu's audacity, was on the verge of losing his temper, yet his eyes widened in surprise before he reignited his composure. Aren't you supposed to be able to predict? Could you not calculate again? Zhang Yu, raising his hands in feigned helplessness, retorted, do you take me for a deity, capable of divining everything? Even if he could not ascertain the precise cause of death, he might still provide some clues. Gofu Gue managed to force a semblance of a smile. We were together during that time. How could I know the clues? You were the tactical officer. Or am I? Why rely solely on me? If that's the case, why not just transfer me to your tactical team? After uttering this, Zhang Yu could not help but yawn widely. Gofu Gue was momentarily speechless. It seems I lack the authority for that. Wu Xiang Wang interjected. Go, divination isn't something you can just do on a whim. It requires the right timing. With that, he handed over the prepared statement to Gofu Gue. The chief should be arriving soon. You can show him this while I stay here to keep an eye on this young man. Very well. Gofu Gue accepted the statement and departed. The room was left with only Zhang Yu and Wu Xiang Wang, who had left a favorable impression on Zhang Yu. In his 30s, he appeared rather amiable that moment. Wu Xiang Wang smiled and asked, if you don't mind my inquiry, who did you learn your divination skills from? I learned from an elderly neighbor of ours, Zhang Yu replied. Wu Xiang Wang added, I find your predictions quite accurate. Might you assist me with one? Zhang Yu immediately sensed that he might be testing him. What aspect do you wish to inquire about? Well, it feels somewhat embarrassing to say, but please do not mention it to others. If you can predict, that would be ideal. If not, just consider I never asked. Wu Xiang Wang spoke somewhat awkwardly. You see, I am not particularly young anymore, and due to the nature of my work, I am exceedingly busy. I am still unmarried, and my family is becoming quite anxious. Could you perhaps predict when I might meet my other half? Zhang Yu sighed with relief. After all, such matters were indeed awkward for a man to discuss openly. It was evident that Wu Xiang Wang was genuinely concerned about this issue. However, Zhang Yu truly lacked the ability to predict. He could only rely on the 5 blessings plate for some insights. There were auspicious positions on the plate, but these varied, and he was unsure if the auspicious position for romantic connections was applicable to Wu Xiang Wang's family. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu said, Sir, this requires a detailed calculation and is also related to the feng shui of your home, making it somewhat inconvenient to assess here. Perhaps, once things settle down, I could visit your home to help you examine the feng shui. What do you think? Sure. Thank you very much. In the meeting room of the Public Security Bureau, Zhan Hu, Chao Hua, had already arrived and was conducting a meeting with his fellow officers. Before him lay a stack of statements, including Zhang Yu's and others. The kidnapping case had been solved, yet they had not anticipated that the kidnapper, Ermao Lu Zi, had died, according to the testimonies gathered thus far. Wang Chang and Zhao Gang had left the abandoned tractor factory with their Mao Luzi still alive. The hostage, Yang Ning, had also reported that after the two departed, Mao Luzi had assaulted her, and during her struggle, he struck her, rendering her unconscious. Thus, whatever occurred after her fainting remained a mystery. Chao Dehua's expression grew grave as he remarked on this. The officer who first discovered the body reported, "Chief, after we examined the scene, we found no suspicious signs. The body bore no external injuries, which almost rules out homicide. I believe the more likely cause of death is an acute medical condition. However, there remained a slight possibility that Yang Ning, in her struggle, had inadvertently killed Mao Luzi." Chao Dehua nodded slightly and turned to Ni. "You were responsible for Yang Ning's statement. What is your take?" Ni replied, "Yang Ning is merely a child of about 10. During the inquiry, she displayed no signs of abnormality. Moreover, I find it hard to believe that she could kill an adult man with a single blow. Even if she struck his throat, it wouldn't necessarily result in instantaneous death. Therefore, we should await the autopsy report for any conclusive results." Buzzing. Chao Dehua's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out, glanced at the screen, and then answered, "Hello, is this the coroner Lin, the deceased from tonight?" "No way, are you sure? All right, please hold on." As he spoke on the phone, a look of suspicion and astonishment crossed Chao Dehua's face, which did not escape the notice of his subordinates. They all recognized Coroner Lin. The body should have been delivered, yet something seemed amiss. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chao Dehua, eagerly awaiting answers. Finally, he hung up and surveyed the room, saying, "The body has been delivered to the coroner, who has conducted a preliminary examination. Based on the coldness and rigidity of the body, the coroner estimates that Mao Luzi has been dead for over 24 hours. What? The officers were immediately stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Ni was the first to speak. "Chief, Mao Luzi was still alive just a few hours ago. Even if Wang Chang and Zhao Gang might be lying, Yang Ning has no reason to collude with the kidnapper." Another officer chimed in. "I concur with Ni. Could it be a mistake in the autopsy?" Chao Dehua responded. "Coroner Lin is a seasoned professional with extensive experience. It is highly improbable that he would err on such a fundamental matter as the time of death." Go Fu Gui, who had just delivered Zhang Yu's statement, interjected, "Chief, perhaps I should interrogate Wang Chang again. This fellow is quite cunning. I suspect he and Zhao Gang might have conspired to eliminate Mao Luzi." Chao Dehua mused. Typically, they wouldn't act so hastily against a partner before the ransom was secured. And regarding Yang Ning, he trailed off, his brow furrowing, as the complexity of the case began to exceed his expectations. Ni proposed, "Perhaps we should conduct another round of questioning, but everything should hinge on determining the true cause of Mao Luzi's death. Has the coroner identified a cause yet?" Chao Dehua shook his head. "The cause of death has yet to be determined. Therefore, let Wang Xiaoxia re-interview Yang Ning, ensuring a gentle approach so as not to frighten the child. Go Fu Gui will question Wang Chang, and Zhang Yu will be assigned to you." Ni. "Understood," the three replied in unison. However, Chao Dehua turned back to Ni, saying, "Previously, you reported that he was instrumental in locating the ransom and easily found Wang Chang hidden in the woods. His identity appears to be unblemished, yet with the case taking such a drastic turn, we cannot help but wonder what connections might exist. When you question him, remain observant to see if you can extract further clues from him." Understood. In the interrogation room, Zhang Yu continued his conversation with Wu Xiang Wang. "Ah, sir, is my friend also here?" Wu Xiang Wang nodded. Zhang Yu pressed on. "This case has been resolved, right, my friend, and I should be free to leave now?" Wu Xiang Wang replied, "That decision isn't mine to make. We must wait." Before he could finish, the door creaked open. Zhang Yu, facing outward, immediately spotted Ni's striking figure entering the room at that moment. Ni appeared poised and graceful as she approached and sat beside Wu Xiang Wang. After exchanging greetings, Ni addressed Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, the kidnapping case has been resolved. However, the kidnapper, Mao Luzi, has died under mysterious circumstances. While the investigation is our responsibility, as a witness to the scene, have you noticed any traces or clues?" Her inquiries were undoubtedly far more astute than the bluntness of Go Fu Gui. Zhang Yu, harboring a genuine curiosity about the death of Mao Luzi, candidly remarked, "In the brief time I was inside, how could I discern any clues? Given the extensive duration of your search and the array of advanced technologies at your disposal, surely you must have unearthed a plethora of leads." Ni responded, "Are you attempting to extract information from our police?" To which Zhang Yu replied, "I merely stated my thoughts. Your nerves appear excessively frayed. By the way, when might I be allowed to leave? I still have work to attend to at dawn, I assured him. Rest assured, we can ensure you arrive at work on time. She then continued, however, you deduced that the ransom was concealed at the foot of the mountain. How did you come to the conclusion that the kidnapper, Wang Chong, was hiding in the woods for assistance? How did you ascertain his precise location? Zhang Yu, quick on the uptake, immediately recalled Wu Xiang Wang's earlier deductions and replied. It was a matter of reasoning. Reasoning? I paused, then smiled. Please elaborate on your thought process. Her rare smile rendered her even more enchanting, and this expression struck Zhang Yu as familiar, evoking memories of his middle school deskmate. Zhuoling, who rarely smiled, yet possessed remarkable beauty, he remembered her smiling at him once. On an afternoon when he delivered a simplistic love letter illustrated with drawings. You bear a striking resemblance to my middle school deskmate. Zhang Yu remarked instinctively. However, he quickly remembered that the officers referred to her as Nini, indicating she was not the same person. Nini's expression shifted dramatically, and she glared at him. What nonsense are you spouting? I asked how you reasoned that out. Just provide an answer. Zhang Yu, pouting, retorted, I merely made an offhand comment. There's no need to be so irate. Wu Xiang Wang interjected. Let us keep the questions focused. Just answer what is asked without digressing. Zhang Yu continued. I reasoned that the kidnapper could not be acting alone. It is highly likely that he has accomplices, since only one emerged from the woods. It stands to reason that someone must have been there to assist him. As for how I knew to find them, I surmised that the kidnapper on the motorcycle would travel in a straight line, remaining within sight of his accomplices. Nini nodded in agreement. Your analysis is quite sound. It appears your thought process is rather meticulous. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Yu replied. Nini remarked, you need not be modest. By the way, with your considerable talents, why are you still working? Zhang Yu replied, my skills are not that remarkable. I merely dabble in analysis, and typically, no one believes me. Thus, I must continue working. Nini responded. I now believe you. Can you assist our police further? Zhang Yu understood that she was asking him to deduce how Ermao Luzi had died. Yet, given Nini's demeanor was markedly different from Gofu Gui's. Zhang Yu felt it inappropriate to retort directly. He stifled a yawn and said, you may not realize that each instance of divination is immensely draining on one's mental faculties. Attempting to do so again in a short time frame would yield inaccurate results. Truth be told, I am utterly exhausted. He had not yet caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror. Otherwise, he would have been startled by his own reflection. His dark circles under the eyes were pronounced, reminiscent of someone who had played mahjong for 3 consecutive days and nights. Interestingly, this admission piqued the curiosity of those around him. When they had seen Zhang Yu earlier in the day, he had appeared quite alert, yet now, everyone seemed fatigued, with Zhang Yu's disheveled appearance standing out. Even at such a late hour, his dark circles seemed excessively pronounced. Wu Xiang Wang nodded in agreement, seemingly in accord with this observation. Nini hesitated before asking, when do you think you could attempt another calculation? Zhang Yu replied, you must allow me at least 10 days to recuperate. 10 days. Nini exclaimed. Zhang Yu replied, that is a relatively short duration. Do you know how significantly such revelations impact one's well-being? Hence, I rarely offer my services. Today, however, seeing the anguish of the mother who lost her daughter, I could not bear to ignore her plight. Nini remarked, you possess quite the sense of righteousness. Zhang Yu, unabashed, replied, that is simply the nature of a person who cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice. He then stifled another yawn, his eyelids growing heavy, and added, if you do not allow me to leave, I might as well take a brief nap here. I genuinely cannot hold on any longer. Wu Xiang Wang turned to Nini and quietly suggested, I think he genuinely cannot endure much longer. Although fatigue tactics are a method employed, Zhang Yu was ultimately not a criminal, and Wu Xiang Wang subtly hinted to Nini fixed her gaze on Zhang Yu. Where do you reside? I shall escort you home now. Grass brother, wake up. Zhang Yu was roused by the shouts, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Pang Guang and Wang Kainan standing beside him. Where am I? I was just about to drift off. Why are you calling me? Pang Guang replied, we're at our place. Wang Kainan added, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late for work. First, have breakfast, and you can sleep later tonight. Zhang Yu, somewhat confused, remarked, aren't we at the Camel Mountain security office? His memory only extended to his interaction with Nini. Everything that transpired thereafter was a blur. Pang Guang quickly clarified, you fell asleep last night, and those 2 officers brought us back. You were sleeping like a log, and no amount of coaxing could rouse you. Feeling utterly fatigued, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and sat up. declaring, "I'll wash my face first." After freshening up, the three of them sat down at the breakfast table. Wang Kainan, evidently curious, was in no rush to eat and asked, "What happened?" "I returned home quite late last night after dinner." "And you two were already gone. Now, there is talk of the security office and the officers bringing us back." Pang Guang responded, "Don't even get me started. When the officers returned us, they mentioned a case at Camel Mountain. One that Grass brother assisted in solving. They didn't provide any specifics but instructed me to convey that the details of the case must remain confidential. If anything were to leak, we would be held accountable." Wang Kainan exclaimed, "You guys really have it good. Just a trip to Camel Mountain, and you encounter a case. Sounds like quite the significant one." Zhang Yu yawned and replied, "It was just a matter of chance. Let us not dwell on it. By the way, did the revised design from yesterday get approved?" Wang Kainan immediately beamed. "Grass brother, you're truly remarkable. A simple modification." And the client was instantly pleased. They signed the contract right away. "The boss rewarded me with 2,000 yuan and has arranged for us to have a grand dinner at La Patillon tonight." "Still going to La Patillon? Your boss is quite generous. Since it was Grass brother who helped you secure that deal, shouldn't you treat us to dinner there?" Pang Guang grinned. Wang Kainan retorted, "What has that got to do with you? It's all thanks to Grass brother. You merely tagged along." The two bantered back and forth, while Zhang Yu, feeling that speaking was an unnecessary exertion, focused solely on finishing his breakfast. It must be said, utilizing the eye of heaven was exhilarating, but the side effects were undeniably severe. Zhang Yu longed to return to bed and sleep for an entire day and night. After breakfast, he forced himself to muster the energy to head to work, stopping at the subway station to buy a cup of coffee to alleviate some of his drowsiness. Upon arriving at the office and taking a seat, he noticed his direct superior, Li Tong, approaching with an envelope in hand. "Good morning, Li Zong," Zhang Yu greeted him. "Zhang Yu, your design skills are woefully inadequate. You have no place at our Xin family. This is your termination notice for the probation period. Please proceed to finance for settlement." Li Tong bluntly tossed the envelope onto Zhang Yu's desk. Zhang Yu had anticipated this outcome, yet he was surprised by the swiftness. They prepared the termination notice early in the morning. However, this was fortuitous, as he was eager to complete his next alchemical task, with only 3 days remaining and no ingredients procured yet. "Thank you," Zhang Yu said, picking up the notice and nonchalantly walking down the corridor. Li Tong watched, somewhat bewildered, at Zhang Yu's calm demeanor. He had seen numerous interns leave before, with most displaying expressions of despair or pleading for another chance. Only Zhang Yu appeared completely unfazed. Li Tong had even prepared some scornful remarks for Zhang Yu. But they went and used. As Zhang Yu exited the office area and stepped into the corridor, he was soon greeted by a vibrant sight approaching him. Indeed, it is Su Ying. Today, Su Ying has eschewed her usual professional attire and high heels, opting instead for black ankle boots paired with black stockings and a black short skirt, complemented by a black t-shirt. One must admit, a woman of such exquisite figure and beauty can truly pull off any outfit. Su Ying belongs to that rare breed who could charm even in a burlap sack. This ensemble not only accentuates her marvelous physique, but also infuses her elegance with a hint of allure. "Good morning, President Su. Is your foot feeling better now?" "Yes, it's fine," she replies, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. "Did you not sleep well last night? Where are you off to?" Su Ying offers a smile. It is indeed a rarity for this typically professional woman to display such warmth. Anyone witnessing it would surely be taken aback. "Oh, nothing much. I was helping a friend with some graphics last night. Now, I'm heading to finance to settle payroll." Zhang Yu responds cheerily. He cannot very well admit that he was up late assisting the police with a case. "Wow, that was quick," Su Ying exclaims, clearly surprised by the efficiency of Zhang Yu's dismissal. "It's only a matter of a few days. Whether it happens sooner or later, it's all the same." Zhang Yu remains remarkably composed, flashing a broad smile. "You have quite the nonchalant attitude." Su Ying hesitates briefly before adding, "Come, I'll accompany you to the finance office." With that, she turns and strides toward the elevator. The finance office is located on the left side of the 26th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Su Ying instructs, "You go ahead and collect your payment, but do not leave. Wait for me here." "All right," Zhang Yu replies, somewhat baffled by her request, yet he nods in agreement. The Su Ying then proceeds to the right, which leads to the offices of the president and vice president, as well as the conference room. The president, being the major shareholder, seldom appears, while the vice president is none other than Qian Yongnian, the father of Qian Neng. Could she be going to plead my case? Zhang Yu muses internally, quickly dismissing the thought as improbable since she had asked him to retrieve his remuneration. Clearly, The decision was already made. Whatever it may be, I shall first collect my money. After all, it is my hard-earned income. Zhang Yu heads toward the finance office. Glancing back at Suing intermittently. As expected, he observes her arriving at the vice president's office door. Suing knocks gently, and Qian Zhongyan's voice calls from within. Come in. She enters, and there sits Qian Zhongyan behind his desk, sipping tea and perusing a newspaper. Upon noticing her, he smiles and asks, Xiao Su, what brings you here? Suing approaches, her expression no longer mirroring the smile she wore while speaking with Zhang Yu. President Qian, I am here to resign. Resign? Qian Zhongyan exclaims, visibly taken aback. Why on earth would you resign? You should consult Qian Nung about that. I will send my resignation letter to your email shortly. I must take my leave now. Suing states before turning to exit. Qian Yongyan, momentarily bewildered, contemplates the situation, realizing it must have something to do with his son. Could it be that his beloved son has gotten into trouble again? As the design director, Suing occupies a position between senior management and mid-level staff, earning a salary that exceeds the industry standard. Her sudden resignation raises significant concerns. Could you reconsider? If there is an issue, we can discuss it. Qian Zhongyan implores. I have deliberated for 2 days. Goodbye. President Qian. Su-Ying retorts, casting one last glance over her shoulder as she opens the door and walks out. Qian Yongyan is left in a state of confusion. After a moment's thought, he picks up his phone and dials Qian Ning's number. The call connects swiftly, and Qian Ning's voice comes through. Hello, Dad? What's up? It's me. Su-Ying just came to resign, and when I inquired why, she told me to ask you about it. What is going on? She resigned. Qian Ning stutters, equally taken aback. It seems you are aware. Now, tell me the reason. Qian Zhongyan demands, recognizing the connection to his son. Qian Ning explains, on Friday night. I was merely joking with her. I had no idea she would take it seriously. You realize the significance of her position. In the shouting group, she is a highly regarded professional. What will I say if someone from above inquires about this? She resigned of her own accord. You didn't terminate her, did you? By the way, did her resignation letter specify any reason? She mentioned she would send it to me later. Qian Ning attempts to downplay the situation. Well, that resolves it. Her resignation letter will likely contain a valid reason, so there should be no issue. You are driving me to madness, Qian Yongyan exclaims in frustration. Dad, I didn't foresee this. That company is planning to open a store on Wenzhou Road. I had someone investigate and discovered a shop called Xingjia is available for transfer. You should go negotiate this afternoon and secure it directly. And please, refrain from causing me any more trouble. With that, Qian Zhongyan hangs up. As Zhang Yu exits the finance office, he coincidentally spots Suing emerging from the vice president's office. The two approach each other at the elevator, and Zhang Yu cannot help but murmur. You told me to wait here. I'm just a dismissed employee now. What could I possibly be waiting for? He notices a serene smile on Su Ying's face, suggesting something good may have transpired. As they cross paths, Zhang Yu inquires, President Su, you're out rather quickly. You seem quite pleased. Is there some good news? Indeed, there is good news. Like you, I will no longer be part of Xingjia. Su Ying replies with a smile. I must say, are you not being a bit impulsive? Xingjia offers competitive salaries within the industry. Zhang Yu expresses, utterly unprepared for Su Ying's resignation. While he verbalizes this concern, he secretly wonders if her decision was influenced by him. Su Ying seems to read his thoughts and remarks, what impulsiveness. I assure you, my resignation is not for your sake. You are well aware that Qian Ning, having done it once, would dare to do it again. Let us go. Let us grab a drink together. Thus, they exit the company, with Zhang Yu's dismissal being somewhat expected, yet Su Ying's sudden resignation is undeniably a momentous event within the firm, within an hour. The company is abuzz with gossip, rife with speculation and rumors. Have you heard? Su Ying from design has resigned. Of course, I've heard. You know the reason? I believe it's because Li Tong dismissed the intern Zhang Yu. And in a fit of anger, President Su resigned. How could that be? Surely, she wouldn't resign over an intern. Well, you might not know this, but my desk is closest to the corridor. I witnessed them chatting and laughing together. You understand, President Su is usually so stern. For her to laugh, their relationship must be significant. That seems far-fetched. There are many suitors for President Su's affection. Why would she choose an intern? I suspect they might be akin to siblings. Regardless, something is definitely amiss between them. Remember during the design competition when Zhang Yu presented his work? President Su praised him. I reckon Li Tong's dismissal of Zhang Yu humiliated her, prompting her to resign. The gossip within the company goes unheard by Zhang Yu and Su Ying. The two head to a pastry CAF, Order some nuts and 2 cups of coffee and engage in casual conversation. After a while, Su Ying shifts the topic and asks, now that you have left Xingjia, what are your plans? Despite having gained an advantage, Zhang Yu has yet to contemplate his future. He is focused on completing a few more tasks. Believing he will naturally ascend to greater heights. After all, he is no ordinary individual. He harbors grand aspirations. When Su Ying poses her question, Zhang Yu cannot express his true thoughts and simply responds, I haven't thought much about it yet, but I will definitely be looking for work. Regardless, I have gained invaluable experience at Xingjia. That's true. Finding a job shouldn't be difficult for you. Su Ying replies, shaking her head gently, I don't intend to seek employment anymore. What do you plan to do instead? Zhang Yu inquires with curiosity, I plan to start my own business. Su Ying asserts with determination. There are far too many intrigues within companies. Merely managing these daily affairs is quite vexing. Therefore, I intend to establish my own interior design company, starting small. What do you think? Would you be interested in helping me? As she concludes, Su Ying offers another radiant smile. Gazing at her expression, Zhang Yu finds himself lost in thought. Throughout his time at Xingjia, he has scarcely witnessed Su Ying's smile. However, today, Su Ying had bestowed upon him her smile several times. An occurrence almost unprecedented. Very well. Zhang Yu replied without hesitation. I will take some time to contemplate this at home over the next couple of days. I believe it will indeed be quite challenging at first. But once we establish a good reputation, we shall undoubtedly grow and prosper. The initial capital is not an issue. As for the location, I find Wenzhong Road quite appealing and plan to scout for a suitable storefront. Su Ying remarked, You are bound to succeed. Su. If there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to command, Zhang Yu declared, thumping his chest confidently. Su Ying scrutinized him for a moment and advised, It is best for you to hurry home and get some rest to rejuvenate your spirit. At your command, Zhang Yu responded. Although he felt exceedingly fatigued, he had no time to sleep. After parting ways with Su Ying, he promptly took a vehicle to Baozitang Pharmacy. Baozitang is one of the most prominent pharmacies in Wunan. Upon arriving at the traditional medicine counter, he found it sparsely populated, with 2 young women engaged in idle chatter across the counter. The woman behind the counter, slender in face and clad in a white lab coat, turned to greet him. Hello, how may I assist you? She inquired. I would like to purchase 3 tails of ginseng, 2 tails of astragalus, 2 tails of white atractylodes, 2 tails of licorice, 2 tails of gynostemma, 3 tails of yam, 2 tails of eucamia, and 5 tails of goji berries. Zhang Yu listed off the 32 medicinal ingredients in rapid succession. Following the prescription from the system, the woman in the lab coat appeared momentarily stunned. She had encountered many individuals seeking herbs, but this was the first time someone had rattled off so many names so effortlessly. Sir, I have a pen and paper here. Could you possibly write down the prescription so I can prepare the herbs accordingly? Zhang Yu took the paper and pen from the counter and transcribed the prescription. The woman promptly began gathering the herbs as per his request. In the process of preparing the medicine, Zhang Yu noticed the woman in white and began to scrutinize her. Initially, from the back, she seemed unremarkable, standing approximately 165 centimeters tall, her limbs somewhat fleshy yet not overweight, a figure that could be described as slender. However, upon seeing her face, he felt an undeniable allure, a hint of mature femininity, suggesting she was not very old, exuding a serene charm. This slender figure, devoid of excess flesh, was akin to a light tank, possessing an even greater allure for men than one might expect. The woman seemed to sense Zhang Yu's gaze and turned to look at him. Upon meeting her eyes, he quickly averted his own. After a short while, the woman in the lab coat returned with the prepared herbs and stated, Sir, in your prescription, we do not have the following 3 herbs: snake flower, Tinshuan grass, and mingruozi. Here are the other herbs, all prepared as per your request. No, Zhang Yu thought to himself, knowing that the ingredients for the gathering chi pill were not easily obtainable. Indeed, even a prominent pharmacy like Baozitang did not possess them. He inquired which pharmacy might have them. The woman in the lab coat, clearly uncertain, called upon an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from the back for assistance. The old doctor examined the prescription, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Young man, who prescribed this for you? He asked. Is there a problem? Zhang Yu replied. The old doctor earnestly responded, all the herbs listed here are for tonifying qi and blood. If one's qi and blood are unbalanced, it suffices to take a few of these herbs. Combining all these together could easily lead to excess, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Furthermore, he explained that snake flower was extremely expensive. surpassing even gold at a cost of 1,000 yuan per gram, and was difficult to procure. Mingruozi was known to be cold in nature, classified as a slow-acting poison. While it could nourish yin, it was perilous if mishandled, thus only permitted for use in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Tianchuan grass served to regulate yin and yang, but had also been replaced by other medicinal alternatives in modern medicine, making it nearly extinct on the market, with perhaps only a couple of large pharmaceutical factories having it. Hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. While the cost of snake flower was high, it was still available somewhere. However, Mingruozi was prohibited from sale, and obtaining Tianchuan grass appeared even more daunting. The old doctor noticed Zhang Yu's disappointment and the weariness evident on his face, including faint dark circles under his eyes. He quickly reassured him, "There's no need for concern, from what I can see. Your condition stems from overexertion. A few days of rest should suffice. Alternatively, I could take your pulse and prescribe some medication to help you recover swiftly." As soon as he said this, the woman in white displayed a look of disdain. Zhang Yu sensed the unusual gaze directed at him and inwardly lamented, "I am not what you think." He felt it unnecessary to explain himself and hastily said, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. The herbs aren't for my own use. How much do I owe for the herbs you have prepared?" After settling the payment and exiting Baozatang with the available herbs, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. As he walked, he began to ponder. The more he thought, the more he felt disheartened. As the protagonist endowed with a golden finger, shouldn't he be experiencing some fortuitous encounter at this moment? Perhaps a benefactor would appear, or he would inadvertently assist a powerful figure, leading to the acquisition of what he desired, as is often depicted in novels. After wandering for over half an hour without encountering the desired serendipity, he realized the only option left was to search online for where to procure the 3 herbs he needed. As the old doctor had mentioned, Mingruozi and Tianchuan grass indeed possessed toxic properties, which is why they were not available for sale online. There were, however, a few online stores selling snake flower, albeit at varying prices. The cheapest was merely 50 yuan per gram, while the most expensive reached 1,500 yuan per gram. It was evident that the cheaper options were likely counterfeit, while the pricier ones could not be guaranteed as authentic either. Yet they were certainly more reliable than the cheaper alternatives. He soon discovered another pressing issue. One prescription required 2 taels of snake flower, equating to 10 grams, 1,500 yuan per gram. That would amount to 15,000 yuan. Even though he had received his paycheck after being dismissed yesterday, he still lacked the funds to meet this requirement. This is hopeless, Zhang Yu sighed heavily, realizing that without the complete set of herbs or a furnace for alchemy, fulfilling his task was nearly impossible. Just then, his phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket and saw an unfamiliar landline number. Could it be that a benefactor was truly descending from the heavens? He answered, "Hello? Is this Zhang Yu?" A woman's voice inquired over the line. Zhang Yu found the voice familiar and suddenly recalled, "Isn't this the voice of the female warrior in I? Yes, it's me. I'm not the one looking for you. It's Sister Chung who wishes to speak with you. She wants to thank you for saving her daughter and would like to invite you to dinner to express her gratitude." Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief, saying, "There's really no need for that. I believe in the principle of kindness without expecting anything in return. It was merely a small act. That may be so, but she considers you her savior and insists on having her daughter thank you in person. I think it would be best if you didn't refuse. Where are you? I'll come pick you up," I said. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. If he continued to decline, it would indeed seem ungrateful. So he replied, "I'm at Baozatang Pharmacy, heading home soon." "All right, then wait for me at home. I know the way. We'll meet shortly," I said before hanging up. Zhang Yu yawned and then hailed a taxi back to his residence. He first stored the herbs properly and splashed some water on his face before waiting outside his apartment complex. Before long, a sleek BYD sedan pulled up beside him. The passenger window rolled down, and he heard Ni's voice calling, "Get in." Zhang Yu settled into the passenger seat, exchanging pleasantries with her. I started the car and drove off. After a short distance, she suddenly remarked, "Wait a minute. Why are you at home? Didn't you say you were working today? You might find it hard to believe, but I received a notice of termination of my internship first thing this morning and was instructed to go to finance to settle my wages." "I am currently unemployed," Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly. "What a coincidence. What happened?" I inquired with curiosity. "I inadvertently offended someone," Zhang Yu admitted. "What on earth is going on? How can an intern like you offend someone?" "Zhang Yu, forget it. It's not worth discussing. Just thinking about it makes me frustrated. Seeing him remain silent. Ni's demeanor shifted to seriousness. You should be aware of your situation. What is it truly about? Is the police force so indiscriminate in their management? Zhang Yu retorted. Is it really that wide-ranging? I shot him a glare. You're quite the talker. Hurry up and speak. Zhang Yu understood that even though he had mentioned being in a hurry for work last night, being suddenly dismissed required an explanation. So, he recounted the incident involving Qian Ning, omitting the part about the power outage and escorting Su Ying home. Ni remarked that Qian Ning is utterly excessive. He was in the wrong to begin with, and yet he shamelessly retaliated by firing you. Zhang Yu replied, such is the nature of work. One can easily offend others if they're not careful. But it's all right. Having a clear conscience is more important than anything. Noticing his surprisingly optimistic attitude, I suddenly laughed and said, aren't you supposed to be good at calculations? Did you not foresee that you would be fired today? This spirited woman had a unique charm when she smiled. Glancing at her profile, Zhang Yu felt a vague resemblance to his former deskmate from years ago. However, with different names, he could only conclude that they bore a slight similarity. Zhang Yu nonchalantly replied, what difference does it make if I could foresee it? Would I have refrained from entering knowing I might offend someone? True enough. As they conversed, the car approached the vicinity of Wenjiang Road and came to a stop in front of a tea restaurant. Upon exiting the vehicle, I led Zhang Yu upstairs to a private room named Changchun Pavilion. Upon entering, Zhang Yu spotted Cheng Yumei and a young girl, Yang Ning, seated inside. Cheng Yumei, noticing their arrival, immediately stood up with her daughter, greeted them warmly, and expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yu, prompting her daughter to do the same. Yang Ning politely bowed deeply to both Zhang Yu and Ni, saying, thank you, uncle, thank you, aunt. Zhang Yu quickly replied, no need for such formality. It's all good. Ni gently patted Yang Ning's head before suggesting it was time to leave. Cheng Yumei, of course, could not let her go. But Ni was busy with work. Besides the kidnapping case, there had also been a murder. She had taken leave for this, so she couldn't linger any longer. Cheng Yumei and the others escorted Ni downstairs, only returning to the private room once Ni had driven away. Cheng Yumei once again expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yu and initiated casual conversation. Zhang Yu could distinctly sense that today's Cheng Yumei was a far cry from the flustered mother he had encountered the previous day. Yesterday, she appeared as a woman in a state of panic, while today, she exuded not only warmth but also an air of dignified grace. After a while, Cheng Yumei asked, Xiao Zhang, what is your profession? Zhang Yu did not conceal the truth and promptly responded, I work in home decoration design at Xuanjia, but I was just fired. Naturally, Cheng Yumei inquired why, and since Zhang Yu had already explained the situation to Ni, he candidly shared it with Cheng Yumei as well. Upon hearing his story, Cheng Yumei couldn't help but smile and said, what a coincidence. What coincidence? Zhang Yu asked, perplexed. As it happens, I am in a related business. I run a real estate agency that I know several construction teams and was just planning to expand into home design. You are talented in this field. Why not come help me? Rest assured, I won't treat you unfairly. I can offer you a base salary of 10,000 a month. Cheng Yumei said kindly that a salary of 10,000. That figure was beyond what Zhang Yu could earn even if he were to secure a permanent position at Xuanjia. It was clear that Cheng Yumei was not merely offering him employment, but was also repaying a kindness. Otherwise, what company would offer such a salary to a newcomer in the design industry? And, I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot accept, Zhang Yu replied. This response momentarily stunned Cheng Yumei, who quickly countered, the salary can be increased to 15,000. It's not a matter of money. Zhang Yu hastily clarified. Then what is it? Cheng Yumei asked, puzzled. It's mainly about Su Jia. When she heard I was fired, she, in a fit of anger, also resigned. She mentioned today that she intends to open her own company and wants me to assist her. I've already promised her, so I can't go to another place, Zhang Yu explained sincerely. Such loyalty. Cheng Yumei smiled gently. Do you perhaps have feelings for her? This question made Zhang Yu feel a bit awkward. As a normal man, how could he not be fond of a woman like Su Ying? However, directly admitting it seemed inappropriate. Seeing him hesitate to respond, Cheng Yumei chuckled. That's quite normal. A graceful lady deserves a worthy gentleman. Aunt, Zhang Yu said, feeling a bit embarrassed, she is older than me. Age is merely a number. What matters is mutual affection. What type of shop does she plan to open? Cheng Yumei smiled. Zhang Yu replied. She mentioned she has her sights set on Wenjiang Road, looking for a storefront in this area. Cheng Yumei inquired, is she free now? Could we perhaps invite her for a discussion? Zhang Yu expressed some confusion. Aunt, what do you need to speak with her about? Zhang Yu smiled. We'll discuss it when she arrives. Wenjiang Road, Xing Family Home Design Company. This establishment had a storefront approximately 2 meters wide, with glass doors allowing a clear view inside. Where it appeared rather quiet, with only 3 individuals seated and engaged in their own tasks. Su Ying stood at the entrance, peering inside before pushing the door open and stepping in. A receptionist, noticing Su Ying's arrival, promptly set aside her phone and warmly greeted, "Hello, beautiful. Are you here for renovations?" As Su Ying walked further inside, she replied, "I saw in the newspaper that your company is up for transfer. So I came to take a look. Is your boss available? Our boss is inside. Please follow me," the girl said, leading Su Ying to the manager's office. The company's owner, a stout man in his 40s, appeared quite affable. Upon learning that Su Ying was there to discuss the transfer, he immediately welcomed her warmly and began a conversation. He informed Su Ying that the location was favorable and the business was doing well. He was reluctantly transferring the store due to relocating from Wunan. The annual rent was 150,000, a relatively low figure due to the early contract signing, with 3 years remaining. Whoever took over was guaranteed to profit. The transfer fee was set at a flat rate of 300,000. The company's existing renovations were intact, and the space was adequate, especially considering the low rent of 150,000 per year. The transfer fee was somewhat high, as the items within the store were not worth that much. However, comparable storefronts on Wenjiang Road were currently renting for at least 250,000 per year, taking into account the initial investment of 300,000 to take over this company. Su Ying deemed it a worthwhile deal if she were to rent a place and establish her own company. The combination of rent and renovations would undoubtedly exceed that amount. After a brief round of negotiations, both parties reached an agreement for a transfer fee of 280,000. Su Ying felt satisfied, but just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in," the stout owner called. The door opened, and the earlier receptionist entered, leading a man inside. "Boss, this gentleman claims to be from Xuanjia Group and wishes to speak with you." Su Ying turned to the entrance and was immediately taken aback. The man who entered was none other than Qian Neng. Upon learning that the visitor was from Xuanjia Group, the stout owner quickly stood and welcomed him with a smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Qian Neng did not immediately acknowledge the owner, as his gaze was fixed on Su Ying. With a cheerful expression, he said, "Isn't this Miss Su? What brings you here? Surely, you're not seeking employment." Given Su Ying's presence in such a small company, he deemed it unlikely, making the remark merely for effect. Su Ying, puzzled by Qian Neng's persistent appearance, retorted, "I have already taken over this place. What business do you have here, Mr. Qian?" "You've taken over?" Qian Neng hesitated briefly, glancing at the stout owner. "Have you signed the contract?" The stout owner responded, "Not yet." Qian Neng then smirked at Su Ying, turning back to the owner, and declared, "Our Xuanjia Group intends to open a store on Wenjiang Road and has taken a liking to this location. We would like to negotiate a transfer. If you are willing to stay and collaborate with us, we can allow you to continue as the store manager. If not, let us discuss the price." Upon hearing this, the stout individual's face blossomed with a broad smile. To be honest, I must admit, I am rather reluctant to part with this place. If I could remain, that would be the most desirable outcome. The price for the shop is 300,000. He proceeded to reiterate the advantages he had previously mentioned to Su Ying. To Qian Neng, 300,000. No problem. Qian Neng turned to Su Ying and inquired, "Miss Su, is there anything else? If you are contemplating starting a business, we could certainly collaborate." Su Ying suddenly rose and made her way to the door. Initially, she had anticipated a smooth journey, but unexpectedly, an unforeseen obstacle had emerged, complicating matters significantly. It seemed she would need to seek another location. Upon exiting the store, her phone rang abruptly, the sound piercing the air. She pulled out her phone and saw it was Zhang Yu's number. Promptly answering, "Hello, Sister Su. Where are you? Are you free right now?" Su Ying replied, "I am on Wenjiang Road." "What do you need?" Zhang Yu responded, "What a coincidence. I am also on Wenjiang Road. Please head to the Old Friends Tea Restaurant. You'll understand once you arrive." "All right. I'll be there shortly." Su Ying hung up, her curiosity piqued. Qian Neng had come here, and now Zhang Yu was also on Wenjiang Road. What could he possibly want with her? The Old Friends Tea Restaurant was quite renowned on Wenjiang Road. Su Ying arrived promptly and spotted Zhang Yu waiting at the entrance. Once they met, Zhang Yu led her upstairs to a private room to meet Zhang Yu. Through Zhang Yu's introduction, Su Ying realized the familial connections were rather convoluted. Zhang Yu and Yang Ning were mother and daughter, while Zhang Yu referred to Cheng Yumei as Annie, and Yang Ning called Zhang Yu uncle, referring to Su Ying as Annie as well. What kind of familial hierarchy was this? Cheng Yumei clearly noticed Su Ying's confusion and immediately began to explain. Xiao Zhang, hasn't he mentioned it to you? Has he? He is indeed a lifesaver for our Ning Ning. Indeed, he never spoke of it. What transpired? Su Ying glanced at Zhang Yu. Last Friday, our Ning Ning was kidnapped, and the kidnappers demanded a ransom on Sunday. Cheng Yumei then recounted how Zhang Yu had helped capture the kidnappers and saved her daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Ying was left utterly astounded. She had not anticipated such capabilities from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, in turn, looked at Su Ying and quietly said, "It was the police's orders not to disclose this, which is why I didn't mention it when you asked. I told a little lie." Su Ying replied, "Well, you don't need to keep me informed about everything." Cheng Yumei smiled and remarked, "Earlier, I was chatting with Xiao Zhang, and he mentioned he was fired today. In a fit of anger. You also resigned and planned to start a business on Wenjiang Road. Is that correct?" "Yes," Su Ying nodded, her heart filled with renewed curiosity. "Is there more to this? I run a real estate agency. And I just mentioned to Xiao Zhang my intention to expand into home decoration design, offering him a monthly salary of 10,000. However, he declined, expressing a desire to venture into business with you instead. I have been preoccupied with my work and neglected to care for my daughter. Following this incident, I wish to spend more time with Ning Ning. My agency is located on Wenjiang Road. If you are interested, I can rent it to you. The rent would be a mere 100,000 a month, and I want to raise it. You can run it for as long as you wish. And if you decide to stop, you can return the premises to me at any time. We can put all of this in the contract. What do you think?" Cheng Yumei said gently. Su Ying was well aware of the rental prices on Wenjiang Road. The shop she had previously considered demanded a rent of 150,000 due to an early contract. Cheng Yumei's offer of only 100,000 was indeed a tremendous favor. However, upon further reflection, it began to make sense. According to Cheng Yumei, she intended to pay Zhang Yu 10,000 monthly, which was essentially a gesture of gratitude. This effectively saved Su Ying 150,000 in annual rent, which could be viewed as Zhang Yu's annual salary. "Auntie, you are making me feel a bit shy," Su Ying responded. "It's settled then. Let us enjoy some tea before I visit the shop to see if it suits my needs." Cheng Yumei smiled as she lifted her teacup. In real estate. This was a mid-range shop on Wenjiang Road. Cheng Yumei led her daughter, alongside Zhang Yu and Su Ying, into the store for a tour. Inside, there were 3 individuals, a middle-aged man, and 2 younger people. Cheng Yumei refrained from making introductions until they entered the manager's office, where she began to explain the store's operations. Besides herself, there were 6 other employees, including a store manager. Cheng Yumei produced the business license and property documents for Su Ying to review. If Su Ying found everything satisfactory, she could sign the contract at any time. Taking over such a store for only 100,000 a year was an extraordinary opportunity, and Su Ying expressed her agreement. Cheng Yumei was quite professional, ensuring that even with Zhang Yu's goodwill at play, all financial matters were clearly outlined. After all, it was not yet the end of the month for accounting, and any commissions owed to the sales staff needed to be accounted for and included in the contract to avoid future issues. Additionally, she earnestly advised Su Ying that the employees were quite competent and that it would be best to retain them if possible. Once everything was arranged, she called those not present in the store, urging them to return promptly for a meeting. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone returned. The store had a small meeting room where Cheng Yumei first introduced everyone. The manager, Xin, was of similar age to Su Ying, sporting a stylish haircut and dressed in black trousers and a white-collared shirt, exuding professionalism. The previously mentioned middle-aged man was referred to as Lao Youtiao, while the 2 younger individuals were named Jia Yu Guan and 986. There was also a man named Wang Ziming and a woman named Zhu Duo. Cheng Yumei then announced that the store was being transferred to Su Ying, making her the new owner. Upon hearing this news, the room fell into a stunned silence, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Zhu Duo exclaimed, "And Cheng, why are you leaving the store? It can't function without you." Cheng Yumei replied gently, "Ning Ning is currently in school and needs someone to care for her, but I have come to know Su Ying as a person of integrity and loyalty. You will surely fare well under her leadership." However, Zhu Duo lowered her head, seeming to have something to say but ultimately refraining. The others likewise displayed expressions of reluctance, except for the manager, Xin, who maintained a neutral demeanor. Zhang Yu observed the scene, recognizing the genuine affection these individuals held for Cheng Yumei. He was also certain that Zhang Yu was not only a good boss, but also a kind-hearted person. In conclusion, Zhang Yu proposed a celebratory dinner that evening at the spicy Heaven Hot Pot City. Originally, Wang Kanan intended to treat everyone there, but Zhang Yu had already taken them to dine earlier. That evening, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. The group did not drink much, and the meal concluded in under 2 hours, with Su Ying insisting on covering the bill as everyone returned home. Su Ying offered to drive Zhang Yu back, which made him feel rather awkward, as it was typically the man's role to escort the woman home. However, lacking a vehicle of his own left him no choice. As the car started, and they drove a short distance. Su Ying glanced at Zhang Yu and remarked, "You're quite impressive. Even possessing the ability to predict outcomes, it's not so much predicting as it is reasoning." Zhang Yu quickly replied. He dared not admit to her that he could indeed predict. What if Su Ying asked him to demonstrate reasoning? Su Ying grew more curious. "How did you deduce that the money would be hidden beneath the cliff?" I thought to myself, in this day and age, the police have tracking systems, so if the kidnappers simply took the money and ran, they would be doomed. The way the police surrounded me made it clear they couldn't catch the kidnappers and were desperate to extract information from me. This suggested that the police's tracking system had failed. Thus, I concluded that the money was likely still there. Zhang Yu stated earnestly. Su Ying immediately believed Zhang Yu's explanation, her admiration for him growing. His composure in a crisis was commendable. Most individuals would have been paralyzed by fear, likely only able to explain things to the police without considering alternative possibilities. Moreover, Zhang Yu had previously mentioned her intention to pay Zhang Yu 10,000 a month for his assistance. Yet he had declined in favor of joining forces with Su Ying. For Su Ying, 10,000 was not an insignificant amount, but in Wunan City, it was undoubtedly a generous salary, even if placed within the Xian family. It is not a trivial matter for an ordinary designer to earn 10,000. Su Ying felt a wave of emotion wash over her after facing setbacks at Xingjia Design Company in the afternoon. It was Zhang Yu who came to her aid, swiftly helping her find a suitable storefront. She couldn't help but exclaim, "I have come to realize that you truly are my lucky star. Just last Friday evening, I was at a loss regarding my entrepreneurial venture, and now, after just a brief moment, you have delivered a solution that I had not anticipated that Aunt Cheng would directly transfer the store to you." "Perhaps it is merely good fortune," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Su Ying pouted. "It is not just luck. Good deeds beget good returns. However, it seems I have done little to deserve this. Nonetheless, your monthly salary remains at 10,000. Plus an additional 20% in equity. Should we turn a profit, there will be dividends at the year's end." "Thank you, Su Zong," Zhang Yu replied, not hesitating to express his gratitude. He then recalled something, saying, "I initially thought that after this upheaval, I could take a couple of days off to attend to personal matters, but it appears I must return to work tomorrow. I would like to request a day off to handle some affairs." "Not a problem. Do you need my assistance?" "That won't be necessary. I can manage on my own. Not far from it in real estate." Nia Xian had just arrived home. As soon as she stepped through the door, she took out her phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and a man's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Qian. An incident has occurred with Zhang Yu, and I fear I may not be able to complete my task." Nia Xian stated. "What has happened?" "Zhang Yu has transferred her store to someone named Su Ying and has decided to step down to focus on caring for her daughter. I fear I may not have the opportunity to see her again." "Is that so? Which Su Ying are you referring to?" "She is under 30, quite beautiful, but I have yet to investigate her background. She is accompanied by someone named Zhang Yu. Do you happen to know a Su Ying?" Nia Xian inquired curiously. "It is indeed her," he confirmed. Nia Xian responded, "It seems you truly are acquainted with her. However, this matter does not concern me. Since Zhang Yu has resigned, can I not return? Furthermore, when will you fulfill your promise to me?" "I assure you that I will honor my commitments. However, at present, you cannot return. You must remain at an." Nia Xian expressed her discontent. "Why? Why must you interfere? Not only must you stay there, but you also cannot take on new clients. Simply keep an eye on Su Ying." "What do you mean by that? If I cannot take on new clients, how will I support myself?" "As long as you follow my instructions, that payment will surely come through." "That is a matter for later. What do I eat now? I have to send my monthly salary home, and I have no savings. I will provide you with 10,000 each month for living expenses. You must understand how much I earn from each contract. My family is in urgent need of funds. What can I do with just 10,000 a month? How much do you require?" Nia Xian replied candidly, 50,000. Why not just rob someone? Should you choose not to give it, I will carry on as usual if it comes to it. I will remain at an inn and not return home. All right, I will agree to your request. Then please provide the funds up front. I need to eat every day. How can I survive without taking on new clients? This time, I will not relent. The money must come first. If I agree to provide the funds first, the maximum I can offer is 30,000 that I will transfer it to you tonight. 50,000 can only be settled once everything is concluded. Fine, 30,000 it is. Now, please proceed with the transfer. Remember, absolutely no new clients. Who would want to toil away when one can earn money while sitting idle? Chao Gu, rise and shine. Chao Gu, wake up. Breakfast is ready. The next day at dawn, Zhang Yu was roused by the calls of his two roommates. After being escorted home by Suing the previous night, he had gone straight to bed. Despite this, he still felt quite drowsy, a testament to the considerable toll that using his abilities had taken on him. Zhang Yu opened his sleepy eyes. You all go ahead and eat. I'll sleep a bit longer. Pang Guang exclaimed. If you sleep any longer, you'll be late. Zhang Yu replied, I have switched jobs. I don't have to work today, and I'll officially start tomorrow that you've switched jobs. Pang Guang and Wang Kanan exclaimed in unison, both appearing utterly astonished. Wang Kanan followed up, Chao Gu, are you joking? You left Xuanjia for where? Xuanjia is the industry leader, especially locally. It is nearly unparalleled. What kind of company could you possibly have moved to? I have joined a smaller company where the boss has a favorable impression of me, and they offered a base salary higher than Xuanjia, which is why I made the switch, Zhang Yu explained, keeping his eyes closed. But small companies are unstable. They can't compare to Xuanjia. Pang Guang insisted eagerly. Indeed, such a significant change. Why didn't you consult us first? If I were at Xuanjia, even if another company offered me 10,000, I might not even consider it, Wang Kanan added. Zhang Yu understood their sentiments. For an ordinary person, securing a position at Xuanjia often meant one would never switch jobs again, especially from a large company to a smaller one. For a newcomer, what kind of salary could they possibly offer? However, Zhang Yu was living an extraordinary life. Even if he wished to stay at Xuanjia, they no longer wanted him. I've already made my decision. Next time I switch jobs, I'll consult with you first. You all go ahead and eat. I'll sleep a bit longer, Zhang Yu said, pulling the covers over his head. Pang Guang and Wang Kanan exchanged glances, silently pondering when the next opportunity for a job switch might arise. They reluctantly closed the door to Zhang Yu's room and proceeded with their breakfast before heading to work. Zhang Yu slept soundly until 10 in the morning, finally feeling refreshed. After washing up, he noticed breakfast had been left for him on the table. Once he had eaten his fill, Zhang Yu stepped outside, needing to visit other pharmacies in search of medicinal ingredients. After visiting several establishments, he did encounter a shop selling snake flour, but at a price of 1,500 per gram, he simply could not afford it. As for Mingruozi and Tianshuan grass, the old Chinese medicine practitioner had informed him that such items were not available for sale in the market. Perhaps he could find them at a pharmaceutical factory. Standing on the street corner, Zhang Yu felt a deep sense of frustration. In the past, he had always managed to complete his tasks, but this time, he found himself truly stumped. Not to mention the uncertainty of successful concoction. He had no means to procure the necessary ingredients. As a recent graduate, he lacked connections, and who would sell him medicine at a pharmaceutical factory? If only he had a few well-connected friends. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He snapped his hand to his forehead as realization dawned upon him. Of course, if I cannot obtain the medicine myself, perhaps the SWAT team can assist. Resolute, Zhang Yu pulled out his phone. Recalling that NI had called him the day before, he checked his call log, finding the fixed line number still listed. Although it was merely a landline, it was a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he dialed the number, and the call was answered promptly. A familiar male voice greeted him. Hello, SWAT team. The voice was quite recognizable, and Zhang Yu recalled that it was none other than Wu Xiangwang. Hello, is this Wu, sir? It is indeed. You are Zhang Yu. Correct. Wu, sir, your hearing is remarkable. You recognized my voice right away. Zhang Yu chuckled. Wu Xiangwang responded. You recognized me just as quickly. But wait, how did you come to know our SWAT team's number? Yesterday, one of your lovely officers called me using this number. Zhang Yu explained. Wu Xiangwang inquired. What can I assist you with? Zhang Yu was about to mention NI, but hesitated. Although NI was strikingly beautiful, she often wore a cold expression. In contrast, Wu Xiangwang appeared much more approachable and easy to converse with. Particularly, this fellow had even asked for his assistance in fortune-telling. Actually, last time, You mentioned wanting me to help you with a fortune-telling session. Zhang Yu said. Indeed. Do you have time now? Wu Xiangwang asked. Zhang Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, as you saw last time, the toll of performing a reading on me is quite substantial. I almost ended up with internal injuries. The reason I called is to seek a small favor from you. Wu sir. What kind of favor? I need some medicinal herbs to treat my internal injuries, but I cannot procure them at the moment. What do you need? Wu Xiangwang said that I happen to know a friend who owns a pharmacy. That would be splendid. I am in need of mingruozi, tianshuan grass, and snake-flowered. Is it just those three? Zhang Yu. The other pharmacies have it. I have already purchased the items. Wu Xiangwang. All right. Let me make some inquiries, and I'll contact you later. Zhang Yu. Thank you. Thank you. The two exchanged phone numbers before ending the call. At that moment, Wu Xiangwang was seated in the office of the SWAT team. Across from him at the desk sat Ni. Initially, Ni did not think much of it, but when she heard Wu Xiangwang mention Zhang Yu's name, she immediately glanced over. Once Wu Xiangwang hung up, Ni asked, Wu Gu, was that a call from Zhang Yu? Wu Xiangwang nodded in affirmation. Ni. How did he know our team's phone number? Wu Xiangwang. He said you called him on the landline yesterday. Ni. I had forgotten about that. Did he have something to discuss? Wu Xiangwang hesitated for a moment before saying. He mentioned that he suffered internal injuries and needed 3 specific medicines that he couldn't find at the pharmacy. Hoping I could assist him. Ni immediately scoffed. This guy has quite a thick skin, asking you to help him buy medicine. Who does he think he is? Which 3 medicines did he request? Wu Xiangwang replied with a smile. He did help us solve the kidnapping case. After all, the medicines he requested are Shihua, Mingruozi, and Tying Sunko. We are unsure what these medicines are for. Perhaps we should inquire further. Ni suggested. Wu Xiangwang. I was thinking the same. I will call a friend at the pharmacy to ask. He then picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the number. Once the call connected, Wu Xiangwang spoke with the person on the other end. After a while, he hung up and looked at Ni. My friend informed me that Shihua is an extremely precious Chinese medicine. Its price comparable to gold, currently going for about 1,500 per gram. Mingruozi can nourish the yin, while Tying Sunko can regulate yin and yang, but both are toxic and classified as slow-acting poisons. No longer available on the market except through large pharmaceutical companies. I suspect this medicine is not simple. Its high cost is one thing, but to buy slow-acting poisons, what does he intend to do? Ni questioned. Perplexed, he mentioned that after his last fortune-telling session, he experienced excessive depletion and suffered internal injuries, urgently needing these medicines for healing. Wu Xiangwang replied candidly. Ni. I find it hard to believe that one would use slow-acting poisons for healing. Wu Xiangwang sighed inwardly but continued. So, what do you think? Should we help him procure the medicines or not? Ni, initially about to say of course not, suddenly had a thought and changed her mind. Let's help him get the medicines. I will deliver them personally and see how he takes them. Wu Xiangwang nodded in agreement. Good. Then I will find Lin, the coroner. He is familiar with the pharmaceutical contacts and should be able to procure them. Zhang Yu continued to stroll through the streets, unable to find the herbs. He decided to look for an alchemy furnace instead. However, in this day and age, no manufacturers produced alchemy furnaces and none were available online. At best, pharmacies had them as decorative items, entirely made of copper, which did not appear cheap. More importantly, how was one supposed to use such a thing? Were they to light it like a large pot in the countryside with firewood? Given the cramped living space he occupied, it was a fire hazard. The protagonists in novels were never faced with such difficulties. Why was it so hard for him? Helpless, he could only transform his sorrow into appetite. Visiting the market to buy 3 pounds of beef and 10 tomatoes, planning to make a beef tomato soup at home. I asked for whether Wu Xiangwang could indeed help him find the herbs. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. After all, the system had not indicated any penalties for failing to complete the task, so he would just take it as it comes. By the time he returned home, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Yu intended to start simmering the beef, but before he could begin, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number. He had been receiving quite a few strange calls lately. Zhang Yu answered. Hello, Zhang Yu. Where are you? A woman's voice resonated on the other end. Zhang Yu immediately recognized it as the voice of the beautiful officer. Ni. Just got home. What's the matter? Ni. Didn't you ask Wu Gu to help you find those 3 herbs? They have already been located. Since you're at home, I'll deliver them to you now. With that, the call ended abruptly. Zhang Yu felt a surge of excitement. The efficiency of the SWAT team was remarkable, obtaining the herbs so quickly. Yet, He was left perplexed. What was going on? Was there no confidentiality within their team? Zhang Yu continued to simmer the meat, and around half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Zhang Yu rushed over to open the door. It was me. Nin's voice came from outside. Zhang Yu opened the door to find Ni standing there, holding a tote bag. Today, Ni was dressed in a black fitted tank top, paired with tight black leather pants and black boots. This attire accentuated her perfect curves, giving her the appearance of a racing girl or a fierce officer. Zhang Yu welcomed Ni inside and casually remarked, "Why didn't Wu sir come?" Wu Ge had something to attend to, so I brought the herbs to you. Ni shook the tote bag she was carrying and added, "Here are the 3 herbs you requested. How do you plan to take them? I have my methods." "Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it," Zhang Yu said with a beaming smile, raising his hands to take the tote bag. However, Ni did not hand it over. Instead asking, "What methods? Do tell." Zhang Yu paused for a moment before responding. "It's about preparing the medicine, similar to brewing. These 3 herbs are just a small part of it. Have you prepared the other ingredients?" Ni inquired again. Zhang Yu nodded, confirming he had everything ready. Ni, "All right, then you will prepare the medicine in front of me, and I will observe how you take it. What does that mean?" Zhang Yu quickly realized that Ni clearly did not trust him. It was understandable, given that Xihua was a precious herb, while Mingruozi and Taiyang Sunko were toxic. She was certainly concerned about any ulterior motives he might have. Preparing the medicine in front of Ni was not a problem per se, but the issue was that he lacked an alchemy furnace. Zhang Yu felt a sense of resignation about the task and considered abandoning it. Not expecting Wu Xiangwang to be so efficient in procuring the herbs, without an alchemy furnace, how could he possibly prepare the medicine? Just then, Zhang Yu caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the small kitchen. This sparked an idea. Even without an alchemy furnace, he still had a rice cooker. After all, trying it out wouldn't cost him anything. "Just a moment, let me retrieve the other herbs," Zhang Yu said. Swiftly moving into his room to bring out the ingredients he had bought the previous day, seeing him genuinely retrieve so many herbs, Ni was momentarily taken aback, but then remembered that during their conversation yesterday, Zhang Yu mentioned being at Baozatang Pharmacy. Could it be that he truly was injured? She scrutinized Zhang Yu for a moment. He looked considerably better than he had the day before, noticing Ni examining him. Zhang Yu could somewhat guess her thoughts. He stated, "All the herbs are here." Now as he spoke, Zhang Yu suddenly realized that something seemed amiss. According to the prescription, the time required for preparation was not short, and it wouldn't be long before Wang Kainan and Peng Guang returned. What would they think if they found him brewing medicine with a female officer in the house? Observing Zhang Yu's hesitation, Ni inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing major. It's just that brewing medicine takes time. If my 2 roommates come back and see us here brewing medicine, they will surely wonder what's going on. They don't know about my fortune-telling or my injuries, so I was thinking perhaps I could wait until tomorrow morning when they leave for work before I start," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "That works too. You're not in a hurry, and neither am I, so I'll take my leave first." Ni said, turning to exit. "Wait, can you leave the herbs with me?" Zhang Yu hurriedly called after her. "Don't even think about it. You know what these herbs are for. You should have a clear understanding that I must supervise you and see for myself that you take them," Ni stated sternly. "Oh, I see." Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, then mustered the courage to say, "Well, that's reasonable. The thing is, you guys in the SWAT team are so busy each day. I isn't it a bit much for you to spend time here with me. Trust is essential between people. After all, don't give me that." Ni retorted playfully, feigning annoyance. "You're aware this is wasting my time, yet you keep dragging it out." I inquired, "Can we brew the medicine now? If not, I'll take my leave. As for whether there would be time tomorrow, we shall see then." Zhang Yu urged, "It's truly inconvenient for me to brew the medicine here. How about you find me another place? If all else fails, I could go to your police station. The police station is not a place one can simply visit at will, especially to brew medicine. Who do you think you are?" Ni retorted, although she found some merit in Zhang Yu's words. Zhang Yu did not live alone. He had 2 roommates. What would she say if they returned to find her here accompanying Zhang Yu in brewing medicine? Surely, she couldn't claim she was merely monitoring his medication. I am who I am, not anyone else. However, if you insist on staying to supervise my medication, then do so. Hand me the medicine, and I shall brew it now," Zhang Yu declared, extending his hand towards Ni. He boldly resolved to go all out. If she, a female officer, was unconcerned, why should he be? All right, it indeed isn't convenient here. Come with me, and I'll find you a suitable place. Jinghai Garden. This is a residential complex not far from the Public Security Bureau, where NI led Zhang Yu to room 1402 of Building 2. The apartment was modest, approximately 60 square meters. Featuring a simple one-bedroom layout, compared to Su Ying's residence, this place seemed like it belonged to a man, lacking any semblance of warmth. Is this your home? Zhang Yu inquired while surveying the living room. Of course, if it weren't my home, who would lend you their place to brew medicine? Hurry and brew it. Don't waste my time, for my time is quite precious. And I replied bluntly at that moment. She exuded a robust, no-nonsense demeanor, far removed from any feminine aloofness. No problem, I shall commence immediately. Zhang Yu entered the kitchen, which was well-equipped. He retrieved a rice cooker, followed the system's instructions, and sorted the herbs into groups of 4. He also gathered the 3 herbs NI had brought, ensuring he had the required quantities. Next, he added water to the rice cooker and placed the first set of herbs, ginseng, astragalus, white atractylodes, and licorice, into the pot. Covering it and selecting the porridge setting. Every 15 minutes, he would add another group of herbs, and after all the ingredients were added, he would simmer it over low heat for 2 hours. Followed by a vigorous boil for half an hour to complete the elixir. Zhang Yu began timing, and after 15 minutes, he opened the lid to add the next set of herbs. NI silently observed. Unsure of what the multitude of herbs Zhang Yu was preparing entailed, Zhang Yu appeared genuinely focused on brewing the medicine. Could it be that he had sustained internal injuries as each group of herbs was added? The water in the pot turned a deep brown and diminished significantly, with a total of 32 herbs divided into 8 groups. By the time he added the final group, the concoction was nearly depleted. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yu added 2 bowls of water and continued the brewing process. The hours dragged on interminably. Merely adding the herbs consumed 2 hours, and the simmering phase would last 4 hours. By now, night had nearly fallen. Zhang Yu checked his phone. It was already 8 in the evening. Following the simmering, you would need to boil it for another hour, totaling 5 hours. You must be hungry by now. Do you have any vegetables at home? Let's prepare something to eat. NI replied. I rarely eat at home. While I have grains, there are no vegetables. Aren't we supposed to simmer for 4 hours first? Let's go out to eat. Zhang Yu countered. I need to keep an eye on this. Otherwise, you go out and grab something for me. This was his first attempt at alchemy, and the herbs NI had provided were only sufficient for 1 batch. He could not afford any mistakes. Although monitoring the brewing process closely might not yield significant benefits, Zhang Yu felt compelled to remain vigilant. After all, this opportunity to complete the task might only come once. NI shot him a look, as if to say he was taking liberties. Zhang Yu quickly realized this might not be appropriate, and suggested, Isn't there flour at your place? How about we make some flatbreads? At Zhang Yu's residence, Wang Kainan and Pang Guang sat at the dining table, each with a large bowl of tomato beef stew before them, accompanied by a case of beer. The two were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Pang Guang raised his beer bottle to clink with Wang Kainan's, exclaiming, Chao Gu is incredibly generous. He has not even home to eat, yet he prepared this stew for us in advance. How did he know I had been craving it? After taking a swig, Wang Kainan added, Does this count as a case of good news brings joy? Chao Gu managed to jump ship from Xian's company. It must be for a better salary. He mentioned he had something to discuss and wanted us to eat. So I suspect tonight he is treating us. Pang Guang nodded in agreement. That's quite possible. I suspect the boss is probably a woman and likely quite attractive. Wang Kainan asked, What makes you think that? Pang Guang replied, Think about it. For Chao Gu to leave Xian's company, the allure must be considerable. He isn't foolish. He knows Xian's company is at the pinnacle of the industry. Why would he leave a big firm for a smaller one? There must be more to it. I doubt it's merely about money. Wang Kainan nodded, considering this perspective. However, he mused, but Chao Gu is just like us, fresh out of school. Who does he know? Moreover, he has never mentioned anyone. His secrecy is impressive. A sneeze escaped Zhang Yu, prompting him to comment. Who has been talking about me? This marked his 6th sneeze. Presently, he sat at the dining table with a plate of flatbreads and 2 bowls of egg and wood-ear mushroom soup. I was eating a flatbread, and after swallowing a piece, she remarked, You really are quite superstitious. That said, I must admit, your flatbreads are quite good, and the soup tastes excellent. Do you often cook, being away from home? One can't rely solely on eating out, Zhang Yu replied casually. Lazy flatbreads, a fitting name. I commented as she continued eating. The two quickly finished the entire platter of flatbreads and drank the soup to the last drop. Zhang Yu cleaned up the table and glanced at his phone. Only an hour had passed. there was still plenty of time. Upon exiting the kitchen, he found Ni seated on the sofa. Engrossed in an animated series, Detective Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu joined her on the sofa, and Ni remained silent, focused on the screen. As he watched, Zhang Yu occasionally checked his phone, counting down the minutes. As the episodes continued to play, 3 hours finally passed, and it was now midnight. Zhang Yu returned to the kitchen to adjust the heat. For the low simmer, he selected the porridge setting. For the high heat, he would use the rapid boil function. He cleverly opened the lid to check on the concoction. The herbal brew had nearly evaporated, leaving a sticky residue. If he proceeded with the rapid boil, he was uncertain what the outcome would be. Zhang Yu added 2 bowls of water and covered the pot once more. Alchemy, a grand endeavor, seemed to devolve into child's play in Zhang Yu's hands. Though he appeared nonchalant, it was a manifestation of his helplessness. With only these ingredients at his disposal, he could do no more. Returning to the sofa, he found himself increasingly anxious, unable to focus on the television. His gaze fixated on his phone, as if counting down the seconds. Ni, watching the show, occasionally glanced at Zhang Yu, her curiosity piqued by his evident tension. What could he possibly be anxious about? Was he worried that once the medicine was ready, she would insist he consume it? As the minutes ticked by, after about 50 minutes, an unusual humming sound emanated from the kitchen. "What's that noise?" Ni exclaimed, her reflexes quicker than Zhang Yu's. She jumped up and headed towards the kitchen. "I have no idea," Zhang Yu replied, following her into the kitchen, only to be taken aback. The rice cooker on the counter was vibrating vigorously, akin to a phone on vibrate. Zhang Yu had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. What could possibly cause the rice cooker to behave this way? Why is the rice cooker doing this? Ni asked, turning to Zhang Yu, who was equally perplexed. His heart raced with anxiety. The irresponsibility of his response was beyond measure. He intended to disconnect the power supply, yet the moment had not yet come. He could not afford to waste his efforts. Would leaving the power on lead to unforeseen consequences? Ni gazed at the quivering rice cooker, instinctively taking a deep breath, her mind wandering to Zhang Yu's earlier anxiety. She pondered. Could it be that the concoction he brewed held some hidden secret? It merely appeared to be a blend of traditional herbs, even if 2 of them were slow-acting poisons. Surely they could not compel the rice cooker to tremble like this. Both of them were lost in their own thoughts when, suddenly, there was a loud pop, and the lid of the rice cooker sprang open autonomously, releasing a cloud of dark brown smoke. Almost immediately, a brilliant spark erupted from the socket connected to the rice cooker. In an instant, the room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the starlight filtering through the window, which faintly revealed something shooting skyward from the rice cooker. With a crack, the object collided with the ceiling light above the kitchen, shattering the acrylic lampshade into pieces. After the impact, the object altered its trajectory and hurtled directly towards Ni. Zhang Yu, standing at the kitchen entrance, was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how such a calamity could unfold. Based on his years of experience with rice cookers, he had never deemed them hazardous. As he watched the object fly toward Ni, he shouted urgently, "Be careful!" He dashed toward her, reaching out to pull her away, but just as he arrived at her side, she instinctively dodged, and they collided. Bang! Ouch! Ni cried out in pain, her body collapsing against Zhang Yu. He hastily embraced her, his concern evident as he asked, "Are you all right? What were you trying to shield me for?" Ni retorted through gritted teeth. The object, while swift, had been met with her own quick reflexes. She had initially believed she could evade it with ease, but Zhang Yu had inadvertently blocked her escape route, resulting in her taking the brunt of the impact. Fortunately, the object had first shattered the ceiling light, dissipating much of its force. Otherwise, had it struck her directly, she might have found herself in a far worse predicament. "I meant to help you, but I didn't expect you to move right into me. I'm truly sorry," Zhang Yu admitted, feeling embarrassed for having inadvertently hindered her. It was only after he spoke that he realized they were face to face, his arms still tightly wrapped around her back. Ni was clad in a fitted tank top, and he could distinctly feel her firmness, devoid of any excess. Yet Zhang Yu's mind was elsewhere, as the mechanical voice echoed in his head, "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and acquiring the basic talisman blueprint." In his mind, a high-tech virtual panel materialized. Basic Talisman Blueprint. The Basic Talisman Blueprint is an introductory guide to Taoist talismanic arts. Though merely a beginner level, each talisman possesses unique applications, and their potency increases with the host's cultivation of true energy. The host may channel true energy into the strokes of the talismans for mastery. Special note: drawing talismans consumes a significant amount of true energy. Subsequently, A series of symbols appeared on the virtual panel, imprinting themselves in Zhang Yu's mind as if they were indelibly etched there. "Let go of me," Ni exclaimed, clearly aware of Zhang Yu's firm embrace. "Yes, yes," Zhang Yu stammered, hurriedly releasing her and instinctively stepping back. Ni first moved her arms, though in the darkness, her expression was obscured. All he could see was her right hand reaching behind her left shoulder. "How's your injury? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Zhang Yu awkwardly inquired, his mind racing as he thought. "The task is complete. It seems alchemy isn't so difficult after all, but why has the power gone out again? Am I somehow cursed with power outages?" The more pressing issue, however, was the overpowering stench filling the kitchen. A nauseating blend of medicinal aromas mingled with burnt odors that was almost unbearable, even with the windows open. What happened to the promised fragrance? Didn't I succeed in my concoction? As a practitioner herself, Ni could already ascertain that while the collision had caused some pain, it was merely a superficial injury. With rest, she would recover. Yet the recent incident had indeed been alarming. What had struck her was the inner pot of the rice cooker. After merely brewing a herbal remedy, the cooker had exploded, unleashing dark brown smoke and sending its innards flying. What on earth was happening? Were she not a witness, she would scarcely believe anyone who recounted the tale. Peering through the kitchen window, she noticed that other buildings in the complex were lit, yet her own remained in darkness. Ni felt a twinge of relief that the inner pot had landed within her home. Had it flown out and hit someone, the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, her head felt a bit hazy, whether from the impact or the noxious odors. She could not tell. "I'm fine, nothing's wrong." "But what on earth is in your concoction?" Ni asked. "I can't quite explain it myself," Zhang Yu replied, thoroughly caught off guard by the situation. He pulled out his phone to illuminate the area, quickly spotting the inner pot lying on the ground. Now deformed, Zhang Yu crouched down to inspect it, finding that it was still warm, filled with a sticky, black substance that bore no resemblance to anything edible. "How much did your rice cooker cost?" "I'll cover it along with the ceiling light," he awkwardly offered. "No need for compensation. I can't afford it," Ni replied, moving closer to Zhang Yu to peer into the inner pot. "Is this what you brewed?" "Indeed," Zhang Yu nodded. "Then you should taste it," Ni insisted. Zhang Yu frowned at the suggestion. "What do you think?" Ni pressed, determination in her voice. "Given the state of my kitchen, don't you think you owe it to me to try?" "That's a fair point," Zhang Yu conceded, though inwardly he lamented the situation. The system might have confirmed the completion of the task, but could this concoction truly be safe to consume? Without the system's assurance, he would never dare to ingest it. "Then I suppose I shall," Zhang Yu relented. "Just a moment, it's still a bit hot. Let me clean up first," he said with a forced smile, searching for a broom in the kitchen corner and tidying up the mess. Meanwhile, Ni opened all the windows and checked the power situation, only to discover that other buildings in the complex had electricity while theirs remained dark. This puzzled her. Power outages rarely affected a single building. Could Zhang Yu's alchemical mishap truly be the cause? That seemed far too exaggerated, almost unscientific. At last, the inner pot had cooled, and the sticky concoction began to dry. Zhang Yu scooped a portion onto the cutting board, uncertain of how much he should consume. Typically, the result of such alchemy would be pill-sized, but what he had produced was merely a lump, a stark contrast. Ni, holding her phone as a light source, observed him closely, clearly indicating that he had no choice but to partake. Summoning his courage, Zhang Yu cut a small piece and slowly brought it to his mouth. The moment the dark substance touched his tongue, a foul stench assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to gag. With his eyes shut tight, he steeled himself and swallowed the potion. Ni watched intently, and even without needing to see his grimace, the smell alone was enough to give her a headache. If Zhang Yu could manage to consume it, she couldn't help but mentally applaud him with a silent 666. Just half a minute after swallowing, Zhang Yu's stomach began to gurgle ominously. Moments later, a wave of gas surged, threatening to escape. It was excruciatingly embarrassing to fart in front of a beautiful woman. His face flushed crimson, then deepened to a shade of purple. Ni, illuminated by her phone, continued watching him, and, noticing his sudden change in complexion, grew concerned. "What's wrong with you? Could it be that I am poisoned?" Zhang Yugong attempted to explain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his muscles relaxed, and a rush of gas erupted from below with a loud pft. Good heavens, as soon as this gas escaped, it spread rapidly like leaking carbon dioxide. The odor was overwhelmingly pungent. The kitchen was already filled with the acrid scent of medicinal concoctions and strange aromas, and now, with the addition of the odor released by Zhang Yu, it nearly rendered Ni unconscious. "I need to get some fresh air." The beautiful policewoman could hardly endure it. She feared that in another 2 seconds, she might suffocate. She turned and dashed out of the small kitchen, heading straight for the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, where she began to take deep breaths. Zhang Yu, too, was overwhelmed by the stench. Seeing Inai flee, he turned and ran outside. Unfortunately, after just 2 steps, a sharp pain in his stomach surged through him, accompanied by an urgent need to relieve himself that I must use the restroom. He did not wait for Inai's reply and dashed into the bathroom as soon as he sat on the toilet. An unparalleled sensation of relief washed over him. However, amidst the pleasure, the odor emanating from him nearly suffocated him once more. Zhang Yu hurriedly fished out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it to mitigate the embarrassing smell. Though he smoked occasionally, typically only during late nights, he generally refrained from smoking in others' homes. Yet this time, the stench was too overwhelming to ignore. After half an hour, he finally felt empty. During this time, Zhang Yu flushed the toilet 6 times, and the smell in the bathroom was beyond compare. Far worse than a freshly fertilized vegetable garden. At last, he emerged from the bathroom feeling utterly drained. His legs felt as light as a feather, as if a mere breeze could topple him, and the horrific smell in the room now served to invigorate him. Zhang Yu quickly spotted Inai still standing by the window. Unmoved. I am so sorry, he thought, feeling utterly embarrassed. To make such a mess on my first visit, what impression would this leave? Upon hearing his voice, Inai turned around, panting heavily. I was wondering why you didn't brew your medicine at home. Is this a chemical weapon? First, you knocked me over, and now you nearly suffocated me. I never expected it to turn out like this, Zhang Yu replied awkwardly. You brewed the medicine yourself. How could you not have anticipated this? Inai seethed, gritting her teeth, uncertain when the smell in her home would dissipate or if any remnants would linger. She continued, her annoyance palpable. Now that you've taken the medicine, is your internal injury healed? Zhang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. Was she trying to make him assist her with something? Yet, given his current abilities, perhaps he could still manage to arrange a feng shui consultation, but fortune-telling was utterly beyond him. He steeled himself and replied, to fully recover, you must consume all the medicine, but you can't take it all at once. It should be taken gradually. All right, take your medicine and leave at once. We can discuss this once you're better. Inai stated, turning back to the window and resuming her deep breaths. Understood. I'll return to this later. Thank you. I am truly sorry for tonight's fiasco. If you need anything, just let me know. Zhang Yu said hastily before retreating to the kitchen. The inner pot of the rice cooker was utterly ruined, but even if it weren't, Inai would never use it to cook again. He picked up a spatula, intending to scoop out the charred contents and place them on the cutting board, then bag them for disposal. However, as he placed a piece down, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Previously, he had scooped out a piece and not consumed it all. There was still more than half remaining. Yet now, that remaining piece was nowhere to be found. Where did the medicine go? Zhang Yu pondered. Puzzled, did Inai hide it? But why would she conceal it? Didn't she find the smell unbearable? If it weren't for Inai, there was no one else present. It couldn't possibly have vanished into thin air. He considered that even if Inai had taken it, he wouldn't feel comfortable asking for it back. He would just count it as compensation for the damage done. He scooped out the remaining medicine from the inner pot and placed it into a plastic bag. As he exited the kitchen, Zhang Yu once again felt the weight of embarrassment as he bid farewell to Inai, leaving her home. Stepping out the door, he arrived at the elevator only to find the light extinguished, forcing him to descend the stairs. Strangely, just after leaving the bathroom, Zhang Yu had felt his legs grow weak. Yet after a brief interval, that fatigue vanished, and he felt no trace of drowsiness, only a slight hunger. At this hour, there were no subways or buses, so Zhang Yu took a cab back to his residence. Upon arriving home, his hunger was palpable, and fortunately, the tomato stew was not entirely consumed, and there was still rice in the rice cooker, which he devoured entirely. Lying down in his room, he still felt no sleepiness. He managed to stay awake until 7 in the morning, when he got up to prepare breakfast, calling his roommate to join him before they each headed off to work. Upon arriving at the Innan store, Zhang Yu noticed that the sign had been updated to include renovation design, and numerous design sketches had been posted for display. Su Ying was already present. After exchanging pleasantries, she directed Zhang Yu to a designated workspace. Unlike the other salespeople who had to greet clients at the front desk, he was solely responsible for renovation design work. This was an expanded service. And throughout the morning, there were no inquiries, though several groups came to view properties. Although Zhang Yu had little to do, he was not idle. He spent time online searching for where to purchase talisman paper in Wenan. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered a grocery store named Yiting Zhai that sold it. During the lunch break, Su Ying ordered a box meal for Zhang Yu. Typically, one meal sufficed, but today felt strange. He finished the box but still felt unsated. Embarrassed to admit he was still hungry, he ventured to a nearby bun shop for 2 steamer baskets of buns, finally feeling satisfied. This sudden increase in appetite puzzled Zhang Yu. Had it something to do with the qi-gathering pill? Yet, aside from his enhanced hunger, he noticed no other changes, nor did he sense any true energy. Returning to the store, he found Wang Ziming at the front desk, awaiting clients. This was the store's protocol. Everyone took turns attending to customers. Zhang Yu settled into his position, and the others who had gone out for lunch had mostly returned, except for Nia Xian and Lao Yuqiao at that moment. He overheard Zhu Duo whispering, 986, have you noticed that Master Miezhu seems a bit off these past couple of days? Hearing this, Zhang Yu paused. Who was Master Miezhu? Then he heard 986 respond. Is there something wrong? I haven't noticed anything. Zhu Duo continued. She used to boss me around all the time, even making me wear that bear costume in the sweltering summer to hand out flyers. Which was unbearable, but these past few days, she has assigned me any tasks. Additionally, during front desk duties, she was always more enthusiastic than anyone else, but now she's practically absent. Well, it's only been a day and a half. Maybe she has something going on. And besides, if she doesn't make you work, isn't that a good thing? 986 replied. Zhu Duo insisted, something's definitely off, even if it's just been a day and a half. My instincts are never wrong. Listening intently to their conversation, Zhang Yu began to piece together that Master Miezhu was undoubtedly the store manager. Nia Xian. He also realized that Zhu Duo was quite straightforward and candid. What could be amiss? It seems unlikely that a lack of effort would be the issue, even if there was a new boss. What did it matter to her? As a store manager, her base salary might be slightly higher than the others. But the bulk of her income would still come from property sales commissions. Zhang Yu mused internally. Suddenly, a couple entered the store. Wang Ziming immediately greeted them and ushered them into the reception room. Once the door to the reception room closed, Zhu Duo muttered quietly, Ziming really has the worst luck. 986 replied, someone has to take the hit. Who knows, next time it might be us. All right, I'm heading to the front desk. He said as he stood up and walked towards it. The conversation between the two piqued Zhang Yu's curiosity once more. How could the client reception be so unfortunate? Zhang Yu decisively rose from his seat and moved to sit beside Zhu Duo. Taking the spot designated as 986. Zhu Duo felt a twinge of nervousness at his arrival. After all, Zhang Yu had come with the new boss, and their relationship was not only different in nature but also unfamiliar. Sensing her unease, Zhang Yu immediately flashed a friendly smile and softly remarked, I just heard you mention that Wang Ziming is quite unlucky. What's so unfortunate about hosting a client? I didn't say that. Zhu Duo quickly lowered her head. Zhang Yu maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, we're all on the same team here, and as a newcomer, I rely on your guidance to understand the company's affairs. With Zhang Yu's amicable attitude, Zhu Duo whispered, the couple who just went in, the man is utterly uninterested in buying a house. Even Director Nia said there is no property she can't sell, but she lacks the ability to pressure someone who isn't genuinely interested. This couple has already made it onto the blacklist of several nearby agencies. No one wants to deal with them. Zhang Yu inquired, what sort of behavior did they exhibit? Zhu Duo explained, they keep looking at various properties. The woman wants to buy, but the man nitpicks and finds all sorts of faults, showing no intention to purchase. That I suspect he might be having an affair and is worried about dividing assets in case of a divorce. That woman is truly pitiful. She is merely a housewife, managing daily chores, and knows nothing about this. As she concluded, Zhu Duo sighed, lamenting, women really cannot afford to lack their own careers or rely solely on men. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu thought to himself, what do you take us men for? One cannot generalize. Moreover, he grew curious about the man. If he was disinterested in buying a house, why bring his wife to look at properties? Was he merely indulging in leisure? What was the intention behind this? You want to view a house, yet you don't even have the keys. Can't you contact the homeowner? Suddenly, a disgruntled shout from a man reverberated through the reception area. Upon hearing the outburst, Zhu Duo pouted and muttered, why don't we have the keys? Isn't it because of you? Which homeowner wouldn't be exasperated by someone so picky? In the end, we're the ones who get scolded. Zhang Yu promptly stood up and hurried towards the reception area. Although these clients belonged to Wang Ziming, if a dispute arose, it would ultimately be the agency, specifically Su Ying, who would bear the brunt of the trouble. The agency was small, and a few strides brought him to the doorway of the reception room, where he pushed the door open. At that moment, Wang Ziming was explaining to the clients, the homeowner mentioned previously that they are busy for the next few days. so we don't need to bring clients to view the property. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's entry, he quickly added, "You've arrived just in time. These clients wish to view a property at Shuihan Houding. But the homeowner is unavailable and we don't have the keys here." This statement, while seemingly reasonable, effectively passed the responsibility on to Zhang Yu. As expected, the middle-aged woman seated there responded, "But this is a bare shell property. It's not like there are any belongings that the homeowner must accompany. When we viewed other bare shell properties before, didn't your agency have the keys? Even if there's an issue with the house, the keys should have been left with you for the convenience of the clients." Her tone was gentle, and she appeared quite amiable, dressed modestly, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. Zhang Yu refrained from responding immediately and glanced at the man, who was nearly 50, wearing glasses and exuding a scholarly demeanor. On the table before him lay a designer handbag, giving off the impression of someone engaged in business. Could it be that this man truly had an affair and was worried about asset division in the event of a divorce? Zhang Yu entertained this notion and, in an attempt to discern the truth, employed his heart-reading technique, asking silently, "Are you having an affair?" "No." A voice echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. "No." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. If there was no affair, then what was the purpose behind his constant fault-finding? Was this merely a peculiar hobby? He contemplated questioning whether the man was genuinely interested in purchasing a property, but then realized that such a query seemed unnecessary. If he truly wished to buy, he wouldn't have ended up on the blacklist of various agencies. Thus, Zhang Yu quickly pivoted to a more direct question, using his heart-reading technique again. "Do you have the means to buy a house?" "No." The man's voice resonated in Zhang Yu's mind. "What the hell? You don't have the money to buy a house, yet you're dragging your wife around to look at properties. Are you just toying with people or seeking some fleeting thrill?" Zhang Yu felt a surge of indignation and, in that fleeting moment, caught the genuine gaze of the middle-aged woman, which left him further perplexed. Perhaps the man was simply idle, but the woman did not seem like the type to waste time. Could there be more to the story? Ding-dong. A familiar mechanical sound suddenly rang out, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task." Task name: assist Guopeng in selling his house. Task description: the host must facilitate a contract signing between Guopeng and a buyer within 3 days. Task difficulty: 2 stars. Task reward: level 6 coin. What? Selling a house? What is going on? They came to buy a house, and now you want me to help them sell one? Zhang Yu felt utterly bewildered. The middle-aged man, noticing Zhang Yu's silence, spoke irritably. "Is your agency professional at all? How could our father trust you so much when we can't even view a property without the keys?" Nah, let us go to another agency." With that, he stood up. Wang Ziming, hearing this, visibly relaxed, as the clients were on the verge of leaving in displeasure. Had Zhang Yu not received the task, he certainly wouldn't have intervened. Given that these clients were already on the blacklist, however, at this moment, he could not let them walk away. He deliberately said, "Sir, please don't be upset. Just wait a moment." He then turned to Wang Ziming, saying, "Wang, please contact the homeowner to see if they're available. If so, I'll personally take the clients to view the property." Wang Ziming appeared taken aback for a moment, then relaxed, realizing that Zhang Yu was unaware of the couple's situation and thought it was a good opportunity. "All right," Wang Ziming replied and promptly exited the meeting room. Once he left, Zhang Yu intentionally inquired, "Sir, may I ask your surname?" The middle-aged man remained silent, sulking in his seat, while the woman responded, "He is my husband, Guopeng, and I am LV Wen Na. You look unfamiliar. This is our first meeting. I just arrived." Zhang Yu engaged in small talk, further sensing the woman's amiable nature. Simultaneously, he pondered over the new task and how he could assist Guopeng in selling his house. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu realized that the first step was to ascertain whether they were indeed willing to sell. He turned to Guopeng, employing his heart-reading technique once more. "Do you intend to sell your house?" "Yes." Guopeng's voice resonated in Zhang Yu's mind. "So, he genuinely plans to sell." Zhang Yu couldn't help but internally scoff. If that was the case, why not just state that they were there to sell the house instead of running around claiming to be buyers? Were they trying to gauge the market? That didn't make sense. In this day and age, with the internet being so prevalent, property prices were generally transparent. Besides, who intending to sell their house would willingly place themselves on the blacklist of various agencies? While he was lost in thought, the reception room door swung open, and Wang Ziming re-entered, holding a set of keys. "I apologize. I just called the client. They mentioned that the keys were given to our boss the last time they visited. Our agency just changed owners, and unfortunately, Cheng Gu had not informed us. I'm very sorry." This guy was quite adept at making excuses, and he placed the keys in front of Zhang Yu before turning and exiting the room without a hint of hesitation. It was evident to all that he was unwilling to assist. Zhang Yu picked up the keys and said, All right, now that we have the keys, let us go view the property. He led the couple out of the office. Being new to the industry, he was unfamiliar with the established norms and felt it best to find someone knowledgeable to guide them. Noticing Wang Ziming's reluctance to assist, Zhang Yu had no choice but to ask Zhu Duo for help. Though Zhu Duo was somewhat reluctant, she nonetheless assisted the clients with the viewing registration. The record of Guopeng and his wife's property viewings was already quite thick. Zhu Duo accompanied Zhang Yu and the couple as they left the agency. Getting into Guopeng's Lexus sedan, heading towards the Shuihan Houding community. Shuihan Houding was a mid to high-end residential area within Wunan City. The community consisted of 24-story elevator buildings, with well-maintained gardens and properties. The apartment they were viewing was on the 11th floor, featuring a layout of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Upon entering the apartment and taking a tour, LV Wen displayed an expression of genuine satisfaction. However, her husband Guopeng, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, "This direction faces south, which allows ample sunlight in the morning, yet lacks it in the afternoon, making it unsuitable for rest. Aren't residential properties typically designed to face north?" Wen pouted in response. "It's cold in winter," Guopeng retorted. "Last time you dismissed the west-facing property. Which direction do you intend to prefer now? Besides, isn't there air conditioning to combat the winter chill?" Wen asked, her expression one of grievance. "I'll take a look first," Guopeng replied, making his way toward the small bedroom on the right. Zhang Yu observed this interaction, silently concluding why they had been blacklisted by various real estate agencies. With such reasoning, no property would be without its flaws. Yet, he noted that Wen appeared genuinely earnest, not merely feigning concern. If she could act so convincingly, she could easily take on a role in a film. Zhang Yu sensed that there might be underlying issues, but what exactly could they be? Although he possessed a discerning intuition, he could only utilize it thrice a day, and he had already exhausted his attempts. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "I perceive that Mr. Guo possesses an uncommon demeanor. May I ask what kind of business you are engaged in?" Wen immediately beamed with pride, replying, "It's nothing grand. I merely run a trading company specializing in high-end tableware." Zhang Yu nodded internally, recalling Zhu Duo's assertion that Wen was a full-time housewife, implying that if Guopeng earned insufficiently, it would not suffice to support the family. Zhang Yu continued, "May I ask how old your son is and where he studies?" He spoke as if indulging in casual conversation. Wen responded, "He is about to enter middle school. As children grow, they require their own space, hence our consideration for a larger home. No extramarital affairs. No funds for purchasing a house, yet the desire to sell. Their family was in business." Connecting these dots, Zhang Yu realized he was gradually uncovering the truth. He deliberately gestured towards the kitchen, stating, "The kitchen here appears quite spacious." "The larger, the better," Wen replied, evidently concerned about the kitchen. As she walked over to inspect it, Zhang Yu signaled Zhu Duo to follow her and turned to enter the small bedroom on the right. Upon entering, he found Guopeng standing by the window, gazing outside, lost in thought. Zhang Yu approached him, and Guopeng did not look his way. Politely, Zhang Yu said, "I just heard Ms. L mention that Mr. Guo owns his own company. It's all right." Guopeng nodded slightly. Zhang Yu then lowered his voice. "Yet, if I am not mistaken, it seems Mr. Guo's company has recently encountered difficulties, financial strains, perhaps, making it challenging to purchase a property." Upon hearing this, Guopeng's expression shifted dramatically, and he solemnly replied, "Do not speak such nonsense." Although he protested, his tone was subdued, as if fearful of being overheard by his wife. Only Mr. Guo knows the truth of the matter. Wen remains oblivious, which is why she occasionally insists on viewing properties with him. Spare her from worry. He bore all the pressure alone, acquiescing to her wishes in the hope of soon overcoming their challenges and fulfilling her desire for a larger home. "It is merely a matter of time," Zhang Yu stated leisurely. While saying this, he kept a watchful eye on Guopeng's expression. Guopeng indeed showed signs of distress, reinforcing Zhang Yu's conviction that his analysis was accurate. Moments later, Guopeng nodded slightly and confessed, "You are correct. Since you have deduced the truth, there is little left to say. I currently lack the funds to purchase a property. I only hope you do not disclose this to my wife. Once my business stabilizes, I will certainly consider purchasing a property through your agency. I realize I have been a burden to you lately." Having reached this point in their conversation, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to press further. He feigned a profound expression and said, "It is not merely speculation. I had studied fortune-telling and feng shui under Liu Banxian, my neighbor, in my youth. From Mr. Guo's countenance, it seems that the company's feng shui has encountered issues, leading to a series of misfortunes. You mentioned waiting for business to improve, but I fear it may not be so simple, as your company urgently requires funds for operations. This was merely Zhang Yu's conjecture. However, it struck a nerve, causing Guoping's face to pale. He sighed deeply and slowly divulged, "Indeed, a shipment we were transporting met with an accident on the highway. Not only were the high-end tableware shattered, but our driver was also found at fault. Tragically, he died, and as the owner of the vehicle, the company must compensate for the other party's damages as well as the driver's family. To make matters worse, the buyer of that shipment had already paid a deposit, and I must provide triple the deposit as compensation for the delayed delivery. After settling all these debts, the company is left in dire straits. Still owing money to the bank. I had hoped the supplier would extend credit for another shipment to help me through this crisis, but they have raised concerns about my financial stability, refusing to grant me credit and even increasing the advance payment." Zhang Yu, perplexed, asked, "You haven't confided in Ms. L about such significant matters. I fear it would cause her distress." Guoping replied wistfully, "In my youth, I was a poor lad. When she married me, she endured much gossip and hardship. Now that she can finally take pride in me, I worry that revealing this situation would shatter her composure, reigniting the mockery of those who once derided us." Zhang Yu was taken aback by the depth of Guoping's sentiment. Reflecting on Elwena's earlier pride when discussing her husband, he could sense the profound love she held for him. Likewise, Guoping cherished Elwena deeply. Encountering such a devoted couple, Zhang Yu resolved to lend his assistance. That he quietly remarked, "Life is fraught with challenges. While men bear immense pressure, they should not deceive their loved ones. Facing difficulties together as partners is essential. I am young and reluctant to preach to Mr. Gue, but I have a rather immature suggestion. Please, share it," Guoping urged, his expression a mix of complexity and curiosity towards this youth. "I propose that after discussing with Ms. L, you consider selling your current home to navigate through this crisis. I believe that if you are honest with her, given her affection for you, she will certainly agree. Additionally, I can assist in arranging the feng shui for your company to ensure a more favorable outcome. Of course, you might doubt my intentions, thinking I am merely a real estate agent focused on transactions," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. Guoping's face reflected conflicting emotions. Zhang Yu understood his dilemma. The thought of selling their home likely crossed Guoping's mind, yet he found it difficult to broach the subject with his wife. Out with the old, in with the new. Mr. Gue, once you overcome this immediate hurdle, continuing to earn will not be a challenge, and you can later provide Elwena with a more spacious home. There are no insurmountable obstacles in life. One must not become fixated on a single path." Zhang Yu smiled gently and added, "That is all I can say. The decision ultimately lies with you. I shall take my leave now." With that, Zhang Yu turned to exit. While he would have preferred for Guoping to sell the house immediately to fulfill his own objectives, such matters were beyond his control. All he could do was present the options. The outcome rested solely on Guoping's choices, yet Zhang Yu felt confident in his success. As the property viewing concluded, Elwena expressed her satisfaction with the house, while Guoping appeared burdened with thoughts. When his wife sought his opinion, he suggested they discuss it at home. Zhang Yu understood all too well what Guoping meant by discuss. The couple escorted Zhang Yu and Zhu Duoduo back to the agency before departing. Upon entering, Zhang Yu and Zhu Duoduo found the others present. As soon as they stepped inside, Wang Ziming was the first to inquire, "Duoduo, how did the client find the property? What else could it be?" "Just like before, El Dajia thought it was quite nice, but her husband is overly critical. This time, he claimed that a north-south orientation is undesirable, stating the morning sun is too bright and not conducive for rest. According to his standards, houses shouldn't have orientations or even windows," Zhu Duoduo replied, pouting. An old hand chimed in, "Without windows and sun, that's unfeasible. I reckon he needs a house made entirely of glass. That man undoubtedly has an extramarital affair and has no intention of buying a property. His nitpicking is merely to placate his wife," Zhu Duoduo declared as she returned to her seat with conviction. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and countered, "One cannot be so certain. Perhaps he has his own burdens." Zhu Duoduo remarked, "If there are underlying reasons and financial constraints, why must one visit properties daily? If he finds it bothersome, why should we not feel the same?" 986 concurred, adding, "There is merit in this statement. I have encountered numerous clients. Factors such as floor level, area, orientation, and price can all serve as valid reasons. However, prior to viewing properties, a preliminary selection is always conducted to eliminate the unsuitable, who behaves like him. Nitpicking upon arrival, if his only complaint is the price, it is at least a valid point. Yet, he chose the floor himself. Once there, he either found it too high or too low. What was he thinking all along?" Following this, several individuals began to voice their criticisms of Guoping, while only the store manager, Nia Xin, remained silent. Zhang Yu chose not to engage further in their conversation and retreated to the manager's office. Inside, Su Ying was engrossed in her research. They exchanged greetings, and Su Ying first commended Zhang Yu for his willingness to take responsibility. Clearly, she was quite supportive of his initiative to accompany clients on property viewings. After a brief discussion, Zhang Yu expressed his desire to leave early, as he had pressing matters at hand at Su Ying. Having heard him mention this the previous evening, readily agreed. Zhang Yu's agenda involved procuring talisman paper. Upon exiting the store, he took the subway, heading to Yitingjai grocery store, following the address found online. This grocery store offered a plethora of items, including bird cages, cultural artifacts, classical tableware, vermilion, talisman paper, and brushes. Zhang Yu purchased vermilion, talisman paper, and brushes before returning to his residence. At this moment, both Wang Kainan and Peng Guang were yet to return. He hastily mixed the vermilion with water and began to draw according to the techniques depicted in the guide. As someone who had rarely used a brush, the result of his first attempt at drawing talismans was predictably unsatisfactory. The symbols were crooked, and the elusive true energy was nowhere to be felt. It seemed that he lacked true energy. Otherwise, he would not have glanced towards his wardrobe. Upon returning late in the night, he had hidden the gathered chi pills within the cabinet, after consuming them at Ni's place. They had caused him stomach distress, and he felt no surge of true energy. However, his body had undergone some changes. He felt invigorated and surprisingly alert despite not having slept through the night. Moreover, he seemed to have developed an increased appetite. Feeling hungrier than before, he rummaged through his wardrobe, broke off a piece of chi pill, hesitated momentarily, and swallowed it. He quickly concealed the remaining items and prepared himself for a trip to the restroom. However, instead of the anticipated urge, he felt a flow of energy rising within his abdomen, a sensation he had never experienced before. Could this be true energy? Zhang Yu mused excitedly within himself. As an ordinary person, his understanding of true energy was limited to depictions in television and literature. It could be said that the vast majority of individuals harbored a fantasy of becoming a heroic figure, possessing remarkable martial arts skills and formidable true energy. In this moment, Zhang Yu felt as though a dream was materializing before him. Before long, warmth began to envelop his body, and beads of sweat formed unbidden. More concerning was the sudden surge of energy that he found impossible to release, causing him considerable discomfort, as though his body might explode if he did not act swiftly. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yu pondered in bewilderment. Fortunately, he vaguely suspected this was merely an adjustment period post-gaining true energy. Regardless, he needed to expend this pent-up energy quickly. Otherwise, his body might not withstand it. Run was the first thought that sprang to his mind. However, on second consideration, he realized he was no longer in school. This old-fashioned neighborhood lacked any suitable running area, with cars parked everywhere. Running on the streets was even more ridiculous, as the sidewalks were crowded with vehicles, and the narrow pedestrian spaces posed a risk to pedestrians, especially the elderly and children. Is there no alternative? He wondered. Glancing around, his eyes fell upon the talisman paper on the table. Of course, let me try this first. With that, Zhang Yu returned to the table, this time not sitting down, but instead picking up the brush and dipping it in the vermilion to begin drawing on the talisman paper. Strangely enough, during his initial practice, his wrist had trembled while holding the brush, a common occurrence for beginners. Yet now, his wrist remained steady, and his strokes had become much more controlled. Upon completing a talisman, the symbols were visibly taking shape. What thrilled Zhang Yu the most was that he could sense an invisible flow of energy traveling through his wrist to his fingertips, and then radiating outward as he drew. The pent-up energy that had been constricting him eased somewhat with the completion of each talisman. This method truly works. Zhang Yu felt as though he had discovered a new frontier and proceeded to take another blank piece of talisman paper to continue his work. Even the basic talisman guide contained numerous symbols, ranging from simple to complex. The simplest talismans included peace and protection talismans, followed by home protection and evil-repelling talismans, among others. Zhang Yu began with the most basic peace talisman, drawing several in succession until he grasped the technique thoroughly, able to complete them in one fluid motion. Of course, his rapid progress was entirely thanks to the chi pills. Without true energy, he would likely have taken weeks just to stabilize his hand while holding the brush. Phew! After successfully completing another peace talisman, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction, admiring his labor of love, which bore a striking resemblance to the guide. The pent-up energy within him had nearly dissipated, replaced by a wave of fatigue and hunger. Already hungry, Zhang Yu checked his phone and was surprised to see it was almost 6 in the evening. He tidied up the talisman papers to avoid detection and planned to head out to buy groceries. Before he could leave, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized Wang Canon's number. Zhang Yu answered, "Hello, is that you? De Xiong, Grass brother, when do you finish work? We're gathering at La Petite tonight." Wang Canon's boisterous voice came through the line. Zhang Yu recalled that Wang Canon had promised Peng Guang to treat them to La Petite hot pot, and it seemed he was ready to fulfill that promise swiftly. However, Zhang Yu felt utterly exhausted and merely wished to eat and rest at home, so he replied, "I'm a bit tired tonight. I think I'll just eat something simple at home. No need to go to La Petite." "Is that so? You're not trying to save money on me, are you?" Wang Canon teased. "If I can save, I will. Eating at home is more economical." Given his current appetite, Zhang Yu feared that a visit to La Petite would leave Wang Canon financially strained. "All right then, we'll have spicy hot pot at home tonight. Get home after work and wait for me. I'll buy extra ingredients to ensure we have enough," since they were having hot pot that evening. Zhang Yu decided not to rush to the grocery store by 7 o'clock. Peng Guang arrived home first, carrying 2 cases of beer. Half an hour later, Wang Canon returned, and true to his word, he had brought a substantial amount of food: beef slices, lamb slices, shrimp paste, fish balls, and an abundance of vegetables, far more than usual. Zhang Yu, already famished, wasted no time and immediately began preparing the meal. His appetite that night astonished both of his friends. Peng Guang watched in disbelief, exclaiming, "I say, Grass brother, how come you're suddenly eating so much? It feels like you're consuming more than both of us combined." Wang Canon nodded in agreement. "Yeah, what is going on? I thought we wouldn't finish all this. But it seems insufficient. Enough. Isn't this just a substitute for La Petite hot pot? So we must eat more," Zhang Yu awkwardly explained. Peng Guang scoffed, "Just because we're not going to La Petite. Otherwise I feel like De Xiong's portion isn't nearly enough." Wang Canon exclaimed, "Thank goodness for that." That evening, every dish on the table and both cases of beer were completely consumed. Zhang Yu discovered that he had not only developed a hearty appetite, but also a newfound tolerance for alcohol. In the past, he could never keep up with these 2 hefty individuals, yet tonight, after consuming a considerable amount of liquor, he felt completely unscathed and could easily down another 2 cases, despite his capacity. It was prudent to refrain from further indulgence, and the 3 of them retreated to their respective rooms to rest. In the Meidi Fongjing community, Guopeng and El Wena resided in a well-appointed 80-square-meter apartment, featuring 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with a pleasing layout that allowed for a cross-ventilation. In the master bedroom, the couple lay in bed, and El Wena, speaking in a conciliatory tone, remarked, "The property we viewed earlier today at Shui and Houting was quite appealing, especially the spacious kitchen, which I truly adore. What are your thoughts?" "This house is indeed quite good," Guopeng replied, somewhat awkwardly. However, El Wena seemed oblivious to the hesitation in her husband's voice, and, upon hearing his words, excitedly exclaimed, "So you mean we can buy it?" Guopeng hesitated momentarily, his inner turmoil evident. "What's wrong?" El Wena inquired, noticing his sudden silence. After a mental struggle, Guopeng finally mustered the courage to say, "Nana, there is something I need to discuss with you. Is there really anything we need to keep from each other? Just tell me whatever it is," El Wena encouraged. "Well, the company is facing some issues and is currently in a difficult situation. I simply do not have the funds to buy a new house," Guopeng confessed. Recounting the situation he had previously discussed with Zhang Yu, El Wena was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why didn't you tell me something so significant? I feared you would become anxious and upset, so I kept it to myself, hoping to rectify the situation promptly. I've been accompanying you to view properties, always pointing out flaws, because of this predicament. I also know you have mentioned our desire for a larger home to our relatives, and if we suddenly decide not to purchase, it could lead to their mockery and ridicule." Guopeng, "Have you lost your mind? If I were concerned about others' opinions, would I have wholeheartedly married you in the first place? We have weathered so many storms together. Do you not understand who I am?" El Wena responded, her voice rising with indignation, and by the end of her speech, she was in tears. "Nana, please don't cry. It's all my fault for not being honest with you. I should have spoken up sooner," Guopeng said, hastily embracing his wife. As a couple, we have always faced challenges together. You must not shoulder all the pressure alone. Since this situation has arisen, we must find a way to resolve it. "What do you propose we do?" El Wena asked, her voice choked with emotion. "I'm considering selling our home to raise funds for inventory. I hadn't dared to mention it to you until now. It was only today that the sales representative, Xiao Zhang, suggested this course of action, which prompted me to make a decision," Guopeng admitted, feeling somewhat powerless. How could you confide in others before discussing this with me? Elwena said. Feeling aggrieved, I didn't bring it up first. He noticed something was amiss. He mentioned he could read faces and discern from mine that I was in trouble financially regarding the house. Attributing it to the company's feng shui issues, he proposed that I sell the house to manage the situation and offered to visit the company to assess the feng shui. Guopeng explained that a young sales representative can read faces and feng shui, while selling the house might be a feasible solution for cash flow. What does he really mean? Elwena pondered aloud. Whether he truly possesses such skills or not is uncertain. However, I believe it would be worthwhile to have him come by the company and see what insights he might offer, Guopeng suggested. Then let us hear what he has to say. Elwena agreed. The following morning, Zhang Yu rose at around 5 o'clock. Despite feeling exhausted the night before, he awoke invigorated, a sensation he had never experienced before. Zhang Yu couldn't help but praise recognizing it as a remarkable remedy that he would need to consume daily. After freshening up, he prepared breakfast, waiting for his roommate to join him before heading to work. Upon arriving at the agency, it was long before everyone trickled in. The first shift at the front desk was manned by Zhu Duo. Just as she settled in, the doors swung open, and Guopeng and Elwena entered. The moment Zhu Duo laid eyes on them, her face drained of color, as she couldn't fathom how her luck had taken such a turn for the worse. Nonetheless, she steeled herself and greeted them. Good day. How may I assist you? Is Xiao Zhang here? Elwena inquired pleasantly. At this, Zhu Duo paused, puzzled by the question. Zhang Yu, sitting inside, naturally overheard and quickly approached, saying, Mr. Guo, Ms. L, how can I help you today? We discussed this yesterday. I was hoping you could come to my company for a visit. Guopeng smiled. Zhu Duo, noticing Guopeng's smile, was bewildered. In her memory, he had never smiled before and often wore an expression as if someone owed him millions. What had changed today? Zhang Yu nodded. Of course. Please wait a moment while I inform General Manager Su. After speaking with Su Ying, Zhang Yu accompanied Guopeng and his wife out of the agency. Once they departed, the atmosphere in the store became lively again. What is going on? Why did they take Zhang Yu with them? Could it be they're considering buying a house? That seems unlikely. They've been looking around for quite some time. If they were serious, they would have made a purchase by now. Duo, what did they say while viewing houses yesterday? What else could they have said? Elda Jia liked a place, and her husband nitpicked. That's curious. They've never indicated such a situation before. What did Zhang Yu discuss with them? I didn't catch any of it. Everyone buzzed with speculation, confusion filling the air, while the store manager, Nia Xin, sat silently in her seat, merely casting a glance at Zhang Yu's empty spot. At the Wimping high-end tableware distribution company. Located on Wenyang Road, the establishment spanned 2 stories and boasted over 200 square meters. The first floor showcased tableware displays manned by several sales staff, while the second floor housed meeting rooms and the manager's office. Zhang Yu followed Guopeng and Elwena to the office, where they first conducted a brief tour of the first floor before ascending to the manager's office. The office, nearly 40 square meters in size, contained a desk, a sofa, a filing cabinet, and a fish tank on the right side of the entrance. However, the fish tank appeared rather cruel, overgrown with algae and devoid of any fish. Upon entering the office, Elwena closed the door and stated, Xiao Zhang, I heard from my husband that you can read faces and feng shui, and that there might be issues with the feng shui of his company. Could you take a look and see what problems exist? Elwena was quite forthright in her request. Not a problem, Zhang Yu replied readily. He removed his backpack and pulled out the wufu pan, a cherished possession he carried with him daily since acquiring it. Unlike which could deter others from partaking, the wufu pan held a significant essence. Seeing Guopeng and Elwena arrive at the store so early indicated that things were progressing as Zhang Yu had anticipated. Although he lacked true feng shui expertise, possessing the wufu pan allowed him to identify the location of wealth and make appropriate arrangements. He used the wufu pan to locate the wealth position. He soon discovered that it was situated where the fish tank stood. This wealth position represented the central fortune and, based on previous experiences, was quite favorable. Ideally, a fish tank should signify prosperity, yet the absence of fish and the poor condition of the water raised concerns in Zhang Yu's mind. He pointed at the fish tank and calmly asked, Mr. Gui, may I inquire if you previously kept fish in this tank? Guopeng and his wife were drawn to his inquiry, and Guopeng nodded, saying, Indeed, we used to have fish, but then, let us not get into what happened afterward just yet. Zhang Yu promptly interrupted him and continued, If my observations are correct, this fish must have perished before the incident occurred at your company. Mr. Gua, and you neglected to replace it. After that, you even became indifferent to maintaining the fish tank. Luwena shifted her gaze to her husband, eager to see how he would respond. Guoping appeared momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "How did you deduce that? Does it have any relation to the issues at my company?" Zhang Yu confidently replied, "If the fish tank were located elsewhere, it would likely be of little concern. However, this is situated in the wealth corner of the company. Previously, the fish thrived, water nourished wealth, and fish sustained water, creating a cycle of abundance. Naturally, the financial fortunes of Mr. Guo's company flourished as well once the fish died. Mr. Guo should have promptly replaced them and diligently cared for the tank. Yet, you failed to do so, allowing the water to stagnate into a lifeless pool. Such stagnant water in the wealth corner cannot generate prosperity and, over time, may lead to financial losses." Guoping appeared utterly dazed, his face etched with regret, as if he wished to slap himself in frustration. Luwena, perceptive to her husband's remorse, quickly interjected, "What should we do now?" "Xiao Zhang, the immediate course of action is to thoroughly clean the tank, replenish the water, and reintroduce the fish to gradually restore the company's financial vitality," Zhang Yu asserted with gravity. All right. Luwena nodded vigorously before turning to her husband. "Did you hear that? Hurry and have someone clean the fish tank. We must not delay." I understand, Guopeng exclaimed, rushing out of the office to summon company staff to address the tank. Unlike Luwena, he had been present in the company, fully aware of the situation. Reflecting on the timeline, he recalled that when the fish were alive, the company thrived. However, due to his own negligence, the fish had all perished, and he had ceased maintenance altogether. The tank remained untouched, with the water never changed. Thus, he found Zhang Yu's words to be quite reasonable and in real estate. The store was orderly, with only Zhang Yu and Zhu Duoduo absent. With a click, the store door opened, and Zhu Duoduo entered. Upon her arrival, Jia Yu at the front desk immediately greeted her. "Duoduo, how did it go? Were the clients satisfied?" Zhu Duoduo pouted, responding, "I'm not sure. The clients said they need to think it over." The phrase "think it over" was a familiar refrain to the sales staff, who had long since grown accustomed to it. After Zhang Yu left with the Guo couple in the morning, Zhu Duoduo had welcomed a client, energetically showing them properties, but now appeared rather disheartened. Zhu Duoduo returned to her desk, and within 2 minutes, the store door swung open again, and Zhang Yu and the Guo couple re-entered. Under the gaze of onlookers, Zhang Yu brought them to Zhu Duoduo's side. "Duoduo, the clients wish to register their property. Please assist them." This announcement startled everyone in the store. What was happening? Registering a property? It was well known that property registration was necessary only when selling a house. The Guo couple had always been there to view homes with the intention of purchasing. Why were they registering a property today? "All right," Zhu Duoduo replied, equally puzzled, but still courteously added, "Please provide the details of your property, and I will input them right away. The property is in Meidi Garden, Building 3, Unit 2, Apartment 803, with an area of 80 square meters. Featuring a spacious layout and north-south orientation. I am pricing it at 18,000 per square meter, hoping for a swift sale, that we are looking to upgrade to a larger home. So this one needs to be sold first. Here are the photos of the property. It is exquisitely renovated and in excellent condition. As good as new," Luwena stated. Meidi Garden, an exquisitely renovated property at 18,000 per square meter. Goodness, the staff in the store were once again taken aback. As professionals in the field, they were well aware of the market dynamics. Properties in Meidi Garden typically priced around 17,000 for a bare shell. A fully renovated unit selling for 18,000 was indicative of urgent motivation to sell. Luwena proceeded to show Zhu Duoduo the additional photos of the home, which were to be included in the property listing. Upon reviewing the renovation quality, Zhu Duoduo couldn't help but express her astonishment. Given the standard of renovation, the market price would easily reach 20,000 per square meter, or even higher, considering that such layouts and sizes were particularly desirable. Zhu Duoduo, with her greater experience, inquired, "Sister, is your property exclusively represented by our store?" "Indeed, it is exclusively represented by you. Please have Xiao Zhang assist us in the sale. Ideally, we would like to close the deal within the next few days so we can proceed with our house upgrade." Luwena replied. The price was already quite attractive, yet they could not divulge that they were facing financial difficulties. Such an admission could lead to price negotiations, and Luwena, concerned about maintaining face, could not appear desperate after having previously been a prospective buyer. However, for the store, maintaining face was of little value. Properties priced attractively and likely to sell quickly were highly sought after. The fact that they specifically requested Zhang Yu for assistance in selling the property also meant fewer opportunities for others. Fortunately, Zhu Duoduo was not one to harbor ulterior motives. She remained enthusiastic, assuring them, "Rest assured, properties at this price in Meidi Garden will sell quickly. We will contact potential clients today to see if anyone is interested in making a purchase." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a surge of excitement and proposed, "Duo, please handle the client outreach. Once the property is sold, we can split the commission." "Really?" Zhuduo's eye sparkled. "Great. I'll call Wang Zi right away. Please provide me with the client list." Since Zhuduo's arrival at the store, she had yet to close a deal. With such an outstanding property at such a low price, it was akin to finding money on the street. How could she not be thrilled with the prospect of sharing the commission? For Zhang Yu, while money was important, he was already experiencing a remarkable turn in his life. Earning money was no longer a challenge. His primary focus was now on completing his tasks and swiftly assisting Guoping in selling the property in order to earn the reward. Wang Ziming handed the client list to Zhu Duo, marking which clients might be interested in this property. As anticipated, Zhu Duo made a single phone call, and upon informing the client of the price, they expressed their desire to visit the property for an in-person inspection. Zhu Duo, brimming with excitement, stood up and announced, "Sister Lu, the client wants to see the house now. Shall we head to your place?" "Certainly," Lu Wen affirmed with a nod. However, Wang Ziming intervened directly. Duo, please hold on a moment." "What is it?" Zhu Duo asked, puzzled. "Please call the other clients as well to gauge their interest. If they are interested, we can take them all to view the property together, which would save us from multiple trips. Guo and Lu are both busy individuals. We cannot entertain them one at a time," Wang Ziming proposed. "That sounds best," Lu Wen agreed. Wang Ziming's suggestion, while ostensibly aimed at reducing hassle, was actually designed to facilitate Zhu Duo in selling the property quickly. It was essential to note that the property was already priced attractively low. If only one client were taken for a visit, they might hesitate and speculate about potential issues with the house. Even attempting to negotiate further, by bringing multiple clients together, a sense of urgency and competition would be created, likely resulting in a sale that very day. Zhu Duo proceeded to call the other clients she had marked. And soon 3 more expressed their availability to view the house. Thus, Zhang Yu, Zhu Duo, and the Guo couple departed the agency together, heading toward Meidi Garden. Upon arrival, the clients were also present. It must be said that Wang Ziming truly had a knack for this. With several clients viewing the property simultaneously, one client decided on the spot to make a purchase. Other clients expressed their dissatisfaction, but it was of no consequence. The decisive client promptly produced money and paid a deposit, requesting to sign the contract. The seamless transaction brought joy to both Guoping and Lu Wen, as well as Zhang Yu and Zhu Duo. After apologizing to the other clients, they returned to the agency with the one who had paid the deposit to finalize the contract. There were rules in the agency. The owner had to be present during contract signing and must also sign the document. Ying could hardly believe that on his 3rd day, Zhang Yu managed to close a deal. Although it was a joint effort with Zhu Duo, it was clear to everyone that Zhang Yu had secured the client. The commission from this transaction was substantial. With a total property price of 1.44 million and a 1 commission split between buyer and seller that amounted to an income of 28,800. The boss earns 1, and the salesperson's commission is also 1. Divided equally between Zhang Yu and Zhu Duo, each receiving an income of 7,200. It can be said that Su Ying had never harbored any expectations of Zhang Yu selling a property. She merely hoped that the store's renovation business would gain recognition swiftly. The monthly base salary of 10,000 given to Zhang Yu was, in essence, a reimbursement for his rent. Yet, to her surprise, before she could even issue Zhang Yu's salary, he had already helped her earn 14,400. Notably, the client Zhang Yu secured was one that had been blacklisted by various stores. During the contract signing, she unconsciously glanced at Zhang Yu, who stood nearby. This young man appeared to possess nothing particularly remarkable, seemingly lacking any extraordinary qualities. However, the events of the past few days had led her to realize that she could not fathom this individual at all. Zhang Yu, oblivious to Su Ying's gaze, was currently attuned to the familiar mechanical sound echoing in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and acquiring the level 6 compass in his mind. The high-tech virtual panel reemerged. The level 6 compass, one among the feng shui compasses. It signifies misfortune, illness, anxiety, poverty, malice, and weakness. When the pointer on the compass aligns with the corresponding markers, the indicated direction becomes the 6 extremes direction. Conducting beneficial modifications and arrangements in the six extremes direction can mitigate and suppress the adverse energies therein. Conversely, it can amplify the negative energies, bringing harm. With the system's elucidation, Zhang Yu comprehended the nature of the level 6 compass, which stood in stark contrast to the fortune compass. Yet, both possessed a commonality. The fortune compass could also lead to financial ruin and disrupt the household's energy. However, the level 6 compass could not bestow good fortune upon an individual. At most, it could assist in suppressing the ill fortune residing within a dwelling. Nevertheless, if a residence were to be afflicted by several elements of the six extremes, it would likely be more unfortunate than merely having its good fortune disrupted. By the way, where is the compass? Zhang Yu quickly identified this question, but then glanced at the backpack resting on his chair. That moment, Guopeng and the buyer were concluding their contract. Shaking hands before departing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu grabbed his backpack and immediately felt that it was noticeably heavier than before, as expected. Zhang Yu rejoiced internally, and then joined Su Ying and Zhu Duo in escorting the client out of the store. Hooray! Hooray! I've made a sale! Upon returning to the store, Zhu Duo could no longer contain her excitement and leaped with joy. Even though this sale was facilitated by Zhang Yu, for someone who had been at the store for a while without making any sales, the elation was indescribable. Everyone's eyes turned to her, and her candid nature was endearing to most. The seasoned veteran was the first to speak. Duo, having gained experience from this sale, you might strive to achieve another on your own. I will definitely manage it myself. Zhu Duo replied with newfound confidence. Jia Yu remarked enviously, I've gained experience too. Overall housing prices remain the key to successful transactions. 986 shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. You're the only one left in the store without a sale. You'd better put in some effort. Nowadays, sellers aim for high prices. Opportunities like this are rare, so don't get your hopes up. Wang Ziming chimed in. Duo, since this is your first sale, shouldn't you treat everyone to a meal? No problem. Zhu Duo immediately agreed, but then seemed to reconsider, pouting, but I probably can't treat today. Let us wait until I receive my salary. Su Ying laughed heartily, saying, you can wait to treat us when you get your salary. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to barbecue, to celebrate my first sale since taking over. Hooray! Long live! That's fantastic. Su Zong is the best. The crowd in the store erupted in cheers. It must be said that the atmosphere in the store was indeed delightful, which explained why Cheng Yume had advised against dismissing any staff members. In stark contrast to the joyous crowd, Nia Xin remained silent, as though she were invisible in the store. That evening, Su Ying took everyone to a quaint music barbecue restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Zhang Yu felt somewhat awkward. Although he was starving, he was reluctant to reveal his voracious appetite in front of Su Ying. He assessed himself, realizing that his current appetite was roughly 3 times that of before. He steeled himself to consume a normal portion, but after the meal, when Su Ying intended to drive Zhang Yu home, he declined, explaining that she needn't bother, as it would take her quite a while to return home after dropping him off. And he had to work in the morning. After several rounds of insistence, Su Ying finally drove off, while Zhang Yu hurried to a 24-hour porridge shop, ordering a bowl of porridge and 12 filled pancakes. Leaving the server astounded at his capacity, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ponder whether his current eating habits would lead to excessive expenses at regular restaurants. Perhaps, in the future, he should opt for buffet-style dining at 49 yuan per person. At dawn, in room 1402 of Jing'ai Garden, Ni returned home after a night shift, only to be greeted by an unusual scent, a blend of medicinal, burnt, and foul odors. Surely, it couldn't still be lingering. The potency was overwhelming. Upon entering the living room, she glanced at the open window before proceeding to the kitchen to ascertain whether the kitchen window was ajar. To her dismay, the window was closed. Yet the outer windowsill was littered with dozens of sunflower seed shells. Who has been eating sunflower seeds? Curiosity piqued. Ni approached the window, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was not shells, but actual seeds. How inconsiderate to toss uneaten seeds down from the upper floor. Ni muttered to herself as she casually opened the window. Suddenly, she heard a melodious chirping sound. Following the sound, she spotted a beautiful bird with a black head, white body, and blue wings and tail, fluttering closer while chirping cheerfully. The bird quickly landed on the outer windowsill, continuing to sing sweetly. Ni instantly recognized it as a magpie. Seeing a magpie at the window was a good omen. Remarkably, the magpie flew right into her home through the open window. The bird seemed unafraid of Ni, landing on the refrigerator before resuming its cheerful chirping. Little bird, why have you flown into my home? Aren't you scared? And I softly inquired. The magpie responded with chirps, though and I could not decipher its meaning. Despite being a police officer, she had a fondness for small creatures. Are you hungry? Let me find you something to eat. And I quickly rummaged through her pantry and discovered some millet meant for porridge. She poured a small bowl of millet and placed it on the kitchen counter, gently saying, "There's food now." The magpie promptly flew to the counter, dipping its head into the bowl and eating the millet without hesitation. Observing this, and I couldn't help but smile warmly, saying, "You're so well behaved." The magpie lifted its head and chirped joyfully at her. And I, having just completed a night shift, would typically take a nap upon returning home, but with this charming guest, her sleepiness vanished. She fetched another bowl and poured some warm water for the magpie. I didn't consider herself an outsider. Rather, she felt a kinship with this little creature. After consuming the millet and drinking the water, the magpie appeared satisfied. And I remarked, "If you enjoy it here, you can stay with me." Tentatively, she retreated towards the living room, and the little magpie indeed followed her inside, sitting on the sofa. The small creature even perched on Ni's lap. This delighted her further, and she gently stroked its feathers with her fingers. The magpie seemed to relish the attention, leaning into her touch. And I had always wanted a pet, but her demanding job left little time for care. Now, with this adorable little visitor, she was smitten. After some contemplation, she concluded that birds were relatively easy to care for. As long as they had food and water, there was no need to take them out for walks. A cage would suffice for convenience. Unbeknownst to her, she had resolved to adopt this little companion. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu awoke early once more, while his two roommates were still fast asleep, with his vitality surging. He found it inconvenient to wander around the house with the compass. It wouldn't be appropriate if his roommates were to catch sight of it. Thus, he first consumed the chi-gathering pill. And soon his body, much like the last time, was infused with an inexhaustible vigor. Consequently, he took out vermilion powder, a brush, and talisman paper, and resumed his practice of drawing talismans until he had thoroughly expended that pin-up energy. Only then did he tidy up his belongings and proceed to prepare a meal. By the time he had finished cooking, Pang Guang had already risen and emerged to wash up. Upon seeing breakfast laid out, Pang Guang couldn't help but exclaim, "Chao Gu, why have you been waking up so early lately? This is unlike your usual style. Having just changed companies, there's an overwhelming amount of work, and I find it difficult to sleep." Zhang Yu offered as an excuse. Even amid the pressure, one must still rest properly, Pang Guang casually remarked, but his eyes suddenly widened as he asked, "Chao Gu, what's wrong with you?" Noticing something unusual in Pang Guang's expression, Zhang Yu inquired in confusion. "It's not that." Pang Guang rubbed his eyes and stammered, Have you been secretly working out lately?" "Not at all," Zhang Yu replied, bewildered. "Then where did those abs come from?" Pang Guang exclaimed in astonishment. During the sweltering summer nights, Zhang Yu typically slept without a shirt and woke up bare-chested, as there were no outsiders in the house. Hearing Pang Guang's words, Zhang Yu instinctively glanced down at his own body. And to his surprise, he was taken aback. He actually had developed abs, and not only that, the contours of his chest muscles were also beginning to emerge. These contours were not the bulging muscles one might see in a gym, but rather a near-perfect line reminiscent of a swimmer's physique. Of course, Zhang Yu had yet to reach perfection, but this physique was already beyond what he had previously possessed. It is worth noting that as a student in a design-related field, he spent the majority of his time either in front of a computer or a phone, and even more so during his internship. While Zhang Yu was more active than his two roommates, he still carried some excess weight around his midsection. Now, however, he inexplicably found himself with abs. "Why not take a look at yourself and show off in front of me?" Pang Guang said, inhaling deeply and forcing his belly in a bit. "I just casually practiced some push-ups, and unexpectedly, abs appeared." Zhang Yu could only explain, though he was unsure how his physique had transformed. His intuition suggested that it had something to do with the chi-gathering pill. After taking the pill, he always felt an overwhelming energy that needed to be expended during talisman drawing, and his brushwork was far superior to what it had been before taking the pill. Zhang Yu had initially thought the chi-gathering pill merely generated true energy within a person. He never imagined it would lead to such physical changes. Casually practicing push-ups could yield such results. "How many do you do in a day?" Pang Guang asked incredulously. "500, Zhang Yu boldly stated. 500. Pang Guang unconsciously scratched his head, and his initial intention to learn from Zhang Yu dissipated significantly. At that moment, the door to Wang Kanan's room swung open, and a Xiong stepped out. Still bleary-eyed, What are you two chatting about so early in the morning? Just take a look. Xiao Gu has been secretly working out and has even developed abs. Pang Guang pointed at Zhang Yu's midsection. Wow, Wang Kainan, reacting similarly to Pang Guang, rubbed his eyes and walked over to Zhang Yu, scrutinizing him closely. Xiao Gu, you can't be joking. When did you develop this physique? You're practically a model. Wang Kainan exclaimed, filled with envy. Who could argue otherwise? Xiao Gu, is your new boss a woman? Did she hire you because of your physique? Pang Guang exaggeratedly suggested. Indeed, the boss is female, but Zhang Yu knew it had nothing to do with his physique. He didn't want to waste more breath on the matter, so he simply sat down at the dining table and said, it's merely a matter of practicing more push-ups. You two lazybones should get moving. Wash your faces and eat your meals. While he appeared calm on the surface, inside, he was more excited than anyone else. There was a time when he had envied those with abs, as it seemed that in the eyes of women, abs were a form of beauty. Thus, men with abs often found it easier to attract female attention. After breakfast, the three of them left home to head to work. Now, even though Zhang Yu was dressed in cheap attire, he exuded an air of vitality, standing tall and straight. While riding the subway, he noticed that he seemed to attract a few more glances from women. Upon arriving at the store, they had barely settled in when everyone began to arrive. The atmosphere inside An's store was not tense. It resembled the camaraderie of school days, with the always cheerful Zhu duo filling the space with laughter, masking the hidden pressures of the industry. At 9:18 a.m., the sound of firecrackers suddenly erupted outside. Crack, 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 pop, 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 bang, bang, bang. The lively noise inevitably drew the attention of everyone inside the store. Even Su Ying emerged from the manager's office. They all stepped outside to see where the firecrackers were being set off. They quickly discovered that the source was not far from them. Just under 20 meters to the right that a store stood there, its sign obscured, with a small stage set up in front, where a sensually dressed woman was performing. Once the firecracker sound subsided, the alluring woman began to sing. The matchmaker speaks, weaving red threads. In the winds and rains, destiny must be grasped. Her melodious, heartfelt voice captivated all passers-by, while others were unaware of the store's purpose. Su Ying knew well, having visited it before. It was the home decoration design company named Xingjia. Xingjia had recently come under the umbrella of Xuanjia, and today marked its grand reopening. The Xuanjia's influence was indeed remarkable, as they initiated such a grand affair right from the start. Indeed, after the sensuous woman's performance concluded, she proclaimed, today marks the joyous occasion of the opening of Xuanjia Real Estate's Wenjiang Road store. In gratitude for the support from all walks of life over the years, the store is pleased to announce a special promotion. The brokerage fee has been reduced to 1.5. Additionally, we offer a comprehensive service where customers purchasing homes at our store will receive free renovation design plans from Xuanjia's renowned designers. Next, please welcome Mr. Qian, the business manager of Xuanjia Real Estate Services, to say a few words. Soon, a man took the microphone and stepped onto the small stage, addressing the crowd. Dear neighbors, today marks our Xuanjia. Who is this man? They didn't even need to listen to the introduction from the alluring woman. Zhang Yu and Su Ying recognized him by his voice. It was none other than Qian Nong. Su Ying turned and walked back into the store, and as the others watched her close the door, their faces reflected a sense of gloom. Zhu duo pouted and said, we're doomed. It seems we won't be making any more sales. The only one who had never made a sale, Zhang Yu, looked even more despondent. How did Xuanjia end up opening a store here? And they slashed the brokerage fee to 1.5, even without a price war. We cannot compete with Xuanjia. This is the end for us. If Cheng Gugu were present, he would also hang his head, but as soon as he realized Zhang Yu was still there, he quickly shut his mouth and turned to enter the store. It was evident that everyone was worried about the future of the store and whether they would be able to secure any sales. Zhang Yu understood their feelings well. After all, even outsiders recognized Xuanjia's strength, not to mention that he and Su Ying had both come from there. Xuanjia was the true titan of this industry. And under equal conditions, clients would prioritize Xuanjia. Not to mention, they had even concocted a gimmick of lowering brokerage fees. He was the last to return to the store, and upon entering, he noticed Nia Xen sitting there calmly. Unlike the others, Nia Xen bore no hint of worry, appearing completely indifferent. Observing Nia Xen's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel perplexed. This wasn't the first time Nia Xen had displayed such an expressionless face. Just yesterday, when Duo made a sale and the group celebrated, Nia Xin had worn the same expression. Zhang Yu involuntarily recalled Judewood's earlier remarks. Have you noticed? The ruthless manager seems a bit off these past few days. She used to boss me around, making me wear that fuzzy bear costume to hand out flyers in the summer heat, which could have killed anyone. But for the past couple of days, she hasn't assigned me any tasks at all. Moreover, during her usual front desk duties, she exhibited unparalleled enthusiasm, and in recent days, she has entirely devoted herself to the role. Additionally, at lunch, she would buy a few buns at the door and consume them inside the store. However, now she refrains from even being present at the store during lunch. Something feels amiss. Although it has only been a day and a half, my intuition cannot be wrong. Judewood's instincts should not be mistaken either. Yet why has Nia Xin suddenly undergone such a significant transformation? Could it be that Aunt Qing's departure has left her in discontent? That seems implausible, given that Su Zong has allowed her to remain as the store manager. And there have been no adjustments within the store. Zhang Yu pondered, increasingly perplexed. Perhaps I should inquire about it. Resolute, Zhang Yu ambled toward Nia Xin, employing his inquiry technique. Is it because of the change in management that you are feeling unhappy? No. Nia Xin's voice resonated in Zhang Yu's mind. Not at all. This response only deepened Zhang Yu's confusion. If she is not unhappy, then what accounts for her seemingly lifeless demeanor and indifference? Zhang Yu quickly formulated another question. Utilizing the inquiry technique once again. Are you contemplating resignation? One typically exhibits disinterest in workplace affairs only when contemplating departure. No. Nia Xin's voice echoed again. No. Zhang Yu was thoroughly bewildered. If she is not unhappy and has no thoughts of leaving, how could her demeanor have shifted so drastically? Could there be another ulterior motive at play? This thought crossed Zhang Yu's mind. Yet the inquiry technique only yields binary answers. It is not like the hypnosis depicted on television, where the subject responds truthfully to any question posed. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu decided to give it a try. He employed the inquiry technique once more. Is there a hidden agenda for you to remain here? Yes, Nia Xin's voice affirmed in his mind. There truly is a hidden agenda. Zhang Yu was taken aback by this revelation. He could not fathom what motive Nia Xin could possibly have in a real estate agency. Surely, she could not be planning to coast on a meager salary. Yet, to his astonishment, Nia Xin provided a definitive answer. What could she possibly scheme for in a real estate office? Could she be an undercover agent from the Xian family? That seemed impossible. Su Zong had only recently taken over the store, and Nia Xin had been there for quite some time. There was no way she could have foreseen Su Zong's arrival. Zhang Yu hesitated, considering whether to ask Nia Xin if she was an undercover agent for the Xian family. But the inquiry technique could only be used 3 times a day, and he had exhausted his quota. Any questions would have to wait until tomorrow. Moreover, Zhang Yu realized another pressing issue. Regardless of whether or not Nia Xin was indeed an undercover agent for the Xian family, a person with ulterior motives should not be allowed to remain in the store. However, dismissing Nia Xin posed a dilemma for Zhang Yu. Firstly, he was not the owner. That role belonged to Su Ying. It would be unwise to disclose his suspicions about Nia Xin's ulterior motives to Su Ying. Nia Xin was not merely a store manager. She was also the top sales performer. Her individual sales surpassed those of all her colleagues combined. If she were to be dismissed, it would severely impact the agency's performance, particularly at this critical time, potentially leading to the store's disintegration. Additionally, when he first joined, he had promised Zhang Yu that he would not terminate anyone at the store. He dismissed Nia Xin immediately after taking over would be difficult to justify to the kind-hearted Zhang Yu. What should he do? While he contemplated this predicament, a familiar voice chimed in. Ding dong. The task of saving Nia Xin from going astray has been identified. A technologically advanced virtual panel appeared in Zhang Yu's consciousness. Task name: Save Nia Xin. Task description: Assist Nia Xin in returning to the right path within half a month. Task difficulty: 2 stars. Task reward: Peachwood knife. Wow, another task has arrived. Zhang Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. However, what on earth is a peachwood knife? Aren't they typically referred to as peachwood swords? Of course, whether it is a knife or a sword is inconsequential. What truly matters is how to rescue Nia Xin and guide her back on track. Speaking of which, what does Nia Xin's right path entail? The top sales performer, diligent in her work, never slacking off. Zhang Yu was uncertain how to define what would constitute Nia Xin's return to the right path. Nonetheless, he understood that he could not allow her to continue in this state of lethargy. He approached Nia Xian's desk, smiling as he said, "Manager Nia, is there something on your mind?" Nia Xian replied coolly, "I seem to be doing just fine. I've noticed you appear somewhat demotivated lately. It has said that previously. You were more enthusiastic than anyone at the front desk, yet now you seem devoid of spirit. Is it that you are unwell, or have you been disheartened by the change in management?" Zhang Yu spoke gently. Upon hearing this, everyone in the store turned their attention toward them. This was something that was apparent to all, particularly Zhu Duo, who instinctively recoiled slightly, as she had uttered similar sentiments earlier. Nia Xian remained composed, stating, "My sales figures for this month are already satisfactory. I need not exert myself further. The others in the agency have not been making many sales, so I shall leave them the opportunity." "Ah, I see." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Nia Xian's performance over the past half-month likely surpassed the combined sales of everyone else in the store, if she wished to take a breather and allow others a chance. It seemed reasonable. Zhang Yu, steeling himself, replied, "Isn't that a bit too complacent? Your sales figures aren't excessively high, after all." Heh, Nia Xian chuckled, as though she had heard a ridiculous joke. "If what I have done is not considered much, then why don't you show me how it's done? Don't think that just because you closed a deal yesterday, selling houses is easy. I merely seized an opportunity," Zhang Yu retorted, rolling his eyes. "Guopeng has repeatedly come by. Yet you have blacklisted him. Who exactly made a sale off him? Is that even a fair comparison?" Not wanting to delve too deeply into that, Zhang Yu took a moment to ponder and devised a plan. "Since you say so, why not put it to the test? By the way, are you willing to place a bet with me?" "A bet on what?" Nia Xian inquired. "Let us wager that by the end of this month, my sales figures will surpass yours. If I succeed, you must abandon your lethargy and return to your former self," Zhang Yu declared earnestly. "Surpass?" Nia Xian's eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. "Did I hear you correctly?" The rest of the store's staff were equally astonished, their eyes wide with shock as they whispered amongst themselves. They could hardly believe that Zhang Yu would propose such a wager, with only half a month remaining. What could he possibly do to exceed Nia Xian's sales? Surely he would not naively believe that he could sell a low-priced, in-demand property by sheer luck, as Nia Xian suggested. In this day and age, who among those selling houses does not aspire for higher prices? Finding someone like Guopeng once a year is already deemed fortunate. Encountering them regularly is a mere dream. Unlike the others. Nia Xian was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yu's words, but soon responded with a smile. "And if you lose?" Zhang Yu had not considered that possibility until now. While he may possess an advantage, he was still somewhat isolated, lacking significant leverage. If he were to challenge Nia Xian head-on, he would find it difficult to present a compelling wager. Naturally, what he was asking of Nia Xian did not seem to carry much weight either. However, given that he needed to complete the task, he could not afford to shy away from such an uncertain bet. With determination, Zhang Yu replied, "If I lose, I will resign at your discretion." Nia Xian scoffed disdainfully. "What does that even mean? Are you suggesting I could kill you or something? If I win, how would you like me to handle you?" Zhang Yu responded earnestly, "Given your willingness to engage in this wager, I am quite eager to see how you plan to surpass me in these next 2 weeks. How about this? If you lose, you must resign and never show your face to me again." Nia Xian's tone was nonchalant, yet her confidence was palpable. It was understandable that she would have such assurance. How could a novice like Zhang Yu possibly surpass her sales figures in just half a month? "Fine, I accept your challenge," Zhang Yu replied without hesitation. After all, he had initiated the wager, and in front of everyone, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness. Moreover, his objective is to accomplish the task at hand. For the sake of the mission, he is audacious enough to venture to the grave to retrieve the ransom demanded by the kidnappers. What is there that he would hesitate to agree to? "Very well then, I shall wait with bated breath," Nia Xian remarked with a calm demeanor. Zhang Yu turned and made his way to his position, catching a glimpse of the manager's office door ajar, where Su Ying stood outside. Their eyes met, and without hesitation, Su Ying waved him over. Zhang Yu understood immediately and followed her into the manager's office. Closing the door behind them, Su Ying did not take a seat, but turned to face Zhang Yu. Her brow furrowed as she inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Why have you suddenly decided to wager such a bet with Nia Xian?" It is no wonder that others are curious about this inexplicable gamble with Nia Xian, with stakes that are neither trivial nor insignificant. However, should Zhang Yu lose, would he acknowledge the wager in front of all these people? If he admits defeat, he would have to leave. If he does not acknowledge it, how could he continue to show his face among them? It would make my position as the new boss rather precarious. I just feel that Nye Xian is different from before. Something seems off. So I wanted to test the waters and provoke her a bit. Zhang Yu could only explain. Provoke her? Do you have any idea what her current sales figures are? Su Ying asked, her brows knitted in concern. When we first arrived, I recall it being around 30 million, Zhang Yu replied. Correct, a total of 35 million. Tell me, do you believe you stand a chance in this wager? The property you sold yesterday was worth 44 million, which is merely a fraction of what she has achieved. How many properties must you sell to surpass 35 million? Su Ying's tone was tinged with exasperation as she spoke, despite having just taken over the store. She had already reviewed the sales performance over the past few years. Typically, a salesperson selling 1 or 2 properties a month is considered successful. Going an entire month without a sale is not uncommon. A salesperson like Nye Xian is truly the reigning champion in sales. Challenging her is akin to a sparrow attempting to outmatch a mountain. Zhang Yu grinned. There is certainly difficulty involved, but that does not mean it is impossible. Perhaps I might just emerge victorious. Su Ying couldn't help but scrutinize Zhang Yu, and as she recalled recent events, she realized that perhaps this possibility was not entirely unfounded. She nodded in agreement, saying, the wager is yours to bear. If you are confident, then by all means, give it a try. With Xian's establishment opening a branch here, whether or not it is directly aimed at us, if you manage to win against Su Ying, it would serve as a tremendous morale booster for the store. Furthermore, you must understand that you and I are inextricably linked. If you lose and resign, I too will have to leave, incurring a loss equivalent to a year's rent. We would have to find a new location. Her words rang true. It was evident to all that Zhang Yu was associated with her. If he resigned after losing the bet, Su Ying would have no face left to remain. She too would have to pack her things and leave. Just as Su Ying had pointed out, with Xian's arrival in the competition and the onset of price wars, the morale of the staff would undoubtedly plummet. Should Zhang Yu manage to sell 35 million at such a critical juncture, it would undoubtedly elevate spirits and invigorate the team. Rest assured, I will surely win, Zhang Yu declared earnestly, fully aware that whatever the reason, he had to give it his all this time. Do you have any plans moving forward? Su Ying inquired. Zhang Yu hesitated, for he had no concrete plans. The wager with Nye Xian had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Steeling himself, he said, I will go ask Zhu Duo which property in our store is the most expensive, and I will devise a way to sell it. That Su Ying was taken aback by his words. Silently thinking, is this really your plan? At that moment, she realized that she had vastly underestimated this young man. He was the type who dared to dream and act upon those dreams. However, when it came to selling properties, Su Ying could offer no assistance. Her expertise lay in design, not sales. She could only nod and say, very well, proceed with your plan. After all, she had already made up her mind. If Zhang Yu lost and resigned, she would follow suit and accept the loss of a year's rent. I shall step out now. Await my good news, Zhang Yu announced before turning to exit the manager's office. Outside, the crowd was engaged in hushed whispers, their conversation halting as Zhang Yu emerged. He made a beeline for Zhu Duo, approaching her from behind. Duo, could you do me a favor? He asked. What is it? Just let me know. Zhu Duo replied readily. Having made her first sale with Zhang Yu, she held him in high regard and would eagerly assist him in any way possible. Please help me find out which property in our store is the most expensive. I want to find a way to sell it, Zhang Yu said boldly. You think it's as simple as just selling the most expensive property? The others in the store gasped, astonished by his audacity, wondering if he was merely boasting. Given that Zhang Yu had sold a property just yesterday, and that it was to a previously blacklisted client, they might have otherwise scoffed at him. However, they all understood that to surpass Nye Xian's sales figures by the end of the month, they would need to find a way to sell the most expensive property. Relying solely on selling properties worth 1 to 2 million would require an unfeasible number of sales to catch up. Not a problem. I will check right away, Zhu Duo replied without hesitation, promptly opening the property database to search. Soon, she identified a villa in the Nanhuan Banshan area, priced at 20 million, the most expensive property in their inventory. All right, let's sell that one, Zhang Yu exclaimed. Wait, don't rush. Let me explain the specifics, Zhu Duo interjected. This property is known to be a haunted house. A haunted house? And its price so high? Zhang Yu was taken aback. The villas in Nanhuan typically start at over 20 million, with this particular property normally valued at 22 million, but due to its haunted status, it was listed 2 million below market value. It was said that 3 individuals, specifically the owner's wives, had tragically jumped to their deaths from the building. Zhu Duoduo spoke cautiously, as if fearful of the topic. Such a house exists, Zhang Yu remarked, though curiosity bubbled within him. As a man possessing the Wufu Pan and a 6th-level disc, he could discern the auspicious and inauspicious aspects of any property. Since it was a haunted house, there must be some intriguing story behind it. Zhu Duoduo, oblivious to Zhang Yu's thoughts, whispered, Manager Nye claims there is no property she cannot sell, but this one is different. Many wealthy individuals are aware of its history, making it virtually unsellable. I see. Zhang Yu pondered aloud. Does our store have the keys to this property? I would like to take a look. I believe we do. They are in the boss's office. Zhu Duoduo nodded. All right, I'll go find them. Zhang Yu replied, heading towards Su Ying's office. After knocking, he entered and explained the situation regarding the Nanhuan villa to Su Ying, who then provided him with the keys to the property so he could inspect it. Upon learning that the property was haunted, Su Ying was somewhat bewildered. Is it truly possible to sell such a house? However, since Zhang Yu had already wagered against Nye Xin, whether or not he could sell it now depended entirely on his abilities. The keys were located in the manager's office, each clearly labeled. Su Ying retrieved the keys for the Nanhuan villa and handed them to Zhang Yu, cautioning, This is a haunted house. You must be careful. Moreover, she added, Nanhuan is not close to us. Would you like me to drive you there? No need, no need. You are the boss and must oversee the store. If someone comes in for renovations or design work and neither of us is present, it would jeopardize our business. I can take the subway. It's faster than driving. Rest assured, I will be fine. Zhang Yu laughed nonchalantly. Zhu Duoduo added, That area isn't very safe for women. Zhang Yu chuckled dismissively. Renovation inquiries? That may have been the case before, but now that Xian's is so close, who would come to us? Su Ying understood that Zhang Yu was looking out for her, while the subway was indeed quick. There was still a distance to cover once he exited the station. He couldn't very well walk the rest of the way. She picked up the car keys from her desk and added, Take my car instead. Thank you, Mr. Su. Zhang Yu smiled as he accepted the car keys, tucking the villa keys into his pocket before departing. Upon exiting the manager's office, he soon noticed that Nye Xin was no longer at her station. Zhang Yu inquired, Where is Manager Nye? Zhu Duoduo replied, She mentioned she stepped out to buy a few things and would be back shortly. In the alley behind the store, beneath a utility pole. Nye Xin was pulling out her phone to dial a number. The call connected swiftly, and a middle-aged man's voice resonated on the other end. Hello, Mr. Qian. Why has Xuanjia opened a store on Unan Street today? What does it signify? Nye Xin questioned. That's none of your concern. Just focus on your own responsibilities. There's something else. Mr. Qian responded. Nye Xin continued, after seeing the opening of the Xuanjia store. That fellow Zhang Yu suddenly took issue with me, accusing me of being unproductive, and I retorted that I told him to give others a chance. I cannot sell all the properties alone. That statement holds merit, she added. However, he immediately proposed a wager. A wager on what? She pondered. Currently, my sales figures for this month stand at 35 million. He claims that by the end of the month, he will surpass my sales. If he succeeds, I must revert to my previous work ethic. If he fails, I will demand his resignation, ensuring he is never to be seen again. He believes he can surpass 35 million. What an audacious bet. If he loses, he will be compelled to uphold his promise. Should he refuse to resign, his presence in the store will undoubtedly become intolerable. If he does resign, Su Ying's reputation will also be tarnished. Moreover, with Xuanjia establishing a presence here, future business will undoubtedly become challenging. If Su Ying is wise, she will surely take her leave, and at that point, Cheng Yumei will naturally return. Nye Xin chuckled. I am certain to win this wager. However, this fellow is rather amusing, attempting to sell the notorious villa at Nanhuan. I am familiar with that villa. Xuanjia has it on record. If it were you, do you believe you could sell it? She asked. That I would say I have about a 70% chance, she replied. 70%? How do you propose to sell it? Don't try to pry my methods. This 20 million property yields a commission of 200,000. Once Su Ying and the others depart, I will certainly earn this sum. How can you speak so casually? Have you forgotten who nurtured you? Since you are confident in selling, why not share your strategy? I can sell it under your name. As long as the deal goes through. I will grant you a commission of 100,000. Just think about it. Provide a method and you earn money, saving yourself considerable trouble. Besides, if that lad sells it first, he might just catch up to you. 100,000 is acceptable, considering our past connection. Let us finalize it. So, what is your plan? Net Xian inquired. Such a property must be marketed to a specific buyer. This individual must be without a wife, as every prior incident involved a female casualty, seemingly having no effect on men. Furthermore, I've analyzed this villa. Previous occupants, despite the wife's suicide, experienced improved business and profits. Thus, one could market it as a property conducive to wealth generation. In my opinion, the owner of La Pétion, Luo Yuman, is the most suitable candidate. Nanhuan, nestled within the hillside villa district, is indeed a haven for the affluent. Surrounded by picturesque mountains and serene waters, the area is devoid of the city's clamor. Its only drawback may be the distance. It took Zhang Yu over an hour to drive here. The villa district has stringent access controls, but fortunately, Zhang Yu possessed the keys. Otherwise, entry would have been impossible. Even so, due to being an outside vehicle and in real estate, the security personnel directed him to park in the lot and walk in. As Zhang Yu strolled towards the villa, he encountered an electronic gate. With a simple press of a button on his key fob, the gate slid open automatically, exuding an air of sophistication. The expansive courtyard, no less than 300 square meters, featured flower arbors, artificial hills, koi ponds, and flower beds devoid of any weeds or disorder. Despite claims that no one resided there, it appeared immaculate. One could hardly believe that such a vast villa bore the title of a haunted property. If the entrance exuded an aura of death, selling it would be nearly impossible. The villa comprises 3 stories, with a basement as per the records. Its entrance door is equipped with facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, and a key fob entry, leaving no room for traditional keyholes. Zhang Yu swiped the back of the key fob, and with a click, the door unlocked. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Upon traversing the foyer, he entered the grand living room, furnished with luxurious leather sofas and a complete entertainment system. However, these large pieces were likely immovable, which might explain why security insisted he walk. The layout of the first floor included a kitchen, dining area, and servant quarters. Zhang Yu removed his backpack and retrieved the 6-pointed compass to assess the various orientations within the villa. The 6 points are malevolence, illness, melancholy, poverty, wickedness, and weakness. Malevolence refers to untimely death and legal troubles. Illness signifies chronic ailments. Melancholy indicates deep sadness. Poverty is self-explanatory. Wickedness denotes repugnant traits, and weakness represents lack of resolve. The 6-pointed compass resembles the 5-fortune compass, albeit with different inscriptions and an additional button. Zhang Yu pressed the malevolence button and began searching the ground floor, but after an exhaustive search, he found no indication of malevolence. He proceeded to check the other orientations, and by what seemed a stroke of coincidence, discovered the poverty point in the servant quarter. However, this was merely the weak aspect of poverty and hardly significant. He approached the staircase, where the steps leading both up and down were combined. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to ascend rather than descend. The second floor featured a small lounge, reception area, study, and 3 bedrooms. Zhang Yu continued his search with the 6-pointed compass, yet again found no signs of malevolence. The illness point was located in the bathroom of the small lounge, but it too was merely the weak aspect of illness. When searching for the melancholy point, he finally discovered it at the head of a bed in one of the bedrooms. Remarkably, this melancholy point was a strong one. Wow, a strong melancholy point, Zhang Yu muttered. Scrutinizing the area, he noticed 2 empty nail holes above the headboard, with the walls color uneven. The area surrounding the nail holes was notably cleaner, contrasting with the dimness of the surrounding walls. From this, Zhang Yu deduced that there had likely been a painting or a large frame hung there previously. He continued his inspection and found the bedroom exceptionally spacious, containing not only a wardrobe and television, but also a vanity and a walk-in closet. The furniture was of exquisite quality, leading Zhang Yu to conclude that this must be the master bedroom. To confirm, he visited the other 2 bedrooms and, indeed, found them lacking in size compared to this one. I understand now. The reason the female owner succumbed to suicide was due to her constant exposure to the melancholy point. The longer she remained there, the greater the accumulation of despair, ultimately leading her to choose death. Zhang Yu exhaled, realizing that the concept of a haunted house stemmed from such principles. Had the owner not resided in this room or taken measures to suppress the melancholy point, such tragedies could have been avoided. Confidently, Zhang Yu continued his exploration of the second floor with the 6-pointed compass. He found no signs of poverty, wickedness, or weakness, and subsequently ascended to the 3rd floor, commencing his search anew from the malevolence point. Soon, He identified the malevolence point in a relatively empty room. This room was unmistakably a practice studio, with mirrors adorning an entire wall, and the mirrors indicating the malevolence point. This malevolence point was of moderate strength, and Zhang Yu noted that the juxtaposition of the headboard's melancholy point with this malevolence point suggested that even if the suicide did not occur in this studio, it was likely intertwined with it. He contemplated how to mitigate this energy. The mirrors would certainly need to be removed, and subsequently, some auspicious decor could be arranged to suppress the malevolence. Zhang Yu proceeded to search for the remaining orientations with the six-pointed compass but failed to find the wickedness point. However, he did discover the weakness point in a leisure room. However, this weak position is indeed feeble and is unlikely to stir up any significant turmoil. The third floor also houses a spacious study and a collection room, though the latter is nearly empty, with only a few shelves remaining. Zhang Yu has already inspected all 6 levels, and he removed his backpack to place the 6th level disc inside, subsequently retrieving the 5th level disc to casually assess the auspiciousness of the 5 blessings here. Following the order of fortune, prosperity, longevity, happiness, and wealth, he noticed that while fortune, prosperity, and longevity were absent on the 3rd floor, he did locate the wealth position, precisely situated behind the desk in the study. This area emanates a robust positive financial energy, which is also Zhang Yu's first encounter with such potent wealth potential. Remarkably, the feng shui of this house is quite favorable. The presence of a strong wealth position within the premises is extraordinarily rare and valuable. Although the existence of a weak worry position is particularly unfortunate, in comparison to the strong wealth position, this minor issue seems trivial. Zhang Yu's perception of the house has completely transformed. It is not a malevolent dwelling but rather an auspicious one. He proceeded downstairs to explore the 2nd floor, where he discovered a fortune position within the 2nd largest bedroom, which surprisingly turned out to be a moderate romantic fortune. In addition to this romantic fortune, he also identified a happiness position in the reception room, characterized by a moderate auspiciousness regarding marriage, with a robust positive financial energy, a moderate romantic fortune, and a moderate marriage happiness. This situation seems quite peculiar. Could it be that this house consolidates the fortunes of promotion, wealth, and marrying a second wife? If a man were to purchase this property, he would likely be overjoyed. Zhang Yu increasingly believed that this house should not be difficult to sell. In fact, it might be considered an exceptionally good property. However, convincing a prospective buyer that this is an auspicious house rather than a malevolent one would not be feasible solely through his own words. Would anyone truly believe him? Suddenly, a sound from outside startled Zhang Yu. Upon hearing it, he realized the noise was emanating from the courtyard below. He quickly approached the window to look outside and saw 2 cars parked, a standard sedan and a luxurious Maybach. Who could that be? Could it be the homeowner arriving? A person capable of driving a Maybach must be affluent, indicating that this must be the owner without a doubt, since he was already here to view the house. It would be courteous to greet them. After all, he was attempting to sell their property. Establishing a friendly rapport could lead to unexpected gains, much like his experience with Guopeng. That he turned and exited the reception room. Descending the stairs, just as he reached the final step, he heard the front door swing open. Zhang Yu hurried to the entrance and saw 4 individuals entering. The first was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, adorned in a striking red tang suit, exuding an air of authority. Beside him was a middle-aged man in a black shirt, seemingly a chauffeur. Following them were 2 women, one tall and the other short, both clad in white-collared shirts, with a name tag reading Xian Family Real Estate pinned to their left chests. Upon seeing the name tag, Zhang Yu immediately realized that the individuals were not the homeowners, but rather representatives of the Xian family. This raised the question of the elderly man's identity. Before he could ponder further, the tall woman spoke first. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "I am from, and real estate. Here to view the house," Zhang Yu replied candidly. One must not speak recklessly in such situations, otherwise, one might be mistaken for a thief. "What branch of, and in real estate are you from?" the tall woman asked, her tone dripping with disdain. The shorter woman interjected, "Are you here to view the property? Where is your client?" Zhang Yu retorted, "I came to see the house for myself. Is that not allowed?" The shorter woman replied, "You came all this way alone without a client. Are you planning to steal something?" At this accusation, Zhang Yu's temper flared. "What do you mean by that? Even if we are peers in the industry, you cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation. I am not defaming you. Your small branch is." Before the shorter woman could finish, the middle-aged man in the black shirt coughed, clearly eager to defuse the situation. The elderly man in the tang suit frowned slightly, The middle-aged man, understanding his employer's temperament, quickly intervened. Our boss is here to view the house. If you two wish to continue arguing, please feel free. We will take our leave. Wait. The tall woman shot the shorter woman a glare before forcing a smile. My apologies, Mr. Luo. We should prioritize viewing the house. Indeed, I had no intention of arguing with him. Let us proceed with the viewing, the shorter woman added, her demeanor now submissive. The elderly man with the tang suit strode upstairs with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by the two women like stars orbiting a moon. As Zhang Yu watched them ascend, he muttered under his breath, "The Xian family is quite impressive. I, too, hail from the Xian family. They look down on our small branch, but one day, they will find it difficult to reach my level." After silently cursing, Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. He had just wagered with Nia Xin that this grand villa was crucial. Selling it was his only chance of winning in such a short time. If he failed to sell it, his chances of victory would be nearly non-existent. However, just as he was inspecting the house, the Xian family arrived, already bringing in potential clients, judging by the elderly man's demeanor. He was undoubtedly a wealthy individual, and the Maybach parked outside likely belonged to him. If the Xian family managed to sell the house before him, he would certainly lose. No, he must not allow the Xian family to secure the sale first. Yet, they had already brought a client with them, and while he now understood the house's issues, where could he find a client? Zhang Yu was troubled, but suddenly, an idea struck him. That elderly man could very well be a potential client. If he could snatch this client from the Xian family, it would be a monumental achievement. But what was the client's name? What did he do? He had no clue. The earlier woman referred to him as Mr. Luo, so it seemed his surname was Luo. Even knowing the surname felt insufficient. His car is outside, Zhang Yu realized. With the license plate number, even if I can't identify him, the police certainly can, Zhang Yu pondered. Fully aware that the police were not at his beck and call, yet it appeared that in order to ascertain the elderly man's identity in the shortest time possible, he would have to rely on the police. He exited the villa and glanced at the Maybach, noting the license plate. Wu A33833. That's a memorable plate. Having committed the number to memory, Zhang Yu made his way to the parking lot. Once inside his car, he took a moment before starting the engine, instead retrieving his phone and dialing Ni's number. The last time Ni had delivered medicine to him, she had provided her phone number, which he had saved. The call connected quickly, and he heard Ni's languid voice on the other end. "What is it?" Zhang Yu could easily discern that she had just awakened, indicating he had interrupted her rest. "Madam, my apologies for disturbing you. I have a small favor to ask. Ni responded. "Have you run out of medicine?" Zhang Yu quickly replied, "Not so soon. It's something else. I need your help to check a license plate number." Ni's tone shifted. "What do you mean? You're not planning anything, are you?" Zhang Yu reassured her. "That's a huge misunderstanding. If I were planning something, would I dare to ask for your help in investigating? You'd be the first to arrest me." Ni pressed. "Then what do you mean? Why would you need to check a license plate?" Zhang Yu explained. "I don't know whose car it is. Which is why I need to check. Ni retorted. "That's personal information. Why should I help you with that? If it's blocking your way or parked illegally, you should contact the traffic department. It is not under our jurisdiction. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. I need to get back to sleep. I've just finished a night shift, and I'm exhausted," Zhang Yu insisted. "No, this is important. Didn't you ask me to help find out how that donkey died? Once I sort this out, I'll help you." To fulfill his task, Zhang Yu was willing to go to great lengths. Making promises without hesitation, Ni asked, "What is up with the car you want to check?" It is not difficult to discern that she is evidently relaxed. "Zhang Yu, I observe that this car seems poised for an accident, and I thought I might advise the owner to refrain from driving for the next few days. Ni, you can see that. Aren't you nursing an internal injury that makes it hard to judge?" "Zhang Yu, the more challenging matters may be beyond my grasp, but the simpler ones I can manage, Ni. However, you seem rather idle these days, meddling with people you don't even know." "Zhang Yu, wasn't it my meddling that inadvertently assisted you in solving the case back then? I am simply a person with a warm heart," Ni, clearly a bit impatient, replied. All right, wait for my call. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. If anything happens to the car's owner, don't blame the police for being the first to apprehend you. Now, provide me with the license plate number." Zhang Yu, Wu A33833. Ni reclined on her bed, exuding an air of languor, with a magpie perched at her bedside. The magpie had automatically followed her into the room, finding a comfortable spot to rest. Presently, Ni held her phone, her curiosity about Zhang Yu's request compelling her to agree that a license plate number undoubtedly belonged to a wealthy individual's vehicle. Of course, one cannot generalize, as even the common six-wheeled vehicles on the streets occasionally sport remarkable license plates. Ni rose from her bed and seated herself at the nearby desk, powering on her computer and accessing the database of the police force. Soon, she obtained the answer. She pondered whether Zhang Yu's words held any truth. If he truly had ulterior motives, would he seek information from the police? Just as Zhang Yu had mentioned over the phone, if the owner were to encounter any mishap, the police would be the first to apprehend him. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed Zhang Yu's number, and upon connection, his voice greeted her. Hello, Ni. I found out who the owner of the license plate you asked me to investigate is. Zhang Yu. As expected of madam, your reach is impressive. Thank you. Thank you. Who does the car belong to? Ni did not respond immediately, but instead said, Zhang Yu, you claim this car is destined for an accident and wish to inform the owner to refrain from driving for the next few days. Those who have had dealings with you, like myself, are inclined to be skeptical if you approach them without warning. Do you think they will believe you? Zhang Yu, I shall certainly present them with the facts and reason with them. Ni nearly choked at this, responding, present the facts and reason with them? You think you can manage that? How about this? I will accompany you to find this individual and observe how you present your case. As a police officer, disclosing the owner's identity to Zhang Yu is evidently inappropriate. However, due to her curiosity about the situation, Ni decided to witness firsthand how Zhang Yu would engage the person. Zhang Yu, would that not be somewhat inconvenient? Ni retorted, what do you mean inconvenient? Is it inconvenient for you to commit a crime? Zhang Yu, one must not speak carelessly. I am a good person. Ni, if you are truly intent on doing good, what inconvenience could my presence pose? I must tell you, if you do not take me along, we shall part ways right here. Zhang Yu, no. No, I will take you with me, all right? Who is this person? Ni, don't rush. I will inform you once we meet, and then we can seek out that individual together. Zhang Yu, agreed. You decide where we shall meet. Ni, at the Listening Wind Tea House. While waiting for Ni's return call, Zhang Yu had already driven out of the villa area, heading towards the city center. Ni's efficiency was indeed impressive. Zhang Yu had not ventured far before receiving her call. After hanging up, he quickly located the Listening Wind Tea House on his phone's map and noticed that it was quite close to the La Patillon Hot Pot City. He activated the navigation and proceeded in the direction indicated. The journey was devoid of conversation, and over an hour later, he arrived at the Listening Wind Tea House. Situated in a bustling district, he managed to find a parking spot along the roadside before entering the tea house. Upon entry, a server approached him. During his drive, he had received Ni's call, informing him she was at table 2 on the first floor. After reporting his seat number, the server led him to his place. There sat Ni, a pot of tea and plates of sunflower seeds and grapes before her. As she casually cracked open seats, Zhang Yu greeted her with a cheerful smile, taking a seat opposite her. Once the server had departed, he eagerly inquired, Madam, who is the owner of the car? Ni replied, Before you rush to inquire, since I summoned you here, I will certainly inform you. But first, I must ask, how did you discern that the car was destined for an accident? Surely, you must have some reasoning behind it. Ni scrutinized Zhang Yu, as though assessing a thief. Zhang Yu sheepishly admitted, What I have to say may seem superstitious and unscientific. Ni retorted, I understand. But even if it is superstition, there should be some underlying principles, much like when you consulted a fortune teller, who first inquired about Yang Ning's birth date. A vehicle simply sitting there does not equate to knowing its license plate number as one would a birth date. Zhang Yu explained, Well, you see, that car was parked beneath a notorious house, and at that moment, the light was shining directly upon it, making it prone to issues. He braced himself as he spoke. Ni, however, was not easily fooled. What kind of reasoning is that? Notorious house. Where is this notorious house? Zhang Yu continued, It is a villa in the South Lake Bay Hills, where 3 female residents have committed suicide one after another. I wonder if you have heard of it? Ni nodded slightly. I have heard of it, but since they all committed suicide, an investigation into the cause of death would suffice. As she spoke, a look of doubt flickered in her eyes. How do you know that this vehicle has been to the South Lake Bay Villa? Did you see it there? Zhang Yu earnestly replied, Indeed. I was recently dismissed from the Xian family, and Sister Cheng's shop was transferred to Mr. Su. So I became a salesperson at the store. My profession is design, but working in the real estate store entails dealing with second-hand property sales. The South Lake Bay property was listed for sale, and as a real estate agent, I had to check it out. Coincidentally, I happened upon that car parked right at the notorious spot, while Zhang Yu's explanations generally left NINI in doubt. The outcomes were often compelling. Even the events that transpired during their previous encounter at her home while concocting medicine had proven to be quite extraordinary. Now, with Zhang Yu's assertions being detailed and coherent, it seemed overly dismissive to outright refuse to believe him. After a moment's contemplation, NINI said, "Very well, I shall temporarily accept your explanation. Now, how do you plan to persuade the owner?" Zhang Yu smiled and replied, "Did I not mention over the phone that I can convince him when the time comes? You can just observe. However," he added, "your identity is somewhat unique. How shall we introduce you if you accompany me?" NINI calmly stated, "Just say, I am your colleague." Previously, her superior, Chao Dehua, had remarked that Zhang Yu was somewhat peculiar and required investigation. Thus, accompanying Zhang Yu this time could also serve as a form of inquiry. "Then it is settled. Now, can you reveal to me who the owner is?" Zhang Yu inquired. NINI replied, "The owner is Luo Yuman, the proprietor of La Pétion Hot Pot City." Zhang Yu exclaimed, "What a coincidence. I dined at his establishment just a few days ago." Suddenly struck by a thought, he added, "This villa is notorious. It has long been infamous in the industry. Given Luo Yuman's status, he should easily discover the villa's background with a simple inquiry. Is he brave enough to view the property, or is he simply unaware?" Zhang Yu remained uncertain, although he was aware of the benefits of that house. To others, it was merely a notorious property. Moreover, all the deceased were women, so even if Mr. Luo dared to purchase it, surely his wife would object. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yu asked, "Do you know how old Mr. Luo's wife is?" NINI responded, "He is a widower and has not remarried." Zhang Yu muttered, "I see," then took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that this property might indeed suit a widowed tycoon. Noticing Zhang Yu's peculiar expression, NINI inquired, "What are you thinking now?" "There is nothing much, just seeking some understanding, and then persuading him regarding his situation. He probably hasn't returned yet, so let us first enjoy some tea." Zhang Yu poured himself a cup of tea. Sipping it while cracking sunflower seeds. On the surface, he appeared relaxed. However, in his heart, he was contemplating how to first meet Luo Yuman. Such a prominent figure is not easily accessible, and even if they do meet, there is no guarantee that he would heed his words. After a while, he had polished off all the sunflower seeds on the table. "Are you treating the sunflower seeds as a meal?" A single plate of seeds typically amounts to merely 20 or so. Yet before Zhang Yu, there lay a heap of shells. Upon her remark, Zhang Yu suddenly realized he had yet to have lunch, which explained his hunger. Following this, an idea struck him, and he said, "You seem to have just woken up. You haven't had lunch either, have you?" NINI. "What is the matter?" Zhang Yu. "Perfect timing. Let us head to La Pétion for hot pot while we wait for Luo Yuman to return. La Pétion Hot Pot City is renowned as one of the most famous hot pot establishments in Hunan. Although the prices are slightly elevated, it does not deter the patron's affection. During peak meal hours, if one arrives a bit late, finding a seat is nearly impossible. Upon reaching the entrance of the hot pot city, Zhang Yu first checked to see if that car, Amai Jiohe, was present. Not spotting it, he proceeded inside with NINI. As it was past lunchtime, the hot pot city was rather desolate, and even the wait staff appeared somewhat listless. Upon their entrance, the staff hurriedly perked up to greet them. Zhang Yu chose the table closest to the door, ensuring he could catch a glimpse of Luo Yuman upon his return. He ordered 4 plates of meat, a plate of shrimp, along with some mushrooms and vegetables. This left NINI, who had yet to witness Zhang Yu's appetite, somewhat puzzled. Did we really need to order so much for just the two of us? It seems quite extravagant. Although La Pétion is a bit pricey, the portion sizes are sufficient. Generally, 2 people would suffice with about 2 plates of meat. Once the waiter departed, Zhang Yu surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Why is it so quiet today?" "It is past mealtime. Isn't it normal for there to be fewer patrons?" NINI responded, "That seems to be the case." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Before long, all the dishes were served, just as they were about to pick up their chopsticks. NINI curiously remarked, "Why are your shrimp so heavily frozen? Weren't they always fresh? This is summer, and to maintain freshness, they had to be frozen." The waiter explained. NINI hesitated for a moment and replied, "I remember when I came last summer. They were fresh, not frozen. It was tea this hot last year," the waiter stated. "All right," NINI conceded, not wanting to argue further, and sent the waiter away. Seeing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but comment, "You come here often?" "Don't you? It's decent enough. After solving cases, our team often has gatherings." and we frequently choose this place. And I replied. Zhang Yu scratched his head and said, just as I suspected. You know this place quite well. I've only been here 3 times in total. I think I came once a few days ago while I was still in school, and the shrimp then seemed frozen too. Right, during my last visit. There weren't many people either. Duo even mentioned it wasn't as good as before, but I didn't notice any difference. Having said that, he picked up his chopsticks and began to select meat and vegetables. As the dishes cooked, they began to taste them. Zhang Yu was not a picky eater. As long as it was decent, he was satisfied. However, after tasting a slice of fresh beef, and I quietly remarked, it indeed doesn't taste as good as before. How can you tell? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. The fresh beef used to be tender and delectable, but now it lacks that quality. I can't pinpoint the exact issue, and I murmured. Zhang Yu took another slice of fresh beef from the pot. Examining it closely, yet he still couldn't discern any problems. He shook his head slightly and said, perhaps I just don't eat enough. Although it may not compare to before, it's still quite acceptable. And I quietly added. The two continued their hot pot feast, and before long, and I understood why Zhang Yu had ordered so much. Was this a normal person's appetite, especially considering that Zhang Yu seemed rather distracted while eating? Occasionally glancing toward the entrance, fearful of missing Luo Yuman's arrival. After finishing 4 plates of meat, Zhang Yu ordered 2 more. When the newly ordered meat arrived, Zhang Yu was still casually consuming it. Nearly finishing it all. At that moment, the door swung open, and an elderly man clad in a red tang suit strode in, followed by a middle-aged man in a black shirt, the front desk staff. Upon spotting the elderly man in the tang suit, promptly bowed slightly, greeting him as boss. The elderly man nodded slightly and made his way directly to the staircase, upon seeing Luo Yuman return. Zhang Yu could not let him slip away. After spending so much on this meal, it was precisely to intercept him. He immediately stood up and hurried towards Luo Yuman, calling out, Boss Luo. Please hold on. Hearing Zhang Yu's voice, Luo Yuman and the man in black paused and turned to look. They had met before at the villa and were aware of Zhang Yu's position as a salesman at a certain small real estate firm. So the man in black bluntly asked, What do you want? Zhang Yu approached and stopped, saying, We meet again. Earlier, when I was leaving the South Lake Bay Villa, I noticed that Boss Luo's car was parked incorrectly. And I feared it might lead to unforeseen troubles, so I came to inform you. Are you trying to stir up trouble? The man in black glared, speaking harshly. I'm not trying to cause trouble. There is genuinely an issue with that villa. Do you know? Zhang Yu said earnestly. The man in black did not immediately retort, but turned to look at Luo Yuman, indicating that he was aware of the villa being a haunted property. I know. So what? Luo Yuman replied in a deep voice. The elderly gentleman, with a square face, perhaps owing to being a big boss, always exuded an air of authority. Yet, one could also detect a hint of kindness in his brow. The front desk staff had now gathered around, and I had come to Zhang Yu's side. I gleaned some background information from Zhang Yu. But upon hearing the term haunted house, the staff members could not help but look astonished, filled with curiosity, particularly since the boss was also aware of this so-called haunted property. It seemed that this young man was not merely exaggerating. Zhang Yu did not respond immediately but scanned his surroundings and said, Generally, people tend to steer clear of haunted houses. Boss Luo, knowing this, still dares to visit, which evidently indicates some understanding of feng shui. Upon hearing the mention of feng shui, Luo Yuman seemed intrigued and remarked, You're quite knowledgeable about feng shui at such a young age. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied, One cannot judge a book by its cover. Nor can the ocean be measured by a single jug. Learning has no age limit. Can't everything be assessed based on merit? I learned some from my elderly neighbor since childhood. The reason I visited the South Lake Bay Villa today was simply out of curiosity upon hearing about a haunted house there. I discovered that the villa is a place of intertwined fortune and misfortune. It has its merits as well as its drawbacks. To persuade someone to purchase a house from you, one must exhibit some genuine skill, especially in eloquence, to convince the other party. Thus, he had spent a considerable amount of time contemplating what to say upon meeting Luo Yuman. Luo Yuman maintained a calm demeanor, saying, This seems somewhat interesting. Please, continue. Zhang Yu glanced around again and said, There are too many people here. It seems inconvenient. Could we perhaps discuss this privately? Very well, let us go to my office. With that, Luo Yuman headed toward the staircase. The middle-aged man in black, Zhang Yu, and I followed behind. The hot pot city spanned 3 floors, with the 3rd floor containing large private rooms, as well as a staff-only passageway. In the staff passageway, there were finance and office rooms. Inside the innermost section was the general manager's office. Once Zhang Yu entered with Luo Yuman, He couldn't help but indulge his designer's instincts, admiring the style of the decor. The office was adorned in an antique style, with all furnishings made of solid wood, lacking any sofas. Solid wood bookshelves and filing cabinets lined the walls, adorned with several pieces of calligraphy and paintings. This in itself was not remarkable. The particularly unusual aspect was that the office was rectangular. Normally, the boss's desk would be positioned more inward, closer to the window. However, Luo Yuman's desk was positioned directly to the left front of the entrance, immediately visible upon entry, occupying the prominent position of the office. Meanwhile, the solid wood chairs for guests were placed opposite the boss's desk, while the bookshelves and filing cabinets were tightly arranged behind the desk on either side, making the room feel particularly cramped and significantly reducing its space efficiency. Of course, the arrangement of items within the office is a matter of personal preference as a professional in the realm of interior design. One must possess an intimate understanding of orientations. Thus, Zhang Yu swiftly deduced that the boss's desk was positioned in accordance with the principle of facing south while seated north. Those who adhere to this principle, regardless of their expertise in feng shui, at the very least, harbor a belief in it and possess a modicum of understanding. With this realization, Zhang Yu's confidence surged. He was convinced that as long as his assertions held merit, Luo Yuman would likely recognize him, thus facilitating a potential property purchase. Luo Yuman proceeded directly to the boss's desk and took a seat, while a middle-aged man clad in a black shirt stationed himself at his side. With a subtle gesture from Luo Yuman, he sat down and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Luo." Zhang Yu and I settled onto the solid wooden chairs across from the desk. Zhang Yu could not help but sense Luo Yuman's keen gaze fixed upon him. After all, it is only natural for anyone to feel a twinge of skepticism when confronted unexpectedly by someone discussing feng shui and ominous residences. Zhang Yu maintained a demeanor of composure, deliberately surveying his surroundings before stating, "From the arrangement of this space, it is evident that Boss Luo is someone who values feng shui. Given that, I shall be forthright. The villa we are to visit today has long been labeled as a cursed house, as all three former mistresses residing there met with tragic ends. Yet, lurking behind this ominous reputation lies a profound potential for prosperity. I have not had the opportunity to meet the previous owners, but I can assert with certainty that despite the loss of their wives, they experienced significant professional success. This aligns with the adage that misfortune often harbors fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune. It is possible that the representatives from Xian Realty have conveyed to Boss Luo that since his wife has passed away and the deceased within the villa were all female, it poses no threat to MEN. In fact, the men who have resided there have flourished in their careers, making this property particularly suitable for you. Of course, Zhang Yu could not ascertain whether the agents from Xian Realty had shared such sentiments with Luo Yuman. This was merely conjecture. The fortune associated with this villa is indeed such that it brings career advancements at the cost of marital loss. Hence, it stands to reason that men who have previously inhabited this space would have reaped rewards in their professional lives. Naturally, the notion that this house is auspicious for wealth is, for the average person, at best a hypothesis. Particularly when articulated by real estate agents, it primarily serves as psychological reassurance or a marketing gimmick. I had previously informed Zhang Yu that Luo Yuman's wife had passed away, making him, as a single businessman, an ideal candidate for this property. Given your assertions, perhaps I should indeed consider purchasing this villa. However, I trust that your intentions extend beyond this, Luo Yuman remarked, revealing his seasoned acumen as a businessman. From Zhang Yu's discourse, he had surmised Zhang Yu's ulterior motives and was now curious to see what further insights he might offer. The preceding discussion merely skimmed the surface of the villa's circumstances. Within the estate, there exist distinct areas of misfortune and sorrow. Previously inhabited by a couple, the woman spent an extended duration in these adverse zones, which likely contributed to her melancholic demise. In the aftermath, with only men remaining, other women would understandably harbor reservations about residing in such a cursed abode, even though the men's fortunes may have thrived. The emotional toll would render them restless, ultimately leading to their decision to vacate the premises. At this juncture, Zhang Yu deliberately paused, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Luo Yuman raised his hand with a gentle gesture, calmly stating, "Allow me to prepare tea for both of you." The man in the black shirt promptly complied, brewing a cup of Longjing tea for Zhang Yu and I. Once the tea was served, Zhang Yu's cigarette was nearly finished. As he smoked, he occasionally glanced towards Luo Yuman, who remained silent but observantly engaged. This marked Zhang Yu's inaugural interaction with someone of such stature. Luo Yuman was undoubtedly the most distinguished individual he had encountered thus far. It must be said that such prominent figures emanate an aura that imposes an intangible pressure. In previous encounters, Zhang Yu would have spoken with trepidation, akin to the waitstaff at a hot pot restaurant. However, he was no longer the same. He had transformed into someone emboldened with newfound confidence. Upon finishing his cigarette, Zhang Yu lifted his teacup, blowing gently across the surface before taking a sip. He then spoke slowly. The principles of feng shui encompass both auspicious and inauspicious elements, fundamentally revolving around the pursuit of good fortune and the avoidance of misfortune. The villa at Nanhu Bay requires merely the suppression of its adverse zones while enhancing the beneficial ones, thereby transforming it into a true auspicious dwelling. I have assessed that the modifications needed are minimal, primarily in terms of soft furnishings. Our establishment boasts talented designers who have previously won prestigious awards and served as the design directors for Xian Realty. We can provide you with a design blueprint, and you may choose to implement the changes yourself. Despite Zhang Yu's deliberate attempt to appear knowledgeable, his tone still bore an air of naivety. You seem to present a compelling argument. By the way, when you entered, you remarked that my office's layout is oriented southward, indicating that I am someone who pays heed to feng shui. Could you perhaps offer your insights regarding the feng shui of this space? Are there any notable features? Luo Yuman inquired with a smile. This question momentarily rendered Zhang Yu speechless. His confidence stemmed from the Wufu Pan and the Liuji Pan, which allowed him to identify auspicious and inauspicious positions through compass readings, thus facilitating the placement of objects to enhance or suppress fortunes. However, regarding the true intricacies of feng shui, he was utterly uninformed. Yet, he realized that if he failed to articulate something profound, Luo Yuman might not be convinced. The success of his endeavor hinged upon whether Luo Yuman would consider purchasing the villa. Summoning his determination, Zhang Yu swiftly retrieved his backpack, extracted the Wufu Pan, and stood to reassess the surroundings while activating the financial position button. Given that this was a lucrative hot pot establishment, the focus of feng shui would naturally be on wealth, relegating other aspects to secondary importance. As the pointer on the Wufu Pan began to rotate, Zhang Yu swiftly identified the financial position, which aligned directly with the entrance of the office. Here, an elegant wooden bookcase graced the space. However, despite the pointer indicating this location, an unprecedented issue arose. The pointer remained unstable, oscillating slightly without settling. This was not the most perplexing aspect. The most astonishing revelation was that, although the compass designated the financial fortune, the strong, moderate, and weak fortunes continually fluctuated in succession. Zhang Yu was left bewildered. As typically, once the position was established, the three fortunes would quickly stabilize. Now, with the pointer in disarray, it was utterly confounding. Observing the compass's persistent instability, Zhang Yu instinctively raised his gaze towards the bookcase. The golden toad atop it gleamed prominently, and Zhang Yu began to suspect that the issue might stem from this very figure. It was not hard to surmise that Luo Yuman had likely arranged a feng shui configuration within the office. However, the precise nature of this configuration eluded Zhang Yu. Yet, he understood that if he wished to persuade Luo Yuman to purchase the villa, he must elucidate this conundrum. Failure to do so would likely result in his expulsion. What could be the root of the issue? Zhang Yu mused internally as he redirected his attention to the compass, which remained unsteady. While feng shui configurations can indeed alter fortunes, they should not be able to disrupt the positioning of the Wufu Pan. Should they? Reflecting on the concept of financial fortune, a realization struck Zhang Yu. During their previous dining experience at the hot pot restaurant, the atmosphere had been rather lackluster, with the staff appearing somewhat listless. Ni had also remarked that the ingredients seemed inferior compared to those of yesteryears. Furthermore, during his last outing with Su Ying and others, the restaurant had been sparsely populated, a far cry from the days when latecomers found no available seating. Could it be that the business of the hot pot establishment had significantly declined? Once, the shrimp had been fresh, now they were frozen, with the excuse of hot weather merely a fade for poor sales. This deterioration could very well lead to a vicious cycle. Zhang Yu's eyes brightened with clarity. He was now convinced of his hypothesis. Luo Yuman's business had faltered, and the villa at Nanhu Bay possessed the potential to enhance his financial fortunes. Hence, his interest in purchasing it to reverse his fortunes. If this were the case, it would imply that the previous success of the hot pot restaurant might have been attributed to the auspicious feng shui of the office. Yet now, it appeared that the feng shui configuration had faltered. Could it be that the feng shui configuration has lost its efficacy, reduced to mere formality, hence the compass pointer's inability to settle? He pondered. If so, I might as well put it to the test. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Yu turned to Luo Yuman, smiling as he declared, "Boss Luo, if I am not mistaken, your office previously featured a wealth-attracting feng shui configuration centered around the golden toad. However, It appears that this configuration has now lost its potency. Suddenly, Luo Yuman, who had remained composed, displayed a hint of emotion and asked eagerly, "What do you mean by that?" He continued. "We have yet to ascertain the specifics of why it has malfunctioned. I wonder if Mr. Luo would allow me to touch the golden toad you have placed on the bookshelf?" Zhang Yu inquired with a nonchalant demeanor. Luo Yuman hesitated noticeably. Zhang Yu understood entirely. This was indeed a feng shui arrangement, and it was evident that the person who had set it up had advised Luo Yuman against disturbing the golden toad. Thus, Zhang Yu confidently stated, "This feng shui arrangement must have been crafted by an expert, who undoubtedly warned Mr. Luo that it should never be moved. Am I correct?" Indeed, Luo Yuman nodded affirmatively. Upon witnessing Luo Yuman's agreement, Ni, who had been observing from the sofa with a cold demeanor, was utterly bewildered. She had never truly believed that her former desk mate, who couldn't even comprehend a simple doodled love letter, could genuinely possess knowledge of feng shui and fortune-telling. Zhang Yu continued with unwavering confidence, "However, Mr. Luo, it seems that you are unable to locate this individual now, correct? Master Lu passed away last year. Although he had a disciple, their whereabouts remain unknown, and I have been unable to contact them." Luo Yuman replied candidly. "In that case, it shall be at Mr. Luo's discretion, whether to move it or not," Zhang Yu said calmly. Luo Yuman hesitated for a mere 3 seconds before resolutely stating, "Please proceed." Zhang Yu smiled and nodded, stepping forward to lift the golden toad. It was indeed quite heavy, at least 10 pounds. He then glanced around and placed the golden toad atop the coffee table. Subsequently, Zhang Yu employed the Wufu pen once more to locate the wealth position. This time, the pointer spun continuously, showing no inclination to settle. The original position by the bookshelf received no attention from the pointer whatsoever. From this, Zhang Yu could almost conclusively determine that there was no wealth position within this room. Given the vastness of the hotel, it seemed reasonable that the wealth position might not be in this particular room. However, the question lingered, how could the esteemed Master Lu, who had arranged Luo Yuman's feng shui, possibly have chosen the wrong location? Yet, this question did not appear particularly pressing, with the Wufu pen in hand. Uncovering the true wealth position was a matter of ease. Turning back to Luo Yuman, Zhang Yu remarked, "It seems the wealth position is not located here. I am uncertain how this esteemed Master Lu arranged the feng shui, and I hesitate to make any unwarranted assertions. However, I am willing to assist Mr. Luo in rediscovering the wealth position and arranging it accordingly." Rediscovering it, Luo Yuman pondered, seemingly half convinced by Zhang Yu's words. He had always held an unwavering belief in Master Lu's skills. The furnishings in his office had been arranged by Master Lu, who had also informed him that the bookshelf was the site of the wealth position and that, in conjunction with his feng shui setup, it would surely bring in a fortune. Yet now, it appeared that the arrangement had indeed faltered, with business plummeting. After a moment's reflection, Luo Yuman stated, "Very well, then. I would appreciate your help in identifying the wealth position." "Not a problem. It certainly isn't here. Let us venture out to search," Zhang Yu replied. "After you." Luo Yuman stood and gestured for Zhang Yu to lead the way, then circled around the boss's desk. Seeing that they were heading out, Ni also rose, and together with the driver in a black shirt, the four of them exited the office in succession. Zhang Yu walked at the forefront, using the Wufu pan in his hand to seek out the wealth position. With this treasure at his disposal, everything proceeded smoothly, and he soon arrived at the entrance of another room. A sign hung outside this room, indicating it was the female employees' changing room. Given the uniform attire of the hot pot restaurant staff and the number of employees in such a large establishment, a separate changing room was indeed necessary. However, Zhang Yu was somewhat taken aback to discover the wealth position would be located here. "Nonetheless," he said, "Mr. Luo, the wealth position is within this room. Would it be convenient for us to enter?" Though Luo Yuman was the owner, he could not simply intrude upon the women's changing room. He turned to the driver in the black shirt and instructed, "Have Manly come up here." The driver promptly pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and said, "Hello, Manly. The boss is waiting for you outside the female changing room." After hanging up, the driver added, "Boss, she will be here shortly." Luo Yuman nodded slightly, and in less than a minute, a woman clad in slacks and a white shirt hurriedly approached. It was Xiang Manly, the logistics supervisor of the spicy hot pot city. After exchanging greetings, Luo Yuman requested her to open the door to the women's changing room, and they entered together. The changing room was quite spacious, roughly equivalent to 2 general managers' offices. It contained around 100 lockers, divided into 2 levels, most of which were secured with locks. Upon entering, Zhang Yu quickly identified the location of the wealth position, which was on the left side upon entry, representing the main flow of financial luck. Instead of lockers, there was a trash bin in this spot. filled with various items such as tissues, beverage bottles, and even cigarette butts. Observing this, Zhang Yu thought to himself, no wonder the hot pot restaurant's business was struggling. Not only was the wealth position located in the changing room, but it was also obstructed by a trash bin. If financial luck could thrive in such a scenario, it would indeed be a miracle. Zhang Yu turned to Luo Yuman and said, Mr. Luo, I have identified the issue. What is it? Luo Yuman immediately inquired. Zhang Yu did not respond directly, but instead glanced at the others present. Please step outside, Luo Yuman gestured. The driver in the black shirt and Xiang Manli promptly exited. But Luo Yuman's gaze lingered on Ni. Uncertain if she should leave as well. The Ni had initially intended to stay and listen, but upon seeing Luo Yuman look at her, she wisely exited as well. With the door closed, only Zhang Yu and Luo Yuman remained in the changing room. Luo Yuman fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yu, who pointed towards the trash bin, stating, This is the location of your hot pot restaurant's wealth position. Yet placing a trash bin here is decidedly inappropriate. No matter how favorable the feng shui, it will be undermined. Luo Yuman, still somewhat incredulous, remarked, Is that truly the case? If Mr. Luo has any doubts, he may certainly test it. Zhang Yu suggested, How would I do that? Luo Yuman asked. The simplest method would be for Mr. Luo to relocate the general manager's office here and place the bookshelf and golden toad in this position. Zhang Yu replied confidently. Luo Yuman hesitated to agree immediately, as the situation was somewhat awkward. It would be quite peculiar for a prominent owner to suddenly move the general manager's office, having been utilized for so many years, into the women's changing room. Zhang Yu recognized that this was indeed an unusual request, yet the wealth position lay here, and with the trash bin occupying it, the business could not improve. Zhang Yu added, I understand this may seem inappropriate, but you must consider the business implications. Placing a trash bin at the wealth position is certainly untenable. Luo Yuman nodded gently, then inquired earnestly, Is it absolutely necessary for me to move the office here? Hearing this, Zhang Yu's mind sparked with an idea. It isn't strictly necessary, but having foot traffic would undoubtedly be beneficial. This room can remain a changing room. It is entirely within your authority to repurpose it for any other use. I understand, Luo Yuman responded, moving to the door and pulling it open, calling out, Manli. Yes, boss, what is it? Xiang Manli promptly approached Luo Yuman. I believe it's inappropriate for the men's and women's changing rooms to be so close together. Find a large private room on the second floor and convert it into the women's changing room. Also, clear this space for my other use. Ensure it's completed before 4 o'clock this afternoon. Luo Yuman commanded. Understood, boss. I will take care of it immediately, Xiang Manli replied, hurrying off to organize the task. Luo Yuman turned back to Zhang Yu and said, My office cannot be moved here immediately. But aside from that, any changes can be made at your discretion. Come, let us enjoy some tea in my office. It was clear that Luo Yuman had made his decision regarding the changing room. It was now entrusted to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu could not refuse. Uncertain of how effective his methods would be, he had no choice but to proceed, returning to the general manager's office with Luo Yuman. The driver in the black shirt was instructed to brew tea once more. This time, the treatment was quite different. The previous tea had merely been green tea brewed in a cup, but now it was served in a teapot. Featuring Luo Yuman's treasured tea guanyin. Zhang Yu was not well versed in tea culture. To him, drinking tea was no different from quenching thirst. Ni, seated beside him, seemed equally unfamiliar with the nuances. However, after a cup, she could not help but remark, Mr. Luo, I have something to say, though I am unsure if it is appropriate. Please, do share, Luo Yuman replied. Luo Yuman has always regarded Ni as a colleague of Zhang Yu. But now he treats Zhang Yu as an esteemed guest and is quite courteous to Ni as well. Previously, when I dined with Zhang Yu at a hot pot restaurant, it felt as though the quality of your offerings had diminished compared to before. Ni remarked, What specifically do you mean? Luo Yuman inquired humbly. In the past, the shrimp served here were always fresh, but now they have become frozen. The fresh beef you offered was exceptionally tender. Yet now the texture seems to have declined as well, Ni stated candidly. Luo Yuman nodded slightly and replied, Business is not as good as it once was. Fresh shrimp cannot be sold out in a day, so they must be frozen. The same goes for the beef. If left for too long, the quality inevitably suffers. I understand this, but such remarks could adversely affect your reputation. Your prices are higher than those of typical hot pot establishments. Isn't it the freshness that draws customers? If it is no different from other places, why would they pay a premium to dine here? Ni retorted with a pout. Luo Yuman was immediately struck by her words and turned to the man in the black shirt. instructing, notify everyone that all frozen shrimp and beef stored for more than 3 days are not to be served to customers. This evening, during the staff dinner, let them be consumed. Yes, boss, the man in black promptly affirmed and exited the office. With the door to the office ajar, Zhang Yu and the others could hear the sounds of dragging and clattering in the hallway. Without needing to look, it was evident that the staff were tidying up the female changing room. Zhang Yu sensed that Luo Yuman was a decisive person, one who acts swiftly. With so many patrons at the hot pot restaurant, the changing room would soon be cleaned up. He pondered how to arrange it afterward. Surely, it wouldn't suffice to merely place a bookshelf inside, as that would not be visually appealing. Luo Yuman's office could not be relocated either. Suddenly, Zhang Yu thought of Guopeng's office, where Guopeng had successfully raised fish in a financial position. Additionally, even though Zhang Yu was not well versed in the 5 elements, he understood that metal generates water within that framework. The golden toad represents metal, which harmonizes perfectly with water. With this in mind, Zhang Yu suggested, Boss Luo, the changing room is quite spacious. If we only place a bookshelf, it will appear too empty and fail to gather energy. I have a proposal. Please proceed. Luo Yuman responded. I propose placing an aquarium against that wall, filled with ornamental fish. Furthermore, we could arrange some sofas and a tea table for receiving guests. Naturally, when there are no visitors, it shouldn't remain empty. This will allow for regular maintenance and occasionally attract a crowd. Zhang Yu articulated. As for receiving guests, I typically conduct such meetings at the dining table. Alternatively, how about this? I can convert the interior into a conference room, holding our daily morning meetings there. Luo Yuman suggested. That works. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Luo Yuman then took out his phone, dialing Xiong Monli, instructing her to prepare an aquarium immediately, along with a conference table and chairs, transforming the female changing room into a conference room for morning meetings. It must be said, the efficiency was remarkable. The changing room was tidied up in just an hour. The aquarium arrived promptly. 3 in total, perfectly lining one wall, while the remaining financial area was just enough to accommodate Luo Yuman's bookshelf. The golden toad was placed atop the bookshelf, and the conference table and chairs were all set, transforming the space into a spacious and sophisticated conference room. Previously, many individuals had keys to the changing room, but that would no longer be the case. Luo Yuman was concerned about the golden toad going missing. A shop selling doors was conveniently located across the street from the hot pot restaurant, so Luo Yuman decided to buy a new door to replace the old one, giving the keys solely to Xiong Monli. While providing specific instructions, Xiong Monli began to sense something was amiss. Being entrusted with the keys was a significant show of trust, indicating that she would not let anything happen to them. Just then, Zhang Yu's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Ying. He promptly answered, Hello, is this Manager Su? Yes, it's me. Aren't you supposed to be viewing properties today? What time is it? Why haven't you returned yet? Su Ying's voice came through the line. I've found a buyer, and I am currently negotiating with the client. Zhang Yu replied. Is that true? Su Ying's tone shifted to one of astonishment. It was no wonder. He had only just been introduced to the property today, and within a day, he had already found a buyer. What remarkable efficiency. Of course, it's true. I'm in the midst of discussions, Zhang Yu stated. Su Ying continued. The store will soon close for the day. Once you finish your negotiations, head straight home to rest. There is no need to return to the store. Zhang Yu acknowledged. All right. But wait, your car is still with me. Su Ying replied. Leave the car with you for now. I have some matters to attend to this evening. We'll see each other tomorrow. Zhang Yu responded. That's fine. After ending the call, he turned to Luo Yuman and said, Boss Luo, it seems the hour is getting late. If you feel rushed, perhaps you should take some time to consider. He had done everything within his power. Whether Luo Yuman trusted him and was willing to purchase the property was now entirely up to Luo Yuman's discretion. All right, then give me some time to think it over. Please provide your contact information or business card, and we can follow up later, Luo Yuman said warmly. Zhang Yu had yet to print his business cards, so he left his phone number with Luo Yuman before taking his leave. Luo Yuman personally escorted Zhang Yu downstairs, and although he did not fully believe in Zhang Yu's feng shui skills, he was not entirely dismissive either. After all, Zhang Yu had immediately provided a general overview of the feng shui layout in the general manager's office and accurately identified the financial position. It seemed implausible that he understood nothing about it. Thus, he found himself in a state of half-belief. Upon reaching the first floor, they noticed that a few tables in the hall were already occupied. It was nearly 6 in the afternoon, prime dining time, so it was quite normal for patrons to be arriving for meals. Zhang Yu's eyes fell upon the table where he had dined earlier. Still untouched, he realized that the bill had yet to be settled, so he made his way to the bar. approaching the cashier at the table near the door. All right, the cashier was about to calculate his bill. However, before it could be completed, Luo Yuman stepped up from behind, saying, "No need to calculate. This meal is on me." "That is too generous of you," Zhang Yu replied, turning around. Luo Yuman smiled, saying, "You've been a great help for such a long time. I insist on treating you to this meal." "Thank you, Boss Luo," Zhang Yu replied without hesitation. As he and Nini exited the hot pot restaurant and crossed the street, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him from Nini. Turning to look, he found Nini glaring at him intently. Zhang Yu forced a smile and asked, "What are you looking at me for? What do you think?" Nini replied coldly, "What exactly do you mean by that?" "My intention was simply to assist Luo Yuman in averting potential dangers," but it was clear that Nini had seen through his motives, leaving Zhang Yu feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Averting danger?" Nini retorted. "How do I feel that your true aim is to sell the house? That property certainly seems like a purchase he intends to make. I merely informed him of the situation regarding the house and its associated risks. Whether or not he chooses to pursue it is entirely up to him. I did not actively promote it," Zhang Yu explained, feeling slightly embarrassed. "You're really something now, seeking customers for selling houses and daring to seek the aid of the police. Who gave you the audacity?" Nini reprimanded sternly. "I did this for Luo Yuman's benefit, to prevent him from buying a house that could lead to trouble. I'm simply a helpful person," Zhang Yu replied, looking down with a stiff demeanor. "I find you remarkably stubborn and brazen. To ask the police for help in checking client information, to enlist their aid in purchasing medicine. Our police force is not your family's business." Nini shot a cold glance at him. "I would never dare to trouble you casually. Once I recover from my injuries, should your police force encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me." "I am all for cooperation between the police and the public," Zhang Yu assured, turning his head with a broad smile. "When will you recover from your internal injuries?" Nini inquired. Zhang Yu replied, "About a month or so." Nini stated, "Then we'll say 1 month. When I come looking for you in a month, if you claim your injuries aren't healed yet, don't blame me for being unkind." Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I assure you, I will be nearly healed by then." Nini remarked, "You've already said that. No wonder you're out selling houses while moonlighting as a fortune teller. All right, I'm off." With that, she turned and walked away. Zhang Yu, sheepishly attempting to catch up, called out, "Let me walk you. You can't afford it." Nini feigned indignation and uttered a remark before departing. Zhang Yu shrugged, unconcerned. At the Huayunyo Western restaurant, in a booth on the second floor, Suing sat with a woman of similar age named Peng Fan, her university classmate who currently worked at the planning bureau. They ordered steak, escargot, lobster, and a bottle of red wine. As they dined, their conversation largely revolved around reminiscences of the past and updates on their former classmates' current endeavors. Halfway through their meal, Suing suddenly shifted the topic. Fan, I saw an advertisement in the newspaper yesterday stating that your Ping family village is undergoing a complete renovation and is open for bidding. What is this all about?" "Oh, I heard from my dad that it's my uncle, the head of the household, who wants to renovate the entire village. It's quite a big deal," Ping Fan replied. "Isn't renovation similar to decoration?" Suing inquired. "It seems to be a complete replanning, with the aim of refurbishing without disturbing the residents too much. We really don't know what he is thinking. We just renovated our house last year, and now he suddenly decides to do this. But he is the clan leader. Who would dare to object? We can only agree. He is footing the bill, so if he wants to renovate, so be it," Ping Fan expressed with a hint of grievance. "Do you think I could participate in the bidding?" Suing asked. Ping Fan paused. "You want to represent the Xian family in the bidding?" "I no longer work for the Xian family. I've started my own business and opened a small store," Suing explained. "Running your own business sounds great. The income is high. What is your reasoning?" Ping Fan asked, a bit perplexed. "In large companies, there is nothing but intrigue and backstabbing. I find this lifestyle quite tiresome. That is why I'm considering going solo. It saves me from so many worries. I understand that entrepreneurship is different from working for others. Just establishing a reputation and attracting clients requires a significant amount of effort. Thus, I want to participate in this bidding. Securing the Peng Family Village project would greatly aid my business's inception and enhance my visibility," Suing stated earnestly. Ping Fan nodded. "You make a valid point. The intrigues in large corporations are indeed unsuitable for professionals like us. With your capabilities, leading a village renovation is certainly within your reach. However, our village, while not vast, is not small either." "How substantial is your company?" Suing shyly replied, "It's just a small store. Indeed, it is modest. However, the focus of the project is primarily on design. As long as there is no cutting corners during construction, it should be fine." In truth, she understood that with the capabilities of her small store, competing for such a project was somewhat ambitious, perhaps even overreaching. Yet, to make a name for herself, one must dare to compete, especially today. With the Xin family opening a store right at her doorstep, doing nothing would be akin to waiting for death. That's not entirely wrong. I know you well, and I understand your capabilities better than anyone. However, this is a significant matter, and my uncle makes the final call. My words carry little weight. If there's anything I can assist you with, I will do my utmost to help, Peng Fan said earnestly. Thank you, Su Ying replied sincerely. Regarding the bidding advertisement, I'm unsure if you've seen it, but the requirements seem a bit high. The A-level designer qualification is no issue. I hold a 3A certification. However, the stipulation regarding company size is problematic that I can only be classified as a small or micro enterprise. Therefore, I was wondering if you could possibly help me with some leniency, at least give me a chance to submit a bid. Let me call my dad. He should be able to assist in the village, Peng Fan promptly said, pulling out her phone and dialing a number. Once connected, she stated, "Hello, Dad, it's about my classmate Su Ying. You know, the one with the highest design standards in our school. She noticed the advertisement for our village's renovation bidding and is inquiring if she can participate. She previously worked for the Xian family as the design director and has now started her own small design company. Although she doesn't meet the company size requirement, her capabilities are unquestionable. I was wondering if you could ask Uncle for some leniency and give her a chance to try." After hanging up, Peng Fan remarked, "I informed my dad about your situation. He said the bidding matter is overseen by 7th Uncle, who is currently in the city. He'll call 7th Uncle to relay your situation and see if anything can be done." "Thank you, Uncle," Su Ying expressed sincerely. "Let us not be so formal. It's just a simple matter. My dad will definitely inquire about it, and I expect news shortly. Now, let us toast," Peng Fan said, raising her glass of red wine. After they sipped their wine and exchanged a few more casual remarks, approximately 6 or 7 minutes later, Peng Fan's phone rang. "It's my dad calling," she said, glancing at the caller ID before answering. "Hello, Dad. What did 7th Uncle say?" "I see. I understand. I'll wait for your update." After ending the call, Peng Fan conveyed, "My dad spoke with 7th Uncle. He mentioned that the requirement for company size isn't because small companies can't handle the work, but rather because they might not have the capacity to manage such a large project." "What do you mean by that?" Su Ying asked, puzzled. "Consider this. Our village has over 1,000 residents. Although most young people have moved to the city, there are still over 100 households. Renovating all of them would amount to a project costing close to 100 million. My uncle's strength is unquestionable, especially as he is associated with the Zhou family, which has significantly enhanced his standing. Securing the funds is not an issue for him. However, with such a large sum, it cannot be paid all at once. There is a concern that the contractor might abscond with the money. Thus, payments are made in installments, which can be detailed in the bidding documents. Initially, the contractor must front a percentage, whether it's 10% or some other amount, until the final inspection is completed and the balance is settled. Generally, small companies lack even a couple of million in cash flow to cover such upfront costs, Peng Fan explained. Su Ying nodded gently. Fully aware of the implications, projects of this nature differ significantly from home renovations. Typically, home renovation contracts require a 50 upfront payment, followed by another 30 to 40 upon halfway completion, with the final payment settled upon completion. This is feasible because home renovation costs are relatively low, often not exceeding 200,000. However, with a project budget in the hundreds of millions, the initial payment would be far more substantial. Choosing a large company for this project is clearly sensible. They are less likely to abscond, and payment issues can be negotiated. The purpose of bidding is merely to select the optimal design and budget. So, essentially, as long as the proposal meets the requirements and there is sufficient cash flow to cover initial costs, companies of any size can bid for this project? Su Ying asked. That's the general idea. Peng Fan affirmed. I understand, Su Ying said, lifting her glass. Reflecting on this project, she felt overwhelmed by the enormity of it. With her limited funds, there was no way she could undertake a project worth hundreds of millions. Zhang Yu drove Su Ying's car back home, and shortly after, Wang Kainan and Peng Guang returned one after the other. Meals at home were prepared in rotation, with occasional indulgences. Tonight it was Peng Guang's turn. He opted for convenience, purchasing a roast chicken, a few side dishes, along with buns and flatbreads to make a quick meal. Peng Guang worked swiftly, claiming he hadn't finished the design drawings during the day and needed to get back to work. For male home renovation designers, working overtime at home was a common occurrence. After Zhang Yu and Wang Kainan had their fill, they each retreated to their rooms. Zhang Yu couldn't afford to be idle. he needed to consume the qi-gathering pills and practice drawing talismans. The invigorating sensation of power, which dissipated quickly, was indeed quite pleasant. This led Zhang Yu to contemplate a bold idea. What would happen if he were to consume qi-gathering pills multiple times a day? It was a daring thought, as the system only mentioned the benefits of the pills but did not specify a daily limit. Naturally, these pills were typically produced in the form of tablets. Unlike the sticky substance Zhang Yu had managed to create, with a spirit of adventurous experimentation, after much deliberation, Zhang Yu finally resolved to break off another piece of the qi-gathering pill and consume it. After swallowing it, he felt a surge of strength once more, necessitating further talisman drawing. Upon completing the latest talisman, Zhang Yu experienced fatigue. However, his body showed no signs of distress. Why not try another piece? He mused. The consumption of qi-gathering pills seemed to be swiftly exhausting during the talisman drawing process. The consumption of the elixir in a single instance proved insufficient to sustain him for an extended period. Moreover, Zhang Yu discerned an intriguing detail. The sensations experienced after taking the qi-gathering pill now differed somewhat from those felt upon his initial consumption. The palpable surge of energy within his body was decidedly less pronounced than before. He pondered whether this discrepancy was due to his body's adaptation. An instinctive notion suggested that the qi-gathering pill might only be beneficial to him in the beginning, after a year or so of usage. Its efficacy would likely wane. Reflecting upon these thoughts, he once again broke off a piece of the qi-gathering pill and consumed it, resuming his third attempt at drawing talismans. In the newly converted conference room of the spicy hot pot city. Luo Yuman sat beside the meeting table, two empty bowls positioned before him. The previous meal of stewed meat and rice had been quite simple. Today, Luo Yuman had declared a group gathering at the hot pot restaurant. Yet the timing for such a meal remained uncertain. As an elder, he could hardly afford to go hungry, prompting him to eat beforehand. At this moment, he found himself gazing at the fish tank by the wall, which had just been filled with water and was yet to host any fish. Curiously enough, he found the mere sight of the tank to be exceptionally pleasing. The driver in a black shirt, seated beside him, could no longer contain himself. "Boss, do you really think that young man possesses any knowledge of feng shui? Can merely converting a changing room into a conference room truly make the hot pot restaurant thrive?" "Who can say for certain?" Luo Yuman replied nonchalantly. In any case, I am no expert in this realm, but I suspect that this fellow is merely attempting to pull a fast one. He and the two young women from the Xian family are likely in cahoots, hoping to persuade you to purchase that villa in Nanhuan from him, thereby earning a commission. It seems there might indeed be some issues with that villa. I think it wise not to proceed with the sale. The driver in the black shirt advised cautiously. "First and foremost, I have always wanted to acquire a villa in Nanhuan, but properties there seldom become available. Secondly, I've conducted some inquiries regarding this particular property, and the three previous occupants have indeed profited in their businesses. Lastly, that young man named Zhang Yu is rather intriguing. He even discerned some nuances in the feng shui arrangement I had commissioned from Master Lu." Luo Yuman stated calmly. "Are you implying that we should consider purchasing a property from him?" The driver inquired. "I am contemplating it. By the way, please call Wang Jie to confirm the start time of this evening's gathering." Luo Yuman instructed. "Understood." The driver retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, he said, "It's me. The boss wishes to confirm the start time for tonight's gathering." "Why? Oh, I see. What? I need to consult the boss about this," he said before hanging up. "Boss, the front desk is unable to provide a definite answer. They mentioned that the restaurant is fully booked tonight. Customers have already begun queuing for tables. By the time they finish, it won't be until at least 10:30. Luo Yuman's eyes gleamed with interest. Is that so? Wang Jie also mentioned that business had been slow recently and that they were somewhat underprepared. But now suddenly so many patrons have arrived. They will soon run out of supplies. She was just about to ask you if we should take out the frozen shrimp and other items for the evening gathering to make room for cleaning. Absolutely not, Luo Yuman asserted decisively. Those are for our own consumption, not for the clients. Inform Monli to procure additional supplies for me. Even if the market is closed, I expect the ingredients to be delivered. Yes, boss. The following day, at dawn. Chao Gu, it's time for breakfast. Wang Canon's voice roused the slumbering Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu opened his eyes, stifled a yawn, and still felt a touch of drowsiness. "What time is it?" "Close to 8, Wang Canon replied. "Sleeping in this late?" Zhang Yu exclaimed as he quickly sat up and hurried to freshen up. Since he began taking the qi-gathering pill, he had risen early each morning, feeling particularly invigorated and free of fatigue. Yet today, he found it peculiar to have slept in until this hour and felt drowsy. After washing up, he felt somewhat more alert. realizing that it was likely due to excessive talisman drawing the previous evening. Last night, the experience of repeatedly consuming the chi-gathering pill and depleting his true energy while crafting talismans had been exceedingly satisfying, leading him to unwittingly take it 6 times. After completing the final talisman, he was utterly exhausted and collapsed into bed, falling asleep almost immediately. Breakfast was ready, indicating that his roommates had anticipated his hearty appetite, preparing an ample amount of porridge. Strangely enough, after eating, Zhang Yu felt his energy levels rise again. Shaking off any lingering drowsiness, the 3 of them dressed neatly and descended the stairs where Su Ying's mini car awaited. Zhang Yu produced his keys and pressed the button, causing the headlights to flash. Wang Canon and Pang Guang were momentarily dumbfounded by the sight, but quickly regained their composure. Wang Ge, what is going on? Wang Canon exclaimed. Pang Guang chimed in. Chao Ge, don't tell me you bought a car. Who could arrange a license so quickly? This is our boss's car, Zhang Yu replied. Female boss. Wang Canon and Pang Guang exclaimed in unison. Typically, many cars are driven by women. All right, enough with the gossip. Hurry up and get in. I'll drive you to the subway station, Zhang Yu said as he entered the vehicle. Despite his words, a sense of joy welled up within him. This was undoubtedly a sign of Su Ying's trust in him. Wang Canon and Pang Guang quickly hopped into the car, and as soon as they settled in, Wang Canon remarked, "It smells amazing in here." Without even looking, I can guess that the car's owner is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Pang Guang added, "Without a doubt, a beauty. But Chao Gu, could you let us stay a little longer? Just take us to our destination, please." Yes, Wang Canon echoed. "Stop trying to sweet-talk me. I'm not your chauffeur." Zhang Yu retorted as he started the engine. After exiting the community, he first dropped them off at the subway station before proceeding to the store. Indeed, his driving speed could not compare to the subway. And upon arriving at the store, it was already 9:15 a.m. 15 minutes late, he parked the car, and, before even stepping out, his phone rang with a shrill tone. Zhang Yu took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He immediately answered, "Hello." On the other end came a familiar yet weathered voice, "Xiao Zhang, good morning." Recognizing the voice, Zhang Yu quickly replied, "Boss Luo, good morning. What can I do for you?" Luo Yuman continued, "When you left yesterday, you gave me your number, mentioning it in real estate. Where is your store located?" Zhang Yu's heart raced as he responded, "On Wenzhong Road. I'll be there shortly. By the way, could you contact the seller of the villa and ask them to bring the property certificate and other documents? If everything checks out, I can sign the contract on-site and handle the necessary procedures." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Absolutely. I'll call right away. Once you confirm, let me know, and I'll head over." Not a problem. Once the call ended, Zhang Yu clenched his fist tightly. It was clear he had succeeded. Luo Yuman believed in him. He hurriedly exited the car and entered the store. Immediately sensing an atmosphere of despondency, Zhu Duo sat at the front desk, appearing lethargic, as if she hadn't slept a wink. It wasn't just her. The other employees were similarly lackluster, slumped in their chairs as if drained of life. Zhang Yu understood that the opening of the Xian family store had severely impacted morale. It was likely that no customers had visited the previous afternoon. Only Nia Xian remained unaffected. Her demeanor calm as she glanced up at him briefly before returning her focus to her computer screen. "Good morning." Zhang Yu greeted Nia Xian, but refrained from further conversation. Heading straight for Su Ying's office, he knocked and entered. Su Ying sat behind her desk, and once Zhang Yu closed the door, she said, "Sit down. What's on your mind?" Zhang Yu did not take a seat but strode to the desk, leaning in to whisper, "It's done." "What's done?" Su Ying asked, momentarily taken aback, suppressing his excitement. Zhang Yu continued in a hushed tone, "It's about the villa in Nanhuan. The seller just called to confirm their willingness to proceed with the deal." "Really?" Su Ying exclaimed, nearly jumping from her chair. The villa in Nanhuan had a total price of 20 million just yesterday. Zhang Yu had bet with Nia Xian that he would find a way to sell it, and now, within a day's time, it was nearly finalized. "What method did you use? How did you manage that?" Since the opening of Xian's family yesterday, the price war has reignited, leaving the entire afternoon devoid of any customers. The staff in the store appeared as if they had been struck by frost. Lacking any semblance of vitality, for Zhang Yu to secure a deal under such circumstances was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for everyone in the store. "Of course it's true," Zhang Yu whispered. Su Ying nodded, calming her racing thoughts. Having seen the world, she quickly regained her composure. "Who is the buyer? How did you manage it?" she inquired. "I'll tell you in a moment, but do you have the seller's contact?" The buyer requested that we inform the seller to bring the property deed and relevant documents for a discussion. If all goes well, we can sign the contract and proceed with the necessary formalities. Zhang Yu stated earnestly. This is serious business. Suing immediately accessed the database on her computer, retrieving the seller's information for the villa at Nanhuan, and dialed the number provided. When the call connected, Suing explained the situation, and the other party promptly confirmed they would come over with everything. Once confirmed, Suing looked at Zhang Yu. It's settled. The seller said they are on their way. Great. I'll call the buyer, Zhang Yu replied, quickly dialing Luo Yuman. Naturally, there was no issue on Luo Yuman's end. He would be there shortly. Hanging up, Zhang Yu smiled. It's done. The buyer will be here soon. Wonderful. Suing beamed, thrilled at the prospect of completing such a significant transaction. A property valued at 20 million means a commission of 400,000. Zhang Yu would take half, and the other half would belong to Suing. Zhang Yu had already helped her earn 14,400 yesterday, and now another 200,000 was on the horizon. However, Suing quickly regained her composure, recalling an earlier question. Now, can you tell me who the buyer is and how you managed to sell it? The buyer is Luo Yuman, the owner of Lepo Tian. When I visited the villa yesterday, Xian's agent happened to take him for a viewing. I sensed his interest and recognized him, so I waited for him at his hot pot restaurant. After we met, I engaged him in conversation, claiming to have expertise in feng shui. Discussing the pros and cons of the property, he said he would consider it, and today he called me. I suspect he found my words credible. Zhang Yu succinctly explained. Of course, some matters are best left unsaid, like seeking assistance from the police to check license plates. You think he believed you just because you talked him into it? Suing was somewhat incredulous. Well, he did believe. Additionally, I suspect he may be interested in having us handle the villa's renovation, Zhang Yu confidently asserted. Renovation with us? Suing was taken aback. The cost of renovating such a large villa would undoubtedly be substantial. Zhang Yu not only sold the house but might also secure the renovation contract. You really have a way with words. Wasn't it a bit beneath you to intern at Xian's, pretty much? Zhang Yu nodded. But I think we should avoid bringing up the renovation when we meet. Let him mention it himself. You've mentioned it before, haven't you? Suing queried, perplexed. Just briefly. If he trusts me enough to buy a house, then the renovation is a given. Zhang Yu reasoned. Suing nodded, acknowledging the logic in his words. She wanted to ask what exactly he discussed with Luo Yuman that made him so convinced. But before she could voice her thoughts, Zhang Yu interjected, let's keep this under wraps until they arrive. I'll step out to greet them. Okay, Suing agreed. Zhang Yu exited the manager's office, his demeanor calm, as if concealing great achievements. Yet, he couldn't resist glancing at Mia Xian's position, silently musing, it's only 35 million. I've already caught up by more than half. Selling 2 comparable properties would bring me nearly even. Conversing with his colleagues, Zhang Yu settled at his desk and began to browse on his phone. About an hour later, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Zhu Duoduo's polite voice. Hello, sir, ma'am. How may I assist you? A young woman's voice responded. We were instructed by your boss to come sign the sales contract. Where is he? Zhu Duoduo hesitated, clearly unsure how to respond, as she was unaware of the situation. Zhang Yu stood up promptly, striding towards the front desk with a broad smile. Are you Mr. Liu, the owner of the Nanhuan villa? As he spoke, he recognized the visitors, a man nearly 50, clearly a successful individual, and a stylish woman in her 20s, adorned in designer attire and strikingly beautiful. That's me, the man replied. Mr. Liu, please come in. The buyer will be here shortly. Zhang Yu gestured for him to enter. He then turned to Zhu Duoduo, instructing, Duoduo, please inform Manager Su that Mr. Liu from Nanhuan has arrived. Got it, Zhu Duoduo replied, hurrying towards the manager's office. Zhang Yu led the man and woman into the reception room, inviting them to sit. Soon after, Suing and Zhu Duoduo entered, with Suing taking charge of the reception while Zhu Duoduo poured tea for the guests. These 2 individuals were significant clients, so they stood at the entrance of the reception room, awaiting Luo Yuman's arrival. From this vantage point, Zhang Yu could easily overhear the quiet murmurs of others in the outer area. Has the Nanhuan villa sold? No way. Didn't you hear? They're here to sign the sales contract. Sure, but usually both parties need to discuss things first, right? They didn't negotiate before signing, did they? We were all here yesterday and didn't see anyone discussing anything. Perhaps they talked beforehand? Come on. Did you even approach any clients? I didn't. Did any of you? No. No. Wait, if none of you approached anyone, then who sold it? Suddenly, the outer area fell silent. Could it be Zhang Yu who sold it? 986 speculated quietly. No way. He just started a few days ago and only learned about this property yesterday. But he did say he'd find a way to sell it. We all said the same thing, but who actually managed to do it? In the midst of their discussion, a voice at the door called, "Is this in real estate?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart leaped with joy. It was the voice of the driver in the black shirt. He quickly exited the reception room and headed towards the front desk, cheerfully exclaiming, "That's right. It is." Before he reached the front desk, he saw Luo Yuman and the driver in black entering. Luo Yuman spotted him and approached. "Xiao Zhang, has the owner arrived?" "Yes, Mr. Luo, they are here. Please come in." Zhang Yu gestured for him to enter. The staff in the store observed the scene, and with Luo Yuman's commanding presence, it became clear to everyone that he was indeed the buyer of the Nanhuan villa. As Luo Yuman entered, Nie Xian's gaze was fixed on him, and when Zhang Yu referred to him as Mr. Luo, she felt a jolt in her heart. Nie Xian turned away, and, as Zhang Yu and the others moved into the reception room, she leisurely stood up and walked towards the exit. Everyone's attention was focused on the reception room, leaving no one to notice her departure. Once outside the store, Nie Xian quickly veered into an alley. When she reached behind a utility pole, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The call connected, and a man's voice answered. "Hello, Mr. Qian, it's bad news. Zhang Yu has sold the Nanhuan villa," Nie Xian said urgently. "Sold? How is that possible? To whom?" Nie Xian replied directly. "To Luo Yuman." "What? Sold to Luo Yuman? How can that be possible?" Nie Xian retorted. "Yet I saw it with my own eyes. Just yesterday, I told you Luo Yuman was a suitable buyer. And I haven't mentioned it to anyone else. How did this kid manage to find Luo Yuman? How could I possibly know? My colleague took Luo Yuman to view the villa at Nanhuan yesterday. And Luo Yuman mentioned he needed some time to consider. We have yet to receive any correspondence from that side. So how could he have rushed to purchase this property from you?" Nie Xian exclaimed indignantly. "You ask me, and who am I to inquire? It must surely be an issue on your end. Otherwise, how could this situation arise?" She continued, "Do not fret. I shall promptly send someone to investigate the matter and will keep you informed." With that, the person on the other end of the line hung up. Nie Xian set down her phone, yet her right hand remained clenched tightly around it, nearly crushing the device. It is important to note that this villa is valued at 20 million. If sold, the salesperson would earn a commission of 1, amounting to 200,000. How many properties must one sell to earn such a commission? Had Zhang Yu sold the villa to someone else, Nie Xian might not have been as incensed. However, the fact that it was sold to Luo Yuman, a potential buyer whom Nie Xian had exerted great effort to find, made her fury palpable. As she had previously stated, the haunted houses in Nanhuan were only suitable for wealthy, solitary gentlemen, and among the affluent in Wunan, it seemed that Luo Yuman was the sole candidate who met the criteria and desired to purchase a villa in Nanhuan. Zhang Yu was merely a novice in the second-hand real estate market. How could he have possibly found Luo Yuman to buy this villa? Clearly, something was amiss. The problem could not lie with her. It must have arisen during the viewing conducted by the Xian family, perhaps even involving an insider who leaked information. The prospect of earning 200,000 was within her grasp, yet out of consideration for the other party, she would have settled for 100,000. Now, after expending such tremendous effort, it appeared she had achieved nothing, leaving her with no recourse for explanation. Nie Xian took several deep breaths, attempting to calm herself. She tucked her phone back into her pocket and exited the alley. Making her way back to the store. As she neared the entrance, she spotted a middle-aged man dressed in a black shirt, engaged in a phone conversation. This man was the very individual who had entered the store alongside Luo Yuman. She soon overheard him saying, "What of it if you conducted the viewing? This villa is not exclusively represented by your Xian family. Any agency can sell it. Our boss is free to purchase wherever he pleases. It is none of your concern." With that, the man ended the call and turned back toward the store. Upon hearing this, Nie Xian understood that it was likely a representative from the Xian family who had contacted Luo Yuman, and he had simply instructed his subordinate to handle the matter. It was evident that the Xian family had indeed taken Luo Yuman to view the property. This raised a question. If the Xian family had shown the villa to Luo Yuman, why would he choose to buy it through Zhang Yu? The Xian family was a leading entity in the industry, and their reputation was well established. Under comparable circumstances, clients typically would not turn to other agencies. Given that the Xian family was currently offering promotions, Zhang Yu's attempts to engage in price competition were futile. Furthermore, individuals like Luo Yuman, when purchasing property, would undoubtedly prioritize reliability over minor savings and commission fees. Was there any agency more trustworthy than the Xian family? In terms of after-sales service and support, they were in an entirely different league. Nie Xian's confusion deepened as she pondered what had transpired. Curiosity piqued. She returned to the store. Before she could step inside, she noticed the previously entering couple, along with Luo Yuman, Su Ying, Zhang Yu, and an experienced agent, all emerging together. They appeared exceedingly pleased, promptly entering their vehicles and departing in unison. Duo 986, Jiayu Guan, and Wang Ziming also arrived at the store entrance, their faces reflecting envy. Unable to contain herself, Nia Xian inquired, "Where are they headed?" Duo replied first. "To the property transaction center." Nia Xian was taken aback. "So soon?" 986 added. From their demeanor, both parties seemed quite satisfied. The buyer and seller have even become friends. Jiayu Guan commented, "Both individuals are significant business owners. It seems they have heard of each other before." Perhaps even feeling a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Wang Ziming, looking bewildered, scratched his head and said, "How did Zhang Yu manage to find a buyer and facilitate the sale of this villa so quickly? I have exerted considerable effort and still could not push it through." Duo pouted. "Who could believe it? This is astounding. I am perplexed how he communicated with the client when those two entered to sign the contract. I was completely taken aback, never anticipating that the villa at Nanhuan would actually sell." Jiayu Guan exclaimed, 200,000. Just like that, Zhang Yu has pocketed 200,000. I have been at this store for so long without closing a single deal, merely subsisting on a meager base salary, while he has earned over 200,000 in just a few days. This will not do. I must strive harder. 986 concurred. Indeed, I too must put forth greater effort. Even if competitors engage in price wars, genuine buyers will not select other agencies over a trivial commission difference. As long as we identify the right buyer, we can surely close the deal. I have resolved to pursue the most expensive properties to sell. With that, he strode enthusiastically back into the store. "I shall strive as well. I shall strive as well." Duo and the others echoed, their faces alight with determination as they turned to enter the store. The more Nia Xian listened, the more her heart ached. This commission was rightfully hers, yet it had fallen into Zhang Yu's hands. In the office of the vice president of Xian Family Real Estate Services, Qian Yongyan sat behind his desk, with two female employees standing before him. They were the same two women Zhang Yu had encountered at the Nanhuan villa yesterday. At that moment, they bowed their heads, appearing quite anxious. The taller woman cautiously spoke. The call was answered by Boss Luo's driver, who stated that this property is not exclusively represented by our Xian family. Their boss may purchase wherever he wishes, and it is not our concern. Did you not inquire as to the reason? Qian Yongyan retorted angrily. Before I could ask, they hung up, the taller woman replied, looking aggrieved. Unbeknownst to us, the client was snatched away. What have you both been doing? Qian Zhongyan bellowed. The two women lowered their heads, not daring to respond. Qian Zhongyan continued coldly, "The client's information was provided by me. And yet, within a single day, the client was poached. Tell me, which one of you leaked the information?" "I did not leak anything." The two women protested in unison that if no one leaked anything, how could the client have been taken? "Do you believe I would not dismiss both of you on the spot?" Qian Yongyan threatened, pointing at them with a fierce expression that I recall now. The shorter woman stammered, "When we took Boss Luo to view the villa, there was someone there, a young man claiming to be from some agency, also there to look at properties, but he did not bring any clients. Indeed, we encountered such a person that he seemed to have ulterior motives, and we questioned him. However, Boss Luo stopped us, and when we left, I specifically checked to see if he was still around, but did not see him. I suspect he must have lured the client away." The taller woman added urgently that it was this man who took the client. "But I must ask both of you what was said in front of Luo Yuman that made him feel displeased enough to not purchase through you? The Xian family's reputation is well known in Wunan. How could a mere novice manage to snatch our client from under our noses? How did you two attend to the client?" Qian Zhongyan pressed coldly. "We said nothing out of the ordinary. We simply conducted ourselves as per your instructions and relayed everything to Boss Luo. He mentioned he would consider it, and we did not anticipate that he would end up purchasing through someone else." The two women replied. Qian Yongyan clenched his teeth and nodded. "Truly, you are both utterly useless." Just then, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Nia Xian that he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Get out." The two women exited the office in defeat, and once the door was shut, Qian Zhongyan answered the call. "Hello, what news do you have?" Nia Xian replied, "Suing has taken Luo Yuman and the seller to the property transaction center. It seems they will finalize the paperwork today." Qian Yongyan was taken aback. "So soon? They are heading to the transaction center on the same day? I have no idea what they are thinking. I also discovered that one of your people seems to have called Luo Yuman, and it was his driver who answered. With an attitude that seemed rather unprofessional, I am genuinely curious about what transpired. Xian remarked. Qian Zhongyan felt a bit awkward as he said, I have already inquired. It appears that my staff encountered your young man while showing the property to Luo Yuman. It is estimated that this fellow has been secretly following Luo Yuman. I have no idea what he said, but he has snatched away the business. Xian, this deal may not seem significant to Mr. Qian, but for me, it represents a considerable sum of money. Now that the business has been stolen, what do you suggest we do? Qian Zhongyan. Such occurrences sometimes fall into the realm of coincidence. Perhaps it was simply fortuitous timing, and it is not your fortune. Xian, what do you mean it is not my fortune? You must understand that if I were handling this deal, Zhang Yu and I operate from the same storefront. How could he possibly seize it from me? Moreover, he could not have encountered Luo Yuman. It was you who forbade me from taking on this deal, and now my earnings have diminished significantly, while I have also lost a deal. Should you not offer some form of compensation? Qian Zhongyan hastily replied with earnestness. Rest assured, I would never treat you unjustly. I will certainly make up for your losses. By the way, did they mention anything else besides the real estate? Xian, I was outside making a phone call. How could I know what they discussed? The people have already left in their car. Qian Zhongyan. Then keep a close watch and report to me promptly if anything arises. Once this matter is resolved, all my promises will be fulfilled. He continued to express heartfelt sentiments. At the Real Estate Transaction Center, the efficiency of property transactions has significantly improved compared to previous years. There is no longer a need for unnecessary queues and waiting times that waste precious hours. As long as both parties are present with all necessary documents, the process can typically be completed within a day, allowing the property certificate to be obtained the following day. Of course, such efficiency is predicated on financial resources. Luo Yuman does not require a bank loan to purchase a property. He can transfer funds on the spot. Once the money is in place, everything else follows suit effortlessly. The buyer and seller sincerely shook hands in the parking lot, agreeing to meet for tea the next day at noon. After the seller drove away, Luo Yuman did not rush to leave. He turned to Zhang Yu and remarked, the paperwork for the house is nearly complete, and we can obtain the property certificate tomorrow. Last time, you mentioned that this villa needed some modifications and that you would be willing to provide design plans. How about this? Let your storefront handle the design and renovation. Absolutely no problem. Zhang Yu replied readily. Su Ying and Lao Yuqiao were present, and the reason for having Lao Yuqiao accompany them was to handle various errands, needing someone familiar with the area. Upon hearing this, Lao Yuqiao couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. How had this happened? They had managed to finalize such a significant deal in a single day. And he was astounded by Zhang Yu's capabilities. Su Ying had previously heard Zhang Yu mention that Luo Yuman would proactively assign the renovation to the storefront without needing to be prompted. Indeed, it turned out to be true, and it materialized so swiftly. Su Ying pondered to herself, believing that someone like Luo Yuman, a prominent figure, had undoubtedly encountered various challenges. It surely could not be so simple as merely casual conversation. Naturally, being able to use Luo Yuman's villa as the first renovation project is an excellent start. If they can satisfy Luo Yuman, his connections will undoubtedly bring substantial business to the storefront in the future. As reputation typically spreads through positive word of mouth, when can the designs be completed? I hope it can be done as quickly as possible, Luo Yuman said amicably. You need not worry, it will be ready in about 2 days. Zhang Yu confidently replied. Good. Then I will await your news. Please call me when it's time to sign the renovation contract. Luo Yuman smiled. No problem. I will await your call. Zhang Yu nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they parted ways. Although Su Ying held the position of boss, Luo Yuman primarily coordinated with Zhang Yu, only extending a courteous handshake as he departed. Su Ying, Zhang Yu, and Lao Yuqiao got into the car, and Su Ying started the engine, leaving the parking lot en route to the storefront. After spending nearly a day at the Real Estate Transaction Center, it was now 4 in the afternoon. Upon returning to the storefront, the three entered in succession, greeted by the lively presence of 986 at the front desk. Upon seeing them return, she immediately exclaimed, "You're back." "Indeed," Su Ying replied, her spirits lifted with a smile. Hearing the commotion, everyone in the store stood up, except for Xian, especially Zhu Duo, who bounded over excitedly and exclaimed, "Zhang Yu, you are truly incredible. A property worth 20 million, and you sold it just like that. How did you manage it?" Seeing her enthusiasm made it seem as though she had sold the property herself, Zhang Yu could tell that she was genuinely happy for him. but such matters should not be spoken of so openly. He replied modestly, it was merely a stroke of luck, just fortunate timing. What kind of luck is that? I have been in the store for so long and never encountered such fortune. You arrive and have such luck twice. Moreover, both transactions were unexpected. It's simply miraculous, Zhu Duoduo said, her admiration palpable that I too did not anticipate that sometimes, when luck strikes, it is unstoppable, Zhang Yu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing that a life of serendipity is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps you should consider a good luck charm for your leg. Otherwise, I might just take you as my master and follow you around, Zhu Duoduo joked, though her eyes reflected sincere admiration that it was no surprise, as her first successful deal had come thanks to Zhang Yu, making her realize that being associated with someone so fortunate would surely lead to a promising future. That might not be appropriate. Zhang Yu scratched his head. I really don't know how to sell houses. Why not? Zhu Duoduo immediately seized the opportunity. Master, please allow me to bow to you. This girl was quite the character, immediately mimicking what she had seen on television. Cupping her hands and bowing to Zhang Yu. This left Zhang Yu feeling a bit awkward, not expecting anyone to join in the fun. Lai Yutiao chimed in, when one takes a master, one must serve tea. It cannot simply be a bow. Yes, I will pour the tea right away, Zhu Duoduo earnestly responded, rushing to the water dispenser to brew tea for Zhang Yu. Seeing her earnestness made Zhang Yu feel somewhat embarrassed. He was of similar age to Zhu Duoduo, yet here he was being called master. However, he noticed that both 986 and Jia Yuguan seemed eager to join in. They were likely just too shy to act like Zhu Duoduo. In no time, Zhu Duoduo returned with the tea and was ready to present it. Lao Yutiao reminded, a master cannot stand while drinking tea. He must sit. Right. Master, please have a seat, Zhu Duoduo urged eagerly. In this regard, 986 and Jia Yuguan lent their support, helping Zhang Yu settle into a chair. Subsequently, Zhu Duoduo bent down, respectfully presenting the cup of tea to Zhang Yu, stating earnestly, Master, please drink the tea. Zhang Yu could see that she was serious about solidifying their master-disciple relationship. Out of courtesy, he felt obliged to accept, so he took the cup from Zhu Duoduo and said, All right, Master. Yay. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's acceptance, Zhu Duoduo leaped with joy, as if having Zhang Yu as her master meant she could reach the pinnacle of her life. Lao Yuqiao once again interjected playfully, Little Zhang, today marks a double celebration for you. First, you closed a miraculous deal worth 20 million, and now you've gained such a clever, lovely, and beautiful disciple. Shouldn't you treat everyone? Yes, a treat is in order. Absolutely. The store erupted into excitement once more at the mention of a treat. Zhang Yu grinned and said, No problem. Where shall we go to celebrate tonight? I'll arrange it. Let us go to Gage's place. It's been a while since we last visited. We must celebrate properly tonight, Zhu Duoduo eagerly suggested. Although Zhang Yu was uncertain about Gage's place, seeing the girl's enthusiasm made him unwilling to dampen the mood. So he replied, All right, we shall go to Gage's. Su Ying had been observing from the sidelines. Just yesterday, the morale in the store had been exceedingly low to think that in just one day, Zhang Yu had managed to uplift everyone's spirits was nothing short of miraculous. The previous events had already garnered her respect for Zhang Yu. But this time, she found herself at a loss for words to describe his performance. Not wanting to interrupt the celebratory atmosphere, she waited for a moment of calm before saying, Zhang Yu, please come to my office for a moment. We need to discuss the villa renovation design. Renovation? The villa renovation is also our storefront's responsibility, Zhu Duoduo exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Mr. Luo has entrusted the renovation of the villa to us. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. That is fantastic. Although Zhu Duoduo expressed her lack of prowess in selling houses, she excitedly proclaimed that she was capable of handling any task. Zhang Yu discerned that the girl's heart was indeed with the store. It was no wonder that Chang Yumei had specifically cautioned against hastily dismissing employees from the establishment. Zhu Duoduo, despite her poor performance, was the store's source of joy. And thus Chang Yumei was unperturbed by allowing the girl to draw a basic salary while enlivening the atmosphere daily. Zhang Yu chuckled, reassuring her, Rest assured, there will certainly be ample opportunities for you to showcase your talents. I shall first accompany General Manager Su to the office, and later, we shall celebrate thoroughly. I in the Vice President's office of Xuanjia Real Estate Service Company. Qian Zhongnian and his son Qian Nang sat on the sofa. At that moment, Qian Zhongnian wore a face of frustration, as if someone owed him a considerable sum. Qian Nang, with a smile, attempted to console him. Father, so what if Zhang Yu snatched a deal? It's not the end of the world. Our new store on Rajang Road is offering substantial discounts on commission fees, and clients are flocking to us. While Su Ying's site has been left with no one. In this day and age, everyone seeks practicality. Even a small saving on commission is worthwhile, and in the end, they will still face their demise. Qian Zhongyan nodded slightly. I understand that. But my focus is not merely on 1 or 2 transactions. There are far more significant matters at hand. Qian Ning, curious, inquired, what could be more important? Qian Zhongyan refrained from responding directly and instead asked, how's the bidding for Pingjia Village progressing? I have already engaged with the individuals from Pingjia, indicating that we can present the most exemplary proposal at the most suitable price. I hope this bidding can be cancelled and that the contract is awarded directly to us at Xuanjia. However, they are adamant about waiting until the designated date for a unified process. Qian Ning replied, somewhat disappointed. Very well, let them proceed with the unified process. However, to secure victory, one must understand both oneself and the opponent. I believe it would be prudent to send someone to Pingjia Village beforehand to conduct preliminary designs. With sufficient time, we can present the finest proposals at that point. We shall deliver 3 plans to Pingjia. And I am confident we will secure the project, Qian Yongyan stated with conviction. Understood, I will contact the design department immediately, and we shall set off together, Qian Nung replied. Just then, Qian Yongyan's phone, resting on the coffee table, rang. Noticing the caller ID, he saw it was Nia Xin. He answered. Hello, Nia Xin responded. It's me. I have new information. What news? Qian Zhongyan inquired. According to Su Ying and Zhang Yu, Luo Yuman has not only completed the real estate procedures, but has also entrusted the villa's renovation to them. Renovation? Qian Yongyan pondered. Dubious. If Luo Yuman sought, and in real estate for the purpose of renovation design, it hardly seemed a valid reason. Even if Su Ying's design capabilities were commendable, Xuanjia boasted numerous skilled designers. Indeed, General Qian, Zhang Yu has achieved a sales figure of 21.44 million, leaving me with a mere 10 million gap. If he wins the bet, I must fulfill my promise and sell houses without further delay. Nia Xin continued. That's merely a phrase. At worst, you can work without exerting much effort. Qian Yongyan retorted. I am a person of my word. Losing 200,000 in revenue today means that what you provide me monthly pales in comparison. Enough said. Farewell. With that, she hung up. Upon hearing her last remark, Qian Zhongyan felt a surge of frustration, unable to restrain himself from cursing. Damn it. Qian Ning, noticing his father's outburst, recognized that he was thoroughly exasperated. Father, what was discussed on the call? Nothing much, just that Luo Yuman has also assigned the villa renovation to Su Ying, Qian Zhongyan replied. Renovation? That's puzzling. Su Ying's store was merely a real estate agency, with renovation being an added service. Although she was previously the design director of Xuanjia, she only resigned a few days ago. Her reputation has yet to spread. Why would Luo Yuman trust her with the renovation? Qian Nung mused. Qian Yongyan shook his head. I cannot say. It seems Luo Yuman has likely been misled. Now, this is quite intriguing, Qian Nung remarked, suddenly struck by a thought. Father, this could actually be advantageous for us. Are you out of your mind? Our business has been usurped, and you consider it a good thing, Qian Yongyan retorted, annoyed. Allow me to finish. Su Ying may be competent in design, but in renovations, she remains a novice, lacking the necessary insights. Given that Wu Nan conducts business in construction materials, whether high, medium, or low-end, how many have dealings with us at Xuanjia? She is set to undertake the renovation, which is excellent. Just wait and see how I will manipulate this situation, leading to her business's downfall, Qian Ning asserted confidently. At Manhattan Bar, Zhang Yu was taken aback to discover that the place Duo referred to as Gage was indeed a bar, and Gage turned out to be a woman. However, this woman bore little distinction from a man, lacking curves and possessing a rather flat physique. Her hairstyle was also masculine. No wonder she was nicknamed Gage. Gage was the head chef in the bar's kitchen, renowned for her culinary skills, yet patrons seldom visited for dining, primarily coming to indulge in drinks. According to Zhu Duo, Cheng Yumei had once assisted Gage, which fostered familiarity between Gage and the store's staff. Thus, when gatherings occurred, they often chose this bar. Whenever they arrived, Gage would personally whip up a few signature dishes and share a few drinks with them. Naturally, the staff could only consume so much alcohol, enjoying the music and performances interspersed throughout the evening. Tonight was no exception, as Gage prepared 8 hearty dishes and ordered several bottles of beer, with everyone enjoying a delightful evening of food, conversation, and entertainment. In Su Ying's presence, Zhang Yu felt hesitant to reveal his true appetite, lest he alarm the others. Just then, a young girl clad in a red dress and white thigh-high stockings strolled past their table. Her hair was styled in twin ponytails, with intentionally long strands cascading beside her face, presenting an image of pure innocence. Strangely, she was alone, with no companions. She settled into a booth diagonally across, where a server promptly approached her, delivering 24 bottles of beer, all opened. The adorable girl, eschewing a glass, raised a bottle to her lips, downing nearly half in a few swigs. Observing this, Zhang Yu surmised that she was likely grappling with some distress. Seeking solace in alcohol, a young girl venturing alone to a bar at night could hardly be deemed a prudent choice in the eyes of many. However, being strangers, they could not intervene or coax her to return home, as such actions might invite reproach. After a few minutes, the girl finished a bottle and reached for another, then stood and headed toward the restroom. Her vibrant attire inevitably attracted the attention of several men in the bar, including Zhang Yu's table companions, 986, Wang Ziming, Jiayu Guan, and Lao Yodiao. Zhang Yu's attention was suddenly drawn to a young man with blonde hair, who approached the girl's booth. Zhang Yu then observed the young man produce a small paper bag, swiftly pouring its contents into the beer the girl had previously consumed. Alarmed, Zhang Yu realized the perilous situation. A solitary girl in a bar was indeed at risk, while she was in the restroom. Someone had tainted her drink. The blonde youth, appearing experienced, executed the act with remarkable efficiency, returning to his own booth in mere moments. Looking over, Zhang Yu noticed that the booth housed 2 other young men, one with green hair on the right, and a well-dressed individual seated in the middle. It was evident that the blonde was merely a lackey, while the other 2 were the ringleaders. As Zhang Yu assessed the situation, the girl returned and resumed her seat. She leaned back, sighed, and then bent down to grasp the tainted beer. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Yu rushed over, exclaiming, "Don't drink that." Startled, the girl looked up, her brow furrowed in confusion. What's wrong? The bar's flickering lights obscured details, but now that he was closer, Zhang Yu could see her features clearly. The girl had an almond-shaped face with high cheekbones, a narrow forehead, and chin, lending her visage a striking angularity. At first glance, she may not seem particularly remarkable, yet the more one observes her, the more captivating and comfortable she appears. Particularly striking are the youthful girl's large, expressive eyes, which, framed by long eyelashes, glisten with an alluring sheen. Her delicate face bears a hint of rosy flush, suggesting she has indulged in a bit too much drink. Such a sight compelled Zhang Yu to express his concern earnestly. "Someone has slipped something into your drink. You must consume it. You seem troubled, but drowning your sorrows in alcohol is not the answer. You should return home at once." "Who would do such a thing?" inquired the girl clad in white stockings. Zhang Yu refrained from providing a direct answer and instead cast his gaze toward the booth occupied by the individuals with yellow and green hair. The trio, seemingly unfazed, glanced about nonchalantly, deliberately avoiding Zhang Yu's gaze, betraying a hint of guilt. Following Zhang Yu's line of sight, the girl made a shocking gesture that left him astounded. She raised her hand and beckoned them over with her fingers, upon noticing her invitation. The 3 young men stood and approached. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. As they drew near, the dapper youth plastered a disingenuous smile on his face and said, "Hey there. Beautiful." The girl glanced at Zhang Yu and retorted, "He claims you drugged me." The dapper youth quickly protested, "That's impossible. Don't listen to his nonsense. We live in a lawful society. Who would be foolish enough to do something so reckless?" The yellow-haired one chimed in, "Exactly. Don't heed his baseless accusations. I suspect this fellow has ulterior motives." The green-haired one added, "Indeed. He clearly harbors ill intentions and is attempting to frame a good person." Zhang Yu was taken aback by the girl's insistence on summoning these individuals over. Now, they were turning the tables on him. Frustration welled within him. Since she was so ungrateful, he thought it best to withdraw his goodwill. Just as he resolved to leave, the girl stood with her drink in hand and proclaimed, "Since we're acquainted, it's fate. Let us toast to this destiny." The 3 young men exchanged triumphant glances with Zhang Yu and seized the bottles on the table, clinking them with the girl before taking hearty gulps. Unbeknownst to them, the very drink she consumed was the one laced with drugs, and Zhang Yu could only think to himself, "You were truly courting disaster." The girl downed the contents of the bottle in one go, while the 3 youths competed, finishing their beer with equal vigor. Observing her, Zhang Yu noticed she swayed slightly, clearly affected. She instinctively placed her hand to her forehead and sank back onto the sofa, reclining to one side. Seeing her prone form, the yellow-haired and green-haired youths turned their gaze toward the dapper youth, whose eyes gleamed with a predatory intent, fixated on the girl's white stockings. However, he quickly shifted his focus to Zhang Yu, coolly stating, "This is none of your business." You can go about your business now. Initially, Zhang Yu had intended to disregard the girl's affairs, but her rapid collapse was alarming, with 3 wolves eyeing her hungrily. Leaving would mean watching her walk straight into danger. Despite his irritation at her lack of discernment, he could not simply abandon her. If something were to happen afterward, his conscience would be troubled. Thus, he declared, how can this not concern me? She is unconscious and without knowledge of her home. I must call the authorities to ensure she is taken to safety. Kid, don't overstep your bounds. Our Wugu is not someone you can provoke. The yellow-haired youth threatened ominously. Leave now while you still can. Otherwise, you'll have reason to regret it. What is happening? What is going on? The commotion drew the attention of several voices, including that of Su Ying and others. Indeed, Zhang Yu had been trying to dissuade the girl when Su Ying, Zhang Yu, and the others had been observing from afar. They had not perceived the drugging until the girl collapsed. And only then did they realize the gravity of the situation. Su Ying was the first to rush over, followed closely by the others. This girl has passed out from the beer they spiked. They intend to take her away, Zhang Yu stated bluntly. Immediately, Su Ying and the others fixed their gaze on the 3 young men, with the Season 1 swiftly pulling out his phone, saying, we need to call the police. The trio, startled by the sudden influx of people on Zhang Yu's side, realized the implications of being in a public space. If the authorities were involved, their actions would lead to serious consequences. The dapper youth pointed at Zhang Yu, his voice icy. Kid, we'll see about this. Just pray we don't cross paths again. With that, he turned to leave, followed by the yellow-haired and green-haired youths, who shot Zhang Yu menacing glares before departing. Zhang Yu chose not to pursue them, understanding that any attempt to intervene could escalate into violence, which would spiral out of control, having no personal ties to the girl in white stockings. He felt he had done all that was necessary. He had warned her about the drug drink, yet she still chose to drink it. Wasn't he that just asking for trouble? Preventing her from being taken away was already more than enough kindness. As he watched the 3 figures disappear from view, Su Ying and the others turned their attention back to the girl. After a moment, Su Ying turned to Zhang Yu, asking, what do you plan to do now? Given the uncertainty of her condition, I believe we should heed the advice of the Season 1 and contact the police, Zhang Yu replied, just as the Season 1 was about to dial. The girl in white stockings stirred. Slowly, she sat up, rubbing her temples and yawning. Seeing her awake, their attention shifted back to her. Zhang Yu asked, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, the girl murmured. Where is your home? Or what is your family's phone number? We can help notify your family to come pick you up, Su Ying offered. No need. I'd rather not, the girl replied, shaking her head before rising and leaving the booth without a backward glance. Zhang Yu found himself at a loss for what to do next. After all, they were strangers. He had already extended a helping hand, yet it seemed unappreciated. Attempting to contact her family was evidently unwelcome. And where she intended to go remained a mystery. The group exchanged glances, and Su Ying quietly remarked, Zhang Yu, that girl likely cannot return home in her current state. It doesn't seem safe. Zhang Yu nodded lightly, suggesting, shall we follow her to see where she goes? Let us do that. Su Ying agreed. She instructed the others to remain seated while she and Zhang Yu ventured forward. Inside the bar, the crowd ebbed and flowed, and the girl in white stockings, clad in red, was quite conspicuous. However, as they entered the throng, she swiftly vanished from their sight, yet catching up to her should not prove difficult. To their surprise, after a prolonged search, they could no longer find any trace of the girl. Zhang Yu approached the reception area, where a server stood, and inquired, excuse me, have you seen a girl in a red short skirt and white stockings leave? Yes, she just left, the waitress replied. Thank you. Zhang Yu returned to Su Ying, saying, she moved quickly. Since she has left, it indicates she is aware of her surroundings. We've done all we can. The rest is up to her. Su Ying nodded in agreement, adding, sometimes, one must act according to their conscience. Witnessing events unfold before one's eyes without intervening can weigh heavily on the heart. Yet, without one's own eyes, there is little one can do. After all, none of us are omniscient or capable of being everywhere at once. Upon returning to their booth, they shared the news of the girl's departure. The group did not seem overly concerned. Except for Zhu Duo, who remarked, wasn't she the one who drank the spiked beer? She seems fine if she can leave on her own. It appears the effects of the drug might not be severe. They watched the performance for a while longer before settling the bill and departing, their expenses minimal thanks to Guago, since Su Ying's car was not parked directly outside the bar, having been forced to utilize a pay lot 100 meters away. They walked together to retrieve it. As they strolled, Zhang Yu said, Su Zong, I meddled in matters that were not my own tonight, and as a result, the mood has soured. You did the right thing. If you hadn't stepped in, That wouldn't have been the Zhang Yu we know, Suing replied, glancing at him with a smile. Walking side by side, she suddenly noticed that Zhang Yu's figure appeared remarkably tall and imposing. This inevitably reminded her of the incident on the stormy night when Zhang Yu came to her rescue. Indeed, had Zhang Yu not stepped forward tonight, he would not have done so on that previous evening either. You flatter me, Zhang Yu chuckled at that moment. Suing wore a radiant smile, and when a sophisticated woman like her smiled, it truly was a sight to behold. Flattery is flattery, but do not let it inflate your ego. Suing pouted playfully. Usually, she appeared quite serious, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, this playful pout added a hint of mischief to her refined demeanor. With you watching me, how could I dare to be complacent? Zhang Yu teased. How could I possibly keep my eyes on you? Suing replied with a mischievous smile. You've become quite the figure, akin to the great sage equal to heaven, with your remarkable abilities. What others find insurmountable, you resolve with ease. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. The original agreement was for me to support your entrepreneurial endeavors, but it appears you are the one aiding my venture. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. I possess no extraordinary talents. Even if I were the great sage, I could not surpass your grasp, Zhang Yu replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Suing felt a flutter in her heart, but observing Zhang Yu's jovial expression, she surmised it was merely a casual remark. Thus, she responded with a smile, those are your own words, even if you grow wings. You mustn't fly away. Your palm is so comfortable. Why would I want to escape? Zhang Yu chuckled again. What do you mean by comfortable? Suing initially intended to inquire but suddenly realized the inappropriateness of her question and quickly rephrased. Earlier, you mentioned we would head to the South Lake Bay Villa tomorrow morning. How do you intend to get there? The villa's renovation is a significant undertaking. Even if not entirely redone, it will require considerable effort. Suing had yet to visit the property and planned to conduct an on-site inspection the following day. Zhang Yu had been observing Suing and noticed a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she spoke. He did not dwell on it, simply saying, let us take the subway. What time should we leave? Otherwise, you could wait at home, and I'll come to pick you up, Suing suggested, glancing at her wristwatch, which indicated it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Let us avoid any unnecessary back and forth. The morning rush hour is already congested, and considering the distance from your place to mine, then to South Lake Bay, we might arrive quite late. I can get up early and take the subway. If it's too challenging, we can meet at the subway station, Zhang Yu proposed. His words warmed Suying's heart. This fellow always considered others. Just as Suying was about to agree, she suddenly felt droplets of rain falling on her head. Looking up, she noticed the sky was drizzling. Zhang Yu also recognized the rain and hurriedly said, it is starting to rain. Let us move quickly. With that, he grasped Suying's delicate hand and quickened his pace. Suying was momentarily stunned by the sudden grasp, but did not pull away. Instead, matching his hurried steps. Previously, she had always favored high heels, but after recent events, she had opted for short-heeled boots, which allowed her to walk briskly without hindrance. As Zhang Yu held Suying's hand and walked a few steps, he suddenly realized he was holding her smooth little hand. He considered releasing it but soon acknowledged that Suying did not seem to mind. Thus, he decided to continue holding on. The two made their way to the parking lot. And upon reaching the car door, Zhang Yu finally let go of Suying's hand. Ms. Su, hurry and get in the car. There is no need to see me off tonight. Otherwise, with the back and forth, who knows when you'll get home? Since arriving at the inn and store, this was not their first dinner together. Each time, Zhang Yu had declined Suying's south offer to drive him home. However, given the intensifying rain, Suing insisted. In such heavy rain, you should get in the car first. She pressed the key fob, then took hold of Zhang Yu's wrist, pulling him toward the passenger side and opening the door for him before making her way to the driver's seat. With the door now open, Zhang Yu recognized he could no longer be overly polite and climbed in. Suing settled into the driver's seat, started the engine, and remarked, I'll take you home first. It won't take long. The central console displayed the time, precisely 11 o'clock at night. Zhang Yu, not wishing to cause Suing any inconvenience or delay her rest, given his own abundant energy compared to hers, suggested, how about this? We drive to your place first, then you lend me the car, and I'll return home. Tomorrow morning, I'll come pick you up. That works. Suing agreed. After all, she had already lent him the car during the day, so lending it again at night was no trouble. She drove toward the carnival apartment, and about half an hour into the drive, she suddenly recalled something. During their celebratory dinner, she had refrained from drinking since she was driving. While Zhang Yu had consumed alcohol, although he hadn't drunk much, the principle of no drinking while driving was paramount. If anything were to happen on the road and he were found to be driving under the influence, the consequences could be dire. Suing felt uneasy. However, they had already traveled quite a distance, and her home was drawing nearer. If she were to take Zhang Yu back now, it would take even longer. And if she lent him the car, any mishap could jeopardize her work, which was a minor inconvenience compared to the serious repercussions of landing him in a police station. She glanced at Zhang Yu, who was leaning back in his seat, staring ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Since getting in the car, he had remained silent. "What are you pondering?" Suing inquired. "I'm contemplating the renovation design for tomorrow," Zhang Yu replied, emerging from his reverie. Indeed, once in the car, he had begun to consider how to approach the renovations for the South Lake Bay villa. While most aspects were straightforward, the crucial elements of the worry and danger positions needed careful management. Just as he had substituted a bonsai for a vase in Wang Kanan's design, and for Guoper's company, merely rejuvenating the financial position with fish would suffice. However, managing the worry and danger positions was an entirely different matter. Proving to be more complex than anticipated, Zhang Yu lacked expertise in formal feng shui layouts, relying solely on the Wufu pan and Liuji pan. If he carelessly designed it without understanding the underlying principles, leading Luo Yuman to believe he had been deceived, earning that money would be challenging. Of course, Zhang Yu was unaware of the sudden resurgence of the spicy hot pot restaurant the previous night. In his view, since they had discussed feng shui, he needed to assume some responsibility to convince the other party. "Have you thought of any good solutions?" Suing asked. In her eyes, the renovation was primarily her responsibility, as it was the first renovation project for the store and must not falter. Despite this mindset, she did not wish to act unilaterally. Hence, she wanted to hear Zhang Yu's ideas. Furthermore, the fact that Zhang Yu could still ponder renovation matters left Suing with a newfound respect for him. "Yesterday, I discussed mainly feng shui aspects with Luo Yuman. The renovation design must also be related to feng shui. If it's purely about aesthetics and practicality, Luo Yuman might not be convinced." Thinking he had been misled previously. "We cannot say that once the house is sold, we wash our hands of it," Zhang Yu stated seriously. "That is true, but as for feng shui, I only understand the directional issues. As for the rest, I'm completely at a loss." "You must have managed to convince Luo Yuman. You should at least have some knowledge in this area," Suing remarked, glancing at Zhang Yu, who she believed had indeed deceived Luo Yuman. However, if he could successfully elucidate matters to such a prominent businessman, it was no small feat. The villa has both worry and danger positions. The worry position is associated with sorrow. And to manage it, what could possibly relate to worry? Zhang Yu pondered aloud. Worry. Suing contemplated for a moment before recalling a saying, slowly articulating, "What can alleviate sorrow but Du Kong?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with excitement, "That counts, absolutely. What is your idea then?" Suing inquired curiously. "Wine. Du Kong is simply wine. I have a plan. That room shouldn't he have a bed? We'll turn it into a reception area, installing a row of wine cabinets on the wall filled with wine," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. In truth, he was uncertain whether this idea would be effective. However, the profound wisdom passed down through generations cannot be erroneous, so it is certainly worth a try. As for Suing, she is uncertain which room Zhang Yu is referring to, but since he has mentioned it, perhaps they can make some alterations when they visit tomorrow. Zhang Yu then inquired, "Now that the worries have been addressed, what about the ominous aspects? Are there any idioms related to averting misfortune and seeking good fortune?" The concept of seeking good fortune while avoiding misfortune seems particularly intuitive for a Confucian scholar. According to superstitious beliefs, auspicious beasts possess such capabilities. However, whether this is effective or not, who can say? Suing hesitated to affirm. Yet, Zhang Yu is quite confident. After all, he believes in the adage, "The only remedy for sorrow is Du Kong," and if he finds that compelling, one can only imagine his conviction in this matter. Since this pertains to Confucianism, it must be related to calligraphy and painting. Whether Luo Yuman understands calligraphy and painting is uncertain, but most affluent individuals do enjoy indulging in the arts. Perhaps it would be wise to convert the yoga practice room into an art studio, adorning the walls with auspicious paintings of mythical creatures. Zhang Yu asserted with earnest enthusiasm. That does seem plausible. At his age, Luo Yuman would likely have no use for a yoga studio. Transforming it into an art space sounds quite fitting. Suing nodded in agreement. Earlier, Suing had been contemplating how Zhang Yu would return home after drinking, but upon discussing the renovations, she completely forgot about it. The car continued its journey towards the Carnival Apartments, and they could now see the building in the distance. Although the rain was not particularly heavy, it was still more than a drizzle. Upon arriving home, Suing suddenly remembered, but it seemed rather late. She hesitated momentarily at the entrance to the underground parking lot, then directly drove in. Arriving at her designated parking space, Just as she was about to reverse into the spot, Zhang Yu said, "You can simply drive towards the elevator. Once we exit, I will take the car out myself." "Drive what? You've been drinking tonight. Do you have any self-awareness?" Su-Ying shot him an irritated glance. It dawned on Zhang Yu that he had indeed consumed a few bottles of beer that evening. But for him, that was hardly a concern, especially not now. "However, if you don't let me drive back, how am I supposed to return?" Although Zhang Yu pondered this question, Su-Ying interjected, "Let us do this. Don't bother. Just sleep on the sofa tonight. We can head to Nanhuan together in the morning." "Understood," Zhang Yu replied with unrestrained enthusiasm, nearly raising his fist in triumph. "You agreed so readily," Su-Ying remarked with a smirk. "Well, since you're the boss, how could a mere employee like me refuse?" Zhang Yu replied with a mock grimace. Seeing Zhang Yu's expression, Su-Ying couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, she quickly closed her mouth to maintain her composure. "Humph. I never realized you had such a silver tongue." She shot him a playful glare before backing the car into the parking spot. The vehicle settled securely, and she opened the door to exit. Zhang Yu followed suit, and as Su-Ying locked the car, she glanced not at him but walked briskly towards the elevator. She appeared calm, yet her heart raced. Even she was unaware of why she had suggested Zhang Yu sleep on the sofa. But at that moment, no better alternative came to mind. Asking Zhang Yu to take a cab home was out of the question. This would mark his second visit to her home. Su-Ying couldn't help but recall the awkwardness of his first visit. Relieved this time that there were no undergarments hanging in the bathroom, upon entering the elevator, they ascended to Su-Ying's residence. She kicked off her shoes and walked straight inside, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Merely stating, "I'm heading to bed. You should also rest early." She approached the bed and lowered the canopy, ignoring Zhang Yu completely. Zhang Yu lay on the sofa, unable to sleep, feeling unsatisfied since he hadn't eaten enough. He contemplated finding something to eat later, but now that seemed unnecessary. After acquiring the system, everything was going well, except for his appetite, which was indeed a headache. He knew there must be instant noodles in Su-Ying's home. But having just eaten dinner, it felt excessive to cook several more packets. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was already past midnight. He decided to wait until morning to eat. Closing his eyes, he recalled the basic talisman illustrations, and the runes materialized in his mind like impressions. He practiced drawing the symbols subconsciously and, oddly enough, began to feel drowsy. Gradually drifting into sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when the alarm rang. Beeping incessantly, stirred awake by the sound, Zhang Yu opened his eyes to find the day had dawned. He stood up, stretched, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Su-Ying had no toothbrush or towel for him, so he merely washed his face and used a tissue to dry off. Upon exiting the bathroom, he found Su-Ying bustling about the dining table. "You're awake. Leave breakfast to me. I've prepared everything. You can eat first while I wash up," she said, turning to him. Dressed in a black tank top and matching shorts, it was clear she hadn't changed since last night. Typically, a woman's appearance upon waking, without any makeup, would be at her least flattering. Yet, despite her tousled hair cascading over her face and her slightly sleepy eyes, Su-Ying maintained an alluring charm reminiscent of a sleeping beauty. As she walked past Zhang Yu, her demeanor was calm, and she quickly entered the bathroom. Zhang Yu approached the dining table, where milk, jam, and bread were laid out, nothing more. This must be the refined breakfast of a strong woman. Vastly different from what Zhang Yu was accustomed to. To be frank, the dozen slices of bread hardly sufficed for him. This simply wouldn't be enough to satiate his hunger, but cooking instant noodles now would seem inappropriate. He decided to make do and wait until lunch. With no other option, he sat down, drank the milk, and consumed 12 slices of bread, realizing he couldn't eat anymore, leaving 4 slices for Su-Ying. At that moment, Su-Ying emerged from the bathroom, looking completely refreshed, having even reapplied her lipstick. "Are you full?" she asked directly. "Yes," Zhang Yu replied. "Then you should head downstairs and wait for me in the car," she instructed. "All right," he agreed, though not entirely understanding her reasoning. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Zhang Yu didn't get into the car immediately. Instead, he took out a cigarette, lighting it up as he waited. He spent nearly half an hour waiting before Su-Ying finally arrived. Dressed in a black sheer blouse and a white skirt, with white high heels adorning her feet, Zhang Yu now understood why she had asked him to wait outside. "Why didn't you get in the car and wait for me?" Su-Ying inquired. "It's not ideal to sit the whole time. I thought I'd stretch my legs," Zhang Yu chuckled. As they spoke, Su-Ying approached, glancing at him and remarking, still sneaking a smoke. "Huh, I've never seen you smoke before. I smoke very little. I only indulge occasionally," Zhang Yu explained. "Just smoke if you want." "No need to hide it," she said, rolling her eyes as she got into the driver's seat. Once Zhang Yu settled into the car, Su-Ying started the engine and drove out of the parking lot. heading straight for the Nanhuan Villa area. As before, upon reaching the entrance of the villa area, they were stopped by security and instructed to park in the lower lot, prohibited from driving inside. This puzzled Zhang Yu. Although the rules were reasonable, he wondered why Luo Yuman's and Xian's cars were allowed entry during their visit while his was not. However, Zhang Yu understood that security often judged based on appearances. With Luo Yuman's luxury vehicle, it was likely the guards were too intimidated to deny him entry. Arguing with a security guard was pointless, so there was no need to create unnecessary conflict. Suing said nothing more, parking where instructed, and together they walked towards the villa. Upon opening the gate, the scenery in the courtyard was delightful, and they approached the front door of the villa. Entering inside, the villa's interior was luxuriously decorated, with genuine leather sofas that exuded sophistication, appearing as if they were brand new, leaving little to be desired in terms of renovations, certainly. If alterations are necessary, it is not out of the question to demolish the existing decor entirely and start anew. However, it would be somewhat regrettable and wasteful. Zhang Yu accompanied Suing as they surveyed the first floor. Suing remarked, "The hard furnishings here have been designed to perfection. Demolishing and renovating would yield little significance." Zhang Yu inquired about Boss Luo's stance, to which he replied that everything was entrusted to him. Previously, he had informed Boss Luo that the focus would primarily be on soft furnishings. Boss Luo seemed indifferent, suggesting that if everything were to be demolished, the project would undoubtedly be extensive, and if entrusted to them, it would be quite profitable. Conversely, if no demolition were to occur and it remained focused on soft furnishings, it would largely fall outside their purview, which Zhang Yu explained. Suing nodded slightly, stating, "The reputation of the renovation design is paramount. While profit is indeed important, one cannot solely pursue monetary gain. There are times when one must also save cost for the client." She proposed, "Why not prepare two plans? One for an entirely new design and another for merely modifying the soft furnishings? We could also present the original photographs of this place to Luo Yuman, allowing him to choose." "That sounds good," Zhang Yu agreed. The store already possesses the blueprints and photographs taken on-site. However, relying solely on these is insufficient. A thorough on-site assessment is essential to comprehend aspects such as orientation and lighting. Suing meticulously recorded details in her notebook before they proceeded to the staircase. The stairs leading to the second floor were connected to those descending to the basement, which Zhang Yu had yet to explore during their previous visit. The two ventured into the basement, which left Zhang Yu with a sense of awe at the luxurious lifestyle of the affluent. The expansive area served as a private cinema and could also be considered a karaoke room. Circular sofas were arranged in 2 rows, with a large screen at the front, a song selection system, and a dance floor, making it an ideal venue for private parties. There was little that could be altered here unless Luo Yuman expressed discomfort with the ambience, in which case modifications could be made upon his request. They ascended the stairs to the second floor, where Zhang Yu had previously conducted a detailed inspection. In the small bathroom of the lounge, there was a minor issue, as it was primarily intended for guests and seldom used by the host, so it should not pose a significant problem. The second largest bedroom exhibited a moderate level of allure, while the reception room contained a moderate degree of welcoming energy, but the most critical area was the master bedroom, which harbored strong auspicious energy. As they explored each room, they ultimately arrived at the master bedroom. Zhang Yu pointed to the area near the head of the bed and said, "The auspicious position is here. According to yesterday's discussion, if we were to demolish the wardrobe inside, it could be transformed into a spacious reception room. A row of wine cabinets could be installed by the head of the bed. This room seems specifically designed for the master. Repurposing it as a reception room would indeed be a misuse of space. If we were to make changes, have you considered where the new master bedroom would be located?" Suing responded. Zhang Yu hesitated regarding the second largest bedroom's allure, deeming it inappropriate, and suggested, "I believe we could convert it into the smallest bedroom." "The smallest bedroom? For such a grand villa to have the master sleep in the smallest room?" Suing frowned slightly. "Think about it. Luo Yuman is of considerable age. Without a wife. A large bedroom would feel rather empty for him alone," Zhang Yu reasoned. "Are you certain he would be satisfied with such a change?" Suing expressed her concerns. This was the first renovation project undertaken since their establishment, and it was a significant one. If it were mishandled, it could undoubtedly impact future endeavors. "I believe it should be fine. Let's design it and present it to him. Although he may be without a wife, he certainly has children. He might even have grandchildren by now. My idea is to convert the original reception room and the second bedroom into guest rooms. When his son visits, he could stay in the former reception room, and when his grandchildren come over, they could occupy the second bedroom." Zhang Yu articulated his thoughts well, noting that the reception room possessed welcoming energy, which would surely attract newcomers to the family. The second bedroom's allure would be beneficial for the youth, potentially leading to a fortunate pairing. Both the children's and grandchildren's rooms would be larger than the old man's. Su Ying exclaimed, turning abruptly. Zhang Yu was taken aback by the sudden elevation of her voice, prompting him to respond cautiously. I was merely suggesting we try it out first. Su Ying placed a hand over her chest and whispered. It's nothing. I just felt a bit flustered, and my voice got a little loud. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu grasped Su Ying's small hand and said, let's step outside. There is strong auspicious energy here. And ordinarily, it should not cause any distress. However, since you mentioned feeling flustered, I worried something might be amiss. They made their way to the corridor, where Su Ying took 2 deep breaths, visibly calming herself. She then realized that she still held Zhang Yu's hand. Are you all right? Zhang Yu inquired with concern after Su Ying had caught her breath. He could sense that something was amiss with her. As her hand felt unusually cold, despite the sunny weather outside, the villa was warm, and her coldness was unexpected. I'm fine, Su Ying replied, moving her left hand slightly. Zhang Yu immediately let go of her hand, explaining, I was just worried when you mentioned feeling flustered, so I hurried to get you out. There is nothing to explain. I didn't say anything. Su Ying shot Zhang Yu a glare and proceeded towards the staircase. Zhang Yu realized there was nothing to clarify, and quickly followed Su Ying as they ascended to the 3rd floor together. The 3rd floor featured a spacious study, exuding strong financial energy. The yoga practice room was situated in a moderate unfavorable position, while the leisure room contained a weak energy. The other collection room was rather unremarkable. Zhang Yu first led Su Ying to the study, where he felt no alterations were necessary, as changes might be superfluous. As they moved to the leisure and collection rooms, Zhang Yu suggested modifications, as the collection room was seldom visited, and its contents, being mostly hard objects, might help suppress the weak energy. When they reached the yoga practice room, Zhang Yu pointed to the mirror on the wall, stating, this is the location of the unfavorable energy. Hanging a mirror here could exacerbate the negativity. Following our discussion last night regarding seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, we should convert this space into an art studio. Su Ying gazed at the mirror, feeling increasingly uneasy, as if a sense of annoyance was creeping in. She was uncertain why she felt this way and questioned whether this was a psychological suggestion induced by Zhang Yu. This only heightened her curiosity. Zhang Yu had often claimed to be deceiving her. Was it genuine deception, or merely a facade? Unconsciously, she turned to Zhang Yu, but a sharp pain suddenly shot through her abdomen, causing her to cry out, ow! Immediately, she clasped her hands over her abdomen and bent forward. What's wrong? Zhang Yu exclaimed in alarm, hastily supporting Su Ying's shoulders. I am fine. I just don't understand why it hurts more than usual today, Su Ying said, enduring the pain. This is an old ailment. Have you considered seeing a doctor? I can take you now, Zhang Yu insisted urgently. It's not about going to the hospital. Su Ying shot Zhang Yu a sideways glance. It's just that time of the month. Zhang Yu realized, exhaling in relief, yet still worriedly asked, then why does it hurt so much? He could see beads of cold sweat forming on Su Ying's forehead. I don't know why it hurts so much this time, Su Ying frowned. Isn't it a bit early? I'm not sure about that. Let us just head back and rest, Zhang Yu suggested. As a steadfastly masculine man without a girlfriend, he had never encountered such a situation and was uncertain how to proceed. He assumed that since it occurred monthly, it likely wasn't serious. However, seeing Su Ying in pain made him think otherwise. Su Ying softly acknowledged, allowing Zhang Yu to support her as they made their way out. She half bent over, one hand clutching her abdomen, the other instinctively gripping the fabric of Zhang Yu's waist as they slowly approached the exit. She was eager to leave, but alas, today she had come to the mansion for a viewing, specifically wearing high heels, which made walking a cumbersome task. This led her to feel a tinge of regret. Had she known that that person would show up, she would have chosen more sensible footwear. The two of them moved at a painfully slow pace, taking quite a while to reach the foot of the stairs. Despite being merely 3 steps, continuing at this rate would surely become inconvenient and time-consuming, causing Su Ying even greater discomfort. Similarly, Zhang Yu felt uncertain whether Su Ying's so-called early arrival and the heightened severity of her pain were linked to this villa. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu decided to release his grip on Su Ying's shoulders, turning slightly to wrap one arm around her shoulder while the other hooked under her knee, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. He then declared, allow me to carry you. Let us hasten our departure from this place. Startled by his sudden embrace, Su Ying felt a flutter in her heart. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's reasoning, she found some merit in it and softly replied, Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a gentle bird's coo. Zhang Yu maintained a steady pace, and as they descended to the 1st floor, Su Ying's rapid heartbeat gradually calmed. At that moment, She couldn't help but ponder whether this man had become overly self-aware. After all, he had taken her hand directly twice yesterday and today, and now he had lifted her without hesitation. Yet, she recalled the last time Zhang Yu had carried her, he had also acted without preamble. His directness was rather disconcerting. Couldn't he have given her some warning? Being held like this, her body pressed against Zhang Yu's chest. Suing unexpectedly realized that he seemed not only taller but also exuded a sense of solid strength from his powerful arms. This man appeared to possess an inexplicable charm. However, unlike other women who might wrap their arms around a man's neck when lifted, her hands remained tucked against her body. Soon, they exited the villa, and the warm sunlight bathed them, providing Suing with a sense of comfort. Zhang Yu, still carrying her, inquired, "Are you feeling better now?" Suing responded softly once more. She herself was surprised by her sudden compliance. Quickly, she shot Zhang Yu a glare and said, "You?" With her eyes narrowed, Zhang Yu cautiously replied, "It was my fault for lifting you without asking. But I feared that this place, having been uninhabited for too long, might have contributed to your sudden discomfort." This explanation was, of course, fabricated by Zhang Yu, but he truly had been concerned about Suing's well-being at that moment. He understood why she glared at him. Perhaps he should have used a more discerning approach. As he contemplated this, Zhang Yu decided it was never too late to rectify his actions. He glanced down at Suing and employed his questioning technique. "Are you upset that I carried you?" "Not at all." Su Ying's voice echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, her pale cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "I didn't say that. We can walk on our own now." Zhang Yu was about to acquiesce and set Suing down when he reconsidered. Was she perhaps speaking in reverse? After all, her mental response indicated she was not truly upset. Thus, he posed another question. "Do you genuinely want me to put you down?" "Not really." Su Ying's voice rang out in his thoughts once again. Indeed, it seemed her words did not align with her true feelings. Realizing this, Zhang Yu feigned a frown and stated, "Your current condition appears unstable. We must leave post-haste." With that, he directed his steps toward the villa's exit. This declaration seemed to provide Suing with a convenient segue. It does seem there might be an issue here. If Luo Yuman were to move in, would that be feasible, based on her reactions within the villa? It appeared that the auspicious and inauspicious positions might indeed pose a threat, particularly to women. We were planning to alter those, correct? After we make the changes, you can return to assess the situation. And if there are no ill effects, that would indicate all is well, Zhang Yu stated earnestly as he walked. That makes sense. However, how did you discern the auspicious and inauspicious positions? Suing finally expressed her curiosity. "I learned a bit from our old neighbor. I can't say for certain how accurate I am. Perhaps I was lucky this time. In any case, let us try using wine and artwork to counteract the energies." Zhang Yu explained slowly, offering a rationale. Suing found this explanation somewhat acceptable. The two remedies were indeed devised during their conversation in the car last night. Of course, whether they would prove effective remained uncertain. They would have to wait until after the arrangements were made to see if she would feel the same as she did today. Exiting the villa grounds, they arrived at the parking lot. Zhang Yu set Suing down at the passenger door, opened it for her, and gestured for her to enter before taking his seat in the driver's position. "Shall we head to your home now?" he inquired. "Yes, let us go to my house first," Suing replied. Zhang Yu started the car, driving toward her residence. Not long after, he spotted a supermarket. Due to the slightly remote location of the Nanhu Bay Villa area, there were only a few cars parked outside. Zhang Yu pulled up and parked at the entrance of the supermarket. Seeing him stop, Suing asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Zhang Yu replied somewhat awkwardly, "Aren't you in need of some supplies? I thought I should buy you a pack of those." Suing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but warmth filled her heart. She wanted to refuse. Yet before she could conjure an excuse, Zhang Yu had already exited the vehicle. In a short while, Zhang Yu returned with a pack of supplies in hand, which he handed to Suing before continuing to drive. They made their way to the underground parking lot of the Carnival Apartments. This time, Suing demonstrated a marked improvement in her demeanor. Her posture was straighter, and she walked with greater ease than she had in the villa. Noticing this, Zhang Yu remarked, "You seem to be feeling better, much better." Suing shot him a sidelong glance. However, truthfully, while she still felt some pain, it was significantly less than what she had experienced in the villa and was nearly akin to her usual state. With this degree of discomfort, she could certainly manage. Moreover, she felt somewhat embarrassed to have Zhang Yu carry her again. Zhang Yu had grown accustomed to her glares, having received them on more than one occasion. The two of them walked together toward the elevator, and as they approached, Suing suddenly halted. Zhang Yu stopped beside her and asked, "What's the matter?" She glanced at him and boldly inquired, "Besides making instant noodles, what else can you cook?" "I can manage most things," Zhang Yu replied. "What about ribs?" Suing probed. I can. Zhang Yu nodded, determined to impress. This was a question he had to answer affirmatively. I want to eat bok choy braised with ribs, Suing declared, lifting her chin. I'll go buy some right now. Zhang Yu turned on his heel and hurried back toward the parking area. Suing watched him retreat, a satisfied smile breaking across her face before she turned toward the elevator and pressed the button. She rode the elevator back home, not because she was adamant about having ribs, but rather because she needed to tidy up after her sudden discomfort. Having a man accompany her home could prove somewhat inconvenient. As the elevator doors opened, she stepped inside, returning home. She first entered the bathroom to freshen up, then changed into a black nightgown. Pouring herself a glass of warm water, she retrieved a heating pad to place on her abdomen before finally sitting down at her desk to work. Zhang Yu had promised to deliver the design plans to Luo Yuman within 2 days. This was an urgent task that could not be delayed. Even with her discomfort, she had to press on. She intended to leave the designs for the auspicious and inauspicious positions to Zhang Yu while she managed the rest. She began drafting the plans for the master bedroom. Although the master bedroom was the smallest, it was still relatively spacious by typical household standards. When Luo Yuman had visited the store yesterday, he had worn a red tank suit, which gave Suing some insight into his taste. She resolved to design this room primarily with mahogany, aiming to evoke a sense of antiquity and weightiness while incorporating warm tones suitable for the elderly. After approximately an hour, she completed the design for the master bedroom. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Without needing to guess, Suing knew it was Zhang Yu returning with the groceries. She rose to open the door, purposefully putting on a stern expression as she twisted the doorknob, declaring, "You're back." Immediately, Suing was taken aback, for the figure standing outside the door was not Zhang Yu. Additional update rules. For every 100 recommendation votes, an additional chapter will be added, instantly credited. For every 20 monthly votes, an additional chapter will be added, instantly credited. There is no upper limit. The person outside the door stood at approximately 185 cm, with a fair complexion, dressed in a suit and shirt, exuding an air of gentlemanliness. In his hand, he held a bouquet of fresh flowers. However, Suing's previously feigned stoic expression instantly darkened as she coldly remarked, "Why are you here?" The man she recognized was her university classmate. Hyunji.its me, Hyunji, he said, revealing a friendly smile. It seems a friend has come to deliver something for you. As he spoke, he raised the flowers before Suing. I dislike flowers. If you have nothing else, you may leave. Suing replied icily once more. Why push someone away? Hyunji maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, saying, I heard you resigned from the Xin family, so I came right over. How about it? Are you interested in joining our Huiguang group? I am not interested, Suing replied curtly. Indeed. Although Huiguang Group previously focused on the building materials business, it has recently ventured into the renovation market and has collaborated with several hotels. While it may not rival the Xian family's renown, its competitiveness has been steadily increasing. The group is about to bid on the Pinjia Village project, which is virtually in the bag. Additionally, the group has nearly finalized a deal with Winsher Group for the indoor and outdoor design project of the Hongqiao Pedestrian Street Commercial Plaza. Given the group's flourishing business, its thirst for talent is evident. You are a high-end talent in this field, perfectly suited to showcase your strengths. Isn't that wonderful? Hyunji urged earnestly. Apologies, but I have always relied on my own abilities and do not need connections. Moreover, I have already started my own venture, so I appreciate your good intentions, Suing stated. Starting a business is commendable, yet the initial phase is exceedingly challenging. The industry only recognizes well-established brands, and with the current level of competition, it is hard to stand out. Joining Huiguang Group is not merely a matter of connections. Your capabilities would allow you to excel, Hyunji said with sincere conviction. Not connections, you say? Suing scoffed lightly. Then how did you end up at Huiguang Group? Hyunji was momentarily caught off guard, but then chuckled. A portion is due to connections, and a portion is due to strength. Sometimes, interpersonal relationships are quite significant. Indeed, the opportunity to go to Liber was originally Zhang Bai's, yet your so-called connections allowed you to replace him. I have no interest in such matters, Suing coldly replied, preparing to shut the door. Hyunji quickly blocked the door, stating, the opportunity to go to Liber was arranged by the teacher, and I did not have the final say. It was Zhang Bai's own arrogance that offended others, resulting in his disqualification. What does that have to do with me? Can we not argue about this? May I leave now? Suing pushed against the door, but Hyunji's strength was greater, preventing it from closing. Can you not give me a chance? Is it a sin for me to have a better background than others? Hyunji's voice had noticeably grown louder since the initial encounter with Suing. I never said it was a sin. I simply dislike it, Su Ying replied, "There are many women in this world who favor men like you, who seek various connections. I believe they are more suited to you. Yet I do not fancy them. I like you. From the moment I first met you in university, I have been enamored," Hyunji declared earnestly. "But I do not like you," Su Ying asserted resolutely. Ding! Just then, the elevator door emitted a sound, and a young man emerged, carrying several plastic bags and heading straight for Su Ying. Indeed, the person was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu immediately noticed a man blocking Su Ying's doorway. Although he was unaware of the man's identity, it was evident that he was holding flowers and pressing against the door, clearly being rebuffed by Su Ying. Zhang Yu understood that Su Ying had many admirers, and this man could very well be one of them. Regardless of the man's intentions, blocking someone's door was simply unacceptable. Zhang Yu quickly approached the door, demanding, "What is going on?" Upon hearing the footsteps, Hyunji turned to see Zhang Yu in casual attire and dismissed him with disdain. "Who are you? What business is it of yours?" Before Zhang Yu could respond, Su Ying interjected, "What do you mean it's not his business?" "He is my boyfriend." "Your boyfriend?" Hyunji scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Given Su Ying's talents and beauty, her boyfriend should at least be a high-ranking professional, not someone like Zhang Yu, who looked rather unremarkable. "Who else would buy groceries and cook for me?" Su Ying retorted, stepping outside and wrapping her arms around Zhang Yu's. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback but soon understood Su Ying's intentions and deliberately asked, "Who is he?" "He is my university classmate. But we have no relationship. I have no desire to see him," Su Ying explained in a tone reminiscent of a coy woman. This display made Zhang Yu secretly admire her. Indeed, women are born actresses. Witnessing the scene, Hyunji could hardly believe his eyes. At that moment, Su Ying was clad in sleepwear, and a man was bringing groceries to her home. She had just opened the door for him. And to claim they had no relationship was utterly implausible. Hyunji struggled to find the right words. "Su Ying, you two are simply not suited for each other. Whether we are suited or not is none of your concern. As long as I like him, that is sufficient. When you knocked earlier, I thought it was him returning, which is why I opened the door. You even asked if a friend was coming over. Didn't tee you. Now you see, can you leave?" Su Ying replied coldly. Hyunji opened his mouth, seemingly about to protest, but ultimately swallowed his words. He shot a frosty glance at Zhang Yu before striding past him without a word. "Let us head home. I've been waiting for you to return with the pork ribs." Su Ying did not glance back at Hyunji, but instead playfully reproached Zhang Yu, linking her arm through his as they entered the house and closed the door. She took the groceries from Zhang Yu's hands and headed toward the kitchen. Zhang Yu removed his shoes and followed her, and by the time he reached the kitchen, Su Ying had already put everything away and turned to face him, saying, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I certainly know. Please relax. I'll take care of dinner," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. While he said this, he secretly thought to himself that even if it wasn't tea now, it would be sooner or later. "Good to know," Su Ying said with a playful pout. "Hurry and stew the pork ribs. I'm starving, but I can't afford to take a break. There are still many design drawings for the rooms to complete." With that, she strutted back to her computer, resuming her work. Clad in her black sleepwear, she should have appeared mature, yet her smile added an extra touch of cuteness. Watching her in her triumphant demeanor, Zhang Yu nearly chuckled. Women truly are ever-changing. The previous Su Ying seemed somewhat distant, yet now she resembled any ordinary girl. Zhang Yu entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, knowing that Su Ying's home lacked adequate ingredients, as even the basic scallions, ginger, and garlic were absent. Hence, he had purchased a considerable amount, resulting in his late return. He began cooking, and after an hour of diligent effort, he completed a total of 4 dishes. Stewed pork ribs with bok choy, soft fried beef, home-style tofu, and steamed pomfret. Once he served 2 bowls of rice, Zhang Yu called Su Ying to the table for dinner. Having already caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, Su Ying approached and, upon seeing the array of dishes, immediately praised, "You've done well. You can cook so many dishes." "Actually, I only know a few. These are my specialties," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "Quick, sit down and taste my cooking." He, along with Wang Kanan and Pang Guang, often took turns cooking and occasionally engaged in culinary contests, so he had inevitably honed a few signature dishes. Su Ying sat opposite Zhang Yu, picked up her chopsticks, and sampled a piece of fish, savoring it before exclaiming, "So fresh, so delicious. I've never had such tasty fish at home before. I have come to the realization that I should not open a retail store, but rather a restaurant. Given my current capabilities, I would likely end up incurring considerable losses," as Zhang Yu humorously remarked. "Nonetheless, I find the food quite delectable," Su Ying said, as she picked up a piece of rib and began to gnaw at it. It must be acknowledged that the majority of women seem to have a penchant for bone-based delicacies. For instance, chicken feet and duck necks are often devoured by women. Among the 4 dishes on the table, Su-Ying focused solely on the vegetables and neglected the rice entirely. Particularly with the ribs, she consumed nearly an entire bowl on her own, thanks to the large quantity she had purchased. There was barely enough left for anyone else. Zhang Yu observed that, perhaps due to their familiarity, or perhaps due to the irresistible allure of the ribs, Su-Ying quickly shed all pretense and indulged herself in the feast. As Su-Ying gnawed on the ribs, she also made time to discuss work-related matters. I have already conceptualized the design. I will take care of the other rooms, while you handle the 2 rooms with the auspicious and inauspicious placements. No problem, Zhang Yu replied. Having both previously worked in design, he was well-versed in budgeting, but lacked extensive experience in on-site construction. Sister Qing had previously left him the contact information for a foreman, and he intended to reach out to arrange for a personalized quote from the construction team. Su-Ying stated, I believe we should expedite this process. Although my interaction with Boss Luo has been brief, I find him quite straightforward. Once he is satisfied with our design, he is likely to request a budget proposal and sign a contract, Zhang Yu remarked. You are on the same wavelength as me. Su-Ying replied earnestly. The design drawings I have will likely take until tomorrow afternoon to complete, but I will strive to compile the area of construction materials tonight. You should finalize the 2 design drawings as soon as possible and take the foreman to the villa tomorrow morning to obtain a quote based on the construction area. As for the materials, we must ensure they are of reputable brands. Since this is our first project and we lack established suppliers, the prices will undoubtedly be higher than those from Xian's family. However, that is of little consequence. If we earn less, so be it. But the quality must be impeccable. We need to establish a good reputation first. At that moment, Su-Ying transformed back into the serious and professional woman she was known to be. It must be said that even when alone together, discussing work always imbued the atmosphere with a sense of unapproachability. After a brief conversation, they had remarkably polished off an entire table of dishes, primarily due to Zhang Yu's hearty appetite, which even extended to finishing what was left in Su-Ying's bowl. Once Su-Ying had her fill, she dabbed her mouth with a napkin and noticed the plate before her piled high with bones. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and with a playful glare at Zhang Yu, she exclaimed, Who told you to buy so many ribs? Now I feel stuffed and can't eat anymore, and it's all going to waste. In the future, buy less, all right? At your command, Zhang Yu replied, clearly amused by her slight embarrassment. He teasingly suggested, Next time, let's have ribs again, to which Su-Ying's cheeks reddened further, and glaring at him, she retorted, There won't be a next time. You need to. Her sentence trailed off. Need to what? Zhang Yu asked with a grin. You need to clear the table right now. Su-Ying huffed, standing up abruptly and turning towards her desk, sitting down. She no longer glanced at Zhang Yu, retrieving her phone and the business card that Zhang Yu had given her, dialing the number listed. Zhang Yu chuckled to himself, having nearly deciphered Su-Ying's temperament, as her words often had an inverse meaning. Both were preoccupied with their tasks, and by the time Zhang Yu had tidied the table, Su-Ying had completed her phone call. She turned to Zhang Yu and said, I contacted Master Sun Kuei and have already discussed the construction details with him. I'll send you his number shortly. Tomorrow, you can take him to the Nanhu Bay Villa. No problem, Zhang Yu affirmed. Su-Ying continued, There shouldn't be any issues with the store, so you need not go there this afternoon. Just leave it to them. I have a notebook here. You can use it to work from my place. With that, she retrieved a laptop from beneath her desk. Zhang Yu took it from her, noticing that despite her stern demeanor, she seemed hesitant to meet his eyes, turning her face away as she handed it to him. He moved to the dining table to begin his work. Regardless of their playful banter, he knew that their responsibilities must not be neglected. The 2 rooms he needed to revise primarily revolved around feng shui principles, and with a clear concept in mind, the execution was naturally seamless. However, as a novice, his pace was somewhat slower, and he had to ensure the designs were both aesthetically pleasing and functional, which consumed a considerable amount of time. It took him nearly 6 hours to complete the 2 design drawings. By noon, having eaten heartily, Zhang Yu found himself hungry once more. He glanced over at Su-Ying, who was diligently focused on her tasks. Zhang Yu was aware that Su-Ying's efficiency surpassed his own, but he wondered how much faster she could actually be. His design for 1 room took 3 hours, while Su-Ying, even at her quickest, would likely take at least 2. He approached her from behind and said, I have finished my work. Since you have so much on your plate, allow me to take 2 of your drawings. Su-Ying did not turn her head but responded directly, You came at the right time. I have just completed the construction layout. Let me explain the specifics to you, displaying a level of professionalism. She pulled up the construction diagram, inviting Zhang Yu to sit down as she began her explanation. She detailed which areas required tile flooring, which needed wooden flooring, and where paint should be applied, leaving no room for error. After her explanation, Zhang printed out the diagrams and added, "Please review them carefully to ensure nothing is missing. I will continue working on the drawings. You should rest early tonight since we will be heading to the site in the morning." Zhang Yu accepted the paper she handed him, thinking to himself that her dedication was indeed remarkable, working tirelessly even when family visited. It was no wonder she held the position of design director. With such tenacity, who else could possibly take on that role? If you handle all the external affairs, will you also manage the household tasks? Zhang suddenly remarked. Zhang Yu was taken aback, wondering how she seemed to read his thoughts. Did she possess the ability to read minds? Quickly, he replied, "The traditional division of labor has its merits." As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed Zhang glaring at him once more. "I was merely making a comparison," Zhang Yu hurriedly clarified, standing up. By the way, I will go prepare dinner. A man should handle domestic affairs when necessary. He hurried toward the kitchen, hearing Zhang chuckle behind him. Turning back, he saw her looking at him. Their eyes meeting. Ying's smile vanished, and she adopted a stern expression, saying, "What are you staring at? Go cook your dinner." With that, she turned back to her computer. Ignoring him, Zhang Yu had grown accustomed to Ying's sudden shifts in demeanor over the past few days. He placed the diagrams on the arm of the sofa and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Having finished the lunch leftovers, he decided to make dragon beard noodles, adding sliced meat, a poached egg, shrimp, and bok choy. The enticing aroma soon filled the air, making Zhang Yu feel even hungrier. He served himself a generous bowl and a smaller one for Zhang. Placing them on the table and inviting her to join him for dinner, Zhang stood up, but hesitated before approaching, placing her hands on her hips, and finally coming over. Upon seeing the visually appealing dragon beard noodles, she exclaimed, "I truly underestimated you in the past. That is my craft. I can grace both the drawing room and the kitchen." Zhang Yu chuckled as he settled into the chair. "I must commend you. It seems you are quite out of breath," he remarked. Zhang followed suit, picking up her chopsticks to take a bite of the noodles. "Not only is it visually appealing, but the taste is delightful too. Oddly enough, I don't seem to have any noodles at home." "You must have purchased them during the day," Zhang Yu replied. "What else could possibly be in your refrigerator aside from instant noodles? You don't even have scallions, ginger, or garlic," he added casually. Zhang's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "If my home had everything, how could it showcase your talents?" Zhang Yu responded, "That's a fair point. They complement each other." Zhang shot Zhang Yu a sideways glance. "Stop embellishing. If I were to dine with you for too long, I might end up as a plump individual," Zhang Yu countered. "How could that be? I eat this much and am not overweight." Upon saying this, he inadvertently recalled his two roommates, Wang Canan and Peng Guang. Zhang Yu swiftly reassured himself, "Their weight is not my concern. Those who can devour 7 or 8 pig trotters in one sitting are not the standard." When they first met in their freshman year, they were already of that size. After all, Zhang instinctively glanced at Zhang Yu's bowl, which was filled with noodles in her family's largest soup bowl. She scrutinized Zhang Yu again, remarking, "Indeed, with your hearty appetite, how is it that you remain so slender?" "That's because I exercise," Zhang Yu replied. "I expend a considerable amount of energy daily, and it can be quite taxing." "You even work out?" "I usually swim. Our apartment complex has a swimming pool, but due to work commitments, I can only go on weekends." "Where do you usually exercise, and what do you focus on?" Zhang inquired. Zhang Yu preferred outdoor sports. He had never truly engaged in formal workouts. Now that Zhang had brought it up, he mustered the courage to say, "Usually, I just run or do push-ups at home." Zhang replied, "That seems rather simplistic, but moving is certainly better than being inactive, especially in our line of work where we hardly have time to exercise. Staring at a computer all day is certainly not conducive to fitness. Otherwise," at this point, Zhang's face turned even redder, prompting her to cease speaking. Lowering her head, she hastily resumed eating her noodles. Observing Zhang's flushed cheeks and her sudden behavior piqued Zhang Yu's curiosity. What could she be implying for the future? "Does she intend to include me?" Zhang Yu contemplated asking, but deemed it inappropriate. Utilizing his introspective method, he realized the response would only yield a simple yes or no, failing to address the core of the matter. "Never mind. I shall continue with my noodles." Before long, both had nearly finished their noodles simultaneously. With Zhang even drinking the broth, she wiped her mouth with a tissue and then rose to head to the restroom. Zhang Yu took charge of washing the dishes, and by the time he finished and exited the kitchen, Zhang had emerged from the restroom. Zhang stood with her hands on her hips, deliberately straightening her posture. Zhang Yu recognized this feeling after spending long hours seated before a computer screen. He often experienced discomfort in his lower back, Considering that Su Ying was likely feeling worse today given her condition, he directly said, "Is your back bothering you? Perhaps you should retire early. The drawing isn't finished yet." "It's better to be early than late. I'll rest once I'm done," Su Ying asserted. "Then allow me to give you a brief massage," Zhang Yu suggested. "That could work," Su Ying replied, her cheeks flushing once more as she quickly composed herself. "Are you capable of that?" Zhang Yu had made the suggestion casually, but upon hearing Su Ying's inquiry, his heart skipped a beat. Today's introspective method had one use remaining, and he promptly activated it. "If I say I can." "Would you let me massage you?" "Yes," Su Ying's voice echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. With newfound confidence, he stated earnestly, "Typically, after exercising, one should engage in a relaxing massage. I've even purchased books on the subject." "Is that so? Then, please give me a few presses to see how it goes," Su Ying said, moving towards the bed. Earlier, the curtains had been drawn, only a sheer veil separating them. Su Ying lifted the veil and laid down on the bed. To be frank, back pain during a woman's menstrual cycle is quite common, and Su Ying had experienced it before, particularly today, with a heavy workload. She had promised Luo Yuman to fulfill her tasks over 2 days, and she couldn't afford to appear unprofessional. Once she committed, she was determined to follow through. As a strong-willed woman, she wouldn't let this hinder her work, especially since it was the first renovation task for the store, demanding her utmost focus. However, the thought of Zhang Yu massaging her made her somewhat anxious, given that they were alone together. She repeatedly reassured herself, "It's just a massage. What could possibly happen? We live in modern times." Furthermore, she had already allowed him to embrace her. Upon this realization, Su Ying found her cheeks even warmer and decided to dismiss these thoughts. After all, it was merely a standard massage. Yet, as Zhang Yu approached the bed, her heart began to race uncontrollably, her pulse akin to that of a startled deer. Why was this happening? Even she could not articulate the reason. Zhang Yu, too, was taken aback that a mere jest had transformed into reality. With Su Ying genuinely requesting his assistance for a massage, gazing at Su Ying sprawled on the bed, clad in nothing but a black nightgown, he noted that the garment was not transparent and barely reached past her hips, revealing her fair, shapely legs. Her figure was already evident, but when lying down, it accentuated her delicate waist and rounded backside, an undeniably alluring sight. Naturally, Zhang Yu dared not reach out indiscriminately. Instead, he perched at the edge of the bed, placing his hands on Su Ying's waist to commence the massage. Zhang Yu's so-called relaxation massage was merely bluster. He had no formal training. Likewise, he was unsure of his current strength. After a few gentle squeezes, he heard Su Ying emit a soft sound. Be gentler. Generally, applying more pressure is better for muscle relaxation. But you are a lady, so I must be cautious," Zhang Yu quickly justified, lightening his grip. Su Ying remained silent this time. But Zhang Yu soon realized that her nightgown was quite silky. Without sufficient pressure, his fingers tended to slip. Unconsciously, he increased the pressure, striving for a balance of sensation and strength. Perhaps it was a case of learning through practice. As he grew more comfortable and experienced, Su Ying began to emit soft, rhythmic breaths. The sound was melodious, a pleasure to his ears, leading Zhang Yu to wonder if Su Ying was encouraging him. Thus, Zhang Yu proceeded to massage Su Ying's back, working from her lower back to her cervical spine. After nearly an hour, he found himself surprisingly unexhausted, while Su Ying lay on the bed, having drifted into a peaceful slumber, her breath soft and gentle. It was evident that she was sleeping soundly. "She is asleep," Zhang Yu murmured quietly, contemplating whether to continue his massage but ultimately deciding against it. Su Ying was already quite fatigued, deserving a restful break. He stepped out from behind the veil and casually lowered the curtain. Glancing around, he made his way to the restroom, taking the opportunity to smoke a cigarette. Afterward, Zhang Yu settled at the desk and retrieved Su Ying's unfinished drawings. Continuing his work, he persevered until the early hours of the morning, completing 2 drawings by 2 o'clock before finally reclining on the sofa. In truth, he was particularly tired. Employing the same method as the previous night, he began to recall his sketches while his consciousness flowed along with the drawing. After a while, drowsiness enveloped him, and he drifted into a daze. In summer, dawn arrives early. A sliver of light filtered through the gap in the curtains as Su Ying turned over in her sleep, gradually opening her eyes. It's morning. Su Ying hurriedly sat up and glanced at the watch on her wrist. It was already 5 in the morning, and her drawings were still unfinished. How had she fallen asleep? She began to recall the events of the previous night, clearly remembering lying on the bed while Zhang Yu massaged her. His technique seemed unremarkable, yet his strength was truly effective, alleviating the soreness in her waist. After that, it appeared she couldn't remember anything else. likely having drifted off to sleep. Just a brief rest, and this fellow managed to massage her into slumber without even a word of warning. I ought to get back to work promptly. I cannot afford to delay my tasks. Su quickly got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. As she passed by the sofa, she caught sight of Zhang Yu soundly asleep. Upon seeing him, she instinctively pressed her hands against her waist. There was absolutely no pain left, and she felt significantly more at ease than before. This fellow's massage skills seemed quite commendable. A smile unconsciously crept onto her face as she turned and walked into the bathroom. After attending to her needs, she emerged and took a seat at her computer desk. Shaking the mouse to exit the screensaver mode, she was immediately greeted by a design blueprint. Su Ying was entirely certain that this design did not originate from her hand. If it wasn't her work, then it must be Zhang Yu's. It looked rather impressive. When did he manage to create it? Surely it was while I was asleep last night. Unconsciously, Su Ying turned her head towards the sofa. A sweet smile gracing her lips. It was truly unexpected. He was so considerate, helping me with the drawings while I was asleep. In recent days, all the business matters had relied on him. He could cook delicious meals, give massages, and knew how to share the workload with her. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, Su Ying quickly shook her head. He was several years her junior. What was she thinking? I should focus on my work instead. Continuing to operate the mouse, she discovered another design blueprint. With his speed, how late had he worked? Once he woke up, he would surely need to prepare me breakfast before heading to the villa to discuss quotes. I can't let him handle everything. After all, I am a woman too. Yes, I will first complete a design, then head to the kitchen to cook. With her mind made up, Su Ying immediately got to work, her pace surpassing Zhang Yu's, finishing a design within 2 hours. By this time, Zhang Yu had yet to awaken, and Su Ying chose not to rouse him, heading straight to the kitchen. However, she soon found herself at a loss. Unsure of what to prepare, aside from instant noodles, she had little culinary knowledge. It was quite the challenge, but simple dishes could suffice. Yes, scrambled eggs. In a rented apartment, Wang Canan and Pang Guang sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast, which consisted of scrambled eggs and white rice porridge. After finishing an egg, Pang Guang glanced towards Zhang Yu's room and remarked, "Chaoga hasn't returned for 2 days. He must be spending the night at the boss lady's place." "Do you think his health will suffer?" Wang Canan scoffed. "With Chao Ji's constitution, he should be just fine. But I worry he might not return to live with us, among our group of 4. After Pine graduated, it's just the 3 of us left. Given the way Chaoga is acting, he has likely been taken in by a rich woman. Soon, it may just be the 2 of us left to rely on each other." "No, wait. You still have Wang Yin. Who knows, she might move out before long too." Wang Canan felt a twinge of sadness at this thought. Pang Guang quickly reassured him, "My moving in with Wang Yin is indeed a matter of time. But you need not be so disheartened. Happiness will soon come knocking at your door. Even if Chaogu and I move away, we will still be in Wunan, with plenty of opportunities to meet." "That is true. I believe our shared experiences under one roof will surely become some of the most cherished memories of our lives. In the future, as we navigate the world, I doubt anything will ever match the joy of those days." A smile broke through on Wang Canan's face. "Indeed, during our school days, we never appreciated what we had. Now that I've only just started working, I suddenly find myself longing for those times. Yet, I must keep moving forward. I believe we will all have exciting lives ahead of us." As Pang Guang finished speaking, he unconsciously clenched his fists. Cough, cough, cough. Lying on the sofa, Zhang Yu was abruptly awakened by a fit of severe coughing, followed by the acrid scent of something burning. "What on earth?" Zhang Yu immediately sprang up, bleary-eyed, and saw black smoke billowing from the kitchen. Instantly alert, he dashed into the kitchen, only to find Su Ying standing at the stove with a spatula in hand. A cloud of smoke was rising from the frying pan. "What is going on?" Zhang Yu rushed to Su Ying's side and peered into the pan, which was filled with a dark, unidentifiable mess. "I was just trying to fry an egg," Su Ying said, a bit embarrassed. "How did you manage to turn frying an egg into this?" Zhang Yu quipped. "Isn't it all for you?" Su Ying retorted angrily, storming out of the kitchen in a huff. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart stirred as he realized what was happening. Su Ying must have never cooked before. Her attempt to fry an egg this morning was actually meant to prepare breakfast for him. However, he hadn't anticipated it would turn out this way. This warmed his heart and filled him with joy. He quickly turned off the stove, rushed out of the kitchen, and, with feigned honesty, said, "The first time frying an egg usually goes like this. You wouldn't know, but when I tried it for the first time, I nearly burned the house down. Your smoke is just a bit heavier. You did much better than I did during my first attempt." The flames shot up so high, I was terrified. As he spoke, he gestured dramatically, illustrating just how high the flames had risen. Hearing this, Su Ying's mood lightened a bit, and she remarked, "So it seems that cooking for the first time often leads to disaster. But I want to be doing it again. You handle it from now on. Not a problem. Just let me know what you want to eat." Zhang Yu replied readily. "Flattery. You make it sound so genuine." Su Ying shot him a sidelong glance. Zhang Yu silently thought, "Where's the flattery in that?" But he still replied earnestly, "Of course it's true. It's more genuine than pure gold. Temporarily trusting you. I want wontons for lunch." Su Ying raised her delicate face and walked back to her computer desk. Wontons? Zhang Yu scratched his head. He had made dumplings before but had never attempted wontons. However, seeing her beauty, he felt compelled to comply. Saying, "No problem," as Su Ying returned to her drawing, Zhang Yu could not remain idle either. He first went to the kitchen to clean up the aftermath. Frying an egg had turned into a smoky affair. And Zhang Yu couldn't help but mentally commend Su Ying that he carefully removed the charred egg from the pan and scrubbed it clean. Then he boiled rice for porridge and sliced a cucumber. Once the porridge was ready, he fried 6 eggs, including the one Su Ying had attempted, and brought everything to the table. As Su Ying sat down to eat, she immediately spotted her creation and felt a bit embarrassed. "Why did you serve it out? How could we waste the first egg that Miss Su ever fried? It's a rare occasion," Zhang Yu said, taking a bite of the scrambled egg, though it appeared fragmented and had a slightly burnt taste. It was still far better than the concoctions he had previously experimented with. Zhang Yu praised, "It tastes quite good." He proceeded to finish the scrambled egg. Seeing Zhang Yu devour her creation, Su Ying felt a sweetness in her heart, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She teasingly said, "You're lucky. Having the chance to eat my scrambled egg is no easy feat." With a serious expression, Zhang Yu replied, "That's because Miss Su, in all her years, has only ever fried this one egg. How precious it is." Su Ying couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth and shooting Zhang Yu a playful glare. Once her hand was down, she said seriously, "How many girlfriends have you had?" "Not a single one," Zhang Yu answered. "Who believes that? You didn't date in high school. What about now? How many university students do you know who are single? Especially someone like you, bold, meticulous, and thick-skinned. How could you possibly have no girlfriend?" Su Ying scrutinized him intently. "You think I'm bold and meticulous, perhaps that is true. But to say I'm thick-skinned is a bit unjust." "How did you come to that conclusion?" Zhang Yu said, feeling wrong. "If you weren't thick-skinned, would you have suggested giving me a massage?" Su Ying had initially intended to say, but the words caught in her throat. She shot Zhang Yu another glare and said, "Stop dodging the question. How could you have never had a girlfriend? Nothing to be done. I belong to the kind of person who is single by virtue of my own strength," Zhang Yu said with an innocent expression. Upon seeing the look on Zhang Yu's face, Su Ying couldn't help but burst into laughter once again. With a playful glance at Zhang Yu, she continued, "Have you ever had a girlfriend? That's none of my concern. Time to eat." After finishing breakfast, Zhang Yu prepared to wash the dishes, but Su Ying interjected, "Let me handle that. You contact Master Sun Kuei, and then we can set off. Remember to drive slowly on the way. At your service," he replied, dialing the phone number Su Ying had sent him earlier. Once the call connected, Zhang Yu could easily discern that the speaker was likely in their 40s or 50s. The person was exceedingly enthusiastic, stating that they could meet at the entrance of the South Lake Bay Villa area. While he was on the phone, Su Ying had already tidied up the plates and bowls. And as soon as Zhang Yu hung up, her voice rang out, "When you come back, remember to buy an ashtray." "Huh?" Zhang Yu paused, asking, "What do you need an ashtray for?" "So you won't have to run to the bathroom to smoke." Zhang Yu was taken aback. This woman had quite the sharp nose. He had merely gone to the restroom for a smoke last night, and yet she had already caught on. However, Zhang Yu felt a surge of happiness in his heart, for this was a clear sign of her welcoming him to come over more often. Zhang Yu then departed for the South Lake Bay Villa area to meet with Sun Kuei, and together they toured Luo Yuman's villa. Sun Kuei, with his wealth of experience, promptly provided a detailed quote after Zhang Yu presented the construction drawings. Zhang Yu diligently recorded the figures, and once they reached an agreement, he prepared to leave. Since Su Ying had a craving for wontons, Zhang Yu had to make a trip to the market, where he purchased ground meat, chives, shrimp, and wonton wrappers, and, on a whim, he also bought an ashtray. Upon returning to Su Ying's home, it was nearly noon. As soon as Su Ying spotted him with the wonton wrappers, she promptly reached out to take them and headed toward the kitchen, with her back turned to Zhang Yu. Preventing him from seeing the sweet smile on her face, she remarked, "Hiring you has truly been a great deal. You are both cultured and skilled, and you can even cook," as Zhang Yu changed his shoes. He casually asked, "Cultured, I can understand. But skilled, from where does that come?" "Skilled," Su-ying retorted, her tone suddenly raising. Why do you have so many questions? Hurry up and make the wontons. I've been working on the drawings all morning, and I'm starving. At noon, Zhang Yu and Su-ying enjoyed the wontons together. Although it was Zhang Yu's first time making them, the process was quite similar to making dumplings. A quick search online provided him with the necessary instructions, and he quickly got the hang of it. With extra wrappers on hand, Zhang Yu even prepared 2 boxes of wontons for Su-ying to freeze, allowing her to easily cook them whenever she felt hungry. Su-ying relished the meal, finishing 2 bowls in delight. After lunch, Zhang Yu began reporting on his work, relaying the quote provided by Sun Kuei to Su-ying. Having already researched the general pricing, Su-ying found the quote to be reasonable. The drawings were nearly complete, with only the large living room design remaining. Su-ying felt that the living room could remain unchanged, preserving its original state. Yet a drawing still needed to be made to solicit Luo Yuman's opinion. As for the contract, Zhang Yu needn't worry. Su-ying had prepared everything when she opened her store, as one could not wait until clients arrived to prepare such matters. Once they reached an agreement, Su-ying instructed Zhang Yu to call Luo Yuman and confirm that he could visit the store tomorrow to review the design plans. To be honest, Su-ying did not think highly of Zhang Yu's proposed layout changes. It was illogical to use the smallest room as the master bedroom. She had her doubts about whether Luo Yuman would be satisfied, which made her eager to see how Zhang Yu would negotiate should any questions arise. Su-ying had long been curious about how Zhang Yu managed to clarify matters with Luo Yuman, both the purchase of the house and the renovations. Tomorrow would indeed be a good opportunity to witness it firsthand. After Zhang Yu made the call, Luo Yuman confirmed he would be available tomorrow morning and would come directly over. With that settled, Su-ying continued her work, while Zhang Yu found himself with little to do. Considering he hadn't taken any qi-gathering pills for 2 days, he decided to return home for a visit. As he bid farewell to Su-ying, she paused in surprise at his intention to leave. Then, as if realizing something, said, You've worked hard these past 2 days. No need to go to the store this afternoon. Go home and rest. We'll see each other tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Placing the car keys on the dining table before stepping out, he took a ride back to his residence, only to find his 2 close friends absent. Upon entering his room, Zhang Yu quickly retrieved the qi-gathering pills and began practicing drawing symbols. Rarely did he have such ample time for cultivation. He consumed the pills 5 times in succession, effectively mastering all the runes from the beginner's talisman guide. As for their efficacy, he could not yet be certain, but his instincts told him they would prove useful. He just needed an opportunity to test them out. As his proficiency grew, the consumption of qi during the drawing process accelerated, and 1 dose of the qi-gathering pill barely sustained him for long before its effects waned. This compelled Zhang Yu to continue taking them. Lacking a teacher and any instructional manual, he felt a sense of self-directed achievement. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside. Someone was opening the door, indicating a roommate's return. Zhang Yu quickly stowed away his materials and stepped out of his room. He soon spotted Pang Guang returning with 2 plastic bags. Before Zhang Yu could speak, Pang Guang exclaimed in astonishment. Whoa, brother, you look like you've been through the ringer these past 2 days. What happened? Zhang Yu asked, slightly bewildered. Looking at your complexion, it seems a bit sallow. Shouldn't you take some kidney tonic to replenish yourself? Pang Guang suggested. Zhang Yu nearly choked. He understood the situation. After consuming qi-gathering pills and depleting his qi, his appearance had become somewhat haggard, coupled with the fact that he hadn't returned home for 2 nights. It was easy for others to assume he had been spending time at the beautiful boss's place. Naturally, everyone would understand that something might happen between a man and a woman in such circumstances. But the issue was, he hadn't done anything. Just so you know, Wang Yin brought me some hazelnut mushrooms today. After work, I bought a chicken from the market, so let's make a small chicken stew with mushrooms. I guarantee you'll feel rejuvenated after eating it. I'm heading to the kitchen to get started, Pang Guang said, entering the kitchen with his bags in tow. Meanwhile, in the carnival apartment, Su-ying had finally completed the last design drawing for the living room. Standing up, she stretched and immediately felt a pang of soreness in her lower back. With both hands pressed against her lower back, she applied some pressure and instinctively glanced toward the sofa. He's already left, Su-ying muttered to herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over her. Straightening her back, she walked toward the sofa and began to murmur, I'm a bit hungry. What should I eat tonight? If only Zhang Yu were here. Oh, right, you left me some wontons in the fridge. I can have those for dinner. After washing her hands in the restroom, Su-ying entered the kitchen, retrieved the wontons Zhang Yu had made, and brought them to a boil. Cooking wontons wasn't difficult. Zhang Yu had briefly explained the steps during lunch. However, for Su-ying, who only knew how to boil instant noodles, it proved to be quite a challenge. The moment she fished the wontons out of the pot, she discovered that they had disintegrated into a soupy mess. What is this? Why am I so clumsy? Do I really lack the talent for cooking? Su-Ying pouted, carrying the soupy concoction to the dining table and attempting to eat it. Compared to the delicious wontons Zhang Yu had made at noon, this watery soup was nearly inedible. After finishing half a bowl, she could eat no more. She moved to the sofa, lying down in the spot where Zhang Yu had slept the previous night, gazing at the ceiling as her mind wandered. What did he eat for dinner? Surely it was something good. Why did he leave in such a hurry? Can he linger a little longer? It's not like he's my caretaker. Besides, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What am I even thinking about? Before I knew him, I was doing just fine. Why does my back hurt again? It didn't bother me before. He only pressed it once, so why does it feel worse now? It must be a psychological effect. I shouldn't overthink it. I need to check the prices of various brands of renovation materials. Su-Ying, unable to dwell on her thoughts any longer, quickly stood up and returned to her desk to look up the renovation material prices. She worked diligently until around 11 o'clock at night before finally finishing her tasks. As she lay down in bed, closing her eyes, the figure of Zhang Yu swiftly appeared in her mind. The silhouette of the man appeared remarkably tall. From the moment Zhang Yu knocked on the door on that stormy night until today, the myriad moments shared between the two of them unconsciously surfaced in Su-Ying's mind. Yet, she chastised herself, thinking, no, this won't do. I must hurry to sleep. I have a contract to discuss with a client tomorrow and cannot afford to be lethargic. That night, Su-Ying found herself unable to sleep. She was unaware of exactly when she finally drifted off. However, at 7 in the morning, the blaring alarm jolted her awake, and with bleary eyes, she reluctantly pulled herself out of bed, washed up, and prepared for work at and real estate. Arriving at the office just 5 minutes shy of 9, Su-Ying noticed a striking Geohe sedan parked out front. Isn't that Luo Yuman's car? Why is he here so early? Puzzled, she quickly checked the time on her wristwatch, confirming she wasn't late after all. Upon realizing it was still before 9, Su-Ying exited the vehicle and entered the store. As soon as she stepped inside, Zhang Yu approached her with a bright demeanor. Su-Zong, Boss Luo has arrived. Zhang Yu appeared invigorated, a stark contrast to his previous exhaustion. After consuming a rejuvenating qi-gathering pill and resting, he quickly regained his vitality. Observing his renewed energy, Su-Ying couldn't help but murmur, "You seem to have slept quite well last night." Noticing Su-Ying's silence and her unreadable thoughts, Zhang Yu continued, "Yes, in the meeting room. Would you prefer to discuss this in your office or in the meeting room?" "Let's go to the meeting room," Su-Ying replied, finally snapping to attention as she followed Zhang Yu inside. Luo Yuman and his driver in a black shirt were already seated, with refreshments laid out before them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su-Ying presented the meticulously printed blueprints for Luo Yuman's review. The plans were exceedingly detailed, encompassing the entire villa's layout, complete with annotations for each room and their respective dimensions. Luo Yuman, having previously visited the villa, was well aware of its condition. As he compared the blueprints with the actual space, a frown creased his brow. "Zhang, what was your rationale for designating the smallest bedroom as the master suite while converting the largest room into a reception area?" Zhang Yu promptly explained, "First, the smaller bedroom is conducive to qi accumulation. Second, the original master bedroom is situated where the sorrowful energy resides, making it unsuitable for habitation. Considering that wine is often deemed a remedy for sorrow, I designed a wine cabinet in that room. Third, as for the original second bedroom, he elaborated on the energy dynamics present in each room, articulating his reasoning for the alterations. Su-Ying listened intently, her gaze fixated on Luo Yuman's expression, keen to discern any shifts in his demeanor. Luo Yuman maintained a calm facade, remaining silent as Zhang Yu spoke. Once Zhang Yu had fully articulated the design concepts and justifications, Luo Yuman nodded slowly, responding, "The layout for marital bliss. This is a novel approach I have yet to encounter." Zhang Yu, brimming with confidence, declared, "The principles of feng shui, though diverse in interpretation, ultimately converge upon the same truths, rooted in the 5 blessings and 6 extremes. The 5 blessings, longevity, wealth, happiness, virtue, and contentment, each bear their own significance. The auspicious positions encompass various fortunes, including marital joy and the blessing of offspring. With proper utilization, one can indeed attract good fortune and avert calamity. Your insights into feng shui are quite intriguing. Very well, let us proceed with your design. That I find the decoration of the grand living room on the first floor satisfactory, so it need not be altered. You and your team shall oversee the second and third floors. And let us retain the private cinema in the basement for now," Luo Yuman stated. "Not a problem," Zhang Yu replied, then turned to Su-Ying, indicating it was her turn to take the lead. Understanding the cue, Su-Ying said, "Boss Luo, Since there are no issues, I will prepare a budget for you now. If it meets your approval, we can proceed to sign the contract. Agreed. Luo Yuman nodded. Su Ying had already prepared the budget, promptly presenting it to Luo Yuman for review and clarification. Given Luo Yuman's stature as a major client, there was little he might not comprehend, and the pricing Su Ying proposed was exceedingly reasonable. Naturally, with such a grand villa utilizing high-quality materials, the cost would not be trivial. The preliminary estimate came to around 1 million. Very practical, Luo Yuman remarked succinctly, with no objections raised. Su Ying retrieved the contract from her office, and they proceeded to sign it on the spot. The contract was prepared in triplicate, one copy handed to Luo Yuman, who instructed his driver to secure it in a bag. He then requested Su Ying's bank account details and promptly transferred 50 of the renovation fee, to which Su Ying issued a receipt. With the formalities concluded, Luo Yuman turned to Zhang Yu, inquiring, "Zhang, do you have anything else to discuss?" "Nothing comes to mind," Zhang Yu replied. "Actually, I purchased a property for my granddaughter not long ago, and the renovations are complete. We are currently in the process of furnishing it. I was wondering if you could assist in assessing the arrangement of the furniture," Luo Yuman said with a kind tone. "Absolutely," Zhang Yu responded eagerly. As a significant client, Luo Yuman's request for assistance was a favorable opportunity for business. Helping with feng shui assessments was a matter Zhang Yu felt compelled to undertake. "Very well, let us be on our way," Luo Yuman stated. Zhang Yu nodded, then turned to Su Ying. "Su Zong, I'm heading out with Boss Luo. If anything arises at the store, feel free to reach out." "Certainly, I'll see you both off," Su Ying replied with a smile. She personally escorted Luo Yuman out of the store, watching as Zhang Yu joined him in the vehicle before returning inside. Once back, she glanced around and called out, "Wang Ziming, Duo, you two, accompany me to Mingshi Furniture and Building Materials City." Mingshi Furniture and Building Materials City is the largest market for furnishings and construction materials in Wunan, encompassing nearly all major brand supplies. With the contract signed, the next steps involved commencing work and procuring materials. Duo beamed with excitement at the prospect of being useful, eagerly leaving the store with Wang Ziming and Su Ying. Nia Xian remained silent until they departed, then picked up her phone from the desk and composed a message. Su Ying has taken a team to Mingshi Furniture and Building Materials City. They are likely selecting renovation materials. She clicked send. Tangju Sanpin Community. This is a newly developed high-end residential area in Wunan, where virtually no small units exist. The smallest apartments start at 100 square meters. The community boasts exquisite landscaping, pavilions, and water features resembling a natural oxygen bar. There are no towering skyscrapers, primarily comprising low-rise buildings, with the tallest structure reaching only 7 stories, while the shortest stands at 4. The entire complex features smart home technology, with 1 unit per elevator, so upon exiting, residents find themselves in their own corridor. Zhang Yu and Luo Yuman arrived at Unit 303 in Building 5. And upon stepping out of the elevator, they could see workers busily moving sofas into the apartment. Without needing to enter, Zhang Yu could already hear a woman's voice emanating from within, instructing, "Place it here. Adjust it slightly. Yes, that's perfect for the chaise." Luo Yuman had previously mentioned this was his granddaughter's residence, making it evident that the woman was indeed his granddaughter. As Zhang Yu and Luo Yuman stepped inside, the apartment proved to be quite spacious, just as Luo Yuman had described. The basic renovations were complete, and the placement of furniture was underway. In the expansive living room to the left, a woman clad in white shorts and a red jersey was gesturing animatedly. The jersey featured a distinctive design, with a yellow cross emblazoned on the chest, reminiscent of a certain automobile brand's logo. The woman had a curvaceous figure, yet it appeared perfectly proportioned. After scrutinizing her, Zhang Yu realized she looked familiar. Wasn't she the same woman he had encountered at the pharmacy while picking up medicine? What a coincidence. Wunan is not a small city, with a population exceeding 10 million. The odds of encountering someone again in such a vast sea of people were astonishing. Moreover, this woman happened to be Luo Yuman's granddaughter. Beside her stood a man of similar height to Zhang Yu, possessing a well-proportioned physique and wearing glasses that lent him an air of gentility. However, his attire was rather unconventional. Both his shirt and pants were matching athletic wear, adorned with diagonal black and white stripes, resembling a misaligned zebra. Notably, he too bore the same yellow cross insignia on his chest, suggesting a subtle couple's outfit vibe. The disparity is rather pronounced, given Zhang Yu's aesthetic sensibilities. He finds it quite challenging to appreciate this attire. Grandfather, the woman commanding caught a glimpse of him alongside Luo Yuman and, with palpable excitement, called out before swiftly approaching Luo Yuman. The man followed suit, greeting politely, "Grandfather Luo, it is a pleasure to see you." "Zhao Xian, Xiang, your efficiency is commendable. It seems you can wrap things up in a single day," Luo Yuman remarked kindly. Indeed, the woman lifted her charming face, accentuating her ample bosom, especially with her mature femininity. Coupled with a playful demeanor in front of her elders, she exuded an irresistible allure. She then turned her gaze towards Zhang Yu, as if recognizing him. Observing his granddaughter scrutinizing Zhang Yu, Luo Yuman promptly introduced. "This is my granddaughter, Luo Xiang, and her classmate, Zhao Xian. Xiang, this esteemed individual is Master Zhang, a connoisseur of feng shui, adept at attracting fortune and averting misfortune. I have brought him here today to assist in determining the optimal arrangement for your furniture." "Master?" Luo Xiang scrutinized Zhang Yu anew, skepticism evident in her voice. "Is that truly the case? I have encountered him before and failed to perceive any qualities of a master." The title bestowed upon Zhang Yu by Luo Yuman might be seen as gilding the lily. Yet, on the other hand, it would seem rather casual to allow a young man to assist with feng shui, wouldn't it? "Have you met?" Luo Yuman inquired, curiosity piqued by his granddaughter's words. "I saw him last time I visited Beozatang to meet a classmate." "He was there to collect medicine," Luo Xiang admitted, hesitating to continue. "What of the medicine?" Luo Yuman probed further. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt somewhat awkward, recalling how the attending physician had attributed his condition to youthful indiscretion. What impression would he leave on Luo Xiang, a young woman? Had they not crossed paths again, it would have been inconsequential, but now, their encounter would undoubtedly lead to speculation. "Miss Luo, I must clarify. You misunderstood during our last meeting. You remarked on my youth and singleness, suggesting I could resemble the old physician's claims. In truth, I inadvertently depleted my vitality while assisting others with fortune-telling and feng shui. Fortune-telling can deplete one's vitality?" Luo Xiang puffed her cheeks, clearly incredulous. Luo Yuman chuckled, attempting to smooth over the situation. Is that all? So it was merely a misunderstanding, Master Zhang, regarding the furniture in your household. I believe the arrangement is nearly adequate. I would appreciate your guidance. Zhao Xian, wearing a bright smile, added, "Rest assured, Grandfather Luo, the individual you have summoned cannot possibly be mistaken. It is indeed Master Zhang. Apologies for the trouble." "Very well," Zhang Yu replied readily, removing his backpack and retrieving a Luo pan. Having previously witnessed Zhang Yu's expertise with the compass, Luo Yuman was unperturbed, while Luo Xiang furrowed her brow, taken aback by the seriousness of the matter. Yet, as Zhang Yu was invited by Luo Yuman, she felt it inappropriate to voice her objections. She merely clung to her grandfather's arm and said, "Grandfather, I heard from my father that you purchased a villa in Nanhuan." "Indeed, renovations are set to commence soon," Luo Yuman replied. "How splendid. The villas at Nanhuan all feature spacious basements. Yours must as well, correct?" Luo Xiang responded with enthusiasm. "Speak plainly, my dear. What do you desire?" Luo Yuman inquired. "Grandfather, could you convert the basement into a laboratory for me?" she said, playfully shaking his arm. With a smile, Luo Yuman replied, "I anticipated that. Your playful demeanor always conceals a request. Very well. I shall have someone prepare the basement. You may arrange it as you wish." "Thank you, grandfather." Meanwhile, Zhang Yu surveyed the residence with the Luo pan, noting the presence of weak auspicious and inauspicious positions, which appeared to have negligible impact. The inauspicious position was located in the study, while the weak position was on the corner wall of the bathroom. Subsequently, he utilized the Wufu pan, discovering that all 5 fortunes were represented, albeit weakly in areas of marital fortune, health, and wealth. However, the master bedroom possessed a moderate position for literary fortune and, not far from the entrance, there was a moderate position for marital joy. This indicated that not all 6 extreme positions must be present within a single residence, while the 5 fortunes generally exist, albeit with varying strengths. After determining the positions, Zhang Yu advised Luo Yuman to adjust the bed's headboard placement in the bedroom and suggested placing a wardrobe at the auspicious position, symbolizing dowry, which could expedite Luo Xiang's marriage. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiang wrinkled her nose, poised to protest, but was gently nudged by Zhao Xian. Seeing this, she refrained from voicing her dissent. To Zhang Yuman's credit, he promptly instructed the workers to rearrange the master bedroom's bed according to Zhang Yu's suggestions, even moving a wardrobe into the room. During renovations, all items are typically arranged in advance. The headboard's position had already been set up as a backdrop, making such changes quite straightforward. The workers dared not disobey Luo Yuman, and with both Luo Xiang and Zhao Xian silent, they proceeded with the adjustments. Strangely enough, after the bed's repositioning, Luo Xiang found it surprisingly pleasing to the eye. However, The wardrobe's placement near the entrance felt decidedly awkward to her. After a thorough inspection, Luo Yuman remarked, shifting the bed like this poses no real issue. As for the wardrobe, it seemed he too harbored reservations regarding its placement. Zhang Yu concurred, believing the wardrobe should not be situated there. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, placing the wardrobe at the auspicious position would be ideal. If that is not feasible, a dresser might suffice. Luo Yuman nodded. A dresser sounds good. Xiang, let us proceed as Master Zhang advises. Tomorrow, we shall purchase a dresser to place here, while the wardrobe can remain for now. As you wish. Luo Xiang pouted in agreement. Luo Yuman then glanced at his watch and declared, it is getting late. Master Zhang and I must take our leave. You both carry on. Goodbye, grandfather. Safe travels. Luo Xiang and Zhao Xian bid farewell as they escorted Luo Yuman and Zhang Yu to the elevator. Once the doors closed, they returned to their room. Upon entering, Luo Xiang boldly declared, move the wardrobe back. The workers paused, bewildered. They had just relocated it, and now she wanted it moved again. Zhao Xian waved his hand, urging, hurry and move it back. He then turned to Luo Xiang. We shall purchase a dresser tomorrow. What color do you prefer? Buy a dresser. Luo Xiang retorted, exasperated. Do you still believe in this nonsense? That young man, no matter how you look at him, is just a charlatan. He is someone your grandfather holds in high regard. If he lacked talent, would your grandfather invite him to assist with feng shui? Zhao Xian countered. My grandfather is old. He may very well be losing his faculties. If he is confused, does that mean I must be as well? Do you truly think a wardrobe would enhance the aesthetics here? Luo Xiang frowned. But what if your grandfather visits again and notices the absence of a dresser? Zhao Xian expressed concern. It's just a dresser. How could he possibly react so strongly? Besides, why are you so afraid of him? Luo Xiang huffed. Her cheeks puffed out. Isn't he your grandfather? Zhao Xian replied, shrugging. Zhang Yu and Luo Yuman, of course, remained oblivious to this exchange. After descending, they departed in Luo Yuman's Maybach, already well past noon and approaching lunchtime. Luo Yuman instructed the driver to take them to a tea restaurant named Dagang. This establishment was far more upscale than the one Cheng Yume had previously taken him to. Though it featured many scattered tables, it retained a traditional ambience. Upon entering, the elderly gentleman ordered a pot of pu'er tea, a bowl of congee, and a steamer of shrimp dumplings, handing the menu to Zhang Yu. Upon glancing at the prices, Zhang Yu was taken aback. They were exorbitant, while shrimp dumplings elsewhere might cost a mere 10 to 20 yuan. Here, a steamer fetched 50. Other than that, it goes without saying that the prices here are at least double those of other tea restaurants. Noticing that Zhang Yu had not placed an order immediately, Luo Yuman smiled kindly and remarked, the dishes here are quite delightful. Why not sample a few? He then turned to the nearby waiter and instructed, bring me a bowl of sea cucumber porridge, a steamer of shrimp dumplings, a steamer of siu mai, and a steamer of char siu buns. Luo Yuman, with an air of familiarity, ordered over 10 varieties of snacks and dishes in one breath. Once the waiter had departed, he turned to Zhang Yu and said, I am of an older generation. When I was your age, I could eat quite a bit. I can eat a lot too. Zhang Yu replied, a bit bashfully. In truth, his current appetite could indeed astonish others. Being able to eat is a good thing, Luo Yuman said with a gentle demeanor. The driver in the black shirt also ordered a few of his favorite dishes, but he did not speak much. However, he could clearly perceive that his boss held Zhang Yu in high regard. The dim sum arrived swiftly, and Zhang Yu, feeling quite unreserved, especially given the delightful flavors, devoured the dishes with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Swiftly emptying several steamers, old Luo, suddenly, a voice called out from a short distance away. The three men, Luo Yuman, Zhang Yu, and the driver, turned to see a man in his 50s accompanied by a man nearly 30 years old approaching them. Ran Mingchu, what a coincidence. Come sit. Luo Yuman gestured warmly. The two men joined them at the table, and Luo Yuman made brief introductions. The older man, Ren Mingchu, operated a large fruit market, while the younger man, Ren Xiang, was his son. Luo Yuman continued to refer to Zhang Yu as Master Zhang, leaving the Ren father and son somewhat puzzled. At such a young age, he is already a master. Yet Luo Yuman would not say so without good reason. Zhang Yu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly responded, you can just call me Xiao Zhang. I am not accustomed to being called master. His words elicited a hearty laugh from Luo Yuman. The Ren father and son ordered some food, and as they ate and chatted, the conversation soon turned to when Ren Xiang would be getting married. Upon hearing this, Ren Mingchu shook his head and said, he has a girlfriend, and things are going well, but he trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. Luo Yuman, curious, inquired, but what? Ren Mingchu did not reply directly, instead looking to his son, encouraging him to speak up. Rin Xiang appeared somewhat embarrassed and explained. My mother passed away early, and my father does not want us to live apart. He says that if I move out, he would be too lonely in such a large house. However, being newly married and living with my father does feel a bit inconvenient. Have you asked your girlfriend how she feels about it? Luo Yuman probed. She also said it would be somewhat inconvenient, especially in the summer when wearing less. Rin Xiang replied, lowering his head. That makes sense. By the way, Xiao Zhang specializes in selling houses and also offers feng shui consultations. I recently purchased a house through him, and he helped me with the renovations. It is essential to maintain harmony to attract wealth. Otherwise, I suggest you seek Master Zhang's advice, Luo Yuman recommended. Had it been anyone else making the suggestion, Ren Mingxu would likely have been skeptical. Yet, he said, Master Zhang, I wonder if you have time later to come and take a look at my home. Zhang Yu recognized this as a business opportunity that could lead to a renovation project. After all, a house for a wedding would certainly require some sprucing up. He replied directly, no problem, just call me Xiao Zhang. Ren Mingxu's home was located in the Qianye Garden community, one of the most renowned neighborhoods in Wenan from 7 to 8 years ago, where only the wealthy resided. The building had 24 floors. And Ren Mingxu's residence was on the 23rd, boasting a spacious 180 square meters with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, featuring a layout that allowed for ample sunlight to flood the space. As Ren Mingxu had noted, living alone in such a large house would indeed feel quite empty. The space could comfortably accommodate not just one additional person but even 2 or 3 more. Zhang Yu took out his Wufu plate to assess the home's feng shui. The central wealth position was in the master bedroom, indicating that business was thriving, but the joy position was in the kitchen. Representing a week sending off of a bride, there was no daughter in the house to send off. After a brief assessment, Zhang Yu remarked, Mr. Ren, your wealth position is in the master bedroom, which bodes well for your financial prospects. However, the joy position is associated with sending off a bride, not welcoming one. If this is to be a wedding home, there might be some challenges. What do you suggest? Ren Mingxu inquired. Zhang Yu did not answer immediately, but turned to Ren Xiang and employed his heart-reading technique. Do you wish to live with your father? Yes. Ren Xiang's voice echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. With this affirmation, Zhang Yu felt reassured and said, it is quite evident that Mr. Ren Xiang wishes to live with you. However, it is the concerns regarding his girlfriend that pose a challenge. Indeed, Ren Xiang nodded earnestly. Zhang Yu continued, therefore, I believe the best course of action would be to exchange this property for a duplex. The young couple could reside upstairs while you stay downstairs, as the joy position is best suited for welcoming a bride. This should ensure a smooth transition and guarantee your new daughter-in-law's approval. Ren Mingxu hesitated, pondering the suggestion. He was quite content with his current home, which, although a few years old, could be renovated. You, young man, are suggesting I replace my house outright. How much would that cost? Luo Yuman seemed to read Ren Mingxu's thoughts and chuckled. Mingxu, I genuinely believe what Xiao Zhang suggests is sensible. You are not yet in your 60s. While a flat is nice, it does have its inconveniences compared to a duplex. Furthermore, Xiao Zhang's feng shui insights are not mere words. The houses he selects are guaranteed to be sound investments. While changing homes may incur some expenses, it will undoubtedly be worth it. Though Luo Yuman's words were not absolute, Ren Mingxu understood that he would not endorse Zhang Yu frivolously. Nevertheless, he kept a cautious mindset and said, since you have put it that way, I suppose we shall proceed. However, before signing any contracts for the new house, I must have Ren Xiang take his girlfriend to see it first. If she is satisfied, we will proceed with the purchase. Connections. That is the essence of connections. Zhang Yu realized that had it not been for Luo Yuman's intervention, Ren Mingxu would likely have dismissed him entirely. After discussing the details, they exchanged contact information. Luo Yuman then escorted Zhang Yu back to the shop before returning to the hot pot restaurant. Upon entering the shop, Zhang Yu noticed that Zhu Duo and Wang Ziming were absent. And he cheerfully asked, Jia Yuguan, where are my apprentices? They went to the Mingxu Furniture and Building Materials City with Su Zong. Jia Yuguan replied, I see. I must trouble you then, Zhang Yu said. Leaning closer to Jia Yuguan, what is it? Feel free to speak. Jia Yuguan encouraged. Do we have any duplexes available? It doesn't matter if they're large, but they should not be attics, Zhang Yu requested. Jia Yuguan acknowledged, then seemed to have a thought and asked, you aren't looking for a client to buy such a property, are you? As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone in the shop turned to look at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied, Boss Luo introduced me to a client who is interested in this type of house. My goodness, you are quite impressive. An old hand sitting nearby remarked enviously. 986 chimed in. How did you manage that? If you can keep landing deals like this, can you take me on as your apprentice so I can learn? Zhang Yu frowned inwardly. He had no experience in selling houses. He could only modestly respond, "This was purely luck. Boss Luo invited me to dinner, and I happened to meet one of his friends, who then shared their interest in looking around. What kind of luck is that?" "It's as if you were born under a lucky star," 986 exclaimed, marveling. The old hand deliberately raised his voice. "A duplex, if not an attic, would easily be worth around 6 million on the market. If you can close this deal, you would be that much closer to 35 million." His words served as a reminder, prompting Zhang Yu, 986, and Jia Yuguan to look simultaneously at Xin. Seemingly indifferent, even yawned and stretched lazily. Seeing her demeanor, Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Just pretend everything is fine. Wait until I win this bet, and then we shall see what you say." He then turned to Jia Yuguan and said, "Please help me find that house so we can take a look. Money is not an issue. Order whatever you like at the restaurant." "Understood." Jia Yuguan promptly accessed the database to select loft-style residences. Among the listings devoid of attics, their store's database contained 3 units in total. 2 of these were somewhat older, dating back a decade, each priced at over 5 million. The remaining unit, constructed 4 years ago, bore a price tag of 6.7 million, offering a generous 200 square meters with commendable renovations. Zhang Yu assessed the options and concluded that the 6.7 million residence was the most desirable. Although it was the priciest, it required no refurbishment and was ready for immediate occupancy. Situated on the 9th floor of a 12-story building, it promised ample natural light. Additionally, the community was relatively new, appealing to the taste of younger individuals. Crucially, the price was not exorbitant. "Is there a key to this property?" Zhang Yu inquired. "Let me check," Jia Yuguan replied, continuing to peruse the internal records. "Shortly," he said. "There is no key. The owner is currently residing in this unit. You can contact them directly for a viewing. However, there is a slight complication." "What sort of complication?" Zhang Yu asked. "The property is jointly owned by the couple, who seem to be in the process of divorcing and wish to sell. However, since the mortgage remains unpaid, they need to settle that first. The outstanding loan is substantial, and coupled with the divorce issues, potential buyers have opted to walk away," Jia Yuguan explained. "I see." Zhang Yu exhaled deeply, realizing that selling this unit to Rin Xiang would not be straightforward. He requested Jia Yuguan to revisit the other 2 loft-style residences, though their age and outdated decor paled in comparison to the newer community. Even with a discount of about 1 million, the cost of renovation would be significant, not to mention the absence of an elevator. It was likely that, even if Rin Xiang agreed, Rin Mingxu would not. After some contemplation, Zhang Yu concluded that the 6.7 million unit remained the most ideal option. He obtained the owner's contact number and called, introducing himself and expressing his wish to view the property. The owner, fortuitously at home, agreed. After scheduling the visit, Zhang Yu departed the store, heading towards the Feng He community where the property was located. This upscale neighborhood welcomed him as he arrived at the ground floor. Zhang Yu called the owner, who assisted in summoning the elevator for him. The owner, a man in his 30s, bore a somewhat haggard appearance, indicating he was troubled. After exchanging pleasantries, the owner invited him inside. Upon entering the spacious living room, Zhang Yu was taken aback to find a familiar face seated on the large sofa. It was, in fact, Rin Xiang, whom he had met earlier that day. "Master Zhang, what a coincidence," Rin Xiang remarked, seemingly equally surprised and instinctively rising to greet him. "There is no need for formality. Just call me Xiao Zhang." Zhang Yu replied. "What brings you here, Mr. Rin?" he inquired, puzzled. "Shui Jian is a friend of mine, and I came to visit," Rin Xiang explained, as if piecing together the situation. "You know each other. Then we are all friends here." "Please, take a seat," Shui Jian interjected, his tone becoming more cordial upon realizing the connection. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness. It was quite the predicament to be assisting Rin Xiang in viewing a property that belonged to his friend. Even if Rin Xiang wished to purchase it, it would be impractical to do so through his intermediary, incurring additional agency fees. Yet, having arrived, turning back was not an option, so Zhang Yu joined Shui Jian on the couch. Shui Jian, taking the initiative, offered Zhang Yu a cigarette from the table, and the three began to smoke together. After a couple of puffs, Shui Jian spoke first. "Many agents have viewed my property, but the issue lies with my wife and me. Our situation remains unresolved, and the mortgage is still outstanding. We simply do not have the funds to settle it all at once. She cannot accept any less than what is owed. But I can offer you a discount of 100,000 from my side." Rin Xiang glanced between Shui Jian and Zhang Yu. Sensing the tension, Zhang Yu contemplated how to respond. Shui Jian's admission compelled him to engage. He smiled faintly and said, "Your property seems impressive. The living room must be around 6 meters high. As he stood to measure, he added, However, this residence is primarily about its feng shui. I am here to assess both the selling points and the feng shui condition. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Shui. Not at all. In fact, I know little about feng shui, so feel free to examine as you wish, Shui Jian replied graciously. Zhang Yu then retrieved a 5 fortune plate from his backpack. Shui Jian, taken aback, wondered about the professionalism of real estate agents nowadays. Rinxiang's eyes lit up with interest as he interjected, Master Zhang may work in real estate, but he is a close friend of Uncle Luo, who holds him in high regard. Master Zhang possesses significant expertise in feng shui. Given your recent misfortunes, perhaps he can shed light on any issues within your home. Is that so? Excellent. I would be grateful for your assistance. Master Zhang, Shui Jian said, rising from his seat. The reputation of Luo Yuan was well known. Anyone he favored was undoubtedly of worth. Zhang Yu had previously only mentioned minor details about the financial position of Ren Mingchu's home and suggested a loft-style residence. Consequently, Rinxiang had not perceived Zhang Yu as particularly exceptional. Now, with a friend facing various troubles and a divorce, it seemed reasonable to see what insights this master could provide, aware that he needed to demonstrate some proficiency. Zhang Yu pressed the fortune button to locate the auspicious position. The house was divided into upper and lower floors, aside from the living room, dining room, kitchen, and a bathroom on the lower level. There was also a study. Quickly, Zhang Yu followed the pointer to the study, where it halted against one of the walls. The fortune indicated a middle ground marital blessing, leaving Zhang Yu somewhat perplexed. How could there be a marital blessing present while the couple was divorcing? However, he soon noticed a classical low table adorned with 3 samurai swords, neatly stacked. The swords, placed in the fortune area, were associated with marital blessings. Zhang Yu began to suspect that the placement of the swords might have contributed to the fracture in Shui Jian's marriage, ultimately leading to their divorce. While he could not assert this with certainty, he deemed it a possibility. Choosing not to voice his thoughts outright, he continued to examine other areas. The position of prosperity was associated with a weak military fortune. Located in a small upstairs bedroom, the longevity area was also weak, situated at the entrance of the master bedroom where a television resided. The joy position was curiously in the entrance hall. And the wealth position was weak, located in the corner of the living room next to the sofa. Having determined the 5 fortune locations, Zhang Yu proceeded to assess the 6 extremes. He first pressed the ominous button, and the pointer swiftly indicated a specific corner of the living room near the television, where a dog cage sat empty. Earlier, Zhang Yu had not observed any dogs in Shui Jian's home. The ominous position, being weak, caused the pointer to quiver slightly, reminiscent of his previous experience in Luo Yuman's office, yet distinct in nature. Zhang Yu turned to Shui Jian and inquired, "Where is your dog?" Shui Jian's face clouded with sorrow as he replied slowly, "It passed away." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart sank, and he immediately asked, "How did that happen?" "Not long ago, I took it for a walk. It spotted another dog and broke free from my grasp. I thought nothing of it, but a car came by and hit it. With the dog gone, I couldn't possibly hold anyone accountable. My wife was inconsolable, crying daily, or else blaming me. I could only take so much of her reproach. After a few harsh words, she left me," Shui Jian lamented. "All because of that?" Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. Shui Jian nodded. "We have no children. She treated the dog like her own child. She had it before we married." Zhang Yu scratched his head lightly. It seemed rather hasty to end a marriage over a dog. However, he soon realized that such hastiness often stemmed from deeper issues, potentially linked to feng shui, though the specifics remained uncertain. Nevertheless, in the realm of marital bliss, you have 3 swords displayed in the presence of a dog cage, which is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. The mere thought of such ominous placements caused Zhang Yu to instinctively glance at the compass, where the needle continued to quiver. "Could you possibly move this dog cage for me?" Zhang Yu inquired. "Certainly," Shui Jian responded. With a heart full of perplexity, Zhang Yu shifted the dog cage aside, only to find that the compass needle had changed its orientation, now pointing directly at the cage. Not only that, but the needle continued to tremble. This left Zhang Yu astounded. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. However, considering that he had only recently acquired the 5 blessings plate and had limited experience with the 6th-level plate, it was likely that he was encountering numerous unfamiliarities. This sparked a thought in Zhang Yu's mind. He slowly articulated, "Mr. Shui, may I inquire what breed of dog you originally kept?" "It was a black Labrador," Shui Jian replied. Zhang Yu, having heard that black dogs are often considered spiritual, was nearly convinced of his hypothesis upon learning of the black Labrador. With utmost seriousness, Zhang Yu stated, "You may find my words hard to believe, but this dog bore the brunt of your family's misfortune. The originally perilous position was redirected to it, ultimately costing its life. Keeping this dog cage in your home is rather inappropriate. I recommend disposing of it. In light of this dog's unwavering loyalty in protecting you, I hope you might consider adopting another dog of the same breed. While I do have a fondness for dogs, the current circumstances, what with the divorce and selling the house, have left me rather disinclined. Shui Jian frowned out, of course. This is merely my suggestion. In truth, the feng shui of your home is sound. It is merely the arrangement of certain items that requires attention that I would be willing to assist you in rearranging them. Should you be amenable? Zhang Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. Given that Shui Jian was on the verge of selling his house, he found the idea somewhat superfluous. However, Ren Xiang, who was nearby, interjected, "Let Master Zhang assist you. Perhaps it could turn your fortunes around. You mentioned that your house is currently unsellable, yet after the rearrangement, it might just sell at once. Well then, I suppose it's worth a try. Thank you, Master Zhang." Shui Jian nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu promptly began his work, instructing Shui Jian to remove the swords from the study. He noted that there was a piece of calligraphy entitled "Stronger Than Gold" in the bookshelf, which, upon Zhang Yu's suggestion, was hung in the position of marital bliss. He then relocated a love knot from the living room to the entrance and placed a cartoon fortune cat in the position of wealth. Unable to find an appropriate place for the 3 samurai swords, he decided to use the 6th-level plate to select a location, ultimately directing Shui Jian to place the swords in a weak position against the wall of the upstairs heated room. The television from the master bedroom was moved to the smaller bedroom. Finally, Zhang Yu reiterated the need to dismantle and dispose of the dog cage as soon as possible. Shui Jian agreed. And during the descent to the ground floor, he disposed of the cage in the trash bin. After this visit to Shui Jian's home, Zhang Yu pondered on his way back, realizing that selling this house to Ren Xiang was likely an impossibility. He merely hoped that his feng shui expertise would prove effective, enhancing Shui Jian's fortune so that he would be the first thought of potential buyers. Of course, it was highly probable that the clients would be referred from other agencies. The likelihood of a buyer switching agents after becoming enamored with a property was slim, and not everyone was as fortunate as Luo Yuming. Meeting one another was a twist of fate, and he considered it merely an opportunity to make a new friend. Upon returning to the office, both Zhu Duoduo and Wang Ziming were present. As soon as Zhu Duoduo spotted him, she exclaimed, "Master, I've heard that you're on the verge of selling another house for 6.7 million. I fear that may not be as feasible as it sounds," Zhang Yu replied, cautious not to boast lest he be laughed at for failing to sell. "Master is the best. I believe you can do it," she continued. By the way, we have already reviewed the renovation materials with Mr. Su. He mentioned that when you return, you should head directly to her office. Zhu Duoduo said with a beaming smile. "All right," Zhang Yu replied, heading to Su Ying's office. At that moment, Su Ying was seated on the couch, surrounded by several samples of tiles. Upon seeing Zhang Yu enter, she promptly beckoned him to sit and, once he was settled, elaborated, "These are all tiles I selected. They are from the same brand and are similarly priced, differing only in color. I called Boss Luo to consult him, and he said to leave the decision to you. Choose whatever you wish. Which one do you think we should use? They all seem rather fine," Zhang Yu remarked, assessing the options. He found the purple tiles appealing and pointed out, "I think this one would be great. I agree. Let's go with that. I'll pay the deposit tomorrow," Su Ying said with satisfaction, nodding. Today's procurement went quite smoothly, and the prices are even slightly lower than those online. Once we have more orders, I believe we can negotiate even better rates. What would you like for dinner? It's on me." Not wanting to appear rude, Zhang Yu cheerfully replied, "Since you're treating, I'll leave it up to you." "Look at you, still being modest," Su Ying teased. "Let's go to Huayunyo for a Western meal." The Fenghe Really community, after chatting with Shui Jian for a while, Ren Xiang took his leave. Shui Jian accompanied him downstairs, and as Ren Xiang drove away, Shui Jian couldn't help but sigh. He seemed disinterested in returning home and walked towards the community exit. Not far from the exit, he spotted a pet store called Love It. The store had a large glass facade, and as he passed by, he could easily see a group of puppies playing inside. All of them were Labrador puppies. The sight of these Labradors stirred a wave of nostalgia in Shui Jian, bringing to mind his wife's smile and the antics of their dog. He couldn't help but recall Zhang Yu's earlier words. "You may find my words hard to believe, but this dog bore the brunt of your family's misfortune." The originally perilous position was redirected to it, ultimately costing its life. Keeping this dog cage in your home is rather inappropriate. I recommend disposing of it. Because of this dog's unwavering loyalty in protecting you, I hope you might consider adopting another dog of the same breed. Duo, this is all my fault. If I had pursued you, you wouldn't have encountered any trouble. Regardless of whether you shielded me from misfortune, it's all on me, Shui Jian murmured. Turning to enter the pet store. As he gazed at the lively puppies, his fondness for them grew. Just then, a charming female sales associate approached him. "Sir, are you here to buy dog food again?" Shui Jian was a regular customer at this store, often purchasing dog food and treats, so she recognized him, though she was unaware of the recent upheaval in his life. Are these Labradors for sale?" he asked, almost unconsciously. "Yes, they're 1,200 each, all purebred," the sales associate replied. Shui Jian had already set his sights on one that resembled his late dog perfectly. He immediately pointed to the black Labrador and said, "I'll take this one. Very well." The sales associate promptly retrieved the puppy from the enclosure. After purchasing the dog, Shui Jian also bought some puppy food and milk, cradling the little one as he exited the store. He couldn't quite fathom why he had so readily made the purchase. It felt as though some enchantment had taken hold of him. As he walked home with the puppy, he passed a lottery shop. Though he had no particular interest in gambling, he often bought a ticket with numbers corresponding to his and his wife's birthdays. At that moment, his feet instinctively halted, and he stepped inside the shop. Casually telling the clerk, the usual, 29 picks 7. After placing his bet and handing over 2 yuan, he took the ticket and left with the puppy in his arms. Once home, Shui Jian was utterly enamored with the little creature. Sitting on the sofa with the puppy nestled on his lap, endlessly stroking its fur, after about 20 minutes, a sudden sound echoed at the door, followed by the creak of the door opening. A well-proportioned woman entered. Shui Jian glanced up to see it was his wife. "You're back," he said in a low voice. "What's this about the love knot hanging at the entrance? Have you already found a buyer so quickly?" She remarked coldly. "That was hanging in our living room before. I just moved it today," Shui Jian responded. As they spoke, the woman approached the living room, initially intent on ascending the stairs directly. She caught a glimpse of the little creature nestled in Shui Jian's arms. It was as though her feet had a will of their own, propelling her to the sofa with hurried steps. Gently, she uttered, "Duo duo, duo duo," while bending down to stroke the dog's head. The little one, adept at charming, immediately began to lick the woman's fingers. Her joy intensified, prompting her to lift the puppy from Shui Jian's lap and settle it beside her on the sofa, where she began to play with it incessantly. Observing his wife in such a state, Shui Jian quietly remarked, "This is what I purchased today. I named it Duo Duo. The initial events are entirely my fault. I owe it an apology for not pursuing it sooner." Upon hearing this, the woman lifted her gaze to Shui Jian, her voice choked with emotion as she replied, "You are aware, then. You regard Duo Duo as a child. How am I any different?" Shui Jian, filled with sorrow, said, "Duo Duo." Tears welled in the woman's eyes, and she exclaimed, "Oh no, what's wrong?" Shui Jian hurriedly rushed to his wife's side, concerned. It urinated, she pouted, gently patting the little one on the head. Devoid of any reproach, merely setting the puppy aside. Clad in light blue jeans, a small patch of wetness marked her lap despite the puppy's minimal accident. "This little rascal certainly has quite the nerve," Shui Jian remarked, lifting the puppy and giving its rear a light pat before adding, "There are spare pants upstairs. Let us go change. You naughty pup, just wait until I come back to deal with you," the woman said, rising to head upstairs. Before long, footsteps echoed from above, and Shui Jian turned towards the staircase, witnessing his wife not only having changed her pants but also her top, descending in a pink nightgown. That night, they found themselves at Nyochu 13, the most renowned skewer haven in Wunan City. The ambience was rather ordinary. However, the establishment was perpetually bustling, frequented by numerous luxury vehicles parked at the entrance. Within one of the 2 exclusive private rooms, Qian Nang was seated with a dapper young man, indulging in skewers and beer. Should Zhang Yu encounter this youth, he would undoubtedly recognize him as the well-dressed individual from that night at the bar. To share a table with Qian Nang clearly indicated that this was no ordinary ruffian. His most significant identity was that of the young heir to the Mingshi furniture and building materials city. Named Wu Qilong. After 2 bottles of beer, Qian Ning cheerfully stated, "General Manager Wu, I have yet another favor to ask of you today. Whenever you invite me for a meal, I know what that entails. Are you looking to exchange something again?" Wu Qilong responded, clearly well acquainted with Qian Nang. "It is indeed an exchange, but this time it is not concerning our company," Qian Nang clarified. Wu Qilong paused momentarily, then inquired, "If not regarding your company, then what is it concerning?" "There's a company, and in real estate. Weren't they at your building materials city today to procure supplies? I wish to swap the materials they're acquiring." Qian Nang replied with a smile, "You must be joking. Swapping materials from another company? If any quality issues arise and they come knocking, wouldn't that tarnish our reputation? You can't just dictate terms like you do with your own Shin family," Wu Qilong exclaimed.